Well, here we are back again. A new severe thunderstorm warning issued now for Coahoma, parts of Tunica, Quitman, Tate, and Panola counties. That in effect, as you can see, until 4:30 p.m. I have our Skycam banner behind me. I bet you can imagine where we're going to start looking at these storms back into them from some of our cameras there. Our camera in Clarksdale, looking back into the tower, trying to get the angle, the right direction there toward, again, that storm. 76 there in the Clarksdale area. Similar angle, trying to get an angle still in some lighter variety rainfall there in Shelby. Again, Shelby just a little bit to the south of where this warning is coming through there, up to its north in Coahoma County and out into Arkansas. Again, Shelby showing up 75 over 73 as that storm is coming in. This storm, in all likelihood, producing primarily wind gusts. Checking our discussion back and forth with the folks at the National Weather Service in Memphis about this here. Again, latest look at this, wind gusts maybe 60 miles per hour and possibly 1-inch hail on this, but both of those are in the maybe, possibly category versus something greater than that. We'll look a couple different ways. I'm going to look all the way from Columbus, too far away. Just had to do my due diligence on that and double check. And so let's check the severe threats here, showing maybe just a little bit of hail on the peak impacts on this. So Coahoma, Tunica, Tate, Panola, and Quitman counties, all part of this severe thunderstorm warning with this storm. Let's go ahead and put it back into motion here. And again, lightning, that is nearly nonstop out of this. You'll note here just on the screen, I show 4,100 lightning strikes. So been very good at producing lightning. A lot of times that means pretty decent at producing some power outages as well. Likely going to have some of those come out of this. I'll check the power outage map here. Yeah. And so kind of looking at the latest on this, and there's a lot of blue that kind of messed that up because we have our tornado watches on there. So it makes it a little harder to see. But, looking at the percentages there as far as power outages are concerned, fairly decent number here, smaller percentages, but they do start to add up over time with more significant power outages back there closer to the Hot Springs area, as opposed to kind of the rest of the state. For North Mississippi, kind of the northeast portion of Mississippi, our power outages remain a little bit more sporadic. We presently show statewide power outages. We'll check the statewide power outage numbers and totals on that. Give me a moment. Get that right. And let's go ahead and query that there. So statewide, we're talking about 1,000 people versus about 17,500 without power in Arkansas. So certainly that's an example of between the lightning and the wind. Hopefully we're not talking about that large a number once this moves into here. But we do expect our numbers to increase. Our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, looking a little more granularly at those power outages. You saw Grenada show up a second ago. Gabe is looking there at some of the power outages at this time.
Yeah, Matt, specifically at Entergy. And one of the things that stands out is you have over 250 reports right there in downtown Grenada. But the reason why a utility pole has broken, crews on site making repairs. Now, we can make a lot of assumptions. It could be from the wind gust. It could also be from perhaps someone driving off the road and knocking down one of those power poles. Unfortunately, there are a lot of things that could cause it, but with the gusty winds and the thunderstorms that are in play, we just know that it's not exactly ideal for power outages, and along with the lightning strikes as well, knocking some of those outages or causing some of those power outages as well. Out there towards Winona, getting about 229 customers affected. That's right along I-55, just east there, towards 182 and Highway 82. That's where we have a large number of neighborhoods that are showing up as well. Specifically zooming in there, that's going to be closer to Highway 51. And the reason why on that one, if I try to get a reason, they sometimes make comments. Okay, here we go. Additional information will be reported when available. So as of right now, not having a reason, but up there in Grenada, at least knowing that a power pole has snapped, likely due to those strong winds, but not impossible because of those slick roadways that they could cause some power outages as well. So Matt, not a fortunate sight to see, but I think that more of those outages are unfortunately to come.
Yeah, slippery roads out there. Get a little slippery more than slick when we start talking about the wet roads, and there's plenty of those out there. Meteorologist Gabe Maynor checking in on those. Appreciate that. So this is one way we're going to look at Mama Justice Doppler radar. Gabe, while I'm looking at this, I'll let you look at something else behind the scenes here. We're going to look at a different version of a Mama Justice Doppler radar here. And this, I think, does a good job just based on the angle that we're looking at. You can kind of see there's a little bit of rotation with this storm. You can kind of see it spinning around there on the north side. That's actually why you have this kind of northeastern angle on the way they designed this warning to kind of trend up this direction here. And so taking that toward, again, West Helena there and locations very near Senatobia, potentially eventually in the path of this storm. Of course, that's where Maggie is and her location there. You might also see some dots on here. This particular version of Mama Justice Doppler allows us to kind of utilize the positions of our partners there at the North Mississippi Storm Chasers, kind of scattered throughout, in some cases stationary where they're at, other cases presently moving to get in position for these thunderstorms. So we will have more reports from them over the course of this evening as these storms move eastward. Tornado watches do continue until this evening at 10 p.m., though we will see after this line, for example, moves through Coahoma County, locations near Clarksdale, back toward Marks. Once it gets out here toward Senatobia, you're going to be done. We're not going to be talking about any more tornado potential out of this. It's at the leading edge of kind of I guess this last batch of thunderstorms here. I shouldn't say the leading edge because obviously there's some storms running ahead of it there as well. But once this last batch of thunderstorms kind of clears, so will that tornado threat. Looking toward any sort of rotation, while I mentioned some rotation on this, the reality is it's broad rotation. I don't have anything tight on this storm. Compare that to where we up in Tennessee briefly had their tornado warning. This is what it looks like typically when we're going to see tornadoes out of one of these lines. What you see out here, where briefly, I'm going to get the angle, I think, a little bit better on this. This is where they briefly had a tornado warning in place. You can see how there's just that one little spot at just the right time up there north of I-20. It's going to be I-40 a little bit ago up there into Tennessee. So when you then compare, okay, if that's what we're looking for to the storms that we have coming in here, you'll notice how we don't have anything that's, I mean, there's some broad rotation, but we don't have it at that level. And I'm going to get the exact angle on this right, because this does have a slightly different motion. Motion from radar. Thing I like about this one, it's not quite as pretty as our other version of Mama Justice Doppler radar, but this one I can tweak the wind direction a little bit. I find that to be a useful tool. Look at the tops of these thunderstorms. The top of this one up there around 40, show about 48,000 feet. That's one of the taller storms that we do have out there. Close to about 40 to 45,000 feet for storms in and around closer to the Memphis area, maybe a little bit of hail there. And then out closer to Charleston. We also have some of those higher cloud tops there. Let's look 3D on some of these thunderstorms. We're going to have to go independently or individually on kind of each of these to get a look at that. I don't really show, of course, this was set up for when we had big hail the other night there, but I don't see a lot of real hail out of that one. This is our severe storm, so that's a good sign. The one we have here closer to Charleston, again, I don't see a lot of big hail out of that one either. The one south of Grenada, no reason to look at hail. That one is, even though they keep popping up behind my head, if I close it like that, it'll pop up in the right spot this time. Well, we're one step closer on there. Now let's just make it bigger and see if it'll behave like that. Okay, this particular program is good at a lot of things. It's a great radar analysis tool, and one I've been using since right after I got out of college, and it still works great. But that's no tornado potential on that one there. So again, the hail, or nor hail potential for that matter. This one has maybe a little bit more hail with that heavy rainfall up here closer to the Memphis area. That's that line. And looking at that specifically to see if we have a little bit of a rotation in that line as well on the wind mode here. I don't really see anything that's super impressive at this point. So despite the fact that we do have tornado watches in place, just want to say that hail and wind remain the biggest factors. And at this point, our true shield hail threat does not look to be over the top. So knock on wood, here's hoping that continues to be the case. Gabe, if you're good, can I get back on the main Mama Justice Doppler over here? Is that all right? I see him speaking. I pop up your shot, but I'm.
Yeah, you're good.
Hey, Gabe, we're good? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go back over here to the main version of Mama Justice Doppler radar, and I'm gonna put the watches and reports back on. There have not been a lot of reports of severe weather so far today, God willing, that continues to be the case. But we have had, of course, some of those hail reports. Many of those hail reports coming in from you that we passed then along to the National Weather Service. Let's talk specifically about some spots that I know a lot of folks here are just wanting to know. Okay, what about, Fulton Smithville, for example? The storms you have over you are not severe right now. So any rumbles you're hearing, loudness, we're in good shape there. Now, I'm going to look at this that we showed there just a little east of you, closer to Solent. Let's check our severe threats on there. Maybe some hail out of that one right there, just to the east of Solent. South of Detroit and northwest of Solent. Our True Shield hail track is not impressed by what it's seeing on that. Certainly not the storm that we had earlier. Looking at the hail threat in general, not really showing much out there. And I bet we'll get the same thing. We come up here on this storm, our severe thunderstorm that kind of prompted this version of the coverage here. Again, a warning that's in effect until 4:30. I'll check out of Memphis there. No real hail swaths to contend with. I show maybe just a littlest bit if I step out of the way there, out south of Marianna, Arkansas, but that is not bad. So let's give you kind of an overview here. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Waupun. What you're looking at here on Mama Justice Doppler radar is a tornado watch. That's what's in effect in these blue counties for most locations that, again, you can see kind of popping up on the screen behind me there. For all those locations, this is a tornado watch in effect until 10 p.m. What do you not see? We don't see any red boxes at this point. We don't see any tornado warnings. By the grace of God and the way the atmosphere has worked so far, we have been blessed to kind of avoid those largely yesterday and today, for that matter. And hopefully that continues to be the case as we go into this evening. I don't see anything that looks tornado producing right now. We'll watch this one back toward Tallahatchie. It's interesting. It's kind of back here behind a little bit. But that would have a long ways before that would get to maybe a level we'd have to be concerned with there. And looking south where, we were watching, we have been talking about and been concerned with a potential that some of these thunderstorms down here, approaching the Jackson area could have some strong winds. It's been very well advertised on a lot of our projections. So far, those significant winds have not materialized. I'm gonna get you a storm track on this one here because this batch of thunderstorms is continuing to get a little bit more organized, though not quite at full strength. Hold on, let's double check how fast it's moving. Make sure we've got that down, because these were expected to accelerate. And earlier on, they were only moving about 30 miles per hour. Now I show them about 40, 45 miles per hour, kind of based on that latest there. So let's bring it current time, get you a storm track ahead. That does not look severe. If we're being crystal clear, this whole batch of thunderstorms looks like it's below severe levels. So let's go 40 miles per hour, get you kind of a storm track as this heads eastward. I'll change the size of my city here for a moment so we can take it a little deeper into the future. And let's take that out. Let's go 100 miles. So we get that all the way to the Alabama state line. So, hey, listen, this could at some point it's up a little bit more, and which is entirely possible. That would be then associated with it picking up some steam and producing some stronger wind gusts as well. But we're looking Kosciuszko for you at about 425 there, Durant at 402, Ware at 444, Ackerman 451, Noxapater 510, Louisville, Philadelphia 512, Crawford by about 540 or so, Brooksville about 547, Macon close to about 552. As you can see, Scuba 606, Pickensville 615, and then Macon, I think I mentioned that a second ago, in DeKalb at 552 for both of those locations. This would take a bit before it would strengthen to where it's strong enough to produce tornadoes or severe weather of significance. I just don't have a lot of strong wind looking at this here as well. I don't have a lot of rotation on this. I don't really see hardly any. Not that anybody's really going to complain about that. Up here north, clear that off. Let's look at what rotation and everything looks like farther north here. This is from Monroe County. Storm near Charleston. Yeah, it's more the only place I have something that looks like maybe it's rotation on this is kind of on the north side in a weird spot. So we'll have to see. This one has a more suspicious look than some, but I think it might be going through a bit of a cell split here. Let's make this a 1 hour loop for a moment. It's not. It's actually, these were originally two independent cells. Interesting. So Charleston, y'all are fine. Oakland's probably fine. We're looking closer at this once it gets closer to Taylor, Water Valley, locations north of Coffeyville there. Still some time before that would get to a more significant level, but that's one we'll have to watch. And then up here, closer to the Memphis area, let's bring in the Memphis radar from that spot. And it's almost hard to see what's going on just because of the sheer quantity of lightning. There's just a ton of lightning. The part that prompted this severe thunderstorm warning, we're looking pretty high up. So we don't have a good low-level lock on the wind potential out of this. But I'm not getting super strong winds. Again, we're looking fairly high up, 30, 40, 50 miles per hour maybe out of that. Let's see if it even shows up very well on the precip. It does on that. So let's go and track this part right there, northeastward, about 40 miles per hour or so. And so there you go. We show that getting closer there again onto a severe thunderstorm warning for folks there. Again, Tunica County, Tate County, Panola County, and Quitman County. For you until 4:30, current time is right at 4 p.m. here. Holly Hills, we're looking now, Oak Forest now, Helena 4 o'clock, Powell at 4 o'clock. They're closer to Eagle Landing, 4:03, Clover Hill at 4:06, Dundee at about 4:07, getting toward Maud at 4:11. If we go beyond that, let's see how much farther we can get to kind of show up beyond that. 4:22 for Tunica. We show Falcon at 4:33, Sledge at 4:35, Coldwater 4:51, and Senatobia at 4:56. A couple ways we can look at this near the Sledge area and out there, generally toward Crenshaw, where we do have one of our cameras there, which would be in the path. You can, if I step to this side here, see where Crenshaw kind of is there on the map. One of the spots there in the path of this there. So I see someone mentioning in the comments there, starting up in Water Valley. We're going to be watching for you in Water Valley, one of those storms that we're looking at. Appreciate everybody, and I understand that sometimes there are battles that go on in the comments. We'll do the best we can to address cities as we see it. The goal is to warn Mississippi first and keep Mississippi safe, as you can see at the top of the screen here. Just so you know, every single Mississippi life is equal, whether you're in Tupelo, Mississippi, where my family goes to school and church, or whether you're in Crenshaw, where we're looking at now. If you're more likely to see something that could hurt somebody or kill you, we're going to be looking in your location, regardless of where there are other thunderstorms. So we prioritize that. Yes, Gabe. Let's bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, here for a moment. Gabe, what you got?
Montgomery County, at least on my radar here behind the scenes, showing some rotation scan to scan, and it isn't in the best area. Might be in the clear air slot, but it's close enough to at least some of that reflectivity to where I think it's worth taking a look at.
Okay, let me change over. Which radar were you looking at?
That would be out of the Monroe County.
It's going to be really high up. At this point here in Montgomery County, we're looking a mile and a half up. Not quite a mile and a half up, but about a mile and a tenth up. So we're pretty high up there. Looking at winds, I do see the rotation. Actually, that's a pretty decent return. I will give you that. Let's look precipitation. So one of the things we always have to watch on this is whether or not that's side lobing. Let's get a 3D look on this to get an idea. Before we get a 3D look, let's go ahead and track ahead on this. And we can do all the nerd stuff here in a second. Yeah, let's do nerd stuff second. So this is, again, no official warning on this thunderstorm here. Gabe was looking behind the scenes at some rotation that looked like it was showing there. Here's a storm track on that. Now let's nerd it up a little bit here and find out.
If you want to take it full screen so they can see the times a little bit larger too.
Okay, let's do that. Bring it back here into the digital room-to-room weather center. Current time is, again, 4:02. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopon. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. We're a 24/7 streaming service based out of Tupelo, Mississippi area. This is not a super tall storm. So we're going to see if there's, looking at this 3D, I'm immediately going to bail on that way to look at it. And we're going to look back at the rotation, which Gabe was looking at. And I'm going to see if I can go up a few scans on this and get an idea of, there is some continuity up, showing some rotation on this storm as well. I don't know that this is a candidate necessarily for true side lobing, which is a way in which sometimes the radar data can look a little bit odd. But I would say that you're not off base, Gabe, on seeing a little bit of broad rotation on that there. And it's kind of been consistent there over the Winona area. Why are we not looking at the camera in Winona? One of these days, I will be a camera first kind of guy. Part of the reason is we want to make sure we had that track on there. We're looking in Winona here. We're kind of on the north side, and let's adjust the position.
That's looking directly northeast. Or
so
directly
right now,
north, sorry.
So that camera's looking directly north. So it would need to go just a little bit east of north.
Yeah, we're at 13 degrees right now, I think.
Okay, so we're looking at the right spot. I want this camera a little higher up then. See if I can get a little more structure. Again, appreciate our partners at North Mississippi Storm Chasers, not just out in the field, but working on this camera network to have an idea of what these storms are capable of. I don't see anything of concern on this at this point, but that could also just be our perspective and location. We do have some rainfall there. Looking back kind of northeastward, I'm going to go just a little bit too far east just to make sure. And actually, I'll make sure we're all the way out. We are on our viewpoint. Let's pan this to the east a little bit. Again, as you mentioned a moment ago, maybe some broad rotation on this, which did look a little more broad on the latest scan, but there's definitely a little bit of rotation showing up on this on our camera at that location. I don't see any of that. That's not to say that there's not something there, that we're just in a little bit of rainfall. So Winona, our camera is, and actually I'm going to verify to make sure I have the exact spot on the camera right.
And Adrian and them are driving towards the storm, so they'll be able to get a visual on it as well here, probably in the next 20 minutes or so.
Okay, and I'll show for folks at home, I'm going to have to change the way we look at this for just a moment here to kind of show you what I'm looking at. Here's the direction that we're looking at it. I'm looking right toward the northeast, toward there. So I'm going to change this. I'm going to make it where it points and changes the perspective a little bit, and then we'll bring that camera back up. Yeah, we were looking the correct direction there. It's just there's not a lot visible out of that. I'm going to pan it maybe a little higher. Maybe we're too close. Hold on, maybe I need to be a little higher there. Hold on, let's bring it back where everyone can see what I'm looking at here for a moment. Bring that back to links and bring up the camera there in Winona once again. So again, we're watching maybe some broad rotation on this storm there just northeast of Winona. What I'm looking at again is this dark cloud. We're only looking toward a dark cloud here. I'm out as far as the camera will go, so we can't take it any farther out. I'm looking toward the northeast, so we should have an angle into this. If it's doing something, we should have an angle on it. And again, the North Mississippi Storm Chasers are going to be on this storm as well. Next hour, what time are we at? We are at 4 o'clock. We're kind of in the peak time frame. This is going to do some tornado sort of storms by themselves, not just trying to spin something up on a line. This is the time period where that's most likely. So tornado watch continues again for Carroll County, where I mentioned that a moment ago, but no official warnings or anything on this storm. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning up here for a storm that has less rotation up closer to Helena, Arkansas, and a new severe thunderstorm warning issued within the last couple of moments here up closer to the Holly Springs area. So let's come to Holly Springs, up here toward Mack and Attaway and Marshall, in Benton and Tippah counties, all under a severe thunderstorm warning till 4:45 p.m. Hail, wind, the main impacts on this. Our discussion with the National Weather Service there, just kind of looking at that. Just within the last few minutes, they show maybe 1 inch hail on that. But again, that's luckily still a maybe situation. We can dig into that using our True Shield Roofing Hail Finder, our hail track. and I'm not really showing any hail on that as well. So I would say the strong winds, probably the main impact on this. And if I get rid of the lightning for just a moment here, there are a couple little areas where I can argue maybe some very, very broad rotation on this, but I'm not seeing anything too terribly bad. We'll get your storm track on it. Nonetheless, we'll go back to precipitation mode in case something changes on this storm here. So tracking kind of the leading edge of that just east of Holly Springs. We're going about 35 to 40 miles per hour. That eventually gets it closer to Collegiate there toward the end of the track. But in the near term, Higdon, Mount Pleasant, Rossville, Junction, Sladen 414 for you, Lamar 420, looking toward Ashland 428, Michigan City about 431 as it moves in from the west. It's going to change this to where we see locations a little farther downstream. And so by that, we would have a Grand Junction at 440, Faulkner about 450, 504 there for Bolivar, Tennessee, and Middleton, Tennessee at 505. This is Doppler radar indicated rotation on this, and nothing more than that at this point here. We should have a camera shot of this from down in the Oxford area, which is kind of in and amongst a lot of heavy rainfall. Our Phoenix Building Solutions camera there coming in 70 for that dew point, so still a decent amount of fuel available at that spot there. Going back to Winona here for a moment. Actually, before we go to Winona, we'll go to Crenshaw, look at our other severe thunderstorm warning that's kind of in and around that area, approaching the Crenshaw area. We show some, again, dark clouds. That's all we're seeing on this, not seeing anything more than that at this moment. Our Crenshaw camera, double checking our angle on the direction we're looking. Once that loads in here in a minute. Perhaps. There we go. That one, the controls are coming up really slow on this one for the moment. Looking back again west, so should have a good angle into this there. As we look back toward the west, you see some lightning with this. Not nonstop lightning, but some lightning with this back there on the severe thunderstorm warning effect until 4:30 p.m. We have had no reports to this point. That's not to say we don't see additional reports going forward. Clear that off of our camera here. So that is storm number, I guess, 2 or something there. We'll say this, more of these storms back here toward Tunica starting to show a little bit of rotation. That storm there just kind of north of Tunica. Let's clear off our track. Let's clear off our cameras. We might need to swing that camera. We're looking through too much rain that we wouldn't be able to see it. But right here, we're near Hollywood. A little bit more rotation showing up on there. Let's check out our camera or our radar site from the Memphis Tower Doppler Weather Radar. Still showing that rotation there as well. But I'm going to go back to the radar out of the Memphis Weather Service office. Let's get a storm track on that just in case. And the question is whether or not this one near Holly Springs is about to think about doing the same thing. Gabe, I'm going to send you over to Chroma. I'm going to let you track those two things. I need to pull up a secondary radar that I can't show on the air, but I can look at off of the air. So I'm going to send it over to you for a moment so that you can put storm tracks on both of those.
Yeah, so we continue to assess that line, and one thing I was reading back behind the scenes was the mesoscale analysis, basically talking about the ingredients that are overhead, and we still have what they would call medium to high amount of energy here in North Mississippi, and you're pairing that with some of the shear. They are expecting more of an intensification to take place here in the next few moments across the North Mississippi area. Makes sense with that tornado watch already in place. So let's specifically look at, let me put this in motion here real quick. And as those have moved across the area with this cell back to the
storm tracks, if we could, specifically on it. Get the storm track on that Tunica storm and another one on the Holly Springs, if we could.
Okay.
And then we'll bob south and get the Winona storm.
Sounds good. Okay, let's put it on that. And what did you say the speed was on it?
About 40.
40. Okay, so let's go ahead and put a 40-mile-an-hour track, and we're going to do it on this entire line right here. So putting on that latest one, there you go right there. And it's continuing to move in that northeast direction. As I draw that out, basically, you're going to see these intensify a bit more, so I'm going to try and put it along that leading edge right there where we expect it to get a little bit stronger. And so as we take it about 40 miles an hour, you can see that we have several towns in there. Let me try to clean this up a little bit as well so we can kind of get a few more towns listed in there. So labeling right there, Hernando closer to about 417, Coldwater 420, Como 420 as well, Senatobia 420, Germantown 430, 433, Olive Branch, Byhalia 442, the Collierville area, 447, and on there towards the north and east beyond that point. So specifically looking at that area of rotation, we're Pritchard by about 417, Green River 420, Cub Lake 427, Kelly's Crossing 429, Pleasant Hill 431, Buena Vista Lakes 437, Robinson Gin 437, Wilco Estates 440, Love 441, and Hernando closer to 440 as well. Now that's the one back there towards Tunica, but as we look at that area of rotation out ahead of it, more towards the Holly Springs area, it's actually going to go a bit more north. But you can see based off of that track, we're in the Red Banks area right now. Mahone 417, Mac 420, Atway 426, Hudsonville 429, Lamar 435, 439 there towards Snow Lake Shore. So those are the two areas of rotation that we're looking at right now. Let me actually behind the scenes make sure that that rotation hasn't intensified. It still looks broad right now, but we are still getting some of that wraparound there in the Tunica County as well as up there towards Marshall County. We'll jump back to those real quick. I do want to look down south more towards Winona and Montgomery County. We are going to have to swap radar sites for this. So as we jump south, we can still see that broad rotation. This will be just north and east of Winona, more towards Cedar Hill, and it does look like that should have the same motion moving to the northeast. You can see how that has just been continuing to be broad all the way through the Montgomery County area. So latest scan, let's track this out right where that rotation is at. We're going to keep that 40-mile-an-hour path. And as that does continue more towards Webster County, it has that potential to increase in strength. One of the things like we were talking about just a moment ago, we have that unstable air, that medium to high instability here in North Mississippi that will allow for these storms to get a little bit stronger and hopefully not rotate. They're talking winds, but whether they're straight line or rotating, winds are still going to be damaging in the process. We're Lodi closer to 420, Alva by 424, Spring Hill 434, Embry 435, Bellefontaine 440, and Walthall by about 441 as well. I want to look at reflectivity on this one just because that is an area where we can kind of see that. Yeah, we're getting some potential small hail out of that storm as well as it continues to move there towards the northeast Montgomery County area, more closer to Webster County. And so we'll continue to keep an eye on that. Still looks broad right now, but we're keeping an eye. There's 3 storms right now that we're keeping an eye on: Marshall County, Tunica County, and down there towards Montgomery County. I want to go back to these storms and reassess what we have seen. And there's still that rotation, that little appendage that's trying to form up there towards the Memphis radar site. So let me swap this over to our wind mode. And there you go, that broad rotation still taking place just east there of Hollywood, moving closer to Highway 3. And that broad rotation still in place. We can see another product right here, our shear, our rotation threat is what we call it. And if we put this on a loop, you can see how that shear has popped up a little bit more right there over the Hollywood and Pritchard community towards Tunica County. Now that is a part of the severe thunderstorm warning that's in place. Looking at the latest time frame on that, that is until 4:30. Current time is 4:16. I'm meteorologist Gabe Maynard, joined alongside our chief meteorologist Matt Lopon, where we've been keeping eyes on this storm, and that definitely is showing some broad rotation out there. Marshall County is showing a similar thing. Real quick, Matt, before I toss it back to you, I want to look down south and see how the shear rate has been on the Montgomery County storm. And yeah, we're getting some of that shear showing up, some of that rotation down there as well. So the 3 storms we've been tracking, fortunately, have not produced. Still looks a few scans away from producing, but definitely some to keep our eyes on.
Yeah, we're going to watch it. Like this one down here, when you go south toward Montgomery County, yeah, it's embedded in rain. It's going to be it'd be a tall task for it to get to a point where it produced a tornado. But weird things sometimes happen. I do think that there's probably more going on here than meets the eye. Looking at a high resolution, but just a terrible radar to show on the air based out of the Delta. You know, I had what looked like I might have had a little hook on this storm back here toward Charleston a couple of scans ago that didn't show up, but did with kind of this more isolated radar there. So just kind of looking at what we have seen, I think that there's still a little more rotation than maybe what some of these thunderstorms look like initially here on radar. So I don't know that it's enough to produce tornadoes. Hopefully it is not. But certainly that tells us that we've got still a few more hours to fight through here before we're all done. Looking forward. Appreciate that, Gabe. Let's go ahead and reset things here for folks at home, give you kind of an overview of where things stand. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopon. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. Current time is 4:17 p.m. And what what you need to know at this point is this. If I pull off the radar data, I'm going to pull all the radar data off, put just watches on here and warnings for a moment. All the counties in blue are under a tornado watch, that in effect until 10 p.m. We expect that we have a batch of thunderstorms coming through. After that comes through, a few storms are possible. I'm not terribly impressed by what we're thinking on any kind of secondary round here. New severe thunderstorm watches, though, have been issued for Marion County, Alabama, Lamar, Franklin, and Pickens County, Alabama until 11 p.m. Why do they have a severe thunderstorm watch and yet Mississippi has a tornado watch? It's a non-zero chance for tornadoes. And just from a messaging standpoint, if we said, hey, you have a severe thunderstorm watch and a tornado comes, you're like, well, why wasn't a tornado watch? The reality is that severe thunderstorms can and sometimes do produce tornadoes, so it'd be perfectly valid. But because that is a little bit of a messaging nightmare, because there is a tornado threat that is greater on the Mississippi side versus the Alabama side, and certainly the western portion of Mississippi most likely, that's where this tornado watch comes into play. That's why we have a tornado watch in effect for those locations that we've been talking about here. Our severe weather risk should diminish the farther east that storms move, and we do expect, again, we will have that limited chance to possibly produce a tornado. Now, it is not impossible. I know I've got a lot of colors on here, so I'll try to pull some of the other colors off. It's not impossible that a tornado could become strong. That's not what I think the main headline is. And admittedly, this event has once again underperformed expectations. And hopefully that continues to be the case. The damaging wind threat probably is the greater threat, and the potential for us to see significant wind gusts in excess of 70 miles per hour remains one of the main concerns. But we have not seen that very well advertised super strong wind gusts come to fruition to this point. And maybe we'll get lucky enough all the way through this that's how this plays out as well. I would absolutely prefer that to be the case. Large hail potential still has some of these thunderstorms. Our True Shield roofing, significant hail risk does show the northwest part of the state, most likely locations to see that. So as things stand at this time here, and I'll put again our warnings back on the map there. We do have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings and a few other thunderstorms that have rotation that we are watching. On the wider scale, though, there are additional thunderstorms way back into Oklahoma, where we have pretty consistently regenerated storms over and over again the last few days here. Those thunderstorms will probably be on an angle. They stay a little bit south of us, but late tonight, that's again an additional chance, a threat for some active and severe weather. This is probably not going to fill all the way in between. That's one of the things Gabe is looking at behind the scenes here at some of our latest projections, is whether or not that'll be the case as we're kind of refining the forecast. But this initial wave here to this point has been underperforming. Well, actually, I would say the initial wave has performed about like we expected, where maybe we would see something. There's no guarantees. So that's how things kind of on the overview stand. So the next question that becomes the obvious question that everyone always wants to know about is, what about XYZ location, right? I'm not at a point where we can really eliminate anybody from the tornado threat. That's why you're under the tornado watch. We are at a point where there are some of these storms that look a little bit more impressive than others. As Gabe has been talking about, we have this storm that's kind of consistently had some rotation down here close to Winona. I mean, you can see where my mouse is, and I'm moving that on the screen there. That one's been pretty consistent, shown up there. I don't have a whole lot south of that, though I have one there, I guess, in northwest Madison County, or northeast Madison County maybe has a little broad rotation with that there, depending on what wind we look at. But that's not super duper impressive, thankfully. We got the Montgomery County one, and then these storms more likely produce some wind up north. It's just the persistent nature of this one is one that bears watching, but you look at the precipitation mode and it just is rather unimpressive here. We do have some cameras that we're looking to monitor this with, but I'm going to get you a storm track on it, and we're going to assume still 40 miles per hour. And Gabe, if you can double check that speed for me, I'd like to know for sure if that's kind of what we're dealing with here. But here's kind of your track: Lodi at 423, Center at 435. Gibson at 442, looking at Westwood 442, Walthall 433, and Zappa there at 449. This is a non-severe thunderstorm at the moment, but a storm that does have at least some rotation with it at this point in time. And the spot where we have it there, east of the Center Hill community, this would be the Let me think here. This would be Montgomery and Webster County line, I believe there. And there's just a couple, there's just a spot where the rotation is, odd pixel to pixel rotation. But the rest of the storm just doesn't look healthy enough for that to be something. So, hey, listen, if you're in the path of this, it's always, I think, good to prepare and just have an idea, maybe most importantly, have an idea of where that safe place is just in case. So while I say find your safe place, the reality is that it's possible that maybe you would need to go to that safe place at some point. But at this point here, I would just be with knowing where it is, hopefully within steps, that place we can get to. I don't know that my concern has necessarily increased on this versus where it was a little bit ago. And just looking at our discussion with the National Weather Service down there in Jackson, no, they don't have any real concerns on this at this point, at least based off of what they say. They're not discussing it in any sort of meaningful way. But there is still that little bit of shear there. And there has been that shear there for about the last 25 minutes or so. You can see that little blob of kind of reddish black moving eastward. That's that spot there that we're watching. So Walthall eventually, about 4:43. Hey, just a heads up, you're under a tornado watch for a reason. And watch means we probably need to be getting within steps of our safe place if we need to. And then obviously when a warning is issued, that's when we go. But to be clear, there are no tornado warnings at this moment. And I have seen unhealthier storms produce tornadoes, but this is not a super healthy looking thunderstorm, just based on what we're looking at here. And obviously that is a good thing. That's what we'd like to hear. Our camera there in Winona is going to be looking through it's light rain, but looking through a lot of rain to try to get an angle on this. So I don't expect that we're going to have much of a good angle on it. We don't. Again, looking back toward that rain, we're 72 degrees there. Winds out of the south still showing up at about 13 miles per hour right now. We'll go and look at our camera in Mabin. We have a camera back in Mabin that we can get eyeballs on this. And it just looks like cloudy. It just looks like showers. It doesn't look like we're going to have any kind of meaningful view on this storm. Current time's 4:24, and you're watching Mississippi Live Weather. As we slide up here northward, National Weather Service, I believe, is going to be canceling this severe thunderstorm warning we have up here for Tate County within the next few minutes. The storm itself continues to kind of go through a bit of a collapsing phase as it moves eastward. I'll put a loop on here over the last 30 minutes. It's actually moving this portion here a lot more east than it is northeast like it was before. There were two areas where we kind of had a little bit of rotation. This one up here closer to Hernando and the one up toward Holly Springs. One has gotten a little bit heavier precipitation-wise. The other has not. Let's go ahead and bring it to now. And let's check the wind a few different ways. We're going to look from closer by there in the Memphis radar area there, and we do still show, I think in both cases, maybe a little bit of broad rotation there. The one closer to Holly Springs maybe a little bit stronger. So let's look at that one slightly closer. I'm going to look actually one more radar site before we do that. This is going to be from the Tower Doppler Weather Radar, which shows that rotation a little more pronounced out here closer and on the north side there of Holly Springs. Let's look at this a little more closely. Let's check out the precipitation mode on that. This looks a lot worse is because this is a radar that does a really great job looking at wind and a so-so job looking at precipitation, but it's for the Memphis airport, so checking out wind shear is what it's supposed to do. So let's get a storm track. We'll keep it about 40 miles per hour. And Gabe, I don't know if you can confirm whether that speed is still accurate on that. I have another way to kind of check the speed on that if we can. Give me a moment to double check that.
I had 45.
You had 45?
At least on those cells moving through the kind of central portions of our viewing area, those individual cells that this would align with.
Okay, so I'll say between 40 and 45 mile per hour movement on that there. Let's see if on this particular radar, if we have some of that rotation. Again, broad rotation still showing up on this one as well. Very near Highway 7 on the north side there of Holly Springs. So tracking that toward the northeast, I said about 40 to 45 miles per hour. And there's some times Atway, we're looking at about 431 for you, Hudsonville at 432, Lamar Mama Justice Doppler radar showing this getting to you by 439. Spring Hill 447, 453 Canaan, New Canaan 454, and Blackjack 455. This is some broad rotation on Mama Justice Doppler radar. I'm going to go back to that Memphis Airport radar, which has shown it a little more tight. But even there, what's interesting is that if I were making an argument on the direction, obviously you can see that I would say our rotation's moving this way. That is not the direction I just tracked it, right? Let's go check out that closer radar. Yeah, so the individual thunderstorm moving more northeast, whatever that is. And again, it's a long ways from being something significant. Let's change our angle on that. And let's address that and bring that more. I put it more this direction here. So adjusting those locations, Ashland, obviously we have a thunderstorm basically overhead, some gusty winds with that. If this were to do something weird, we'd be looking at for you to be 447 probably before it got there. Gravestown 455, as well as Blackjack and Wittentown at 457. But this is still a long ways from producing something like that. Again, severe thunderstorm warning we have out here, Senatobia, Tunica. This is going to be allowed to expire at 4:30 at the time where it's supposed to go away there. As we come south here, we're going to get back to checking a few different radar sites on a few of these thunderstorms back here. Still showing some very broad rotation on this storm here near Cedar Hill, between that and Eupora. Getting a storm track on that, and again, 45 miles per hour. What we'll say about 45 miles per hour on that. Eupora, we'd be looking about 447 for you if it kind of continued at that pace there toward the northeast, and really more east than northeast. Walthall 446, Mathiston 458. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynor has been watching some power outages here behind the scenes. We have not had as many of these, and I got to put the lightning back on to get kind of a good sense of that. A decent number of lightning strikes out of these storms, certainly in comparison to last night. 500 just on the screen here right now. Seems like a pretty high number. Our power outages starting to pile up a little bit.
They are, and in the areas that you would expect. So northwest Mississippi on our Entergy map, at least showing a few more of those towards DeSoto County. Very sporadic though, so this does tell me that it's more than likely some of those isolated wind gusts knocking down maybe a power line, a power pole, or some of those strikes actually reaching the surface as well. And for some of those residential neighborhoods towards the southeast side, actually south of Olive Branch, closer to Independence, that's where we're getting a few of those outages. And then as we look closer to, let's see, that would be closer to Highway 301, a few outages just out of the Arcabella Lake. So that's where we're getting a few of those reports. And then earlier on, we were tracking some towards Grenada. Looks like actually I said the bulk of it has been addressed, but unfortunately it does not look like that's the case. We're up to 480 outages there in Grenada. And the fortunate thing is down there towards Winona, it does look like that outage has been restored. Now earlier on, I did have an outage out there towards Winston County and continue to have that this evening, about 553 outages southwest of Louisville, closer to the Zama area and Vowel community. So that was from some sub-severe storms that are moving through the area. Perhaps, again, some of those lightning strikes reaching the surface. So Matt, that's where I think the power outages are stemming from so far. But what I'm paying attention to right now is specifically northwest Mississippi, as you know, some of those outages do start to populate in a little bit more. We'll have to look at some of those local power co-ops out there towards Holly Springs to see how that has gone so far. But, you know, it hasn't updated just yet. But, of course, power outages come after the storm, not during. And that's one thing that's unfortunate.
Absolutely. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynor there, you know, you mentioned up closer to Holly Springs. That's where Josh with North Mississippi Storm Chasers is. That's his camera that I have pulled up next to me here. A different way in which I can show one of these cameras. I'm going to pull up kind of our other version of Mama Justice Doppler radar. I pulled up Josh's shot because he is right here. So he is just south of that kind of area of broad rotation that we were looking at a moment ago there, north on Highway 7 out of the Holly Springs area. This is not a place where we typically have a ton of good cell phone service. I think that's probably preventing us from really getting much of a look at it. And looking from the radar there at the airport in Memphis, that little area of circulation is not super duper strong, thankfully. You know what? But what is also evident from this, on this non-severe thunderstorm back there, pretty much right on top of the radar site, you'll notice how this one again just is kind of moving on through. But one of the things I want to show you is that this is why radar is not perfect, and we are always, to a certain extent, guessing just a little bit, because you'll see that there's a couple little areas here we show near Stonewall. And watch how just the little interaction with the winds and everything going in front of it, you do have these little turbulent areas that spin up. So I'm not saying that these are tornadoes. What I'm saying is there's little spins out there that might not fully develop into a tornado that sit below the resolution of the radar. That's something that here in Holly Springs, it'd be too far away to really get a good angle on it. But when you're really close to the radar, that's there along 55, then yeah, you can kind of pick up on that, if that makes sense. So that's one of the challenges that we face every time we're looking at this. Radar is far from perfect, and so yeah. Anyway, so that's one of the reasons I like this kind of analysis radar we have behind the scenes here, is you can kind of see both of those and get a good solid look at that there. Back on the regular version of Mama Justice Doppler radar, kind of looking at some of the other thunderstorms. We'll just kind of look at the whole area as a whole. Luckily, at this point, we have no official tornado warnings at this time. And I'm just kind of looking at the wind mode every place. Yeah, there's some reds, there's some greens, but most spots, nothing that's really particularly concerning. The one spot we do have, again, some broad rotation here near Lodi, but the fact that we have the gray in the middle and so much gray in the middle says, yeah, maybe this is generally spinning, but there's a big difference between generally spinning and about to drop a tornado, if that makes sense. Big difference in that there. Looking north, the one that we've been kind of watching the most closely the last few minutes with a lot more lightning. And look at this. This is something to keep in mind here. You look for the white dots on here, those are lightning strikes. On the radar screen at this point, there has been 15,000 lightning strikes over the last 13 minutes. Cloud to ground lightning, over the last 30 minutes. That's a lot of lightning. And the majority of it has been farther north. Compare the lightning with the storm we're looking at. Okay, this one has some broad rotation down here close to Eupora, to the lightning that we have up here closer to Holly Springs, where it's just nonstop. That tells you that this is probably one we need to be paying a little bit closer attention to. So that's part of the reason we're doing that right now, watching this storm as it moves eastward with, again, that nearly nonstop lightning and at least some broad rotation there. The North Mississippi storm chasers are on it from looking at it here behind the scenes. Both Tyler and Timothy and Josh are all up there kind of monitoring that. Talking about the bases on these thunderstorms being very low. One of those chaser terms to say the bottoms obviously are very low. In a fairly saturated environment, that's going to be the case. It looks like that live shot is still locked up. So can't show that at this time, unfortunately. But I guess that's good, because that also means that there's nothing to show at the moment as far as that goes. So Gabe, I'm going to toss it back to you. I'm going to let you answer a few questions here for a moment as I kind of prepare a few things behind the scenes here. So I'll kind of pull that up for you as well.
Yeah, so continuing to just assess what's going on there in Marshall and moving into Benton County, that broad rotation that you were looking at just a moment ago continues to work its way up there towards the north and northeast. Now, one of the things that I was looking at behind the scenes to actually make sure that we had some of the directions right on this is overall, if you look at the let me put it on this 30-minute loop, that'll get the picture. You're getting these faster moving storms down to the south, where you look like you're basically wrapping around this base up here towards the western Tennessee area. So with the storms closer to western Tennessee, then they're going to move a little bit slower, but down the band, they have to be moving a little bit faster in order to keep up with that entire band. So it's going to be faster out here towards Pontotoc, towards Houston, compared to what they're getting up there in Marshall County. So that was one of the things with those speeds that I was working to get behind the scenes. And that's where it is going to be a little bit slower as that moves through Benton and now Tippah County. So paying attention to that, let's jump to that latest scan and get a storm track on that broad rotation. So as it is continuing to move in that, actually, let's make sure we have the motion on this right, as this has been a little bit of having a mind of its own. So that looks like it's almost heading directly east at that point. So that's how we're going to treat it. We might have to do an updated storm track here in just a moment. So let's get it on that latest scan. And let's put a storm track on this. I'm going to give a little bit of a northern tilt to it, but overall, I think that's pretty good right there. We'll go at about 35 miles an hour. Snow Lake Shores, you're seeing 448, Ashland 454, Canaan 502, and Blackjack by about 504 as well. So as you can see, that's that area of broad rotation that we were talking about just a moment ago. We are still getting some of that shear to show up, and that shows us that there is some rotational loft that this is picking up on there on our Mama Justice Doppler radar. Now, hail swath, getting some of that possible hail as well, and that also shows a sign of a rotating storm. You know, some of that rotation could produce some small hail as a result. So far, reports have not been, Asia saying we're power flash on and off in Algoma, so that's something to pay attention to is those power outages. I'll work to get that here in just a moment. But one thing that is reassuring, at least, is we've not gotten any reports of damage. And it's been a while since we've gotten a report of hail. That one in northwest Alabama was our only one of the afternoons so far here in our coverage area. A little bit up north, I saw some folks mentioning Missouri. Missouri got some large hailstones as well. Now, I see a lot of folks asking, well, what about Holka? What about Itawamba County? What about, you know, these areas that are basically right there in the middle? This is a welcome sight, all things considered. When you have this large amount of thunderstorms, that is going to therefore limit that severe weather potential. If it was just one or two cells and they were able to eat up the energy we have in North Mississippi, then we'd be seeing a much more primed atmosphere. But overall, we're getting that heavy rainfall, we're getting a large output of lightning, and potential for some of those small hailstones. That's where those purples are that are showing up. That's what's indicated by our peak impacts there for any of that small hail potential. But as we look at that, let me actually take it over there towards Franklin County, Alabama. Does look like that's a more impressive signature there for some large hail. So where we're going to do that is use our True Shield Roofing hail swath. And yeah, you're getting a look at that track right there through, oh man, I am blind as a bat, towards Scottsville. Is that actually what it is? Sweet. Vina, and then up there towards the Glasgow community.
Yes, Scottsville.
Okay, sweet.
Yeah.
Oh, there's my new town for this event. So working its way up there towards Franklin County, Alabama, not impossible to get some of that small hail to develop. Now, one thing I will do on this real quick is take this into 3D mode to get a look at that vertical development, because this is going to help us assess, you know, how that hail is falling, if this is still an intensifying thunderstorm or if this is going to start dumping out some of that small hail. So clearing off some of that reflectivity, trying to get some of that purple to show up. Yeah, I mean, it's not impossible there that we're getting some of that hail to develop. Now, you're getting that right there towards the Atwood community, the Vina area, that beginning to work its way more into Franklin County. As we put it on that loop, we can kind of see how this has developed a little bit more vertically. And let's see if it is still strengthening. We're still seeing that updraft climb. I don't think this has dumped the hail just yet. So I think this is still an increasing thunderstorm, increasing in regards to that hail threat. So paying attention to that. And as we look further we can take it out of 3D mode on this, because as that continues to move up there towards the northeast, that's one to pay attention to. Let's bring it back to our 2D mode real quick and bring it back to more of a vertical view and track this one out as it does move in that northeast direction. This is one that I would increase the speed a little bit on. So let's actually bring it right there. I'm going to do it right along that leading edge. And let me make sure this is on the latest scan so that way it doesn't keep jumping on me. So we're going to go right there, all the way across. We're going to take that up there. We'll do about 38 miles an hour just to make sure we cover that. And this will continue to move in that northeast direction. So we're seeing Glasgow Corner 444, Duketown 445, Nicks Mill 445, Liberty Hill 448, the Rockwood area 453, Isbell by 457, Russellville 459, Fairview 503, Jonesboro 506, and Waco closer to about 507. This has the potential for some of that large hail as it does move further into Franklin County, which is under that severe thunderstorm watch. That's where we could get potentially one of those severe thunderstorms to develop. So what's new? Well, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that's in place until 5:30, encompassing parts of Alcorn County, Tippah County, even out here towards Benton County, and I believe Marshall too. It does include on that latest one to accommodate for some of those stronger thunderstorms. This is where we saw that rotation earlier on. Let's jump back into this storm to see if we can get a visual on that rotation. I'm going to have to turn lightning off. I apologize. That's just a lot of strikes on there. And we're going to swap this over to our Memphis radar site. Doesn't look as impressive. Let me make sure. Yeah, it's still there. It's still there, but it doesn't look as impressive as what it did a few scans ago. Definitely a welcome sight, all things considered. But You know, Matt, it is still broadly rotating. That one newly warned till 5:30, right along Highway 72 for folks right along the Tennessee state line. So that's a storm to continue to pay attention to, but definitely seeing some strengthening on some of these storms moving through North Mississippi.
Absolutely, absolutely. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynor talking through some of the warnings as they stand as of now, 5:42. So let's kind of reset things here for a moment. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Waupon alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynor there in our downtown Tupelo studios. We're watching a new severe thunderstorm warning that's been issued for locations up near the Tennessee state line. It does include Ripley, parts of Alcorn County now, a good chunk of Benton County, much of Marshall County, even all the way back to DeSoto County in that warning. Those storms have had a little bit more of a history, some strong wind gusts up that direction. As we change over our radar site on Mama Justice Doppler radar to the radar based out of Monroe County, there's a lot of folks in the chat. They're asking, what about my location? Why haven't you mentioned it? Let's talk about something. There's plenty of lightning, so there's going to be lots of boomers. Lightning, the thunder that accompanies it. I heard one of the loudest claps I've heard at my house right there just a second ago. That's not what we're concerned with here. We're doing this coverage because there remains a tornado watch in effect for the northern part of Mississippi. This is not something that comes from Mississippi Live Weather. This is something that the folks at the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma have put out for us. National Weather Service as well, two arms of the government. So forecasters looking at the broad scale saying it's possible here. Here's what you need to know on our opinion. I think it's a very good likelihood that most of us do not face a real significant tornado threat tonight. But could we see one tornado pop up out of this band here? Yeah, I think that's a possibility. Now, I will say, based on what we're looking at now, it's becoming less and less likely, unless something changes, that we're going to see that high-end wind potential. That is an improvement on this from where we've been before. But we have had pretty consistently some hail from time to time. And again, our largest hail picture that you sent in, True Shield Roofing, is doing a $100 gift card for that. But high wind potential, I think, is probably one of the main impacts that we see, but I'm just not sure we're talking 70 plus mile per hour winds. And again, maybe a brief tornado, a possibility out of this. So let's start south and work our way north, looking here at our various radar sites. We're going to have to change the radar site out of Jackson to be closest for what we have down here toward Carthage and Forest. These thunderstorms, again, below severe limits with the exception of the one we have there for Yazoo County. And Yazoo County, not one that we cover here on Mississippi Live Weather, at least not at this stage of the game, maybe at some point in the future. Let's make this a 1 hour loop. Let's make it move a little bit faster so we can get a better look kind of at that. The cluster of thunderstorms we have running ahead near Carthage, just a lot of heavy rainfall and a ton of lightning. That's one of the things Gabe mentioned a moment ago there. If we had the lightning strikes on just on this perspective here, we showed 2,200 odd lightning strikes over the last half hour. That's a lot. The wind mode here shows, again, some broad rotation, a few spots. Even if I kick it to shear where it's a little more aggressive, I don't show much. So let's slide northward and concentrate on thunderstorms farther north. Now, from time to time, we've had a few little blips here, blips there. Like, for example, that blip of shear that we showed near Starkville, that's not one that concerns me because it's been on for one scan. We look for things like that that are on for extended period of times. I don't even show really any heavier thunderstorms where that one is showing up there. We'll change it then back to our radar site based in Monroe County. And again, nothing that's really concerning there in Starkville. Nonetheless, we still have some lightning strikes there. Same thing in Columbus. We have some lightning strikes there. But, you know, we check for wind or rotation or anything like that. And there's nothing of concerns that I'm looking at there at all, really, out of any of those thunderstorms. So come back over here to the rainfall mode. Same thing when I'm looking Clay County. Same thing when I'm looking Monroe County. Yeah, there's heavy rainfall. If I were to check the cameras at Aberdeen, for example, for one, you know, we have rainfall around, heavier a little east of Aberdeen. The moisture is there, but it's too many thunderstorms. See, we have, thankfully, the opposite of what we had yesterday. So yesterday, our cap was too strong, and so thunderstorms couldn't break through. If you had gotten a thunderstorm to break through, you'd got a strong tornado. But we couldn't get a thunderstorm to break through, thankfully. Now today, we've got rainfall Aberdeen or Houston or really any other location out there that I want to click on a camera. It's pretty much raining everywhere. 70 there in Houston as well, so we'll pull that back down. But we have too many storms now. We have too much rainfall. There is not enough to hold things down and allow them to be explosive when storms occur. And that is limiting the tornado potential for us, thankfully. So it's kind of the opposite side of the same coin. And maybe somewhere in the middle is where we would expect to find ourselves with a more significant tornado threat. So thankfully, that is not something that is materialized to this point here. So let's go back again to our wind mode just to see if there's any suspicious little areas of rotation. And up here in Tupelo or Pontotoc or New Albany, again, I know we have tons of viewers in these locations waiting to say, what about my community? In fact, if I popped up that chat, that is almost always what people are asking, mentioning, watching there, where you're at in Saltillo or Blue Mountain or Tupelo or Crumtown. If we're talking about for any of you folks there, and I'm back here on rain. This is just rain. We have a tornado watch, but this is just rain. Looking at the wind mode here, there is nothing that concerns me at all. Looking at the wind mode for any of the locations I just mentioned, Union, Pontotoc, Lee counties, nothing in there. Itawamba County, Prentiss County at this point, or Tishomingo County that I'm looking at all. Now, there are other thunderstorms west. Things could change. But while these are loud storms, these are not severe storms. While these will sometimes cause power outages, and we have had some of those reports of power outages with these, we're much more likely to have issues with power outages as the lightning increases, but we're not likely to see tornadoes out of these in the next little bit here. Now, things eventually could change. So with that in mind, that's why I'm not really talking about it. Too many thunderstorms, not enough for the atmosphere to concentrate on one in any kind of really significant or bad way. But let's go up here a little farther north, and that's what we're looking at with these thunderstorms up here close to Ashland. And again, I skipped right over Oxford. Let's address Oxford here for a moment. Looking at winds, some spots there where maybe we have some broad rotation, maybe a little bit of shear with this. These storms are maybe a little bit more organized. Let's look at them from the Memphis area as well. Again, maybe some spots where I have some broad rotation kind of in the middle of this storm near Abbeville. Let's get a storm track on that just in case. But that's still a ways away from producing something that would concern me as far as a tornado is concerned. So let's, again, go a little wider on that. We'll track that 45, and there's some times, again, Abbeville over top of you pretty much in the next few minutes, and then going eastward from there. I'm going to leave some of those locations on there kind of in the track of this. Eventually, New Albany, that is heading toward you, but that's got a long ways and a major uphill battle before that would be something that could produce tornado. I think New Albany 527 we show for you. I just don't know that that's going to be the case. The only storm at this point here in our area that could potentially have what it takes is up here close to Ashland. And it even is in northern Benton County, a little less impressive than necessary, thankfully. But we do still show some broad rotation. Right there again near Ashland, that's where that area of broad rotation is. When we look at the shear, the rotation, there is just a little bit showing up, but you can see some splotches all over the place. That's not exactly a screaming endorsement, thankfully. Let's check the radar site from the Memphis Tower Doppler weather radar again, which is a little closer. Just north of Highway 4 where we have maybe just a little bit more rotation. And every spot I'm looking at this here is a somewhat underwhelming example of that. But let's get a storm track on it nonetheless. Again, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning here in Benton County. The spot I'm watching is right there where that line is coming out of that. So there is probably hail on the north side of this. This track is not for hail. This track is for any of the rotation that this storm has fairly consistently shown, but not actually really ratcheted up and produced. So looking at this, we're looking at 454 there for Ashland. Current time is 450. If I'm in Ashland, what do we need to know about this? First off, this is a strong storm. Should we be outside? Absolutely not. Let's be inside. Let's be in a safer location. In my house, I would tell my kids, let's stay away from windows. There's no tornadoes, nothing even resembling one right now, but I would tell my kids, let's stay away from windows because it's a thunderstorm. You never know if lightning's going to strike something's going to fall in the whole 9 yards. So it's better to just be, toward the middle part of a sturdy structure with any thunderstorm that's coming through. So I would say that definitely applies for folks in Ashland, Blackjack, Whittentown, Faulkner ahead as these storms move through. Checking our True Shield hail track on this, the hail has been maybe spotty at most. We just have not had a lot, I think, of hail potential on this as it's kind of moved through, but not impossible to maybe see a little bit of hail. But
Matt, we
again, that's
do.
not as impressive as what we had earlier on. And I'll bring Gabe in here for a second. Gabe has some information. Let's go ahead and talk to Gabe for a moment. Gabe, what you got?
So just outside of our viewing area in southwest part of our area, Yazoo City has a very large hail core on a severe thunderstorm tag that's just south of Attala and Holmes County. So worth keeping note on. Does look like it's moving a little bit more easterly, but some of the hail returns on it were pretty big. And now no verification at the surface, but that's the potential that it does have.
And that one's out by itself. Anytime a storm decides to become a loner and go out and do its own thing, that's when we, pay close attention to it, right? And one of the interesting things about this is formed back on the backside of, this other cluster of storms, but you can't see how it is cleared out. And this is what opens the door for additional storm development this evening. We don't expect, I'll be perfectly honest, I never think highly of a second round of storms right after a first. But this first round has produced rain. It has not been a major severe weather producer. So it would take something more significant kind of rotating through. Now, this storm, the one you mentioned down here toward Yazoo City, and looking at that hail, again, the hail threat on that remains pretty significant. Estimations on that one up in excess of 2 inches. So there's a whole lot of reasons to pay close attention to this. And it is broadly rotating, though in this case, I'd say the hail is the biggest and most significant impact that storm will have. So yeah, as you mentioned that there near Yazoo City, and moving that eastward, we'll say 40, 45 miles per hour. That eventually probably clips Pickens and southern Attala County. Tracking that eastward, we'll see if we can pull up that specific storm track here. Give me a moment to get that up. And we'll take that eastward, we'll say 60 miles, because that one's more likely to probably hold on for a while. And eventually we're looking at, say, Zimley there at about 546, Bulatush at 547, Forest Grove 507, Thomastown close to about 549. And Gabe, you've been looking at, power outages for other locations. You've also been looking at what people have been sending in as far as storm reports are concerned, right?
Yes, and this is what a lot of the views are, is just those dark, gloomy skies. Honestly, kind of a welcome sight seeing this much stratus cloud here in North Mississippi, because that's limiting that severe weather potential as well. Now, there is still a ton of energy. That was out there towards Boonville, submitted there by Genedy. And then if we do have one looking there towards Mantachie. So this is going to be more of those heavy downpours. I mean, you might even hear it here at the studio. One thing that happened about 5 to 10 minutes ago, lightning struck not too far away from the Mississippi Live Weather Studio, and I was very glad that we were able to stay up and stay live, but my stuff did flicker for a moment. So from what I've seen, that has not affected the stream, and it shouldn't, but glad that we're still up and running here in the Room to Room Weather Center. So lots of those reports, even some of those scary clouds out there, scary looking clouds, I should say, out there towards Coahoma County. This would have been earlier on. But even the sky is telling us the story here in North Mississippi of those gloomy, rainy days, giving us exactly what we need in heavy rainfall. I mean, we're in a deep drought still, and that drought monitor coming out Thursday should look a little bit better due to this heavy rainfall. But of course, that's one of the things that I've been looking at here behind the scenes. One other thing that I've been looking at are those power outages. This one going to be primarily Louisville over there towards Attala County. I am curious how this will update once that storm does move through towards southern Attala County. So paying attention there. Entergy showing a few more of those outages out there towards, I gotta scroll down, so let the technology work with me. But out there closer to, this would be closer to Holmes County, a little bit south of there towards Durant, and we have still a good amount of outages south there of Winona. This would have been where some of those thunderstorms worked through earlier on today. That was about 229 customers affected, and Durant showing close to, let me see if that'll pull up, 176 outages right there in the town of Durant. And as we work our way south there towards, I believe that is Pickens right there, some of those outages, just a few sporadic outages overall, and Carthage even getting a bit as well, about 94 there. So very sporadic, and that basically means there's a lot of lightning, and when that lightning reaches the surface, heard it here at the studio, or reaches the ground, I should say, then that's where we do get some of those sporadic outages. So overall, that number is continuing to climb. Looking at the overall coverage of poweroutage.us, you can see that we are up to 4,000, actually I'm blocking it right here, 4,597 customers out across North Mississippi as that number does continue to climb. And actually looking at this, one thing I'll have to look at behind the scenes, Matt, will be those outages that are towards Northwest Mississippi, Tunica County. Actually, I have it pulled up right here. Let's actually just jump over to Tunica County so we can get a good look at what has taken place, because that was where those thunderstorms were working through earlier on. So as that does continue to work, I might have to restart this computer, honestly. But as that does, Matt, you might have to take over. Technology's struggling back
I'm going to go and take over because the new severe thunderstorm warning coming down for the Oxford area here in the next few minutes for the southern part of this line. We're going to actually start our 5 o'clock broadcast here a couple minutes early to accommodate that. Mississippi Live weather at 5 starting here in just.
I have been going to Tupelo Smiles my whole life. When I was a kid, I was unhappy about some uneven coloring on my teeth after getting my braces off, which at the time there really wasn't a fix. I was recently made aware of a solution that would totally fix it, which is exactly what we did. They not only heard my concerns, but they never stopped looking to solve my problem, and that's why I love Tupelo Smiles.
Mississippi's trusted weather experts. This is Mississippi Live Weather at 5.
Welcome to Mississippi Live Weather at 5. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. We are tracking showers and thunderstorms again this afternoon. To this point, we have missed out on the worst. And man, oh man, please send me an email tomorrow telling me how glad you are we missed this one. I'm really hoping that's the case. Now, we've talked about how none of this has been high confidence for tornadoes, yet we have tornado watches in effect. It's not impossible to see some wind gusts in excess of 70 miles per hour, though we have had no reports of that. We have seen some hail in excess of an inch, not quite to an inch and a half in size, and rain has continued to fall for a lot of spots. As we mentioned, the highest confidence on the excessive rainfall totals over the course of this event, some in excess of 4 inches. We're definitely going to hit that, I think, by the end, where the rain has been, again, the most widespread. Looking over the course of the next few hours, we're really right now should be pretty close to the peak next couple hours here for as far as our severe weather threat is concerned. We have those tornado watches in effect until coming up at 10 o'clock for our Mississippi counties, and then severe thunderstorm watches 11 o'clock for our Alabama counties. But in either case, this is not a high-end severe weather event, and hopefully that is a way of describing this that does continue going forward. Looking at Mama Justice Doppler radar, we're down here closer to locations around Yazoo City. A severe thunderstorm warning there. Woodlawn 501, Benton at 503, Yazoo County till 5:30 under severe thunderstorm warning. Large hail, maybe some gusty winds. Any rotation is broad. No significant threat as far as that's concerned. A new severe thunderstorm warning, though, has been issued for locations up here closer to the Oxford area, stretching from Oxford southward closer to Water Valley. This batch of thunderstorms here has been kind of strengthening the last couple of hours. And as we clear off that previous track, the wind on this remains one of the questions. Some broad rotation in some cases along the leading edge of this. A potential still that this could maybe try to spin up a tornado. But of our severe weather threats, I would say that the heavy rainfall is the biggest one, but there will be some gusty winds as well. We're looking at the teams in the field. We'll check in with our Easton Foster here in a minute as he is on the live Mississippi Live drive for us coming up here in a few minutes. As we track along the leading edge of this overall line here, stretching from kind of north to south, all moving about 40 miles per hour. It'll take me a while to get through some of these spots. But we show Denmark right now, Cornerstone right now, Winborn right now, eventually toward Lafayette Springs at about 5:08, Takapola 5:10, Sarepta 5:11, Etta 5:12, Myrtle about 5:14, Thaxton about 5:15. If we look farther down the road on this track, and mostly this is going to be non-severe, but there remains the possibility that perhaps from time to time it could produce some severe weather. Let's go ahead and we'll take it down. We'll kind of eliminate a few of those locations, and we'll say Blue Mountain by about 5:22, Algoma 5:30-ish, 5:29, Pontotoc around 5:29, Tupelo about 5:50, Saltillo close to right about 5:58, 6 o'clock for Boonville, and eventually Mantachie by about 6:13, assuming this continues to kind of head eastward at that speed. There are other locations, obviously, in that track, and I apologize I didn't mention every single one of those. Looking at the wind mode here, again, some broad rotation along the leading edge of this. And I do feel like in the last 30 minutes, that's something that has become a little bit more obvious. I think for one reason or another, the atmosphere working in a way that I'm getting a few little spots in here where we're starting to show some signs of a little bit of spin on this. So heads up that this is one we're going to a batch that we're probably going to have to watch more in the next 30 to 45 minutes versus where we have been at this point here. Hopefully that's not the case, but that remains a possibility. And then if you have a hard time seeing the graphic through all the lines, that's the lightning strikes. 3,500 in the last 30 minutes have shown up in this portion that we're looking at here. As I'm checking out the wind mode from both the Memphis radar site as well as our radar site down in Monroe County, a couple spots that still do catch the attention out here. Again, closer to maybe Hickory Flat, and then back up east of the Ashland area, depending on exactly which one of these we're kind of looking at there. But I do think we've seen some cell mergers that hopefully reduces some of the severe weather potential on this a little bit. So let's go ahead and track this eastward. On the northern part, again, this is probably moving about 40 miles per hour. And we're talking out here for Tippah County under severe thunderstorm until 5:30. Same for Benton, same for Alcorn County until 5:30. You can see some of the times on your screen. Of course, moving Collegiate, we show about 5:11. Blue Mountain, 5:20. This is mainly gusty winds. There's maybe some broad rotation with this. Ripley at 5:23 for you. And getting close to the Silver Springs there, about 5:34. If that were to make it east far enough to say, get all the way to Corinth, for example. Let's take this a little farther east. We'll change the size here just a little bit. We show that it would take into Corinth till about 5:43 before it got to you. Rienzi about 5:57, Boonville 6:02, Burnville about 6:14, and Iuka somewhere around 6:26. A couple ways we're going to assess these thunderstorms as we kind of clear everything off on here. We're going to check out some of our cameras. We mentioned Oxford a minute ago. We'll kind of start with Oxford and then kind of move from there on our various cameras, showing again that mix of cloud cover on our Phoenix Building Solutions camera there in the Oxford area in Lafayette County under a severe thunderstorm warning. The strongest storm, though, east of the Oxford area. So, you know, for parents of kids going, hold on, tornado watch plus warning, what do we need to know? Just know this. It's past the Oxford area at this point. All the kids live in Oxford. All the adults and everybody else lives in Oxford. We're okay. We're in good shape. With this one, it's on the eastern side of the county in particular that we are looking. Camera, we're going to slide down to the spots down there in, I don't know why it's still querying Tippah County, but we're down here in Yalobusha County with this. A severe thunderstorm warning for the northern part of Yalobusha County with this. Pittsboro, we're kind of looking through a shower here. We might have to swing this camera a little bit to get a better look at that. So give me a moment to kind of do that as we look again northward out of this. Pittsboro, H-I-J-K-L-M-N-O-P. It'll take me a little bit to remember my alphabet to get in the right spot. So right now this camera is, I think, looking in the wrong direction. Now we need to look a little bit more toward the northeast. So we'll point it, excuse me, northwest. So we'll point that more toward the northwest. Well, that looks a little interesting. Hold on, let's keep going a little more with that. Give me a moment here for this to update. Okay, so let's talk first off about what we're looking at here. Now, this looks rough. Here's what you need to know. Most of this stuff you see in the foreground here is what we call scud clouds, just kind of lifting up. Now, that, to the untrained eye, it's easy to say, hold on, that's moving, that's low-hanging, that could be a tornado. That's not what this is. Let's be clear, that's not what this is. In saying that, I'm interested to see what radar looks just beyond that, because if I'm just looking at the radar inset on here, that looks more impressive than it did a minute ago, pretty much right there in the direction we would be looking, because it looks like there's a little bit of a notch there showing up as well. So I'm going to get off the radar inset and go back to the true radar and slide southward on that one. That's the one, again, northwest of Bruce there. Let's check out the wind mode from Memphis, which is what we're looking at. Broad rotation there. Wind mode from Monroe County does not show the same quality of rotation at the same spot I'd be looking at there near Highway 32 in Pine Valley. We do have a storm chaser there with North Mississippi Storm Chasers that tends to stay in that area there. Looking at that, I think I'm not seeing a whole lot on there from their folks at this point in time either. So that's good. But again, a few spots in here where we have some broad rotation along the leading edge of this line of thunderstorms here. As we mentioned a moment ago, we do have, as I'll bring it back on the wider shot, tornado watch that remains in effect. That tornado watch is until tonight at 10 p.m. It includes all locations here in blue until 10 p.m. tonight. Likely to see some cancellation on the west side before 10 p.m. though. We have a severe thunderstorm watch for locations out in West Alabama. Those are the counties in green that we depict here, and that's in effect until 11 o'clock. In either case, the thing you need to know when we start talking about watches is that means ingredients are in place that could produce something. And so ingredients in place that could potentially try to produce severe thunderstorms or a tornado, a possibility with this. Coming back here, we talked about the first 12 a minute ago, so I'm going to zip ahead to Mama Justice Doppler on a wider scale, kind of set a broader setup. So we break this down a little bit more than where we have been the last while. We've been just in complete severe weather mode and kind of give folks a better idea what happens from here. We have some stronger thunderstorms back out there into Oklahoma and North Texas. They're along this front. This frontal system will swing eastward. The expectation is that the strongest of those storms should swing eastward and southward there, more aimed down toward Greenville, eventually Kosciuszko, and locations closer to Canton and that direction. That is the expectation, that mostly should stay south. You can see that there are some warnings along that. When we talk about the severe weather threat, a lot of our severe weather threat that we have is based around the idea that we would have filled in probably a few more storms than we have here. So with that in mind, the severe weather risk still shows up, similar to where we've had it all day long. They, for a little while, did have a level 4 out of 5 severe weather risk for locations back there into Texas because, in particular, of the hail potential, just the extreme of hail potential with this. For us, the tornado potential is more limited, and significant tornadoes, do not have a high confidence level in us seeing those. It would take something different, something filling in that outlook back into Arkansas for that to happen. Significant wind. Wind potential is there, but the dark blue is the significant wind. Still not impossible to get a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. And the hail, certainly that bullseye is to the west of us. Coming up here in 60 seconds on Mississippi Live Weather, we're going to dig back in the radar. We're also going to look at Futurecast, where we go from here as far as storms are concerned through the evening. That's coming up here in 60 seconds as Mississippi Live Weather continues from the Room to Room Weather Center.
At First Choice Bank, we know you can't always make it before the bank closes. With our integrated teller, you can talk to a live person as late as 7 p.m. on weekdays and noon on Saturdays. It's not just an ATM, it's an ITM. First Choice Bank, your choice for banking.
How do you know if your roofer is actually telling you the truth or just trying to sell you something you don't need? I'm Chris with Absolute Restoration. When we come out, we don't tell you what's wrong. We show you with photos, videos, and documentation. You'll see exactly what we see so you can make your own decision. And we back our work with a 50-year warranty and a 25-year algae warranty. Plus, no cost upgrades with 0% financing and no payment for 6 months.
For the first time anywhere, a digital-only weather source has been nominated for not one, but 2 Emmy Awards. This is the 25th nomination I've been humbled to receive over the years, and while accolades are great, we're just proud to deliver the weather coverage that you deserve. Thank you, North Mississippi, for supporting us here at Mississippi Live.
Right now, from the Room to Room Weather Center, here's Mississippi's Chief Meteorologist, Matt Lobhon.
Welcome back to Mississippi Live 5. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopon. We are tracking storms moving into Pontotoc County. Severe thunderstorm warning for Pontotoc County, one of the locations people are asking in the whatabouts. And we do our best to try to answer as many of those as we can. But the reality is that some locations are in a little worse shape than others at this time. Pontotoc, you can see with the inset there on the screen, we're still ahead of this. It's just heavy rainfall. We're going to be watching things as this moves into and through Pontotoc County for you, into Lee County locations also to the east of that. Tracking, again, that portion we mentioned before there in Pontotoc County. This is not as strong as some other spots in this line. We'll show that on a path that does take it into some fairly highly populated areas out here into eventually Lee County. We show that, again, progressing eastward. A severe thunderstorm warning for you until 5:45. That does also include, of course, all the folks there in northern Calhoun, far eastern Lafayette, Union County, parts of Benton, Tippah County is also in that. I think Prentiss is left out still at this point on the warnings there. So there are some times as that moves eastward there toward the Pontotoc area. Heavy rainfall, gusty wind, but we're not talking about any super large hail. Look at the hail swath. We don't have anything showing up on our True Shield hail swath. Looking at the shear, we don't have any obvious significant rotation threats with this. It's mainly just gusty winds and obviously the heavy rainfall for you. Going up the road here, looking toward New Albany. Again, we have not talked a ton about New Albany. New Albany, one of those locations under a severe thunderstorm warning that same morning in effect until 5:45 p.m. If we go just down the road there and check out our locations here in the Blue Springs area, it's just people traveling on the road. Again, it's ahead of that severe thunderstorm there. 68, the current temperature there in Blue Springs at this point. We're still kind of watching and waiting. You know, these storms will eventually move, the severe storms, toward the Tupelo area. Our Mitchell Cunningham and Bowling Skycam just showing rainfall at this instant there as well, ahead of any of the severe thunderstorms. And there's a good chance that many of us, if not most of us, do not see significant severe weather today. Thankfully, that is the way this probably plays out, despite the fact that we do have, if I pull off all of our advisories and alerts here for a moment for you, we'll pull them right off the map. That does show that, again, tons and tons and tons of lightning strikes and these tornado watches for our Mississippi counties in effect until 10 p.m. For Alabama counties out here, for Franklin, Marion, Lamar, Pickens, Fayette counties, etc., until 11 p.m. tonight as storms start west and move east. What I have highlighted here as well are just the lightning strikes, just the absolutely absurd 13,000-ish lightning strikes that we have had. That from time to time causing power disruptions in their own right. Looking again at when we start putting on the percentages there, and I'll have to pull off the watch because it looks similar. The majority of our power outages we've had down here, Winston County, stretching back again toward Yazoo City, up north toward Greenwood there. When we check out statewide power outages to get an idea on what the statewide total is as opposed to independent ones for just a moment here, we're looking at about 5,000 statewide power outages versus 12,500 into Arkansas and about 1,000 there into Alabama, and sitting about 12,500 up into Tennessee. So doing a little bit better than some, but of course we will have more thunderstorms moving in over the next few hours, increasing the odds that we have additional reports of power outages there. And put our warnings back on and put our storm reports back on here. And the hail that you see there, I believe that was one of the hail reports from earlier today. I'll double check that. Yeah, that hail report from earlier today. Checking to see if we've had any reports coming in from you as our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor. He's been looking behind the scenes. You can submit your pictures to us using the Mississippi Live Weather app. The easiest way to do that, scan the QR code that you see on the screen right here for Android and iOS devices. I'm going to bring Gabe in here, who is back in our downtown Tupelo studios. As he mentioned a moment ago, a decent amount of lightning there as well. And Gabe, what are you kind of seeing come in?
Well, I had to restart the computer, and I just realized that the program is off right now. So if you give me 2 minutes, I'll get that pulled up so I can show these reports.
Okay, we'll go ahead and do that there. We'll give Gabe a chance to do that. And I think that's a perfect opportunity here while I get something else set up to remind you that probably the best way to ensure that you and your family are safe when severe weather is kind of moving into your area is to make sure to check out Weather Call. It is a personalized tornado warning system that'll call you if tornado warnings are issued for your area, call you back if they're confirmed, call you for severe thunderstorms, call you if there's flash flooding. So a good way, again, to stay ahead of severe weather. It's what I have for my family and certainly what I recommend for yours. I'm going to, before we hit Gabe, we do have our Ethan Foster there on the live drive down, kind of checking out again the roadways wet there. Ethan, where are you at? You don't have to go too in depth on things. Just curious where you're at here, as it looks like about what every other camera here in North Mississippi looks like, right?
Yeah, Matt. Passed through Wren about 5:15. We're about to kind of hit the junction that would take you to Amory or take you to Aberdeen here if you were traveling north on 45. But definitely the constant has been lots and lots of rain. Surprisingly enough, I have not noticed really a ton of strong winds, so that hasn't really been too much of an issue. I did notice one or two trash cans knocked over, but the majority of them were standing upright. And, lots of slick roads, lots of traffic on the roads, everybody pretty much going a little under the speed limit to try to stay safe. A couple of flashers on, but it's been raining pretty much the whole drive from Tupelo to where I'm at now. It's just been varying degrees.
Okay, so I mean that sounds like the best case scenario here. And sometimes we laughed at the trash can analogy, but the reality of the situation is that's kind of a realistic way to kind of judge the situation here. Is like if there's a bunch of trash cans knocked over, and again we've had multiple rounds of thunderstorms today, but that's just kind of one way to tell. Hey, have things been a little bit rough? Well, check the trash cans, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I like to put things in as simple terms as to understand because, as everyone would know, I'm no meteorologist, but I can definitely look and see and tell you what I see. And everybody's got a trash can. So whether it's standing up or lying in a ditch somewhere, hopefully you know what your trash can is out doing tonight.
Hopefully you know what your trash can is out doing. Wise words from the wise Ethan Foster. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Ethan Foster there. Hey, you know what though? But that's the reality. What was the old phrase back in the day? Do you know where your kids are? It's 9 o'clock. Do you know where your kids are? Well, that might have been your time too. Anyway, appreciate that, Ethan. Again, and Ethan mentioned he was a little bit surprised that he hadn't run into a lot of strong wind. There has not been a ton of strong wind with these so far. All these lead storms. This is just big, massive storms, right? This is all sub-severe, below severe levels. There's nothing in this that really concerns me as far as severe weather is concerned. Any of the reports you see on there from storms we had earlier. Most of the reports we've gotten or most of the areas we've had to watch have been kind of on the backside of this kind of line here. That's like, again, north of Yazoo City, we've got another storm there we're now looking at. It's really on the backside of this line where we've kind of had, I think, things a little bit more in place for them to get a little stronger. Let's go on the south part of this line here for a moment, and then we're going to briefly hit up Futurecast, then we're going to check back in Gay. But near Bee Lake and Blissville there in Lexington, that storm getting a little bit stronger. Obviously, one south there is the strongest of those. Let's make this a loop here over the course of the last 30 minutes. The 45 minutes to an hour. That one's getting a little bit stronger just east of Silver City. Let's get a storm track on that one because it's kind of on the back end of this. You might say, why that storm of all storms? Well, these storms on the back end are the ones that sometimes do weird things, and I mean that in the least positive way possible. So that, again, moving there toward Blissville, again, 522 West Hill, about 547. So we'll see. We'll check back in at that one here in a little bit if it continues kind of at that pace. Bringing it back up north here, looking at our severe thunderstorm warnings up here closer to Pittsburgh and Bruce. Looking at the wind on those and just kind of the rotation. We briefly had a little bit, and there's some spots. It's kind of a chunky looking velocity image. And by that, I mean there's kind of little blocks here where it's like, well, hold on, is there something going on there? None of these are strong enough at this point to be any kind of warrant a tornado warning or necessarily produce damage at this instant. But clearly, you're in the field, you're at your house, and if you have damage, report that in using the Mississippi Live Weather app, and that will certainly redirect us as necessary. The newest severe thunderstorm warning till 6:15 now includes Prentiss County. It also includes Alcorn County, Tishomingo County, and then northern Lee County there under severe thunderstorm warning for this kind of northern end of this line. We have not had a lot of reports of severe weather from this to this point. And again, most of the rotation has been pretty broad, despite the fact that we are under a tornado watch. So, I mean, we want to be in a sturdy structure, regardless of which of those situations that we're talking about. So tracking this about 40 miles per hour, giving some ideas ahead on this. So in the nearer term, Union, Tippah counties, the locations that are involved in this, you can see getting there closer to Union Hill by about 524. We're looking at Wallerville for you at 526. This is on the east side of New Albany right now. Kossuth, 526 there. Mound City, 528. 528 for Hightown. Again, those are all the short-term locations. If we go a little bit longer into the future there, we would take that closer to, say, Corinth by about 533, 540 for Jumpertown, Farmington about 540, Boonville 543, Burnsville 557, Marietta about 605, Tishomingo 612, Iuka at about 619. That's Doppler radar indicated gusty wind. I'm going to take it down just a little bit so I can clip Guntown in there. And Guntown, there's a time for you at about 5:51 if that continues kind of at that pace there. No tornadoes in this at this instant, and we are hopeful that that is the way that the trend stays on all of these thunderstorms. Let's get you some Futurecast. We've kind of promised that. Let's get you some Futurecast and what things are looking like from here. So we'll come over to Futurecast, should be on the same view here. And positioning's actually pretty good. First time we've said that. On where it kind of has this batch of thunderstorms. Let's kind of look at the comparison here. It does have a little stronger south. What I am looking for on Futurecast is what's going on out here into the Delta and Arkansas. How does this fill in with thunderstorms over the next few hours here? So again, our storm's heading eastward, and it does have some storms redeveloping, a lot of storms redeveloping by, say, 7:30 out here. Look how it just goes widespread everything storms. I mean, that's probably pushing it a little bit, but that's part of the reason why a lot of times when we have active weather like this, they'll start canceling out counties out of our tornado watch. The reason they have not is because models are aggressive on trying to redevelop thunderstorms back behind this here. And so that's I think one of the things that is kind of working on that there. In saying that, let's show an adjustment to what has happened here. So give me a moment to kind of pull this up. So our tornado watch right there, happening just in the last couple of moments. Make sure my time's right. Yeah, 5:19. The time's right there. And let's pull it back to just the tornado watch. So National Weather Service there in Memphis has chosen to cut out some counties out of the tornado watch this evening. Yalobusha, Lafayette, Marshall counties, they're cutting out of the tornado watch with the thought process, and this is something I was going to say in a second, but we'll look at with Futurecast in a minute. It's going to be really difficult for this next band to produce tornadoes. So we have seen some cancellations of the tornado watch. We'll see if Jackson decides to hold on to their counties. Jackson's counties are everything down here, Clay County, Lowndes County, Grenada County southward. So these are all counties that National Weather Service Jackson's in charge of. The whole point is Memphis went ahead and took a big chunk out of their counties there because of the way this is moving at this point. So if you want some good news, you want something work in the right direction, that's an example of that. Okay, now back to Futurecast for the next few hours here. Continuing to take this batch eastward. Looking at this, I don't have a lot of those that I would be concerned with trying to produce tornadoes or hail or, I mean, honestly, not a lot of damaging wind. I would say we can probably take that wind gusts to 75 off of the table unless something dramatically changes, and watch for the but in just a second here, because I think the but on this one is what happens with this complex back out into Arkansas there, because I think the model's going to probably kick out a big wind maker again toward us. But 7:30, 8 o'clock, I think it's reasonable that more storms could redevelop back out here. And again, this is why that flooding rainfall, when I showed you the threats, was our threat of greatest confidence there. And then this has kind of a big old line from Tupelo southward to basically Jackson that could have some strong wind gusts, and maybe even, admittedly, if everything goes the wrong way, you can get some wind in the right direction there in that 10 o'clock to midnight time period, or honestly maybe 9 o'clock to midnight time period. As that line kind of moves through, a few of those could have some rotation on it. So I'd say a non-zero tornado threat into tonight. But storms have very much underperformed the last couple of days. And let's keep on praying that that's the way things go into tonight. And then as we head toward early tomorrow, most of those thunderstorms out of here. So, and probably not redeveloping, though there is a chance a little later on in the day. I'm going to bring our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, back in here. He has been looking at some of your reports that you are seeing, that you have sent in and shared with us here. And of course, Gabe, you know, the best way to do that, people can use the Mississippi Live Weather app to send in those, whether it's hail, which is what we talk so much about, or in some cases, just clouds and roads and things like that, right?
Yeah, and updating current conditions as well. You know, a big road here in North Mississippi is Highway 7. And if you're looking to drive that over there towards Abbeville, that is where we do have those slick roadways. This reported by Teresa over there in Lafayette County. So keeping us posted on those road conditions. And as I look at those roads, please drive slow, Teresa. And for other drivers out there in North Mississippi, drive slow as well, because one of the biggest things we're dealing with right now is the amount of heavy rainfall. Seeing some of those drops actually fall in the picture there. This submitted by Andy of some of the heavy rainfall. And hey, I mean, let's be honest, the wind has knocked down a few things, primarily some leaves. So if that's the only reports we're dealing with right now, that is definitely a positive there. Big shout out to Andy for keeping us posted on what's going on, and then even more of that heavy rainfall as well. So Matt, reports pretty much non-existent, just going to be the heavy rainfall.
That's good.
Yeah, that's exactly what we want. But if you do have a report, submit it through the Mississippi Live Weather app, and that'll keep us updated, and we'll forward that directly to who it needs to go to.
And we have had some hail reports and things like that come in through the day, but we're talking about the current round here. Not a lot of damaging reports coming out of that, which is a trend that we hope will continue. Appreciate that, Gabe.
Sure.
As we look here at the severe weather risks going forward, I would say as we're updating our confidence level in these going into the evening, I'd say isolated tornadoes become less and less likely. Gabe, behind the scenes, we'll probably tweak this number for the next time we show this down to level 1 on isolated tornadoes possible. We'll probably come down to a level 2 on the severe gusts, and I would say some severe gusts on that, and then probably down to level 1 on the excessive hail size there, with the idea of some large hail possible. So I would say our confidence in all forms of severe weather and tweaking the verbiage on this, a good sign. All those things trying to ratchet this down a bit more. We'll get back to Mama Justice Doppler here in a minute. For those folks who want to know what happens from here, let's try to briefly kind of move through a forecast for the next couple of days. Tomorrow morning, while we could have some thunderstorms down south of the Golden Triangle, more likely to maybe see a few of those in the afternoon for a few locations like that as well. So drop-off temperature, I think we're 65, we're 74 by lunch, and 77 for tomorrow afternoon. Appreciate our partners there at IMPC for sponsoring our school day forecast, and all of our partners for working with us here on Mississippi Live Weather. I referenced that risk for storms tomorrow down here in this zone, south of US 82, Louisville back to Macon, back to Belzona and Kosciuszko. This is a spot where we could again have some additional stronger thunderstorms tomorrow. After starting off mid-60s, again, still somewhat warm, those are going to be the spots that probably recover the most as far as active weather is concerned. A cold front moving in, bringing less humid air to the region, and the northern half of the area, that is one of the things that should limit our storm development. But as we head toward noontime, notice, and guess what? It's that place I mention every single day. And trust me, I don't want to live in northeast Texas or southeast Oklahoma. Not that there's anything wrong with that Texarkana area, but I feel like I've done nothing but talk about it the last couple of days and say, look what's going on there. Because almost every time the projections are, look like what's going on there, and then watch where it goes from here, right? And so those storms, again, expand eastward. And if we see storms tomorrow, 3 p.m., not many here across North Mississippi, though we do have, again, that batch stretching here from Utah toward Macon and Philadelphia and Yazoo City. While the front is depicted on here as a little farther south, certainly our futurecast is saying maybe the individual storms could be slightly farther north than that as well. And those individual storms, again, spreading eastward, fairly widespread as we head toward 5:30 to 6 o'clock. Notice if you're out here in Water Valley or Tupelo or New Albany or Boonville or Corinth, we are probably too far north to have the rainfall and the storm chances tomorrow. But down here south of Eupora and Greenwood and stretching back toward Greenville, your locations where more heavy rainfall and another chance for storms tomorrow. So that does lead to a north-south temperature contrast here from 74 back there in South Haven to 81 in Houston, Amory, 82 in Starkville, and lower to middle 80s, obviously, from Kosciuszko back out toward around Aliceville. Then storm chances into tomorrow evening. Those slide away. Some lighter variety showers depicted here by Futurecast as we head into your Wednesday evening and Wednesday night. As we watch that front slide southward, it should move more of the unstable air a little bit south. In saying that, notice how my favorite location still has a few isolated showers and thunderstorms popping up even there as we head into Thursday morning with most of the storms down south of us. Thursday starts off with temperatures much cooler, right? Low 50s, mid 50s, upper middle 50s. A lot cooler than we've been the last few days. That's that drier air arriving. And one of the things that's going to be challenging in trying to push the moisture south and keep it south of us. As we check out Futurecast for Thursday, again, most of the moisture, most of the active weather south of us. But you can almost see on here where perhaps, again, the difference in our frontal position, if I were to put my front on and draw it specifically on where Futurecast has it, I'd say it's probably closer to here, where those storms are kind of initiating as warm air tries to move northward. Oh, look at that. My favorite spot has more rainfall for Thursday. More rainfall trying to make its way a little closer to us as we head toward a Thursday evening and a Thursday night there as well. So Isn't it funny how that works out? So those are the spots we'll be watching closely there. I'm going to bring it back in here to the digital room-to-room weather center here for a moment, and we'll show you that 7-day forecast, which has temperatures upper 70s for Wednesday. Thunderstorm chances primarily southern portion of the area. We might need to take that percentage up possibly, not just for Wednesday, but for Thursday, depending on how this is playing out for some of those spots there. Mid-60s by Friday, and more thunderstorms possible for Friday as well. Gabe, I want you to dig into that if you can. Look at Friday, and then I'm going to come back here and we're going to check out latest radar trends here in a second. But let's keep it kind of brief, like a 2-minute overview. Actually, I'll give you a couple minutes to kind of get that ready so that we can do that and look at the Friday situation. But let's come back here to our alternate version of Mama Justice Doppler radar. Kind of look at the wide shot here across the area. We just don't have a whole lot of storms kind of redeveloping back behind this. I apologize to bring up the browser here. Don't have a whole lot of live shots kind of developing back behind this there. Well, there's the beginnings of some of our thunderstorms back out there into Arkansas. So we'll see if those fill in by 6 o'clock. Obviously, we'll have a great understanding of that, or at least a better understanding of that. And then here's our severe storms. As you can see, the south part here is completely falling apart. That's why the warning allowed to expire there for locations Pontotoc down toward Houston. That's just very unimpressive, all things considered. Dry air is clearly kind of coming in and affecting that. North Mississippi storm chasers are on this. I do see a number of their reports showing up on this here, and kind of looking at that and our chat with them. They're not really seeing a whole lot of anything either. I say that, hold on. When was that? Give me a moment. We're going to try to find out the size on this. We have a pretty good size report of some large hail there coming in from a little bit ago. Also, a report coming in for this storm down around Yazoo City that we had. According to the emergency manager there, despite the fact it just looks really, really big and bad, most of the hail size was, smaller in size, just a large quantity of hail where we ended up having that. Again, you can join the conversation with us here on Facebook, on YouTube. We'll try to answer as many of those. I see someone mentioning been bad in Hatley area there. I understand that these have been loud. We want to try to keep things in perspective, and I'm a meteorologist, and maybe I don't think things are as bad as some other folks do as well. But when we say bad, let's be clear here about what we're describing. If I'm saying bad, I need to mean that this is a storm that's probably damaging something. It could hurt somebody, and that's the threshold that I would like for us to use collectively when we call a storm bad. What's the likelihood that this causes damage or hurt somebody? And I don't think that we have had those kind of storms in hours that is the case. The only storm that, maybe even is kind of somewhat remotely approaching that threshold would be kind of up here closer to say Benton, and really more Tippah, Alcorn, and Prentiss counties. And even then, if I look at the wind mode here on kind of our dirtier version of Mama Justice Doppler radar, in this case, I would just say it's not our prettiest version. But I still like this one. What can I say? I have maybe some broad rotation, some spots there, but I don't have anything that's super tight. Nothing that has me too terribly concerned looking at that there as well. So I would say the tornado threat is not one that I'm particularly impressed with on that. Okay, let's go ahead and check in with Gabe. Gabe has been looking at some things behind the scenes here. Gabe, are you going to be using the full-on models? Or are you using the other model? I see you in chroma key, so I'm going to assume that you're going to want to use. Are you ready? Let's go ahead and go to Gabe Maynor.
So one of the things that I wanted to talk about was Friday's rain chances, because over the weekend we dealt with the headache of positioning the low pressure system. Well, heading into the start of this week, and we were waiting on some consistency before that confidence really did climb, was where this low pressure setup happened. And as you can see on Futurecast, this is our American model here. We get some of that scattered action that Matt was tracking just a moment ago, with the heaviest portions off there to our south. But eventually, and we can see this with the jet stream as well, but I wanted to show Futurecast first because it's going to at least give you a visual on some of those rain chances in the area. We get into our Thursday, Friday time frame, and that's where you start to get this low pressure system that does form out into the eastern Texas area and eventually lifts north enough to where we're getting some of those showers and storms right here in North Mississippi. Almost have that warm front right over the top of us towards Tupelo, Birmingham, Atlanta. That's where we're going to be getting some of those heavier downpours, and that cold front back behind it that's driving that threat for areas along Highway 82 if this positions the way it has. And so far, the last couple of runs have been pretty consistent on that. But this was a change that entered into the start of the week, and we are looking for more consistency. And as you can see, those rain chances continue into the early weekend. But beyond that, looks like a phenomenal forecast. So one other way that we can do this is look at our European model. And this is the way that we look at long-range forecasts is we use our longer range models and look at the comparisons and how that positioning lines up. And all things considered, they do line up decently. The European, the only note with this pattern is it tries to keep it a little bit more towards the south. So there you get that low pressure center beginning to develop there by Thursday. And that's as it works its way into the North Mississippi area by Friday. That's where we will get some of that moisture building in right there. Right there was what I was looking for. And it's a little bit later in the day, but you do get enough of that warm front to build north to where we're talking rain chances, perhaps a few storms there Friday night into your Saturday morning as well. So talking about that same general time frame, there could be some alignment that needs to be figured out for the the exact timing, but generally going to be Friday evening, and storms are possible. But in regards to the unstable air, not exactly comparable to what we have right now here in North Mississippi. So
that's good.
Yeah, that threat does look to be a little bit lower, and that's a great thing because it's rain with a low severe weather threat, exactly what we need here in North Mississippi.
Man, that's exactly what we're hoping for. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynor, I appreciate that. You know, one thing that I just happened to see out of the corner of my eye that I was like, wait, hold on, is that really a thing? Is our camera there in Pittsboro? Bring that back up here with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. For a brief second, you can't really see it now, but for a brief second there, I actually could see a little bit of clear sky out there. That tells me that there are still some pockets of clearing that have kind of figured in with this as well over the last little bit. I'm going to see if we can check out the satellite perspective on this, see if we're getting a little clearing, and maybe that's one of the things, that is kind of helping perhaps a little bit of redevelopment on the backside of this. Let's go back over to our satellite here. And again, we do have that severe thunderstorm warning that we're still tracking up here. The 545 portion of that is going to be allowed to expire on time. But when you kind of see the blue there in Grenada and down out here west of Chula, those are spots where we do have little bits of this trying to clear. A lot of high-level clouds there that are still showing up. But yeah, there are some bits of clearing there. And then we're kind of seeing the tops of those storms there, that one back toward Chula that's gotten a little bit stronger as well. As we reset things here for a moment, I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynor. Current time is coming in right at about 5:39, now 5:40. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather, a 24/7 streaming weather service based out of the Tupelo, Mississippi area. We have severe thunderstorm warnings that we are still tracking up here near the Tennessee state line, the far northern portion of the state of Mississippi, stretching from Boonville back toward around Corinth. We have a camera that we're looking at here in southern Alcorn County. That one, like all of our cameras, has been stuck in the rain all day. Well, at least certainly for the last few hours here. A lot of lightning showing up on this camera. I say Alcorn South. You might describe it as Rienzi. You could. It's honestly Hinkle is probably the best way to describe it. And again, fast-moving clouds, yes. Heavy rainfall, yes. Gusty winds, yes. Tornadoes, no. Large hail, not that we've seen in a long time. And damaging winds, again, not an impossibility out of this. But beyond gusty winds, not an impossibility. Again, that we could have some issues there with that. Coming down toward the Tupelo area, no official severe thunderstorm warning down here in Tupelo, but the northern part of Lee County under one of those warnings, and you can't see looking toward the horizon. There is a little bit of clearing trying to show that direction there as kind of the mid-level showers move out. Hold on a second here. If I'm clearing that much, let me just make sure that we don't have some evaporative sort of cooling evaporation going on that's kicking up maybe winds a little bit more. No, nothing out there that I see at my house up here in the north side of Tupelo that's concerning. So that might be, hopefully that's not a thing. Let's go south here, because sometimes behind a big system like this, you can get some wind enhancements. I don't really see any of that either as well. So I think we're really kind of focused just right on that severe thunderstorm warning. So the answer, again, the question that comes over and over again in the chat, it's like, what about this location? What about that location? I appreciate those folks in there that will say, you know, we're doing the best we can. That's obviously what we're trying to do, to try to analyze this as quickly as we can for everybody. But I saw someone make the comment a minute ago, and they're right, that if we're not talking about your location, we don't have high levels of concern for you. In saying that, we're going to be watching out here toward Tallahatchie County. Give this about 15 minutes to see if this continues to strengthen a little bit there. But there's just been so many lightning strikes, 8,400 lightning strikes in locations that you see on the screen here. That's almost, between 8,000 and 9,000 lightning strikes in the last 30 minutes. So much lightning in Boonville, as that most recent comment there from Savannah said, and that lightning is what's causing the power outages that we are experiencing there. So let's come up here. We'll look close in, street level, from Corinth back to Boonville, and then we're going to look at that storm down south. Let's get going, and then we're going to look back out there, that storm closer to Water Valley. So Boonville, yes, heavy rainfall. We've got plenty of that. But if we go three-dimensional on this, that's been one of the things that you've probably seen us use multiple times recently. That's kind of how we can assess, okay, what is the hail threat like on this? These are not tall storms. My system's like, hold on, that's a lot of lightning. Let's pull that lightning off there for a moment, and let's kind of slice through this so we can walk right down the line and see, just in case it's hiding some larger hail up there. And I don't see anything that's hardly above 20,000 feet for the entire storm, not all the way up. So again, these remain low-topped, perhaps strong gusty wind producers. We have not had a lot of reports of that kind of weather out of this, and so I'm in no way convinced that that is what we'll end up seeing here. We do have some hail reports, though, coming in a minute, and Gabe will have some of those ready to be shown coming up here in a few minutes as well. But not necessarily from this specific batch here. The storm's out in Alabama. Again, I'd say below severe limits. Let's come south to what might end up being our strongest thunderstorm right now, which is the one we have over top of the Goodman area. Let's look at this one from down in Jackson. Again, no official severe thunderstorm warning on this, and that's the way this sometimes goes, where we take a look and start assessing these before they go severe. Look at the hail potential. That has come up on this somewhat more, as we show near Brosville there and approaching Lexington, about 1.5 inch sized hail. Let's double check here. Well, that is my chat with everybody else. So let's go ahead and bring in Gabe here for a moment to see what he's getting. What am I missing here, Gabe?
Basically just trying to get reports up from on the socials and things like that. So Caleb worked to send in a photo a moment ago from some of the storm chasers out there. So I'm looking behind the scenes waiting for that to come on in. But we did get some additional photos of just the gloomy skies. And I mean, we can see, well, that was earlier on, but just this wasn't necessarily scud cloud, but it does at least show the wispy nature of those clouds this evening. And that was out there in the clearing in Pontotoc once these storms did move on through. And then, and then we also got some of those gloomy clouds. Let me make sure the location on this. This would be Tremont. So again, a view that a lot of us have seen so far this evening, Matt.
Okay, appreciate that, Gabe. Our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard, there with that update. Again, send in your pictures. Again, in particular, when we start talking about hail pictures, that's where your picture could actually yield you a $100 gift card from True Shield Roofing. But, you have to send it in using the Mississippi Live Weather app. So if you do that, there's an opportunity for that. Otherwise, and you need to make sure you put it next to an item that's readily identifiable. By that, I mean either a ball or a coin or something where we know what size it is there and how large that could end up becoming. So again, checking our chat back and forth with you guys here and what you are seeing as of, again, 5:46. Most of these storms, again, remain below severe limits, but we do have a few that we are watching. For folks kind of looking at this, talking about Auburn, it's horribly thundering there. I have to emphasize this again. Lightning, there is not a correlation in this case between lightning and severe weather occurrence. In this case, there's going to be a ton of lightning under what are, the person mentioning the Auburn community up here, these are just showers, right? This is just rainfall. There's going to be a ton of lightning, and that's going to cause power outages, like mentioning there in Jumpertown. And I'm thinking not all the power outages are showing up on our maps there as well. So, so just part of the reason we're not talking about Fulton, we're not talking about Belmont and Iuka. You guys in Belmont and Iuka are ahead of some of these stronger storms, but Okolona or Houston, just not a lot out there to contend with at this point. Now down here, as we were talking about, this batch here closer moving toward Durant, this one is a little stronger, and this one does have a bit more in a hail potential, and we do need to get a storm track on this, and I did not while we were down here looking at this a moment ago. So let's get a storm track a little farther ahead. Let's go 60 miles. These have had a tendency to kind of hold on a little longer, and this might be a little too wide of a track there. And we'll go ahead and shrink down the number of locations where this is going over that period of time. Durant, we're looking at about 557 for you. Kosciuszko, 519. Ethel, 629 there. 702 Knox, Pater, and Louisville, about 703. This is Doppler radar indicated hail that's probably increasing in size. Probably some gusty wind. This is just in a zone where things have started to get a little bit more organized in the last 20, 30 minutes or so. These storms back building, and you can see this building of thunderstorms up farther north as well, even in the area, perfectly aligned in the area where they canceled the tornado watch. That's all it takes. They cancel tornado watch, and then the storms start kind of refiring up here as well. But I see someone mentioning Baldwin. I see someone mentioning Corinth. East of Corinth, where the strongest part of that line is at this point here. We're going to look more at these storms back out there towards Sardis and Water Valley here in a few minutes. But if we just kind of stretch it down to our most intense, just kind of looking at the peak threats, at this point, we're still at the scale where this is all just heavy rainfall. It does have one spot there south of Sardis where maybe we could have a couple of hailstones with this. But based on what we have seen today, that's probably not yet hail. And so this area here we show from Corinth to Boonville. I looked at Boonville a little bit ago. We're up here looking east of Corinth, and we're checking out the wind on this. Perhaps some gusty wind. I do think those strongest wind gusts are kind of moving into Corinth now. That's what this green all represents here. That's the stronger winds that are kind of pushing eastward out of this. We don't have a perfect line on this here, but this is probably along that leading edge. Still, it's very reasonable. Use blue. That's probably a decent color to kind of show the leading edge, the cold air and the strong winds. That is what's that nearly 60 mile per hour winds near moving toward Glens and Kendrick and High Point and Iuka and Midway and Tishmingo. You all are in the path of this storm and whatever it is bringing with it. And that very well could end up being some damaging wind gusts. Let's clear all that off. Again, any damaging wind gusts we expect to be sporadic in nature. Let's go and track that about 40 miles per hour, which is about as fast as these have been going. Go back to the regular rainfall mode here on Mama Justice Doppler. And so while that's where the wind shift is, just looking at the precipitation mode, I'd have it east of there. Let's put this in play here. Wonder if it's not too heavy. I think part of the issue is that there's some beam blockage. If you look, there's kind of a line that shows up right there the whole time. And that line that you see there is there's some trees down here that kind of blocking that. So that's what makes it look a little weaker than the reality of the situation. So as of 5:50 p.m., I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. I guess it was at 3:30 as well. But you're watching Mississippi Live Weather as we are tracking some scattered showers and thunderstorms. Most of these are below severe limits. I see Brianna out of the corner of my eye saying Columbus. Want to know about Columbus? We have not talked about the Golden Triangle. You know why? If I slide down to Columbus, nothing to worry about on this at this point in time. Now, there are some additional thunderstorms that are redeveloping, and these do look like these are more the kind of thunderstorms that would have some rotation with them. But I would say that rotation is going to hinge more on hail, but we're watching that for you in Kosciuszko. That's going to be one we have to pay close attention to. The storm's down farther south, closer to Forest and moving there closer to Meridian, a little heavier than what we have up north, but we're starting to hit kind of a lull here as storms are redeveloping. And that is something that earlier on in this broadcast we showed and talked about how the storms were going to potentially redevelop. Models were very sure of that. And just like that, over the last 30 minutes, that's what's happened. This is a 1 hour loop. And you can see most of the way through this hour, nothing. And then storms spreading in coverage, more heavy rainfall, kind of moving for spots back there toward Oxford and Sardis and Water Valley. Let's go to Batesville here, which has been a camera we've used a lot. Before we go Batesville, we're going to actually go to Iuka. Again, in the severe thunderstorm warning up there in Iuka, a severe thunderstorm warning that remains in effect, as you can see, until 6:15. We've had no indications that this has produced damaging wind in a while. That does not mean it has not, and just hasn't shown up well on radar. We do tend to look fairly high up on the thunderstorm. If we're in Iuka, this is always just about preparedness. Let's make sure we're in our safest location, the middle of a sturdy structure. The reality is that this storm is still on its way in, and there's more than a decent chance that this does not produce a whole lot of severe weather. Nonetheless, got to monitor it, we've got to watch it, got to prepare for it, just in case that is what it ends up at some point producing. I said we were going to go out there to the two locations back out there in Batesville, but I want to go to Clarksdale first. This is looking kind of into some of those storms. You could still see some of the low-hanging clouds there on the horizon. And despite the fact that we've had some thunderstorms around, the temperature is not a whole lot warmer than the dew point, but a dew point at 73, if the atmosphere loft is structured right, that still means that there is available fuel out there for thunderstorms. So additional development likely for locations back out here in the Delta the next couple of hours. Here's that Batesville camera that I was referencing just a moment ago. Again, looking into the north, some of those showers have kind of popped up. Whatever kind of steam that is, coming from there. Hopefully that's not smoke. Yeah, again, some of those showers building 73 degrees there in the Batesville area with showers and thunderstorms kind of all around. And our camera here coming in from the Oxford area as of now, we're at 5:53, shows just kind of dark and gray and not quite done for the day. Back to the regular rainfall mode on Mama Justice Doppler radar. Let's answer kind of some of the big questions. We will do a big reset here coming up during our 6 o'clock broadcast here for a minute. But I see Amy mentioning Farmington, multiple times there. If you are dealing with issues, please be specific on what it is that you guys are seeing on this here. Like I see someone mentioning, what about, specific, like someone said, Tristan just said help. Okay, well, help me understand, what it is that, and we'll do the best we can to try to answer some of these questions. But the reality is, for most of us, storms are below severe limits, and the severe weather threat remains limited. But as we've kind of alluded to, one of our strongest storms down here approaching Kosciuszko now has a warning with it as well. And this has been last 30, 40 minutes, easily one of our strongest thunderstorms that we've been tracking. We'll go to our camera in Kosciuszko to get a look at it as well, but a severe thunderstorm warning for folks here in Itala County until 6:45. So to answer the person that's been extremely persistent about Columbus and any threat that they have there. So it is entirely possible that some of these thunderstorms redevelop and we once again have more hail, wind, and maybe a very limited tornado threat with these. So is your threat over in Columbus? No. Is your threat imminent? Next hour? No. It's probably a couple hours away. And, everyone in between, it's the same story. If I'm saying that about Columbus, I'd say same story, Eupora or Houston or Bruce or Grenada, or even honestly up here to Water Valley. It's not inconceivable that some of these thunderstorms could strengthen and produce some hail. But the tornado threat was not high to begin with and is not high now. In saying that, North Mississippi Storm Chasers posting some pictures here in our back and forth chat. Some hail and wind damage from 7 miles southeast of Pickens from Stan with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. Let's show you what he sent in the last couple minutes here, again, of just, trees kind of shredded by some of the hail there southeast of Pickens. That would have been from the first of those storms that moved through with the big hail, not the one that we're tracking right now. So appreciate Stan with that shot. We'll come back to it in a brief second here. So that would probably be this first thunderstorm here that moved through. So Stan catching the damage with that storm that's kind of north of the Carthage area that's prompted the severe thunderstorm warning until 6:45 for Leake County. Also have kind of a twin warning up to the north for the storm just north of that. But that would be this storm here and the big hail that produced. And maybe it wasn't as much big hail as just a ton of small hail with that. But back here from Goodman, back to Chula, these storms are starting to mature. It's very reasonable the ones just north of that could as well over the next little bit. I had a 3-body scatter spike. I didn't see that until just now, which is a sign of, again, some very large hail potential on this. So this easily could continue to fill in with more thunderstorms in the next few hours here. So are you done? No. I would say in Columbus or Starkville or West Point, we're still probably going to have some storms ahead as we go into for some of those locations. Let's get a storm track on our storm down here closer to Kosciuszko, and then we'll kind of re-rack and get ready to do our 6 o'clock broadcast here in a minute. Gabe's going to show a couple pictures before that so that we can get that all ready to go. But this does have some large hail potential. That's one of what I'm going to track. There'll be some rainfall before this for folks there in Kosciuszko. But Gabe's going to go through some of those cities here. Actually, I'm going to go through the cities on this because I'm going to have to have links to be able to do that. But severe thunderstorm warning, as you can see there, for Attala County until 6:45. Kosciuszko for you about 6:17, the time where that could arrive. And so we'll be watching our camera there in Kosciuszko, obviously, very closely to see how these storms continue to evolve over the course of the next couple of hours. But Kosciuszko still watching and waiting as these storms approach your area. And appreciate our North Mississippi storm chasers. If you don't hear me say that enough, without them, it'd be difficult for us to pull off a lot of what we do. And we appreciate them for being our partners, both in the field and with this camera network putting up across North Mississippi here. Okay, now we're bringing in Gabe. He's looking at some of what you have sent in, some whether it's now or before, some of those hail shots. And again, you had a new one come in a few minutes ago, right, Gabe?
Yeah, so we're just basically getting in those pictures across North Mississippi of the gloomy, cloudy skies in Grenada, but we also are getting a pretty scary look, all things considered, that green showing up there towards Boonville. This was attached to that severe thunderstorm warning as that moved from Boonville more into Corinth. And luckily it looks like just rainfall here on the windshield, but of course that strength remains in place and more strength is still in the area, or should I say more unstable air is still in the area as the storms begin to fire up once again. Now this was a shot out of Vaughn, Mississippi, and this was from Lorien and Will. And as you can see right there, that is a pretty decent sized hailstone. That's upwards of about 1.5 to 2 inches there falling. And so that's where we talk about damaging hail. That's that potential that we're getting. So down there towards Vaughn, Mississippi was where that report did come in from. So appreciate those reports. That one, actually, can I go towards the north? Let me. That one right there, that's a very large stone. That's easily 2 inches, I would say. Of course, hand is more of a general rule of thumb, but coins, things like that can help us understand the size a little bit better. But appreciate all of those reports that do come in. Continue to update those right here on the Mississippi Live Weather app. So if you do have a report, submit those to us, and we will be glad to showcase those in our broadcast tonight and throughout the rest of time as those reports do come in. So that's the best way to report your damage, report any hail reports, and even send in pictures of the sky to let us know what you're seeing there on the ground. So as we continue to look behind the scenes, we're awaiting some of those reports. One of the things that we can look at right now is that, let me see if this will hopefully not reset it, the latest in regards to our sounding. So I have to drag this over. So as we look at some of those wind bars, we're still getting that.
Come on up here in a minute. We need to probably launch the 6 o'clock newscast.
I didn't know if you're ready yet.
Okay. Yeah, no. So let's go ahead and we'll start Mississippi Live.
Give the gift of a delicious burger from Bulldog Burger, a soup and sandwich from Sweet Pepper's Deli, appetizers and cocktails from The Grill, or even a wood-fired steak from Harvey's. Choice is the perfect gift. An all-in-one gift card from Eat With Us.
When CK Little opened his doors in downtown Corinth nearly 80 years ago, his plan was simple: deliver excellent service and exceed expectations. That's why we say a little gift goes a long way.
Mississippi's trusted weather experts. This is Mississippi Live Weather at 6.
Two severe thunderstorm warnings that we're tracking at 6 o'clock. At this point, we expect that one still has the potential to produce some damaging hail. The other one, I'm not convinced on exactly what it has the potential to produce, but we are going to probably redevelop some isolated thunderstorms over the course of the next few hours here. We talked about this. I don't know, Gabe, if we ever updated. It doesn't look like we ever updated the threat graphic here. So I'm going to go ahead and do that on the fly here for a moment so that we make these adjustments. First off, some damaging, damaging wind gusts. On that, I would say isolated tornadoes possible, and possibly some hail in excess of 1.5 inches. But the reality is that the confidence in these is the main thing that's been reduced going into this evening, more than even necessarily the impacts themselves. So confidence in us seeing, I'm going to keep the hail threat, the hail confidence level at 2. Every other one, we're going to make an adjustment. So give me a moment here. I'm going to take this and we're going to re-rack this specific graphic here for a moment to get that update for you for this evening. So we've reduced that tornado threat down. Again, level 1 confidence at this point here, despite the fact that we have tornado watches in place. Damaging wind gusts a possibility out of some of the strongest of these storms. And I left that hail size in excess of 1.5 inches. The spot where I'm watching and the hailstone you saw a moment ago, part of the reason for that, as we're looking toward locations down here south of US 82. In particular, this thunderstorm that's prompted the severe thunderstorm warning for Atala County in effect until 6:45 p.m. It's over top of Salis now. There has been a little bit of a split going on here, and at least with where this precipitation core is. And so that's what we're watching about 6:17 for you in the Kosciuszko area. We need to loop this and we need to slow loop this, and this can tell us some stuff about some stuff. What I'm trying to see is if this is breaking apart. See how that front part's breaking away? Let's watch this again. If we look three-dimensionally on this and that's breaking apart, that increases my concern that maybe this could be one of those rare ones that tries to produce a tornado. Let's look 3D on this. Again, we're a long ways away from that happening, but that's one of the signs here that maybe something could be changing. So if this kind of maintains the same height, and this is a splitting storm, that would be certainly an interesting perspective on it. That's, I guess, the kindest way I can put that, right? If you read between the lines on that. See, I can kind of sort of see that splitting. Not really. Let's make this again a 15-minute loop, let's just say. It looks like 2 separate ones more on that there, even before. So I don't know if this is truly splitting or if this was kind of 2 cells to begin with that kind of looked like they had merged. Okay, that's good. That's what I want to see. But still, I'd say some large hail potential. The main reason why this warning has been issued with that there. Let's go ahead and again track that toward the east. And I would say we would get that into Kosciuszko. The concern is that we've developed other thunderstorms behind this. This Chula storm is not that far away from prompting a severe warning itself, and there are other thunderstorms back behind that. We'll check out our camera in Kosciuszko, and then we're going to flop up here to our camera up close to Iuka. So as we're looking at some of the storms up that direction there with a severe thunderstorm warning continuing for Tishomingo County. So we'll start with Kosciuszko here for a moment. And again, the heavy rainfall moving closer, the dark skies there, the warning in effect there for locations in Atala County until 6:45. Still obviously have about 15 minutes or so before that moves in there, but some raindrops starting to fall. There will probably be some hail ahead of this. And at this point, the hail is aimed just a little bit south. So we will see, but lightning on the increase. I do want to mention in our discussion back and forth with the National Weather Service, one of the things that they mentioned, the National Weather Service in Jackson in particular, is the event is not over. Instability will recover in the wake of the current storms. That means fuel is going to come back as we get the active rainfall out of here. And so that is going to grow upscale, the stuff back into Texas and produce another big complex of storms. As we talked about, favorite place for me to look, good, bad, or otherwise this week has been back into Oklahoma. It's about every day, the last 2 or 3 days. That's where we've had to watch. Things really rocking and rolling, a lot more there, though, in Tishomingo County up in Iuka at this point, as the camera there showing the thunderstorms moving into town. We are partners with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers on our entire camera network here. Let's go ahead. I'm going to bring the camera up just a smidgen higher. Give me a moment to kind of do that, see if I can pan it up just a little bit as we're kind of looking back in a westerly direction. Might pan it a little bit back to the north as well. So that is that storm kind of moving into Iuka at this point in time. We're going to come back to this camera in mere moments, so stick with us. 68 degrees current temperature there, winds at about 20 miles per hour or so. And we show that, again, looking from Jackson, pretty much right over top of Iuka. Let's bring it back into Monroe County storm. And that's, yeah, pretty much coming right through Iuka with the strongest just a little bit south. So I think part of what's doing that is some of this precipitation that we're seeing there is kind of evaporating before it gets down to ground level. And again, a lot of lightning, and there's been plenty of gusty winds with all of these storms. One more shot back there to Iuka to get a look at it. And I really do want to flip this around a little bit more to the east. So give me a moment to kind of look, and we'll kind of track this. We'll kind of look north on this as we kind of swing this around toward the east. Looking back again to some of the rainfall with that there. Getting a lot of dark clouds all, associated with there. And the strongest part of this back to the east, by the way, I should address, when you see clouds like what you see, maybe you can't see it because that line's coming right through it. And maybe it's just a better contrast on my screen. Drag that out of the way. But these kind of clouds that look like they're sort of floating up there, that is not something that concerns us here. That is just the moisture, the transpiration from the trees. There is nothing of concern with that in my mind. There's nothing that we have to worry about there, but that's one of those scary looking sort of clouds that we can from time to time get. Back here toward, again, there's the lightning as soon as we go away from the camera there. Oxford, another batch of showers and thunderstorms moving in there using our camera with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. No warnings for the Oxford area. Pull up our Oxford camera. Let's check the angle these are moving. Again, this kind of looking underneath some of the heavier rainfall there, looking more east and southeast. So I'm going to swing this around back toward our storm, and it's going to look a lot different here in about 2 seconds as we swing it the opposite way. Again, that's looking back into the rainfall, so not a lot to be visible and see as we look. I'm going to swing this back a little more north through kind of the leading edge of that. So just heavy rainfall. That's all we're seeing out of this. Not seeing any hail based on that perspective. And I appreciate our friends over at Phoenix Building Solutions for being our partner there on our camera network there in the Oxford area. We're going to look from a slightly farther distance away in Pontotoc. Pontotoc. I have an idea here. We'll deal with that here in a little later. I have an idea on how to make this going between cameras thing a little easier. Look back more northwest, and there's that storm from Oxford. The funny thing is you can actually probably see it a little better from this camera. The other one's a little bit too close. Yeah, there's low-hanging stuff, but none of this looks too terribly bad. So this will be a good perspective to check on this to see how that continues to develop in about the next 20, 25 minutes or so. By the way, they have rated, Gabe, that hail at 3 inches on that hail there, between 2 and 3 inches in diameter on that Vaughn hailstone that you saw at the beginning of this broadcast a moment ago there. So back over on the overall perspective here, let's kind of look again at the hour-by-hour forecast. We've talked about the severe threats over the first 12 hours. A little bit of a lull as far as storms are concerned at this exact moment. That will probably pick back up as we go in the next few hours, as we kind of are able to generate the next batch of thunderstorms. Remember, we were saying, prove it to us. Well, storms are developing. It's proved that that's good enough. But most of those storms will be below severe limits. There will be some that do strengthen enough to produce large hail. And tornadoes, unfortunately, are not off the table yet. It's not a big drop in temperatures from now to tomorrow morning. And we will have additional storm development possible tomorrow. Looking here, most of us under those blue counties that you see there are under tornado watches, all those tornado watches until 10 p.m. tonight. We'll bring it to the latest new severe thunderstorm warning up closer to the Tennessee state line. More on that here in a moment. Let's look at the wide shot. Look back toward the wide shot. If we look back here toward Oklahoma, you can barely see it behind the low pressure center in the front we have here, but those are the things that are driving it and causing it. And so this batch of storms there is going to head east, and eventually can make its way into our area once again as well. So more severe thunderstorms possible with this evening. Most of these thunderstorms we see kind of developing here across North Mississippi. If we see something, hail would be the thing. And in many cases, it's going to be hail that's probably pea size or smaller, but it remains possible we could have some hailstones larger than that. Let's look at that severe thunderstorm warning, and then we'll kind of progress through and look at Futurecast, kind of an overview, and then we'll dig into future storm rotation, all that sorts of stuff here in a minute. So let's look at that storm near Holly Springs. How many times have we said Holly Springs in the last 24 hours? I feel like a lot. Severe thunderstorm warning issued there for Marshall, Benton, Tippah counties. That in effect there until 7 p.m. Let's see, they do clip Alcorn County with that one as well for the potential for this to produce some hail as it moves eastward. I'm checking to see if we have any official reports on this. No official reports on this one yet, but the hail potential is there. I'll check our True Shield Roofing hail swath graphic, and I don't see any on that yet. But going from Memphis, I see maybe just a little bit more. So the possibility of hail probably increasing just a little bit on this. Yeah, just in the last couple minutes, starting to increase a little bit. Let's check the wind just to make sure, because that is kind of by itself. First time we're looking at it, make sure that it's not going to do something silly. And all our wind looks at this, maybe some broad rotation, but ultimately it's a hail-producing thunderstorm as that moves more toward Ripley and toward the east. Not a lot of lightning on that. We will see. And then more storms out there west of Forest City, Arkansas. So this is really the developmental zone where storms are going to become more likely over the next few hours. So we'll talk more about that warning here in a minute. Let's get through at least an overview of Futurecast. And so looking at where Futurecast has those storms now, pretty close on its positioning, definitely breaks out a lot more over the next few hours. So again, unfortunately, we're not done. But the big thing you need to know is most of these storms will not be tornado-producing thunderstorms. The vast majority of these will not. Maybe one out of this whole cluster could produce a tornado. The damaging wind here, that's where that most significant wind is a possibility. If one of these little bands moves in like that's depicting there, I still think that's a little fast. The storms back out there in Texas have just been doing their own thing, having a good time, relaxing, whatever you want to say, producing bad weather for them, but they've just not been moving particularly fast toward us. So we will continue to have, you'll notice, at least isolated thunderstorms overnight. So yes, if you're one of those people always a little jittery when it thunders, unfortunately, we've got kind of a long night ahead as far as that is concerned. And that's the reason why we recommend Mississippi Live Weather Call. It is that personalized alert that will let you know if you're in the danger zone. It'll call you if there's tornado warnings. It'll call you back if tornadoes are confirmed to be occurring. It'll call you if there's damaging wind or large hail that have been warned on by the National Weather Service. And it'll call you if there's major flash flooding. I say call, 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 because the word call, which emphasized there, is a lot different than all these messages that I just keep muting and ignoring, like sometimes including when it's even Gabe messaging me from time to time to let me know what's going on. We're going to have more looking at Futurecast and the rotation potential out of these storms that we're tracking, the developing right now, coming up right after this on Mississippi Live Weather at 6.
Room to Room's birthday party is going on now. Come celebrate with us. Thousands of dollars in free gifts, cash, spa treatments, shopping sprees, and even a chance to win your entire purchase free. It's a celebration you don't want to miss, and there's no party like a Room to Room party.
How do you know if your roofer is actually telling you the truth or just trying to sell you something you don't need? I'm Chris with Absolute Restoration. When we come out, we don't tell you what's wrong. We show you with photos, videos, and documentation. You'll see exactly what we see so you can make your own decision. And we back our work with a 50-year warranty and a 25-year algae warranty. Plus, no cost upgrades with 0% financing and no payment for 6 months.
We can see the lowering. We're going to have a good shot at that as it approaches the Rienzi area. Tornado warning now issued. We'll do a push alert behind the scenes for folks here up here in Alcorn County. Rotation on this thunderstorm increasing to the point back into Tippah County as well, where the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for your locations. This portion of Mississippi Live Weather is presented by Little's Jewelers.
Right now, From the Room to Room Weather Center, here's Mississippi's Chief Meteorologist, Matt Lovhawn.
Okay, I want to show you a 7-day forecast before we kind of get going here. We're going to talk about all sorts of stuff. Let's get the overview here of the next few days, and then let's get back to where storms are strong and what we're expecting from here. First off, tomorrow, storms possible early pre-dawn and then late in the day. The late in the day storms could be strong to severe south of US 82 in particular, where we're looking at for that potential. That percentage might need to come up a little bit more. As we look toward Thursday, again, southern portion of the area, some strong to severe thunderstorms possible. A front that's going to bring the storms in tonight gets stalled a little bit south of us and continues to kind of activate some thunderstorms down that way. Thursday, Friday, we're at 50% on that coverage of rain and storms. Another chance of maybe a few stronger thunderstorms could be possible. We're, again, not high confidence on this. Fuel is not over the top. Saturday, system exiting. And by Sunday, no more Matt Lovhawn. No, you're not going to see a single. You'll get alerts from Caleb doing his thing over the course of this weekend. But not going to be seeing me this weekend. The severe weather chances are out of here. And, yeah, with that 43, it's not inconceivable. Somebody way up north has a little bit of frost. That's probably not a widespread thing. That's hopefully not an anybody thing. But 40s, it's not impossible to get that. So that's kind of your overview here. Just like this is your overview on your school day forecast for tomorrow. Drop-off temperature 65, 74 by lunch, last bell 77. There will be some thunderstorms against South US 82, possibly strong to severe. And appreciate IMPC, our sponsors, on our school day forecast. So this is a look at our rotation track. You saw there for a second some pretty decent rotation tracks possible over the next 12 hours or so. Let's look at that in more depth and in more detail. Now, our Futurecast here, which we show this with, does an okay job on showing where storms are developing now, but it has a lot more thunderstorms the next couple hours. Now, what it tries to depict, 8, 9 o'clock, as this big cluster really matures, and it might be a little slow on that there, that some of these could still potentially produce a little bit of rotation. Now, notice how it gets a much brighter rotation track out of some of these as we head toward, say, 9 to 10 o'clock. When we get this many rotation tracks all next to each other, that tells me, yes, you've got spinning thunderstorms. They're really spinning around there. Let me get my spin correct. They're really spinning. But when you have this many that are spinning, typically you don't have that big one that's doing big things. So it's not impossible. We could still have some tornado warnings from this tonight, and that one of these thunderstorms could kick out strong wind. I do think that this has strong wind potential. That's probably what the storm rotation here is depicting more than anything else, is some wind damage potential out of a line that moves through later on this evening. You notice as we get past midnight, it even has a few of these storms trying to have some weak rotation up here as we head well after midnight as well. I think, just kind of looking at that, my thoughts, I would say hail would be the main factor if we see those. Again, non-zero tornado threat. That's why we talk about weather calls. Back it up. Back it up. So here are our thunder. Let's check where the storms are right now and go back and forth on that. I think that's kind of a worthwhile gesture to verify the model for a moment. Let's bring it back to where it is now. And we're going to take it over here and give me a moment to kind of get this all aligned. And then we need to get back up to that severe, our 2 severe storms that we have. As we back it on up here and we look at kind of the combined radar mosaic, you can see those thunderstorms back out there into western Arkansas. So let's compare that to where the model is showing things should be now. It's going to go back and forth. That positioning is not bad. And Gabe would argue correctly, that, okay, sure, the first hour of the model is okay. We expect it to be. It should hot start. What does it do? If it immediately kills off of these storms, we know that it's probably not paying attention. It's like if you have a showrunner that, immediately kills off your favorite character, it's like, you don't know what you're doing, clearly. And so that batch of storms there holds together. And so if it picks up some speed and have to pick up some speed, that could still be some wind damage out here. Greenville, Kosciuszko, south of Grenada, you're in the path. I would say this is the highest confidence path if we're going to see some damaging storms tonight. Last 2 or 3 days, those have been the spots where it has shown it. So I do think the model's doing an okay job of that. Going back and double checking out here in the northern part of Arkansas, and then the folks in between here, as you can see between really Little Rock there and Senatobia, and where that's popping on the map. How is that behaving versus where the model is producing storms right now? Yeah, and typically, by the way, what we're doing here is the kind of stuff that I would do off-air prepping for the show. There's just been no off-air time to prep for the show. That's why we're doing it just live on air as we go. I think it's doing okay with those storms. I think it has grasped appropriately the fact that we're just going to have a bunch of thunderstorms continue to kind of pop up, maybe a little farther east than what this is indicating here, and that some of those storms could from time to time have some rotation with them. So I think that's a decent takeaway. I think that's also shown that there's too many thunderstorms for most of that to be severe, and I would say certainly the southern half of the area, the most likely spots to have some issues with that. So that is, again, looking at storm rotation there. Now let's come back to real time here for a moment so that we can make sure that we're kind of understanding exactly what's happening right now. And you can join the conversation, as many of you have, with our chat ongoing on Facebook and YouTube. Someone saying, tuning in from Iuka, in the clear now. Let's look at that. Your warning looks like we have has been canceled, as that has moved out of Tishomingo County. Let's check our camera up there to see how things are behaving with that at this moment. And looking up here, looking fine in Iuka. In fact, you can see based on the glossy, whatever that is in the tower, that that now we have the sun that has kind of shown up there, at least in a limited fashion, to where it's at least somewhat sunny there. So we'll have to swing the camera back around to the west, because there will be another batch to the west of you. So give me a moment to do just that as we're looking back toward what is a severe thunderstorm warning in the southern, moving toward Alcorn County. So yeah, looking back into that storm, there's briefly the sun. And then again, more low-hanging clouds there. Same thing that we're seeing up here in southern Alcorn County near the Hinkle area. Notice these clouds continue moving pretty fast from south to north. That's left to right here, I believe would be south to north. Make sure I've got that pointed the right direction there in Rienzi. PQR. I think sometimes God laughs that I still have to say the ABC song to get my directions right on this. Yeah, we're still looking back toward the storms kind of approaching from the west. So we do have that the correct angle as that moves in. Of course, this location, as you can see there, is at the edge of the severe thunderstorm warning as those storms continue to kind of move their way in from the west. Let's go back and check our camera there in Oxford, and then we're going to hit Pontotoc, both which we've been kind of watching some of these storms with as well. Again, Oxford is not under a severe thunderstorm warning. We've had the heavy rainfall from time to time, some of these little storms popping up around our Phoenix Building Solutions camera there, though. Again, no warnings for those locations at this point. Looking back from the east toward the west there into some of those showers and storms, just kind of dark, low-hanging stuff. No rotation, nothing significant that I can see at this time here. So let's come back in and look at our latest scans on those storms up near the Tennessee state line. We're up here into Benton County, where this is strongest. And looking at this, I don't really know whether or not this is producing severe weather. I think, as you can see, looking at that hail swath there, and I'll reposition this for a moment, and we'll put this into play, and we'll make this a 30-minute loop. You look at that hail swath, watch how it just kind of cuts off about 20 after. And maybe we're just still awaiting the latest scan on the processing of that to come in. But if I go back to where the heaviest part is on radar, those storms are a little farther east than that. So I don't know if this is producing any severe hail anymore. I think this is probably a little below severe limits at this time. So I find it difficult to believe that this is producing damaging weather at this moment in time. So could it at some point, take that next step? I mean, that certainly remains possible. But a new warning coming out for Louisville, because looking from Memphis all the way south, these storms down here around Kosciuszko are rather hefty, as old John used to say. Let's look at the radar site. We're going to look from Columbus here. Again, pretty hefty. Let's check our camera down there in Kosciuszko. And we need to check our camera down south in Edinburgh. as well. Kosciuszko, yeah, in it, as you'll notice, there's the heaviest rainfall and hail and whatever is falling there on the left-hand part of the screen, just kind of behind my head. I don't have a great view of that. Talbot County, of course, under that severe thunderstorm warning until 6:45. It's reasonable based on what we're looking at here that if that hasn't crossed out of the county, they might have to extend that just a little bit. I don't know if it gets quite out of Talbot County by that point in time. Let's go south to Edinburgh, excuse me. I do listen. That's one I'm working on from the last event. Edinburgh there, and Winston, Neshoba, as well as Leake counties, all under severe thunderstorm warnings. And we mentioned Talbot County a moment ago. So kind of in some of the heavier rainfall and whatever hail. I can't really see any hail out of that at this point. Coming in 72 degrees there in Edinburgh. Of course, based on where that location is, basically right there on the Leake and Neshoba County line. Potential for some large hail out of this thunderstorm as well. Some of the stronger storms that we do have are these storms that we have down here that we're looking at. Apologize. Apparently, I clicked on show prep instead of that. Let's come back to those storms. So these are some of our stronger thunderstorms. We'll look at our True Shield hail track on this. As you might imagine, we're going to get a more significant swath depicted there of likely hail. And we'll change the site down to Jackson. I think that'll have kind of a closer look on some of this on the hail threat there. I mean, both those with some hefty hail for sure, Gabe. Have you been getting any reports out of these storms down there at this time?
This is the only shot that I was going to pull up. I guess we got a couple of pictures. Location still trying to be determined. This is from Golden. This photo right there of just, those wispy clouds like we saw a moment ago. But it might be some of those mammatus clouds potentially forming towards Farmington, getting a good look right there. It zoomed in a little bit too much on that right there. Let me see if I can zoom it out. Might be too much. There we go. So there's some of those, what looks to be mammatus clouds there towards Farmington. So there is still some buoyancy to the atmosphere.
Well, and I think that's one of the things that the Weather Service was also hinting strongly at, is that we are not at the end of this event. Especially, you can see with these storms kind of redeveloping back here. Definitely not at the end of where things go with this, because that storm near Carthage. I mean, those storms, they're rotating thunderstorms. Let's be clear. And this one finally now, I'll bring it back over here on kind of the digital room-to-room weather center for a moment. That storm near Carthage, that does have some rotation with it. You can see it even has the little hook echo on the backside. Now, it's going to be mainly a hail-producing thunderstorm, but this is where, again, that non-zero tornado threat on some of these comes in, if they can do this sort of thing. Let's go and speed this loop up here just a little bit more. So let's get some storm tracks on these storms for you as well. So based on about 40 miles per hour, which is what we've been going, we probably should double check to make sure these are still going 40 miles per hour. So I have that toward Philadelphia. We'd be looking for you at about 6:47. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for you in Neshoba County until 7:30. Large hail potential out of this. Zaffer Hill, we're looking for you at 6:37. Current time is 6:30 on the button. Good Hope, we're 6:46 there. Fairview, 6:43. And eventually Okobla. Oh, man. That one I did not learn. I think it's Okobla at 6:56. Bloomfield at 6:57. I promise at some point we'll get there on some of the names. These storms up here near Kosciuszko, there are two storms there. I was looking at them separating earlier. Still two storms. The second of those is the one that has more hail potential. Smyrna, we're looking at that for you at 6:35. We're looking about 6:40 for you there in Patterson Center at 6:42, 6:45 there in Zama. Vowel at 6:51, Alice at 6:55, and Hines at 6:55. Doppler radar indicated hail that could be fairly large. When we do our threats and kind of evaluate the different kind of peak potential and what these storms are capable of, you see the dark purple on both these, meaning the scale's like, hey, I mean, in the worst case scenario, 3+ inch hail is possible. And we have had a report of that out of this thunderstorm. If you go back behind it just a little ways out here, That's what some of the reports are, like this one there. I mean, that's a report of 1.5-inch size hail, leaves and debris all over the roadway. I believe that was from our Standora with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers there. Looking at hail reports back behind it, between 2 and 3 inches near the Vaughn community. The picture that Gabe started off this broadcast with, 1.5 inch size hail there. Again, just a little northwest of that location. So we've had some pretty large hail out of these storms. So 3 inches, while extreme, is not out of the realm of possibility, because where we had some of those big hail reports, I mean, that's when we had some of the darkest purple for the largest hail showing up. So I would say still a reasonable expectation that perhaps that's what you could be seeing moving toward you there in the Neshoba County area in Philadelphia, where you're under severe thunderstorm warning till 7:30. And then for folks that yet to see any severe weather today in Winston County, we have that one up north coming toward you there. Zama, Patterson, East Macedonia, Vowel, a severe thunderstorm warning for you. That is probably going to stay primarily south, that specific one, south of Louisville. But there's additional thunderstorms kind of developing back. We have some kind of boundary that these are developing back on. And that one farther back of the north and west there also has some hail potential back up there west of Vaden. Maybe 1.5 inch peak hail size on that one. That could be the next one that starts producing a little hail swath. We're putting that as possible versus the others that code in as probable because of what they are producing at this time. So as we kind of zoom things on out and kind of reset things here, I'm going to take a brief break here for a moment, and Mississippi Live Weather continue right after this.
At First Choice Bank, we know you can't always make it before the bank closes. With our integrated teller, you can talk to a live person as late as 7 p.m. on weekdays and noon on Saturdays. It's not just an ATM, it's an ITM. First Choice Bank, your choice for banking.
As a bankruptcy firm, Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling realizes many people are worried about their finances. We're here to guide you through the next steps to restart your life with easy video appointments. New clients don't have to leave home to get information about becoming debt-free. Also, convenient in-office appointments are available at the low cost of $340 upfront for a Chapter 13. You can be on your way to being debt-free. Contact Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling today or visit our website at mcdebtfree.com. We are here to help you.
Welcome back to Mississippi Live at 6. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynor. Do want to mention the 15th anniversary of the tornadoes that hit back in 2011 yesterday. Obviously, today is the 12th anniversary of the deadly EF4 tornado that moved through Louisville and the tornado that moved through Tupelo, Columbus that day as well. Thoughts and prayers with, I know that this week is hard as far as significant tornado anniversaries go here across North Mississippi. So our thoughts with those folks that, struggle looking back and struggle with severe weather, and some of our most ardent fans because of the fear that goes along with that. I know some of you are on there. So like Lonnie in Louisville, wanting to know, I completely get why you're like, I just need to know about Louisville. I just need to know what this is going to do. Need to be clear about this, like we were clear yesterday. Any storms we see today, hail is going to be the main factor based on what we're looking at now. Some damaging winds if we can get an organized complex. Tornadoes are not impossible, but they are not the main likelihood out of these thunderstorms. Again, we have this kind of complex here of storms moving eastward, some rotation in them. And for Louisville specifically, when we look at this storm here, I saw that question just a moment ago. This is probably going to stay south. There's other thunderstorms that will move over you, but the biggest hail by the time this moves through is going to be East Macedonia, Noxapater, going to be more locations like that. And obviously we know that it wasn't just Louisville that got hit by that storm as that ripped there through Winston County 12 years ago today. So some folks here obviously in the path of that as well that had some issues, some significant issues that day. I'm going to bring in our meteorologist Gabe Maynor here for a moment, tracking these thunderstorms, continuing to kind of assess as they expand in coverage.
Exactly, Matt. And yes, thoughts and prayers for those that were affected 12 years ago, including my wife. So she tells me everything that happened. And so I just continue to think about you guys every single time that April 28th passes. So definitely continue to pray for those that were affected, and as those recovery efforts are still ongoing. Fortunately, tonight, not looking like a tornado threat imminent there in Winston County, just looking like some large hail, which can still be impactful. Patterson there by 640, we're 644 there towards the Zane community. And as we get the overall outlook there, it continues to be this boundary that develops that we're going to be tracking. And this is the main batch that we're watching, but some additional development right up along I-55 towards the Hernando, Oxford, even up there towards Batesville area as well. That works its way to the east into the rest of North Mississippi once again. Now, one of the things that I was reading with the National Weather Service was the fact that you would think the threat is over. Not with this setup. There's still a good amount of unstable air that this will work to take advantage of. As you can see right here, as that boundary continues to go and develop more storms. And so that's what we're watching, is that redevelopment of thunderstorms, getting that further towards the south because that's more of a direct source of moisture, but additional development out there towards Arkansas, getting that as well. Let me track these down south, and then I want to go up to Memphis to look at those storms in a little bit more detail. So let's go right there on that hail core there in Kosciuszko, and we're going to keep it at about 35 miles an hour is what I was looking at behind the scenes. And as we drag this out, and this is going to continue to move in that, actually it looks like there might be two sections. Let me pull up that hail swath. Yeah, so what we're having right here, let me go specifically on this storm. Oh, and don't do a track on that. Let me go specifically on this storm, and let me bring it back to our reflectivity. So it looks like we're getting an additional core to develop right there towards the center community, whereas the Dodds and Knox area looks more significant for some of that large hail. So I'm going to do a track right along the leading edge of this, understanding that there could be a pretty large hail core developing right within this entire cell. So we're going to start in Vowel and work our way towards the east there at about 35 miles an hour, closer to Noxapater. So Vowel 640, we're seeing that right there. Current time 6:38, so that's here in the next minute or two. 652 Plattsburgh, Liberty 654, Stallo 701, Height 704. And as we continue to move off there towards the east, we're seeing Noxapater by about 704 as well. Now this is where we're seeing some large hail attached to this, and let me make sure on the hail swath. I mean, we're talking probable, that's for sure. So probable meaning that we're getting upwards of 1 inch or more, and that's what prompts those severe thunderstorm warnings, and that latest one now being extended until 7:30 through Winston County. One thing I want to look at though is a cross section, and one of the ways that we can do that is look at our 3D mode. And as I do that here real quick, I'm not going to do this to every storm, but I want to do it on this one because it does have that severe warning prompted for it. So let's get right there, drag that over, and we're going to try and cut into this storm. And let me see how high those DBZs do get. So right there, there's where the largest hail is continuing to develop. And it does look like we still have those updrafts carrying that hail core a little bit more aloft. Put this back on about a 15-minute loop and make sure this loops on through. And let's see how this has progressed into the area. So does look like we're still getting it potentially falling out. Some of those downdrafts might be pulling down some of those stones. So Smyrna, center, potentially getting some of those larger stones near you. I'm awaiting those reports as we get further into the 6:45 hour to see what actually falls there to the surface. But as you can see, that's not the only hail core that we are watching. If we move up there towards the north and west, towards Hesterville, even a few of those hail cores developing there towards northwestern, let's see, that would be northwestern Itala County, and right there towards Holmes County as well. So multiple areas that we were watching, but definitely the largest one continues to be towards Knox, Patterson, and Smyrna. So let's clear that off, and let's go back on our two-dimensional mode, so that way we can bring it back more easier to look at. So as we look right there, yeah, definitely showing up with those DBZs. One other thing I want to look at is our velocity, our wind signatures, and doesn't look like we're seeing any rotation, any immediate concerning rotation for that matter. So that's definitely a fortunate thing, but the hail core continues to be large. I want to work our way up the line to look at what's happening up there towards Arkansas, because additional development is already taking place. We see that with our Memphis radar site, where a high output of lightning right here towards Wynne, Arkansas once again. Now let me tell you, this was an area that had thunderstorms earlier on this afternoon. Shows you that this atmosphere is not worked over just yet. So those will continue to develop right along I-40 there towards Memphis, and potentially as that does branch off there towards the south, we might see that move more towards Tunica, Tate, DeSoto County here in the next hour or so. So let's drag that out. We're going to keep that same speed of about 35 miles an hour and drag that out closer to North Mississippi. So I'm going to have to clear that off. Let me drag right across this leading edge. and we're going to keep it moving at about 35 miles an hour. I'm going to make sure to take it through at least, we could give it a little bit of a southern tilt. So right there. And let me make sure this extends further into North Mississippi because it's the next batch that we're going to be watching for. And right there, that gives enough of a heads up on time. And let me make sure that I have a city out ahead of this that we can use to kind of clear off some of those towns. So this is not one to move. Okay, sweet. Okay, let me adjust this as well to kind of clean up those towns. So there we're getting a look. Caldwell by 649, that's still out there towards Arkansas, but we're getting closer to Germantown by 817. That's up there towards the Tennessee state line. Horn Lake 826, Olive Branch closer to about 840, Rossville 846, Hernando 856, Moscow 857, and then we're into our 9 o'clock show, 913. So this is a threat that will continue into the overnight hours as well. Unfortunately, another nocturnal threat here in North Mississippi, as folks were longing for last night. No one was excited about that, but hopefully, as these do work on through, they remain below severe limits. But there's just enough instability for this to take advantage of. I mean, look out here towards Arkansas. We have multiple tornado warnings in effect to accommodate for some of these stronger thunderstorms that are moving through the area. And as that continues to progress off there towards the east, that potential is here in North Mississippi as well. Fortunately, we're getting already some of that additional development, and as that sun does set, hopefully those storms will work to bring that environment down and lessen our potential later on this evening. But as of right now, not the case, and we continue to get some of those stronger storms up there in the northwest Mississippi area. I want to pay attention to, let me go ahead and do an overview on this cluster, because there's a lot to take in right here. Bruce is what stands out, and I know that we have a shot there. Let me go ahead and take this shot in Pittsburgh, looking towards the north. Hopefully it still is oriented. This is out of Pittsburgh, and trying to look there in the distance. We are continuing to get dew points in the upper 60s, so that is definitely enough. We're getting some of that scud right there, so that's not exactly anything that's overly concerning. A bit of that steamy fog as well, showing that this is still a warm environment, showing that we did have rainfall earlier, and that's starting to evaporate there in Calhoun County. So overall, I'm not seeing anything that stands out as concerning, but definitely does at least show us the environment that these storms are in, and that is going to allow for some of these storms to increase in strength a bit more as well. Let me check behind the scenes for any questions that you guys may have. Louisville time is 6:40. Rain is picking up in Kosciuszko. Let's go ahead and get back down south. I do want to give one track on this storm there in Calhoun County, because that definitely looks like it's developing, and we can actually go closer. Yeah, it looks like it's getting a bit of a hail core there towards Bruce. So let me do a track on this. Let me make sure I have the direction right. We're going to keep that 35 mile an hour track, and I'm able to do right there, 35. So Reed 655, Buckhorn 701, Gershorm by 712, Holka 712, Wallfield by 713, as that continues to move at about 35 miles an hour. If we look at our True Shield Roofing hail swath right here, showing some of that possible potential. So not exactly up to severe weather standards, and even our severe threats not showing all the way up there just yet. But if that increases even a slightest bit more, then we're looking at a more immediate threat for some of that large hail to fall. Down south, I heard folks talking about the rains picking up in Kosciuszko. That's these cells that are developing, and I'll have to swap radar sites here to get a little bit of a closer view. So yes, that is a large hail core right there in Patterson. Hang on one second. Let me make this 3D real quick, and this will be worth your while, because I think this core, it has the potential to drop some, either a large hail or a large quantity of hail. So right there, see that black that's showing up? That's the highest on our DBZs right there. So this is that ice that's forming aloft, and let's go ahead and put a loop on this, because this does look like a new development from what we tracked even a few moments ago. So that might be, so right there you still have the updrafts taking it. I think we're scanned behind right here. But once that does connect, that doesn't have too much longer before that does start to fall out of the storm there towards the Zama, East Macedonia area. And unfortunately going south of southern Winston County right there. So that's where, let's put a new track on this, and we're going to track it right on that leading edge of the hail core. And
I would say the reason it's separated like that is because the bottom is falling out and the top scans haven't rescanned yet. So
Gotcha.
That's why it's separate like that. So when it comes down, it's going to come down a little more. So it's probably falling out right now.
And that does look like, how far south did that warning go? It did go further towards Neshoba County as well, because I do think that this is almost taking a southeastern track, at least a little bit southeastern right there. So let's put a track on that latest scan, so that way we make sure we have the latest on that hail. And we're going to keep it at about 35 miles an hour. And I'm going to track it right there. So Zama 648, Alice 659, Plattsburgh 707, and Arlington by 710. So that's going to be moving into our Max South coverage area, but definitely want to pay attention to, because that has some large hail. If we look at those peak impacts, that's 3+ inches, and I would agree. So that's what we're talking about, either a large quantity or large stones. And as we've already seen there towards Vaughn, that was up to 2 to 3 inches. So we've seen that this atmosphere is capable of it, and definitely is an increasing storm working its way towards southeast Atala County, and it will continue off there towards Neshoba and potentially southern Winston County if it does move a more eastern track. But it does look like it has at least a little bit of a southeastern tilt there to it. That severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 7:30 this evening, and it does include Neshoba and Winston County for this storm in particular. More development down south too towards Neshoba County, and even if we populate in some of those as well, we're getting 3+ inches. So both of these storms are ones to pay attention to, and we're seeing that on our reflectivity mode. I mean, we talked about DBZs, and if you wanted to see what values we're talking about, I mean, 63.5, that is definitely some bright returns right there. And same thing down there towards Philadelphia. And let's do a storm track on Philadelphia as well. Make sure that track looking more directly east compared to, yes, that looks like it has a little bit of a southeastern movement, and that one directly east, at least within that core. So going to that latest scan, dragging out that cone towards Longino. I think I'm saying that correctly. And we are going to go 35 miles an hour. Longino there at 656, Burnside 657, Spring Creek 702, Sandtown 706, Bond 708, North Bend 708, Crossroads 712, Forestdale 712, and Bogachito by 713. So that is what we're watching, and it looks like we do have a new scan coming in. So let's actually make sure we get that latest scan. So those times might be updated at least a little bit. Right there. So there, okay, let's actually retract that. 650 Longino, Spring Creek 656, Sandtown 7 o'clock, Forestdale 705, Crossroads 706, Bogachito there at 707, and 718 for Cleveland. That's going to be eventually making its way across the Neshoba County line here in about, that's the next 30 minutes or so. So gradually working at about 35 miles an hour. Now that is going to have some large hail falling out of it. Let me pull up the chat here behind the scenes to make sure that I don't miss any of those reports of some of those stronger hail, or larger hailstones, I should say. So let's pull up that chat. I'll have that up behind the scenes. And of course, if you have any of your reports as well and want to send those into the Mississippi Live Weather app, we would appreciate that, because that information goes directly to the National Weather Service, to where they're able to assess these warnings as needed. Now, I'm already expecting some large hail to be falling out of the Neshoba County storm and southeastern Atala County. So this is definitely the two storms to watch as these work their way through the central Mississippi area. So your reports do matter, and let us know what is what we need to be watching. Your eyes are our eyes on the ground. That was a tough sentence to say. So let's bring it back here for a second and kind of reset things. So I'm meteorologist Gabe Maynor alongside Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. We've been tracking these storms all afternoon, whether it's been the strong wind or whether it's been the strong wind or the large hail. That's what we've been dealing with so far today. And so far, we've stayed void of any of those tornado warnings, and hopefully that continues to remain the case. But if we look at the overall concerns here in North Mississippi, and we kind of clean things up, we see that tornado watch remains in effect across not only the north and central Mississippi area, but even out towards Arkansas and northern Louisiana. Reason why? Still unstable. Still having that fuel to keep these storms going, and that's in place until 10 o'clock, and actually out there towards Arkansas, interesting to note that that's in place until 1 a.m. So they might do an extension, depending on how quick these storms move through Arkansas, of our tornado watch, maybe going up until the AM hours as well, just because this is going to be an overnight threat. But I think what they're doing is seeing what happens in Arkansas, and then we'll carry that over into North Mississippi, depending on what actually verifies out there in the Little Rock coverage area. But focusing on Mississippi for a bit, we're looking at some particular strong storms down there towards Atala, Winston, and Neshoba County. As we look right there, more of those hail cores developing towards Vaden. This would be on the Holmes and Carroll County side of I-55, and then working its way east into Montgomery and Itala County as well. But the storm that we have had eyes on is out there towards Patterson, Zama, and East Macedonia and Powell. That is some very, very strong hail, or very large hail. I keep saying strong hail. Large hail falling there out of the southeast Itala County area. Now, wind-wise, I'm seeing the brightest of returns. That's at least a positive, but let me see. Oh yeah, we do have that camera there. Let's get a look there out of Kosciuszko. This would be looking towards the southeast. So we can see that it would more so be, Matt, correct me if I'm wrong, this is looking towards the southeast, and so we'd be needing to look more towards there, at least for that severe thunderstorm warning. But you can see the heavy rainfall that happened as well. Is it towards the southeast looking? Okay.
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Okay, so it would be that top left side of your screen where we're getting the back end of that severe thunderstorm warning. And we'll eventually see, as you can see on our radar right there in the bottom left, those storms work back into the Kosciuszko area, and that's where we're getting some of those dark clouds out ahead of those cells. That will eventually lead to some more heavy rainfall. And we're already seeing some of the heavy rainfall there in Itala County, right there in Kosciuszko. So been a pretty active night there, or active afternoon, I should say, and eventually an active evening as well. One thing I want to look at is, so Itala, a public report or storm report of 1.5 inch hailstones, and they're continuing the potential for up to 1.75 inch hailstones. So that's a pretty good sized hailstone. That's what we're talking about, some of the damage potential coming out of this. I mean, we had 2 to 3 inch stones towards Vaughn earlier on, but these have definitely increased in strength, and so some of that potential is still there. I mean, if we look at our probable reports, as that moved right over Patterson and Zama, that's where we're getting some of those probable instead of possible tags on our True Shield Roofing hail swath. And so that's what's letting me know that this is probably going to be some of those larger hailstones, at least reaching the ground. So the latest, we're still getting about 3+ inch hail possible, as has been the case over the last couple of scans. I mean, this has maintained its strength for a last few scans here in southern Itala County, and that'll work its way into, does look like it's heading more southeast into Neshoba County, so we can do an updated storm track on that. Let me turn off, let me actually turn it back on. I want to see what on reflectivity, how this has done. So it looks like it's starting to get another development there on the back side towards Gray that has the potential to maybe form into a decent storm later on. You're getting that purple showing up, showing those brighter DBZs as well. So potentially producing some small hail there as well. So hail continues to be the story down south, south of Highway 82. So let's do a storm track on that. And we're going to focus specifically on the area where the heaviest hail is expected to fall. And as we move that more towards Alice, right along Highway 19, we're going to take it at about 35 miles an hour. And you can see Alice 658. Current time 6:55, so we're 3 minutes away from there. Arlington 7:09, Stallo 7:15, Burnside 7:17, Longino there 7:19, Spring Creek by 7:23. That one out ahead of it was one to watch too, and it does look like it has some of those large hailstones potentially falling as well. Might still be in the developmental phase. So as we put that on a loop, yeah, and that has maintained its 3+ inch capabilities. So that probably might have fallen already, but it definitely has a pretty strong tag to it. So let's actually, what I want to do real quick is reassess this by looking 3D at each of these storms, because that's a way that we can see inside the storm, kind of dissect it almost, and see where that hail core lies. So I'm actually going to drag it up to where we can see both of these storms. Clear off right there. Let me see if we can get some of those darker returns. So there you go. So as we see right there, and I might make it a little bit more parallel with the ground right there, those blacks that are returning, that is still some of that hail that's up there in the sky. But right here, probably some of that hail actually reaching the ground towards Alice. That's going to be that large hail falling to the surface. And as we look back there towards Vaden, we're getting some of those large hail returns as well. Let's go ahead and, as this boundary has been the hail producer of the evening, that's going to be up there towards Liberty Chapel and Ethel. Let's actually get a storm track on that, because that's some strengthening that is new for our Mama Justice Doppler radar. So go back vertical and make sure we have the storm motion right on this as it moves towards the at least the east. Might have a little bit of that southeast tilt to it as well. So make sure we get that. So that looks like it might be more of an eastern mover. So that as we keep that moving towards the east, more towards Kerr over the next few moments, that's where it's going to have some of that large hail. You can see it right there where that black is showing up. That's our brighter DBZs indicating some of these deepening hail cores. So Kerr, you see right there, 724, like we mentioned just a moment ago. Liberty Chapel, though, 703. Ethel, 705. Bowie's Chapel by 716. McCool, 717. And Rural Hill there by 723. Now, Matt, behind the scenes, do you have any of those reports down there towards Attala County that we may have gotten through the Mississippi Live Weather app? That kind of help with what we're seeing right here to know how to assess things here in the next couple of hours as this boundary looks to remain pretty dominant. I want to make sure I'm not missing anything up north, and you can see that we're going to have to swap radar sites first and go to that Monroe County radar site. Still getting some of those brighter returns there, perhaps some large hail. Wind-wise, nothing that stands out as some overly strong gusts. That's why these have remained sub-severe so far, but definitely seeing a large amount of activity. One thing yesterday when we were looking at models was the fact that there was a lot to it. And I told you guys yesterday that that's really beneficial for our area because that means that these cells are going to be competing with each other for energy. And so as this continues to happen, oh, hang on, Asia's saying, Gabe, you're glitching. Is it getting better now? Let me know let's do a test real quick. And I just want to see in the chat, is anyone lagging still? If there is, just let me know and we'll address that here in a second. So one thing, I'll keep talking in case it is okay, but one thing that is a benefit to us, okay, it's good now. See that from Asia. Looks good from Paige. I will take it. That's two goods and okay, well, we're getting more. Okay, perfect. Okay, so we're gonna keep rocking and rolling. If it gets like that again, send a message and we'll address it. But I appreciate you guys letting me know that in the chat. So a lot of activity up here in North Mississippi is helping prevent our strong development. If it was like yesterday where we had those discrete cells developing and it was able to take advantage of an environment like this, then we'd be looking at a more concerning situation. Not the case. Yesterday we had a cap that prevented us from being overly strong. Today, we just have a lot of convection, and that's keeping those chances minimal as well. So I just got the confirmation from my wife. So there was a lag, but it's better. Perfect. So as we look ahead, someone mentioning, I forgot who it was up there. I got to scroll up. I do want to make sure to give them a tag to this. So Kendall saying, if the tornado watch is canceled for us, are we safe for the rest of the night? Well, you'll always be safe, but you have to, of course, do your part as well. And that involves weather call, that involves the Mississippi Live Weather app, that involves knowing your safety plan. If you have all those things, then of course we'll all stay safe. But one thing to note is, yes, we have seen that tornado watch come off of some of those counties up there in northwest Mississippi. With that being said, I think that they're going to clear it off because that initial round was not showing anything tornadic. But as we head further into the night, I think one of the things that we're looking at right now is what happens in Arkansas. Because Arkansas has that initiation point of our next round, getting more of that development out there towards the eastern Arkansas area. So as that moves into Memphis, potentially DeSoto County, getting some of those strong storms once again. But how those trend through the atmosphere in Arkansas will be a good way to tell what's happening here in North Mississippi. But overall, we expect the severe weather threat, or at least the tornadic threat, to be towards our south. And you can see additional counties coming off of that as well because it's just not produced tornadoes today. Let's actually look at those spotter reports and we'll be able to see that overall we've had a few tornado warnings. But in regards to confirmed tornadoes, and those might have been from last night actually. So far throughout the day, I think that while we've had rotation, we've fortunately been void of anything actually being produced. So let me actually make sure on that. It's 12:48 a.m. I remember that with you guys. And 10:31 p.m. Remember that one with you guys last night. So yes, this was last night's report. So overall today, I think that we have stayed void of any of those confirmed tornado reports. Perhaps up north, maybe getting one, but here in Mississippi and here across the general Mid-South, we've been pretty fortunate so far. So that one that we were tracking just a moment ago, I want to bring it back so that way I don't move too far away from the point of why we're live, and that's the severe thunderstorm warnings down towards the south and in Attala and Winston County. They did end up putting a severe thunderstorm tag on that until 8 p.m. for Attala and Winston, as well as, and we're right in the cross section of counties right there. So we're Winston, Choctaw. Doesn't look like they went all the way into Oktibbeha. Well, I guess that might be, I guess it does clip southwest, far southwest, Oktibbeha County, Choctaw, over there towards Winston County as well. Now, this is that large hail that was being produced a moment ago. They've given it kind of that southeastern tilt, but as we tracked that just a moment ago, moving towards Kerr, we kind of timed that out. But let's look at what we're dealing with currently. Severe thunderstorm warnings, we're going to track this one by one as we move up the line. This one out here towards the eastern Neshoba County area, that's going to eventually work its way east closer to Bogachido, Linville, Bloomfield, and DeKalb here in just a moment. So let's track that out, and we're going to continue, if it's kept that same path, and continue putting it in that eastern direction. So yes, we're going to go directly east on this one, and that'll move it more towards Linville. Let's make sure we get that latest scan, and we're going to go at about 35 miles an hour all the way to Highway 39. Linville 712, Bloomfield 720, and Cypress Mill by about 721. It does look like that might be weakening, at least with the latest trends on our reflectivity mode. Let's actually look at our hail swath, and that'll show us as well. So it does still look like we have a decent hail threat there, but it's not as bad, I guess if that you can look at it that way, as what they were dealing with out there towards Battle Bluff. We actually do have that storm report there of 2-inch hail just there north of Battle Bluff. That was a part of this storm earlier on when this really did peak, and that has since come down a good bit in strength. So that's a very welcome sight. And as we look up there towards the north, hopefully this storm towards Alice and about to be Arlington trending that same way, we'll time that out. And this one's moving more in a southeasterly direction. So let's make sure we get that latest scan and drag that out at about 35 miles an hour. And I'm going to keep that. There we go. I'm going to keep it. Is that? Yeah, right there. So we're seeing Burnside by about 710, North Bend 714, Coy 720, the Bogachido area by 722, Forestdale closer to 730, 731 Linville, Cleveland 739, Bloomfield 741, DeKalb there at 750, and Townsend by about 8 o'clock. So pushing it well into the night, I guess well into the night. We've been live that long that 8 o'clock is less than an hour away. So I stand corrected. But up there towards the north and west, this one looks a little bit stronger as it moves towards the south and east. So that's what I want to pay attention to, because it does look like it's latching onto this boundary that at least intensifies these storms for a moment, but moving further towards the south and east. Actually, one way that we can look at that is I want to see dew points. If this is moving in a less primed area, still have decent moisture returns there. Perhaps those upper 60s maybe on the eastern Neshoba County side. Not exactly as primed for these storms to continue to move into. But let's time this out, and we're going to go each of these cores right there, because that has the potential to produce some large hail, hence why that severe thunderstorm was issued. So again, looking at the trends that we've had, those do look like to have a little bit more of a southeast tilt to it. So heading closer to Kerr as we get into the next few moments. 714 Bowie's Chapel, Rural Hill there 721, Kerr 722, Rome 725, and Ford by 731. The one back behind it going to differ on timing a bit, and honestly this could see the same communities as that front one as well, but it's just part of the same system. We're just seeing two different cores out of this. So there you're getting a look. Pierce's Chapel 709, Liberty Chapel 716, Ethel 720, and Bowie's Chapel by 730. We do have a camera there in Kosciuszko. The unfortunate part about it, actually would Ackerman, we're going to go Kosciuszko, and then we're going to jump to Ackerman here in a moment. Kosciuszko is going to be looking towards the south and east. So you're getting some of those lower cloud bases right there off towards this would be directly to the west. So if you're looking there at our radar, we'd be looking at potentially some of the stuff out ahead of that main part of the thunderstorm. So that's working its way closer to Kosciuszko, perhaps clipping that as we move into the rest of the 7:30 hour. But let's go up there towards Ackerman, where perhaps we can get a better view on this. Mr. Ackerman, this is exactly what I thought would happen. It just looks like a ton of rainfall. You are getting some of those clouds. Don't be alarmed. This is just some of that scud cloud, the wispy stuff. That's honestly, it might be some evaporation taking place as well, making it look a little bit more menacing. But you are getting a low 70 dew point out there, so it is still a decent atmosphere for these storms to continue to not only form but build as they move through the North Mississippi area, and I guess in this case, Central Mississippi as well. So overall, we're going to go back up towards the north because I don't want to miss anything that's moving through the rest of North Mississippi, and we're going to swap our radar sites to our Monroe County site. And there you're getting a look. You know what? Yeah. So getting a look right there towards Chickasaw County, one that we were looking at a few moments ago, whenever it was more towards Bruce. You can see how that has since come down a bit. So not strengthening like it once was, but we could still be seeing some of those threats be some of that small hail right there. Overall, it's come down a bit, and that's a good thing. So I saw some folks asking about Algoma. Algoma dealing with some of that rainfall, heavy rainfall at times, moderate rainfall at others, and that's what we'll be dealing with through the rest of the evening. We do have a camera there in Pontotoc that'll help us get a visual on what's happening there in Pontotoc County. And yeah, it's just going to be a gloomy evening, all things considered. We're 70 degrees right now, dew points in the upper 60s, and as those do come down, that is a welcome sight. So yes, a lot of people asking about their specific area. One thing that Matt did earlier on was go through some of our Futurecast models, and he was actually able to show us that storms are expected to move in later tonight. The reason why we have this weird arrangement of a tornado watch is because we get these storms to form. These will begin to work their way into North Mississippi, but then we have that front further out there towards Arkansas that's building its way in. So as we have that lift moving up there towards the north with this boundary that's forming some of those additional cells, we'll get the front that kind of clears all of this out. So where that intersection is almost right there towards Clarksdale and Grenada, where that will begin to work its way through. So watching how those go through Arkansas, but really here in North Mississippi, with especially how worked over we're getting right now, that might limit that potential overnight, because one of the things that benefited our atmosphere this afternoon was the fact that there was still time for the sun to make an appearance, and it did. So that's why we weren't done with that severe weather threat. But as we move now into the overnight hours, sunset's not too far away. So as we continue to get these rain showers and we continue to get that cloud cover, if the sun sets while the rain is still falling, then our potential lessens a good bit, and hopefully that continues to be the case, because as of right now, these are still some pretty strong storms that begin to work through the central Mississippi area, and even down there towards Meridian. I saw some folks asking about Meridian. Meridian getting some of those strong storms. This one going to be more of, let me just make sure, but more of that hail producer. I was literally guessing before I even looked at it. It's kind of an easy tell with this pattern because we've gotten so many of those hail reports, and specifically looking out of the Jackson radar site, yeah, you can see some of those darker returns, some of those blacks that we were talking about a moment ago that we get with our darker DBZs. That's where we do get some of that stronger hail to fall. So good note with the latest trend, and then I have good news and bad news. The good news is that initial cell has worked itself out of the pattern. Now that that's working itself away, we have one storm that can latch onto all of that energy, and it is doing exactly that, potentially a recycling there happening in Arlington and Stalo. Let me look at those latest scans, because severe threats still have it in that potential 2 to 3 inch threshold, and that's some large hailstones falling through the area. And the best way to do that real quick is to actually cut into the storm once again. I know we've done this a couple of times, but it's worth our while because it gives us a visual to the inside of the storm, kind of cutting into it and seeing where that base is. So we're gonna have to get a good look there. So I can get any of those darker returns. So it doesn't look overly impressive, but it is still at least showing up with some of those darker DBZs. And as that does show up, that's where we could be talking some of the larger hail falling up to 1.5, maybe even 1.75 inches. So that's what we're paying attention to. These storms are going to be allowed to re-intensify as the cells out ahead of it are working their way out, but hopefully it doesn't intensify too much, and hopefully that will start to weaken as it moves further into the Neshoba County area. So watching that cell, and the one back behind it still continues to look a little bit more impressive. Make sure wind mode, I'm not missing anything here, but just haven't seen a ton. That being said, there is some broad rotation attached to that one there towards Ethel. Let me see the loop on this. So we'll go over the last 15 minutes. when you're getting broad rotation, let me see how that's translated on reflectivity. Let me look right there. Yeah, I mean, it's broad rotation. It's what we've been seeing time and time again. In fact, that's close to our Kosciuszko camera that we'd almost be able to get a visual on that here in the next few moments. I see a lot of folks asking about, what about this time? What about that time? Our threat is not over. And as you can see, the development on these showers and storms continue to be all over the place here in North Mississippi. That's a very welcome thing, like we mentioned, and that's going to help limit that potential. But this is something that we're continuing to monitor because there is still enough of that unstable air. I know I showed this just a moment ago, but dew points still remain in the 70s across the region. That's enough to get these storms up and going, and we do expect that to happen. We're just hopeful that that stays below severe limits. So let's actually do a look there. I want to track this one out specifically, and then we'll jump up north to take a look at what's happening for our friends up there in Oxford and Ethel and Algoma, Corinth. Folks asking up there because I know it has been a minute since we've tracked that. So let's go specifically on that rotation. I want to make sure I get the latest scan right there. So right there. So got to get the latest scan. We're going to track that out. We're going to go right there. I'll have to zoom things out so we can make sure I get this up to 35 miles an hour. It might be a little bit too far towards the south and east. We'll go right there. Pierce's Chapel, 714, 717, Marvin's Chapel, Plantation, 720, Ethel, mentioned you just a moment ago, 723, Providence, 731, Rural Hill there, 740, and 742 there towards Kerr. This is more on a southeast track, but this is not the only thing to watch with this storm. As you can see there, we have a decent hail core developing, and as that hail core does continue to move south and east, that's where we'll get some of those large hailstones to be produced as well. Timing that out, we're going to go right. You know what? I'm just going to do an overall track on this and make sure I cover everything. And we're going to go to the south and east once again at about 35 miles an hour, keeping that same speed. You can see right there towards Ford there, 721, Calvary 727, McMillan 732, Center Ridge by 733, Louisville 735, Noxapater 741, the Vernon area 748, Fern Springs 758, and Golson closer to about 809. So that's what we're watching, is this storm moving through Attala County currently, going to eventually move through the southern edge of Choctaw County, right there towards the Kerr community, and then Winston County will be next. Now that warning for this specific storm that we just tracked does only extend into northwest Winston County. I do expect that to be at least continued on, but why that we do have a severe thunderstorm warning there already is due to this strong thunderstorm that remains in place there towards Arlington. And as we do one latest track on that, I do want to make sure that we make sure to cover that as well. And I do want to look at the hail swath. Yeah, still a decent hail return there. Waiting on confirmation. I know back in Salis it was producing 1.5 inch hail, and then it got even larger as it went further east. So the potential's still there, and we do expect at least some large hail to still be falling. Put that on a loop to make sure we have that track right. And this one almost looks like it's going east as well. I guess a little bit towards the south and east, but we'll go ahead and track it out like this. Towards Bond 724, North Bend 724, Bogachino there at 731, Coy 731, Prince Chapel 732, Linville 741, and Bluff Springs there by 744. So we're paying attention to those two cells for sure. Even that one out there towards Meridian looking a little bit more intense. But let's go ahead and work our way to the north, because I know that we still have storms happening up here. Folks probably hearing a rumble of thunder and wondering, what about me? I will say this: if we're not covering your area or haven't mentioned your area in a while, that's a good thing. It means that we're not concerned about severe weather being an immediate impact. And so we're hopeful that will continue to be the case. But, looking up there, just based off of this one radar scan, there's a lot going on in a good way. A lot going on is each of these individual storms. This one right here towards the Houston area, up there around Algoma, even up there towards Sardis and Batesville and Oxford. All these storms want the energy. They want a piece of the pie, and there's only so much of the pie to go around that it does limit that potential as well. So although the tornado watch is in effect, this is still a welcome sight here in North Mississippi. I do want to check real quick on that wind mode, make sure I'm not missing anything with any of those stronger returns or any of those broad rotations like what we saw earlier this evening. But overall, it hasn't shown anything too major. That right there towards Bruce, where we're looking at some of that potential hail, our True Shield Roofing hail swath, at least hinting at some of that possible hail as well. Have not gotten reports. I would need to go over to the other computer to be able to look at that, and hopefully getting a confirmed report as well. If you guys have reports, make sure to send that into to Mississippi Live Weather, and we will be happy to forward that along. But it would at least help us in our knowledge of what's taking place. Now, I do want to go out there towards Como and Sardis, and I want to change radar sites before I talk too much about it. So right there, changing radar sites kind of changed the story as well. This one out there towards Oxford, at least showing a little bit of a brighter return there, at least showing some potential for some large hail. Yes, getting some of that on the hail swath as well. Some of that possible right there towards, this will be Sardis, north of Batesville, right along the northern side of Panola County. That's where we're getting some of that small hail potential, at least in increasing in strength on that individual cell. So, do what? Adriana? I don't know. I guess McNuggets at that point. So, looking at this specific one, that's one that stands out to me. I know it looks like this one towards Oxford is rotating, but there's just not anything on wind that shows up. Some potentially stronger gusts, but yeah, it doesn't. I mean, it's broad, if anything. The thing that looks more impressive is the fact that, you know, our radar imagery at least shows that might be just a merger of a couple of those cells. Let me actually zoom out and stand a little bit of a ways away. Yeah, I think that's just another cell, making it look more interesting than what it is. I just wanted to make sure that we're paying attention to it. We actually have a view there out of Oxford, brought to you by the folks there at Phoenix Building Solutions. Let's take a look out of Oxford tonight and see where that's facing to make sure that we have a view, you know, behind the scenes. I guess I don't have access to it except for over there. We're getting some of that evaporation as well. Trying to see if I see anything there in the distance. We're kind of sandwiched between two thunderstorms right there. So you're going to see a lot of rainfall between these two and a lot of lightning. Yes, that was one thing that we were looking at a moment ago. 70 degrees, 70-degree dew points. So it's going to be an energetic atmosphere, that is for sure. But as of right now, I'm not seeing anything that stands out as, you know, any rotation or, you know, it's going to be hard to see hail from this far aloft. There we go. So that should be adjusted. Let's hold it here for a second. So a lot of those dark clouds, a lot of those gloomy skies, and we were getting a lot of lightning a second ago. There's a few more of those strikes. So yeah, that looks pretty menacing. That's just going to be some of that evaporation taking place, and that of course going up there into the clouds. And no, that is not a funnel of any kind, so don't have to worry about that. So that's out in Lafayette County tonight. Just going to be those gloomy skies, that's for sure. And I appreciate, I believe that was Matt driving it behind the scenes. So thank you very much. So as we kind of assess things behind the scenes, you know, that one might be intensifying there. It does look like it's perhaps merging with another cell and becoming a bit larger in coverage. We'll be paying attention to that one in Oxford. I don't think for any tornadic development, but perhaps some large hail later on, or maybe some of those gusty winds. And this one up there towards Sardis that we were looking at just a moment ago, Batesville looking north should give us a good look directly into this storm, just because, and that does look like it is facing there towards the north. Trying to see if I see anything along that base. Doesn't look like it. It has a decent base there on that storm for sure. And of course, this is just some smoke from, I believe, a factory. I don't know which factory it is out there. But yes, we are continuing to look up there towards northern Panola County for any of that development. But overall, I mean, you can see on our severe threats that that's a little bit more impressive than what it looked like on reflectivity. So not impossible to get some small hail there towards Horatio and Kings Corner. Let's do a storm track on this before we just continue to talk about, you know, the potential. Let's actually walk through. And actually, one thing we need to do, since these are new developing storms, we need to assess the new speeds on these. And so let's go ahead and go back, and I'm gonna have to track this out as it moved into the area. Still looks like it's going. That might be a little bit faster. It's merging together. I'm going to go generally 40 miles an hour on this. And that might be too fast, but better to be too fast than too slow in this situation. So as we take that towards the east at about 40 miles an hour, that'll continue to move across I-55 and eventually moving closer to Techville towards northern Lafayette County. Lespedeza, 731. I know I said that wrong. Hayes Crossing, 733. Glenville, 735. Pierre, 740. Techville, 741. Free Springs, 743. Harmontown, 743. And Blackwater by about 748 as well. So that's one of the cells that we're watching. Down there towards Oxford, we can get, actually that should be right overhead in Oxford right now, so we can actually get a visual. I do want to make sure we check the wind on that. Yeah, still it's not showing anything impressive. Perhaps some small hail with that, but overall not anything too impressive. Let's actually take a look in Oxford and we'll be able to see this storm right overhead. So yeah, you can see how that rainfall has now moved over the Oxford area. Fortunately, it's not double-decker weekend this weekend. And we're not even in the weekend. My word, my brain is fried. For our Tuesday, I'm glad it's not double-decker weekend today, as that was last weekend when we were tracking some of those scattered chances. But now tonight, more widespread, and of course an energetic night with the lightning in the area there in Lafayette County. These are going to be those individual cells a ways away from being anything severe, fortunately for us here in North Mississippi. So let's go ahead, and we've tracked these cells up there towards the north, not showing anything too impressive. But of course, that is going to be what we pay attention to heading into the overnight hours. Let's go back to the south and reassess these severe thunderstorm warnings that have been in place, as those are expected to continue up until the 7:30 hour. And I want to see if they're doing any extensions on those, because I would not be shocked. Got to pull up the chat behind the scenes. Dime to nickel-sized hail in Zama. So that would have been earlier on right here. Interesting. So that tells me that it's more numbers or quantity rather than quality. Not really quality, the word I'm wanting to use, but in regards to larger stones. So that shows that this was a large quantity of hail that fell there towards Highway 19 in Zama. And that was, of course, through a social media picture. We will work to obtain any of those there from Jackson as we get further on with this evening. So tracking that out, we do know what it's capable of now. We can see that that's continuing to move towards the Neshoba County area, right along the county line. Continues to be pretty strong as well. So keeping eyes on that. And I want to make sure that we get on the latest scan and we time that out moving towards the south and east. This was the one that we had about, I'll keep it at about 35 miles an hour. And you can see Coy 730, Prince Chapel 731, Preston 739, Linville about 740, Cypress Mills 749. And as of right now, I don't know if they have elected to extend the warning. I expect them to, just because it is continuing to be a pretty strong storm out there. So let me pull it up. Let's see. So earlier on towards the Smyrna community, that was where some of our North Mississippi storm chasers were reporting at least quarter-sized hail, which is up to about an inch in size. So that's one to continue to pay attention to. But this one up there towards Kerr, I mean, we were letting you guys know a few moments ago that it was headed your way right around this exact time. So I hope that you move those vehicles where they needed to go, because we're getting some decent returns out of this one. We go 3D mode on this because I think it is, again, worthwhile, because it shows us kind of that cross-section of these storms. We'll be able to get a visual at some of that hail core. Bring it in towards some of those blacks. Yeah, I mean, we're getting some of that hail aloft. Might be already falling. This is as we're tracking two of those cells. This one out there towards Kerr, another one closer to the Ethel community. That working its way towards the south and east once again, potentially producing some at least large storms, or perhaps a numerous hailstones, as we saw earlier on with some of those smaller reports out there towards the Zama area. So let's bring it back to our 2D mode to look at the latest. And as we... Power just went out in Oxford. Okay, so that tells me lightning. We saw it. We saw that happening from a mile away. So yeah, some of the strong lightning. Let's track this out, and then we'll jump back up there towards Oxford. So doing it right along that leading edge, and we'll track it towards the south and east, 35 miles an hour. We'll put on that loop. I want to make sure I have the right track on this. Yeah, so that carries it pretty well. McMillan 728, Calvary 733, the Hines area 735, Louisville 736, potentially getting some large hailstones there in central Winston County. Center Ridge 739, Estes 741, Liberty 745, we're the Height community 751, Claytown by 753, Vernon 756, Nanawaya 8 o'clock, Fern Springs 801, Coy closer to 804, potentially getting 2 different storms tonight. And then Golson by about 816. So clear that off, and let's just look overall at what we're dealing with. So down there towards Meridian, because I did see some folks asking about that, I want to go here real quick because some of those reports at least showing some flash flooding potential. I think that's one thing that we have kind of not talked about enough is the fact that we've gotten a ton of rainfall today. Overall, if we look at those accumulated totals, and I'm going to go out of our Monroe County radar site, and we will go at about the last 24 hours. I mean, that's easily 2 to 3 inches in some spots here in North Mississippi with additional chances moving through the area. So we're talking 3, maybe 4 inches in the area. And one of the things that I was talking about last week was the fact that over this 7-day stretch, we're going to be getting in excess of 5 inches. We've already surpassed that in a large portion of North Mississippi. So that's one key thing to this pattern is the fact of how soggy it's been just in the last 24 hours. And that could result in some flash flooding with some of those storms moving in later on tonight. Looking out of Greenwood, that's one that definitely catches the attention. Let's actually look at each of our radar sites. Might be an increasing hail core on that one. It's kind of in between all of our radar sites. We're going to keep looking out of the Monroe County site there, and I want to see how this has trended. So let me put it on a loop of about 1 hour. So this is a newly developed one, right along that boundary like we were talking about a moment ago, right along Highway 7 north of Greenwood. In fact, our camera should be able to pick that up. Let's get a look there out of Greenwood. And we'll keep working our way north. Oh, is it out? Man, what could have been? So let's go ahead and look at this storm. And as you can see, this is intensifying a bit, moving towards that east-northeast direction, right along that boundary, right along that initiation point like we were talking about just a moment ago. And as that does move towards the north and east, we're going to say this one's moving at about 40 miles an hour. No, definitely not that fast. We'll take it 38 miles an hour, kind of in between the two. And I'm going to do a longer track on this, move it about 30 miles down the way to give folks there towards Grenada County and up there towards northern Montgomery County a heads up on this. I have to turn off that Skycam network. So we're seeing Avalon 730, Valley 732, Jefferson 745, Glen Wild 756, the Elliott area, Elliott Community 758, Kincaid 808, Lilac 813, Sweatman 813, and Graysport Crossing by about 815 as well. So perfect. Okay, so as we look at what we have right here, that's one storm that we're paying attention to, the potential development. But let's go ahead and bring it back up here to Oxford, because one of the reports that we're getting in from Storm Chaser Ashton up there is the fact that we do have some of those power outages. So one thing I'm going to look here behind the scenes is it looks like it has not come in just yet. But overall, we have a lot of power outages here in the area. When you have a lot of lightning, that's usually what you get out of this. So yeah, those numbers will continue to climb into the overnight hours as well. I know crews are out working hard to assess those, and we'll hopefully get that resolved here soon, but have a large output of lightning, and that's what it will do. And even with a sub-severe storm moving through Oxford, you can see the strength that it will have. Let's take it back here to our Batesville camera, because we're going to be able to look at that storm right there towards Hayes Crossing. And you're getting a good look at the base. A large part of this just going to be some of those cumulus clouds attached to it. I'm trying to see right along that horizon. Not for any development, but just to see some of the features that it may have, as that does look to be. There's a lightning. So that's some of the cloud-to-cloud lightning that we saw, or we were talking about just a moment ago, along with some of the cloud-to-ground strikes. So we could get some of those as well, being able to see that in the distance. But there's your energetic part of the storm. I'm going to stand on this side so you can at least get a visual on that, as we've seen a couple of strikes up there. Of course, when I say that, it stops, right? Perfect. Okay, well, there was a few strikes earlier on. I'm hearing some of the rain here at the Mississippi Live Weather Studio, so that's telling me that some of the showers are working their way here as well. Haven't been as strong as other locations, but hey, rain is rain, and we definitely need it here in North Mississippi. So, Water Valley. So, Water Valley, as we look out there, honestly, you guys are about to wrap up with those rain chances, kind of working their way out of the area right now. Not forever, but at least for this round, and you'll get a little bit of a lull back here behind it as that boundary is kind of initiating itself further towards the south. But back there towards Arkansas is what we're paying attention to as more of those chances do move in later on this evening. So you're not fully in the clear, but that's another chance that's moved east of you to where you don't have that severe weather potential here with this next at least hour, maybe 2 hours, as we continue into the evening as well. So as we continue to look, we should have a look there out of Winona. Let me see if we have a look there at Winona at some of those storms developing closer to Greenwood. I know Greenwood was down. Well, that's a pretty purple. Cool. 72 degrees Winona, 68 degree there on those dew points. You can see those clouds. Oh, I wish I knew the orientation of this, because that would help so much understanding the direction on those winds. I would assume that we're looking the wrong way. Bear with me behind the scenes. I'm actually going to work to adjust this camera, because I think that is going the wrong way whenever we're assessing this. So as I pull up that camera, bear with me. I'm behind the scenes, I promise. I'm going to move that. So that is looking towards the northeast. Yeah, that's what I thought. So I want to be looking towards the west on this. So we're going to take a journey. And now towards the northwest. I'll take a little bit more. There we go. So there's a look out there towards the west, and this is where your storms are developing. So we should be able to get a visual of any of the lightning that's output, of any of the development that could potentially be output as well. So paying attention out there for those storms that are developing. So this is a look, if we're looking out of Winona, this storm right there where it's potentially got an increasing hail core. It does look a little bit more fuzzy aloft, so that could mean that this isn't as intense, but what this actually is, it's that storm right there just to the northwest of Winona, southwest of Duck Hill. That's what you're getting right here. And of course, it's not going to be looking as impressive because it's not nearly as impressive as the one behind it, but it's blocking our view, unfortunately. So that's the thing about multiple rain chances is large part of the time, the rain chances block your view. So yes, let's go ahead and wrap back around to the Louisville area, because I know that you guys have a strong storm that's working your way down there. And as of the recent scans, we're continuing to get a decent hail core as well. So let's get back there. We'll have to go back down towards our Jackson radar site. Yeah, so we are close to Louisville. So I hope that everyone's vehicles are where they need to go. We tracked that out a few moments ago, but that's an increasing hail core. And Matt, I know it's just an unfortunate day to have severe weather for Louisville, being that it is the anniversary. And I don't want people to be alarmed by this. It's not tornadic, but it has large hail. It's going to look scary, but I don't want you guys to be alarmed. We're not having anything close to that event 12 years ago, but do be at least aware that some large hail is headed your way.
Yeah, absolutely. There'll be some low-hanging stuff. There have been a lot of storms between that day and this one. And so still, again, hail the main factor out of all these thunderstorms. Let's give this kind of a reset here and kind of discuss over what things stand as of now. But just after 7:30, I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Loppon. You'll be watching our meteorologist Gabe Maynor here, tracking on Mama Justice Doppler radar, mainly hail-producing thunderstorms, heavy rainfall, a lot of lightning. I mean, you can see still on this wider shot here, we show 11,000 lightning strikes over the course of the last 30 minutes. That's just a lot of electricity that these storms have been generating. There is kind of a spark point out here close to Greenwood. I'm interested to see if our camera in Greenwood will show this here. There's just this spot where storms have kind of been developing, and that one tends to have power outages. And I guess I must have walked out of the room when Gabe was probably trying that one. I heard him mentioning one that was dark a minute ago, and that must have been the one right there. Out for Greenville, looking back toward that, I think that's still looking west. We're going to swing this camera back around more toward the east if we can. Give me a moment here. Greenville. And we'll look back toward those storms to the east. What I'm wanting to see here is, where we've had some, if you can see like the point where these storms are really kind of starting to generate and go. So let's swing that there, because there's a point, I think it's just a little bit to the right of this here, looking more toward Leland and Indianola at this point, where storms are just kind of developing right at that spot there, and they just kind of build up, and then the next batch starts there, kind of builds up as well. So I'm going to pan this up a little bit. And it doesn't look like anything impressive. 73 current temperature right now in the Greenville area. Again, showing the spot there where those storms are attempting to pop up and start developing, and we'll probably continue to do that. We'll go south of this. Maybe we'll even have a better shot there from Rolling Fork, again, south of where the main batch of thunderstorms here is really firing up. We'll see if I can swing this camera around to the north as well. Give me just a moment for that. So we'll look back. I'm going to look kind of north and east. Just give me a moment to swing that way. For one reason or another, it pans down before it does that. So we'll have to pan it right back up to maybe see. Oh, we're going to look right through a tower, aren't we? Can't win them all, right? Oh, well. That was a nice thought. So maybe if we go back a little bit more northwest, maybe we can see it that way. But it just doesn't look like we can get a good shot of the development there. But there's just kind of this point in the middle where those storms are starting to fire and develop. Pan that up a little bit higher. I was hoping we'd have it'd be a more visual look at that, but it's just not based on where we're at there, unfortunately. Come back over here on Mama Justice Doppler radar. So what I'm talking about here is there's this kind of spot out here closer to Indianola where storms are kind of forming, and then they expand eastward from there. I mean, if you just watch the loop, it's almost like if that were a spigot, that would be where all the rain kind of starts. I'll make this a 3-hour loop. Somewhere in here, right? Boom, more storms, boom, more storms, boom, more storms. Exact same spot there, kind of a boundary, a point where we've had the more unstable air. And so this is where the lifting mechanism is starting to fill in more, and more storms are kind of coming in from the west as a result of that as well. So it's a combination of all these things that will increase the likelihood of us having some rainfall and thunderstorms. And in some cases, that will lead to severe thunderstorms over the next 30 to 45 minutes or so. But Louisville is kind of in the heart of one of those right now, with a storm moving in on kind of the southwest portion of town. This whole area here is extremely heavy rainfall from time to time. There will be some large hail in this, and it's possible that hail could exceed an inch in size. Gabe has looked at this. We're going to look at this again here on Mama Justice Doppler radar. I'll see if I can get it to do 3D, and then we'll slice into it. And kind of through cutting through this here, get an idea of how high that hail is. Height and how high that heavy precipitation is makes a big difference on the intensity of the storm. So as I kind of slide through this here, the western one is the stronger for sure, kind of on the southwest side. So we'll then go 2D on it, but that's the part here that's more likely to kind of go over top of Louisville there. That one is not as intense, despite the fact they look pretty similar at ground level. So let's go back 2D on this. Yep. So as you can see, the part back here closer to Kerr still has a bit more of that hail aloft with it as it's moving in. So it's cleared that. Let's go back here to regular rainfall mode. And now let's put it more on the short-term loop here to make sure we have the best angle possible on this. But for Louisville, as Gabe mentioned, hopefully we've moved that car in. There will be at least some hail with this moving into Louisville within the next couple of minutes here. So Winston County under that severe thunderstorm warning until 8:45. As a result, current time is coming in at 7:40. So we'll put that, newest track, latest track on here. And really, as I mentioned a moment ago, it's that part that's a little behind this toward Kerr that is the most intense part of this. And we've been going about 40 miles per hour on these. I have not double checked the speed on one here in the last little bit. Probably need to do that, just double check the speed. But you can see Louisville, again, within 4 minutes, we're talking middle part of Louisville there. And that's what that indicates is the middle part of town. So when it arrives at that point there. and they are going on that 35 miles per hour, so between 35 and 40. So we're still pretty good on the timing there. So Center Reg 746, 748 there, and Estes Boone at 754. But as far as wind is concerned, again, no rotation of significance, probably some straight line winds with this as well, kind of the wind-driven hail. And with that latest update there, it's pretty much in town now, west of there, just west of Highway 25, with that part that's right there near Rome, probably producing the largest hail. Our True Shield hail swath kind of looks at the track of hail, and it's been pretty consistent where we've been seeing that large hail potential out of this for a while. I don't know if we've done some all clears in a little bit here, but obviously the hail threat from that initial wave through Ethel and the northern part there of Itala County, but additional thunderstorms back west. And one of the factors is that the heavy rainfall will really accumulate in some spots. If I look at some of the estimations over the last 24 hours, and there is some hail contamination in this where basically hail kind of overdoes it on how heavy this is. But some decent spots there where we're seeing 2 or more inches of rainfall potentially, or a combination of rain plus hail in there with these. So this is really kind of added up in some locations to quite a bit of heavy rainfall on top of the hail and the lightning and all the other things there. So Gabe, as I send it back to you there in the studios, a couple thoughts on this as we're tracking this storm, continue to track this storm in and around the Louisville area. One is the fact that hail has turned into been the most reliable threat that we have seen, and I think that probably will continue to be the case. But those storms back into Arkansas are getting a little bit more organized, and unfortunately, I do think that this threat probably extends fairly deep into the overnight time period, Gabe.
Yeah, and that's the thing about it is folks want an all clear. Can't really give an all clear when the ingredients are still there. So that's where I know that you're asking about, what about my area? What about me? I'm not in the tornado watch. Severe weather is still possible. In fact, the National Weather Service there in Memphis was talking about how northwest Mississippi is an area that they're watching for some severe storms to take place. So just because that tornado watch is not there doesn't mean that strong storms aren't possible. And so unfortunately, that still is a realistic possibility. And on top of the severe weather threat, on top of the, although limited, tornado threat that's in place, we're really also looking at some flash flooding potential like Matt was talking about. And as that does continue to work through these same general regions, I think one of the things we need to point out is this boundary that has developed from Louisville to northern Kemper County, Neshoba County, and even there towards Itala County. We are getting heavy thunderstorms developing along this band, and the same areas have been seen on the same track at least 2 or 3 times. And with rainfall of about 2 inches an hour. Well, actually, let's check. What is that rainfall rate? And on that heaviest section, even more. So 6 to 7 inches an hour. Then that's where we do get into some potential flash flooding situations, as those do kind of train along themselves and produce some heavy rainfall in the process. So on top of the hail, on top of the wind, we're also dealing with flash flooding. So gotta love it. Gotta love it. So as we look at the latest severe thunderstorm warning, this one in place until 8:45, encompassing Winston, Noxubee, Neshoba, and Kemper County. That's going to be the area that we watch for some of that large hail to develop, continuing that same general path. And although Matt has tracked this, we'll do one more track on this to let folks know out ahead of this cell, what to expect. And we're going to keep it at about, I'll take it about 30. I'm going to keep it 35. So we're seeing Mill Creek 747, Noxapater 750, Claytown 756, Vernon 758, Fern Springs at 801. Up there too, I almost advanced the show. Let's move that up. Macedonia 814, Golson 817, Fairhill 820, Sugarlock there 825, Preston 826, Cypress Mill 828, and Wahala there by 833. For example, we're talking about that training. I have seen Vernon, I've seen Mill Creek, I've seen Macedonia, and I have seen Golson and Preston multiple times on the track on different storms. So this is where the heavy rainfall becomes an issue, is the fact that we have been dealing with rain all day long, and we get even more of that heading into the night. Flash flood, actually, I'll have to go within the threats, but I believe that is a flash flood warning down there towards Meridian, as they have gotten a report of roads flooded. A few cars actually stalled and stranded, and one home was taken on water. So Matt, flash flooding is a real big concern for me tonight heading into the overnight hours as more of those heavy storms do move in.
Well, and so they have, a considerable threat on their flash flood damage potential on that one that they've, continued again. So that's a pretty significant flooding event ongoing there in the Meridian area. I was just going to pop in, and say that. I saw that in the discussion with the National Weather Service. Also, in the last few minutes here, a storm report came in there, the half dollar size hail to north of the Philadelphia area. With where that was. I wonder if that's that hail report directly that shows right on top of Philadelphia. Let me click that on there. There's the half dollar size hail. It was just a little bit north of Philadelphia where that was about 6:45. So there, again, quite a few hail reports coming in tonight. One of the most consistent things that storms have produced.
Exactly. So I'm just glad they're not tornadoes at this point. But I do want to go back and see. So that was closer to about 6:45. So that would have been that leading cell as that kind of worked through the area. And before that dissipated out, moved on to the next setup. So, compare that cell. And I don't want to compare apples to apples, but it looks like we can because this boundary, producing similar storms. Let's compare that to what we have right now over Louisville. Probably dealing with around that same sized hail falling if it were to produce rather the same size rather than higher output. So we're probably dealing with 1 to 1.5 inch hailstones there in Louisville and Calvary. Continue to move right along Highway 25. So folks in Louisville, I know we've seen a few folks in the chat actually asking about Louisville. That's where we want your reports to let us know. We'll do so in a safe manner. So let this pass as it's right over the top of Louisville right now. But once this passes, send in your reports to the Mississippi Live Weather app, and we will make sure that's forwarded where it needs to go. But it really helps us put into perspective of what you guys are dealing with, even out here towards Ford. I mean, I'm blocking it. That's a pretty decent output right there in a hail core, moving right along Highway 14, closer to the central parts of Winston County. Now, we just tracked that out a moment ago. More developing back behind it. Let me do a loop on these. Because again, it's this boundary, this initiation point that's starting to move in these cells once again, right there towards northern Natala County, even over there towards Choctaw County. So not going to be shocked if these eventually become hail producers as well. And are you shocked? It's the same area we've been tracking these storms even a moment ago. So, if you've already seen one storm, unfortunately, that's not the end of your spell because more are forming back behind it. And those are some more of the impressive signatures there. I want to make sure I'm not missing anything up there towards the north. Still looks to be heavy rainfall. I noticed Matt was on the Tupelo camera a moment ago, and I don't mind taking a look at that because there was a lot of lightning on that one. And right on cue, 70 degrees there in Tupelo and getting a ton of electricity there with those lightning strikes. And that has already caused a number of outages here in the Lee County area, also there towards Lafayette County, got a report over there, and seeing that all across North Mississippi. So if your power is out, trust me, you are not alone, but we are definitely continuing to watch this. That's an interesting little appendage there. But fortunately, this is far from producing any type of tornado, so don't have to worry about that. And a big thank you to the folks there, Mitchell Cunningham and Bowling, for at least giving us for sponsoring this view there in Tupelo. 70-degree dew point, so this atmosphere is not worked over. Put up my nader watching plants, or not plants, pants. That's golden right there. Yeah, I think our tornado threat is relatively low. In fact, one of the things that we have not done here in a bit, and I'm curious if they've at least fine-tuned this SPC forecast, the Storm Prediction Center. So they still have us in that level 3 threat, but I want to see specifically the tornado. So they still have that slight all the way into North Mississippi. So I think our potential is low. I don't think it's impossible, but I do think it's low. In fact, where we say it's possible is actually up there towards the Memphis coverage area. I want to go over to this storm out there towards Brinkley because you do see a tornado warning, and that is not far away from us here in North Mississippi. We're going to do a storm track on this as that's about 35 miles out. So here within the next hour or so, trying to move across the state line, that doesn't look impressive. It might have earlier on. Let me do a loop on this. It is far away from the radar site, so I'll give it that. So we're looking, there's a boundary. You can see that boundary pretty defined right there of where these cells are just beginning to form. Yeah, I mean, let's see the rotation on this. Oh yeah, I mean, you're getting some of those brighter winds right there in that couplet. I'm going to jump to the latest scan because I do want to take a look at that. That's one of the more decent wind returns that we've gotten here today, not necessarily in North Mississippi, but just in general with this event. So as we track that out, this is going to be one, this is the next round. So let's go ahead and actually make a storm track on that and make sure that we have the right speed on those storms. So I'm going to have to back out there. The thing is, it's forming along a boundary, so it's really hard to at least get an accurate track on this. It's keeping around that 36-mile-an-hour trend. So I'm actually going to take this up to 40 because of some of the inconsistencies on some of those speeds. And as we track this more towards, and I'm going to go right along that rotation. I'm going to track this going about 40 miles an hour. And I'm going to make sure this gets all the way there towards another addition. So, Matt, if you want to jump in here, I'm curious your take on this because we are starting to get more of those rotating storms towards eastern Arkansas. And I'm going to try to take this one over. Oh, it's just outside. Let me edit this to where it gets at least into North Mississippi. You go all the way through. Do I need to go 100 miles? There we go. That'll make sure we get it. And we're going to up that coverage. So we're getting more towards Hernando, 941. So that's going to be here a little under 2 hours. Memphis, 943. Olive Branch, 957. Bartlett, closer to 959. You know, these are this is one of two tornadoes that are currently in eastern Arkansas, potentially going towards northwest Mississippi if this were to hold together. Nothing confirmed right now, but the fact that we're getting some warnings means that these are rotating a little bit more than what we saw earlier on this evening.
Well, and both those, I think, the far west one there, coming from the folks over at National Weather Service, Little Rock.
Oh, Little Rock, yes.
The east one, I do think, is Memphis there. You know, the problem is we're about to enter that time of night where if it's rotating and spotters can't see they're going to be more likely to not take chances and then issue. So I do think that the odds of having tornado warnings increase because of that potential on top of everything else. And just kind of looking at that discussion with the National Weather Service, you know, there in Memphis specifically about that storm. You know, obviously you have some kind of a shear axis there but on the storm where the rotation, there's at least some back there. It's night. It's in a, you know, tornado watch area. You know, I think that's the reason you don't take chances in this situation there. And going back a couple scans, looking at that, I think that's part of the reason why. You could see that shear marker that was on there for a little while as well, where perhaps it briefly tried to spin something up. So I would say that's, you know, again, a sign that tornado warnings, I think, are a possibility, could become more of a likelihood as we go into this evening for more locations there. You know, and then other spots, it's just like, I'll go back to, I can't do the equal size boxes on here yet, but I'll bring it to me and then I'll go right back to you here in a second. But I'll show, you know, our camera here. I think I'm going to have to bring it, I think, to here in order to change this for a moment. I have our Tupelo camera up here. Again, quite a bit of lightning starting to, you know, I hear a lot more thunder with some of the thunderstorms, some of the storms we have around here. And yet, you know, you go from this shot where, again, we show all the, you know, there's some lightning and stuff, but it's not that bad. And then we look at radar on Mama Justice Doppler radar, and it's like, oh, wait a second, you know, that's not that bad. So the lightning, I think certainly that plus the tornado watch has a lot of folks on edge. And to talk specifically about this area where there's not a tornado watch, I think if the National Weather Service Memphis had their way, they'd go back and uncancel where they canceled out some counties because right immediately after they canceled out counties, you know, back up. So they don't want to have to, you know, put more back in. I don't even know for sure that they can put back in after they've canceled out counties officially there without SPC doing something else. But certainly these storms here are getting more organized, and obviously the ones back to the west are as well. I want to look at this one here just northwest of Oxford for a moment. Let's look at the kind of wind mode on this. Maybe some very broad rotation, but doesn't show up really well on the lowest scans on that. Yeah, there's not much there based on that look on that, so I wouldn't be super concerned about that. So, Gabe, we're going to keep poking and prodding these storms. Most of these are multi-cluster, loud, bark, greater than bite sort of thunderstorms. Obviously, the ones you're talking back out there into Arkansas, eventually those become the issue. And then very clearly, we still have this large hail-producing thunderstorm here south of Louisville that's continuing to certainly cause some issues late this evening.
For sure, Matt. And that's what we're looking at. I wanted to go back down there towards the Winston and Noxubee County area as those storms do work their way on through. Now, this one is...
One more thing. One thing changed, like right as I was tossing back. Remember how I said, and I don't know that it's ever going to show up on our map. Hey, do you see how they filled it in?
Oh, you gotta love it.
They filled in. Hey, you know what? I have been there, done that on certain things, so I can't blame them on where they're at. We'll see if folks over there in Birmingham wish they had theirs back too at some point as well. So yeah, the fact that it was off of the map and then you get it the current time it's back on there. So it's a challenge trying to hold these on. You don't want to leave people scared. You want to keep them prepared, but keep them under a tornado watch when it doesn't end up producing, does not do anybody good. Well, now, again, another threat back there. It's like, wait, I thought we were done. The reason we have not gone off the air completely is because the threat is not completely over, unfortunately, and we're going to stay on till I was going to say break of dawn. Hopefully, it does not take that long, Mr. Maynor. That would be a rough night for sure. Have we done storm tracks on those closer storm tracks on those ones up northwest yet?
I did not do it on the northern one. Are you talking about? What do you mean the northwest?
Yeah, the northern ones. Let's do the northern one, but let's hit Louisville, do kind of one over on this here first, and then go back up and hit the one up there the one that's closer to Memphis and Forest City.
Yeah. So, okay, let's start with this one, and this is still moving at about 35 miles an hour. So as we draw out that track, we're going to take this towards the southeast there. Still going, it's been pretty consistently going 35, 36 miles an hour. So we're seeing Fern Springs there, 758, Handle 802, Macedonia 807, Golson, like I said, been mentioning you a few times tonight, 812, Fair Hill 815, we're Preston, mentioned you a couple times as well, 817, Linville 825, Wahala 828, Scuba by about 839, Townsend 845, DeKalb there at 845, and Akron by about 848. One thing with these warnings, back behind this cell is until 8 o'clock, so that's expected to expire because it has moved out of that warning and now moved into the new warning towards southeastern Winston County. We'll eventually move into Noxubee, Kemper, and Neshoba County. So that's what we're watching for the next one. There is still some potential that these cells do get a little bit stronger towards Ackerman. In fact, Matt, I promise I'll go up there towards the north and west. One thing I want to do real quick is the fact that we are close to the Ackerman camera. So we'd be able to actually potentially see some of that hail falling, or at least some of the heavy rainfall. It's just night, so you're going to have a tough visual, and we're high up. So this is one of the cells to watch. So I want to come back to this here in a moment, and there's some of the lightning, so we're at least in the heart of that cell. So Ackerman getting a good view on that and getting some of that small hail potentially being produced as well. The reason why I want to go up here to the north and west first is because this is where that tornado warning is in effect, and that has a ton of lightning with it. Let me go ahead and swap over to our Memphis radar site, and I want to first look at that rotation. And we are getting that shear marker once again. Yeah, that's where we'd see it, right through Forest City. So that's continuing to move there towards the east-northeast, and we're going to keep that one at about 40 miles an hour as well, because that was an area that we tracked the rotation right there, and it was about 40 miles an hour as well. So as we go 40 miles an hour, it will, let me actually redraw that, because I want to make sure that I include some of our northwest Mississippi cities. It is possible it stays north into Tennessee, but there is that potential that it goes into the northwest Mississippi area, and I want to make sure that you guys do have a heads up on that at the very least. So as we draw that out, going at about 40 miles down the road, would that be enough? I need to get the sky cam. There we go. Would that be enough? Should we just scraping it? I might need to draw another one. So this might, how I'm looking at it, I have this pretty much going there towards the north and east a bit more. So hopefully that does carry it over into Tennessee. I mean, hopefully it just doesn't affect anybody, but if we were to get a path on that, I mean, sorry, I'm really trying to nitpick it to make it go into northwest Mississippi. So there we go. We'll take it right there, and I'm going to expand it out, going at about 50 miles away, and make sure that we include over there towards Northwest Mississippi. So let's go towards the Horn Lake area. Select there. And yeah, Horn Lake by 9:04, South Haven by 9:05. So it's still within an hour of it moving across the state line into Northwest Mississippi if it were to even hold. But that being said, what you're getting right here, and I'm going to clear this off for a moment. I'm going to clear all of this off. And I want to look at reflectivity real quick. That's actually a clear air slot right there. So you notice right here, what was standing out to me was the fact that you're getting rotation right there. Let me see how this lines up with reflectivity. Okay, so that is still another rotating part of this storm potentially. So you're getting these embedded rotating cells within this line. So it's going to be those real brief spin-ups like we're talking about. It's not those individual supercells working their way through the region. It's going to be cluttered in the mess, in the vast number of those thunderstorms that are moving right along the Mississippi River. So it's going to be tough to get an actual visual. It'd be, we were talking about LP yesterday, low precipitation supercells. This is where we're talking about a high precipitation pattern, all things considered. So getting a visual on this is going to be really difficult. So I think Matt is exactly right in the fact that I think they're going to do more of a precautionary warning if we're starting to get some of that rotation to intensify, to let folks know that there is a rotating cell, but getting an exact visual on a confirmed tornado touchdown is going to be very difficult with this setup. As I mean, look at where the shear marker is. Forest City, heavy rain, heavy rain, heavy rain, and heavy rain. So getting a visual on that is nearly impossible, as that is going to be rain wrapped if anything were to even be produced. So, so as we continue to assess things here behind the scenes, one other area that I'm paying attention to is right here towards the Phillips Bayou and Harbert Landing. That looks like it's potentially getting a bit of a hail swath there as well. Maybe not showing up just yet. Some of those stronger winds possible. But where we're starting to get some of those purples and blacks showing up, that's one area where I want to pay attention to as those do move across North Mississippi. Let's actually just put this on an entire loop and kind of see how these have begun to develop. So overall, so I might need to take the lightning off. So you have this boundary that's forming right down there. You have this boundary that's forming it straight back along the river. And you've had this boundary working all the way across the northern and northeast Arkansas area that has produced a vast number of those storms and a vast number of those warnings as well. So looking at the overall look there, we have a lot of these boundaries that are initiating some of these storms, and that's what's allowing these thunderstorms to develop right overhead. So let's go back down south for a moment because we're kind of balancing the top and bottom of our viewing area. We're going to go down towards the Jackson radar site because that does look like a pretty impressive signature there just south of Louisville on that latest scan. So towards Center Ridge, we're still getting a pretty decent hail core on that. I do want to take it 3D mode once again because that's how we've been able to get a good visual on these storms. And as we bring it closer to a more of a parallel point of view, and we do a cross section here to kind of clear out some of the excess stuff. Yeah, you're getting some of those blacks, and that's where we're getting some of that hail core potentially dropping out by there, just south of Louisville, east of Calvary, right along that Highway 15, Highway 397 corridor. So that's going to be moving through Winston County, some of that larger hail up there towards the, close to the Fern Springs area as well. So, and Boone. So that's what we're looking at for Louisville and Winston County as a whole. And that's going to be until 10 o'clock tonight, or sorry, until 8:45 tonight. Had it on the tornado watch. 8:45 tonight, that severe thunderstorm warning as that continues to move south and east through Neshoba, Kemper, Noxubee, and Winston County. So that's where we stand with those. Back behind it doesn't look as impressive as what it did just a moment ago. Ackerman is kind of sandwiched between multiple thunderstorms right now, so we should be able to get a good visual right there of some of the storms moving on through. So let's see what we get a visual on there. And you can see Ackerman literally sandwiched between two of the stronger thunderstorms there. Not severe, but still going to maybe have some small hail, and I thought it would have a good amount of lightning. I mean, we've seen so many lightning strikes on our Mama Justice Doppler radar. I'll never doubt it again. My word, what a strike. Okay. So bringing it back, we are, you're of course seeing the lightning there. I'm never doubting Ackerman again. My apologies. And let's bring it over to our 2D mode and bring it back up here because this is the more concerning area right now in the fact that it is producing rotation. And I want to make sure that we keep eyes on this as it crosses the river, because this looks like a boundary that's beginning to initiate a large part of these storms right there towards Hughes, Arkansas, towards the West Helena area, towards Tunica. In fact, we should have a view there on the river of at least some of that. Yeah, there you go. There's your storms firing up right along the river. Unfortunately, we don't have that reporting station up. Is there a way, let me see if I can zoom in on this specific camera there. So I want to make sure, yeah, there you go. That's what I want to take a look at real quick. Look at the lightning there. So this is looking on the towards the north, right there on the horizon. You can see the large amount of lightning. So these are very energetic storms, a lightning strike every second. And yeah, did it just go out? No, okay. That strike scared me. I thought it went out. I mean, look at those cloud to ground strikes. I mean, I would not be shocked at all if we see a large number of power outages if these many strikes are working their way towards eastern Arkansas and will eventually move into west Mississippi. That's an area to pay attention to. Camera's holding on for dear life at this point. A big thank you to the folks there at MDOT for allowing us a view there of their West Helena camera, giving us a view. I mean, we're 10 miles an hour from the south working its way into this storm. Trying to see if there's anything at the base, because we've had some of those rotating storms. Now, these are not the storms that I would be watching for rotation just yet. It's back behind it that we're getting some of that broad rotation taking place. But, I mean, you're seeing the strikes. My word, that is an energetic cell working across the river. So be keeping eyes on that behind the scenes. We should have multiple views. Let me see if I can swap over to another one of our views. This one looking more towards the south. So it shouldn't be as impressive of a return. As I can see the lightning flashing there still on the north view. But we're getting it to initiate all across the river. So we should be getting a few strikes out of this one as well. And then even down towards the south, or towards this other view. Yeah, some of those strikes getting on there on the bridge as well. So West Helena, an action-packed area at this moment. We'll come back to this camera here in just a minute. But oddly quiet and still out of nowhere in Oxford. Let me look in Oxford real quick. So yeah, you guys are getting a lot of lightning there as well. I'm just paying attention here because that's where we have that tornado warning that is in effect until 8:30 for the St. Francis area, and eventually trying to move into potentially northwest Mississippi. That'd be closer to DeSoto County. I mean, towards South Haven if we were to track that. Let's actually get a look at the velocity. We are still getting that shear marker. You know, that doesn't, is that from, I'm going to carry this through. So that would be closer to Bon Air is where that rotation should have continued on to. So the shear marker might be off by just a slight margin as those latest scans are coming in, but that is not as impressive of a signature. Compare that to just a moment ago. And you see those brighter returns right there, kind of where that intersection is, that interaction. That's where we're getting some of that broad rotation, even there towards the Elkanah area, but that has since moved closer to Bon Air this evening. So yeah, I think something to pay attention to is the fact that we do have that forcing actually moving in, and that could allow some of those rotating storms to actually, you know, take that next step and potentially produce a brief tornado. It's not at all impossible with this setup. I want to go back behind it though, towards Morrow, and look specifically there at some broad rotation as well. This was earlier on warned as it moved through Keyville and the Emmons area. Now as it's moving through Hopper, it's still that same broad rotation, so it doesn't stand out necessarily, but definitely want to pay attention to. And as we look at reflectivity on that one, you can see where it's trying to wrap around there. Get some of that RFD trying. Trying is the key word. Does it fully take that next step? As of right now, I've not seen anything confirming that. Madison saying, do you think the tornado watch time will be extended past 10? It's another great point, because if you look out in Arkansas, 1 a.m. on your Wednesday is where the tornado watch does extend to. Well, it's moving in from the west to the east, but Mississippi's there at 10 p.m. I think one thing that the National Weather Service is watching here over the next 2-hour stretch is, do these tornadic storms carry over into North Mississippi? Is there still some rotation trying to take place? And that is what will allow them to extend that watch. I think that's what they're looking for, is some verification in these storms as they move into the North Mississippi area. So that's a great question. I do think that that overall we are going to continue to see how that plays out in the next 2 hours, and that'll answer some of those questions. Okay, we were tracking up there in the Memphis area. I want to bring it back down south for a little bit more detail there on this storm towards Louisville, moving closer to the Fern Springs and Handle area as well. That continues to look like some large hail. We can look at those peak threats to give us an idea of what's taking place, and that's 2 to potentially 2.5-inch stones falling just southeast of the Estes area, at least earlier on. Let me do a loop on this. I'm going to do a 15-minute loop. So earlier on, when you got those dark purples, I believe it was just around the Estes area. That's where we're talking maybe 2-inch stones falling there. So if anyone does have any reports there out of Estes, that would be great to get confirmation of what exactly is taking place, because we're looking aloft in this storm rather than you guys actually seeing it at the surface, unfortunately. We're still getting those probable returns on our True Shield Roofing hail threat or hail swath, and that is where we do expect some of these stones to potentially be reaching the surface. So you think it'll get serious in Senatobia? I think what we're dealing with right now is the fact that we could have a brief spin up. And we've seen some of these broadly rotating storms. We saw them earlier this afternoon, and those are continuing to move in later this evening. So I don't think it's impossible to get a brief spin up, especially over there towards northwest Mississippi as these storms begin to initialize. You have that forcing of the frontal system moving on in. I think those two things interacting could potentially produce a brief tornado here. But overall coverage, we're not talking about a ton of tornadoes here in North Mississippi. We're not talking strong tornadoes here in North Mississippi. These will be real brief and honestly pretty hard to catch too with the radar coverage, because it's going to be, I mean, you see how much action is there in the North Mississippi and eastern Arkansas area. So we're having to look into these storms to see the rotation take place. So getting an exact visual is hard, but we can at least detect it on our radar to give you guys a heads up. And I think we're going to be the National Weather Service, I should say, is going to be pretty lenient with their warnings. I'm going to have to clear off lightning. It's just too much. So let me see reflectivity to see where we stand on that. So we're looking right here. This is the area that they're watching for any of that rotation to take place. Let me see this on a loop to see if that's an RFD or to see if this is actually a cell. It's going to be hard to see with a 15-minute loop, because these are all beginning to initialize a little bit more. So I would say that's still kind of an RFD, at least trying. You have this more north-south development, so it allows that inflow to go directly into the cell and potentially wrap around there. So that's what we're looking into more towards the Toonie area, Kingsley Crossing, and closer to New Home here in the next few moments. But you know, I know we're all looking ahead and saying, what about Northwest Mississippi? And that is a great question, a valid question, and one that we can answer here in just a moment. Let me do a storm track on this. I'm going to have to look at the latest. It looks like right there. Let me see how this lines up. Yeah, so that lines up. So reflectivity and the broad rotation at least lining up with where we would expect that tornado to at least be trying to form. So that's going to be south of I-40, right next to Lakeside. And let's drag out a new path on this. We're going to keep it at about 40 miles an hour. And I'm going to make sure that we extend it well into North Mississippi. This is probably going to go into Tennessee, but there's at least some of that potential to perhaps clip Northwest Mississippi. So we'll go there, we'll go there.
That'll
there.
probably clip. That'll probably clip up there. South Haven will be in that one in all likelihood.
So there we go. So South
that'll
Haven.
at least be northern DeSoto County. Yeah.
Yeah, so South Haven there, 9:11 p.m. Olive Branch, same thing, 9:27. So have you talked to the, oh, I'm sorry, I know you clicked the transition, but if you want to come back up, I was curious if you've been able to see anything from the National Weather Service there in Memphis about an extension on this warning?
They just mentioned they got a call of a confirmed tornado. That would have been 8:13, so 2 minutes ago. That's where that is there. So while you know, radar is in and out, they apparently got a call about it just a few minutes ago. So that's why they've gone confirmed tornado warning on that there. So the fact that this is night, and I don't think you're going to see anything on radar that's going to make you go, okay. It's saying that's not necessarily true, because let me take over for a second here.
Yeah.
So a little bit ago, I was able to see a couple little spin ups when this was a little bit farther west that were kind of obvious there. You only have a 15-minute time lapse. Let's make this a 1 hour time lapse and make this 1 minute time increment. You could see a couple, like that one right there, south of Palestine, right there. And I don't know if that was probably, it's not impossible. That was a brief tornado there. You have another area up here closer to, where is it, like Blackfish there, that's kind of gone. And there was one before that as well. So there's a few spots there where you can make some pretty reasonable assessments. And unfortunately, it's back in the precip, so there's not going to be a lot of viewing with that. So I think just in case, and you can see another shear marker on the south side as well. So until proven otherwise, I would still say I think it's reasonable that this probably clips DeSoto County, while the main threat might be a little bit north of that. I'd definitely be prepping folks up there that this additional warnings could be coming, and possibly our tornado warning up there at some point for that.
Do you want to take over and I can send a push out and,
no, we're going to let the tornado warning that hits people's phones take care of that.
Okay.
On that, because I think they will do it with enough. We still have some time. You're looking South Haven 9/11. That's an hour from now. This storm could in no time flat, right?
True.
Like it's still possible that this one falls apart. So I don't want to get the cart before the horse on that.
True. Okay. So yeah, looking at those times, just for those that are over there in the DeSoto County area, we're 9:09 Horn Lake, 9:10 Memphis, 9:11 South Haven, 9:27 Olive Branch, if this were to hold together, and 9:29 Germantown. Now, this is a rotating storm that has been a confirmed tornado touchdown in eastern Arkansas. As this moves further towards the north and east, eventually making its way into DeSoto County here in North Mississippi. That's where we could have another brief tornado touchdown, and that's where you need to be close to your tornado safe place. Like Matt was mentioning, the potential is there for this to fall apart. That is the hope. But there is still a lot of instability here in North Mississippi that could allow some of these storms to not only strengthen, but potentially become another brief tornado touchdown. So that's what we're going to focus on here for the next few moments. So yes, just get to your safe place, call some individuals up there that you may know, whether it's loved ones, friends, family, and let them know that, hey, there is a rotating storm headed their way. We're monitoring this, and hopefully that is lifted, but I'd rather over-prepare than under-prepare in this circumstance, and I want you guys to stay safe. So it's starting to calm down here. Tennessee, Mississippi rail fan, what a name. Let me know where you're at, so that way we can talk about those calmer conditions. But I do want to stay focused on this storm right here because we do still have that rotation being detected. I'm going to leave those times up there for anyone that wants to forward that to any loved one. Screenshot this, share it, and let them know. So as we look at those rotating parts, we're going to look at the velocity returns here real quick. Still, radar is showing broad rotation. So the broad rotation not exactly telling the full story, because even earlier on, I would look at that and tell you that it doesn't look impressive, but it doesn't have to look impressive on radar. Yesterday didn't look impressive on radar. Today, not looking overly impressive on radar, other than the hail, all things considered, but the wind modes have not looked overly impressive. But earlier on, we had that brief tornado touchdown, getting that confirmed by folks over there in northeast Arkansas, and that same storm is now, as we track this out, not too far away from the river. We're about, if I measure that out, 21 miles from reaching the DeSoto County area, and that's going to be trending right across the state line through Pinckney, through Walls, through South Haven, and potentially moving up there closer to Memphis. So I felt the power flicker for a moment. I got scared that was going to give on me. So that's what we're focusing on right now, but I do want to continue to assess what's happening down there in southeast part of our viewing area, right there in central Mississippi. And as we look out of the Jackson radar site, that is still some large hail coming through on that latest return on our reflectivity. That is where we have that severe thunderstorm warning. You can see it expires 8:45 on your Tuesday. Right now it's 8:20, and we're continuing to assess this. Has been a severe thunderstorm for the last half hour or so as it's moved through parts of Louisville and up there closer to Ackerman and Ware. So that's what we're paying attention to tonight as we track this out, and we'll have to go about, I would take it all the way up to about 35 on this, because it's been pretty consistent about that speed. We're Clearman 822, Fairhill 823, Golson, I know I've said your name so many times tonight. I'm hoping that this is the last for you. But Golston around 826, Shuqualak by 829, Wahalak 835, Cypress Mill 837, Scuba 845, Millington 849, Carter's 855, Electric Mills 857, Akron by 858, Hamner 907, Sledge 907, and Porterville 909, Sumterville by 911. So that's pushing it more into the Alabama area by that point. But we are expecting this to at least carry through the 8:45 hour. And as we look at those latest returns, I want to look at those peak threats just to make sure that, we've assessed that. Does look like it may have come down a bit as it's gone through the Louisville area. Are we still on 1 minute scans? Yeah. Let me up this to 5 minute. So as it's moved south of Louisville, that's where we were getting those higher returns on our peak threats, but that has since come down a bit. Hopefully a sign of a weakening trend, but still as of now producing at least some large hail in the area, and that's of course where we need to continue to pay attention to. So looking specifically at a few of those local regions, this is where we're watching that severe thunderstorm warning. More, closer to Clearman 823, we're seeing the Calix area 836, Bennsville 848, Giles 855, Geiger 857, Gainesville 913, and Hamner by about 915, kind of adjusting that track to keep with that southeast direction. So it does look like they have knocked off a little bit of that severe thunderstorm that was in place, that severe thunderstorm warning, I should say. So we're knocking off some of those back parts where I was standing a moment ago, and now has moved towards the south and east. That's where we've adjusted that track to accommodate some of those areas. So could the storms in Arkansas make it all the way to Amory, Nettleton area? A great question. So go ahead and screenshot a snapshot of this. Let your folks know there in Kemper County and southern Noxubee County that there's a strong thunderstorm headed their way, because I do want to make our way back up there towards the north here in just a moment. So this is going to continue until 8:45. Expect that to continue throughout the duration of the warning, because it is still a pretty strong thunderstorm right there. So Matt, that's the area that we have a warning in right now, but northwest Mississippi might get a little bit more interesting here in the next few scans.
Absolutely. So let's talk overview here for a moment. As some folks are wanting to, the general, this has gone on a while. Let's be clear. We have not had a ton of severe weather out of these storms today. We've had a lot of warnings, and we're covering these warnings as they move into and through. Most of them have been hail, but the vast majority of all the red that you see here on Mama Justice Doppler radar, this is all just, heavy rainfall. The majority of this, not obviously down here once we get down toward Noxubee, Winston counties, now exiting Winston County and moving down toward the south and east there. That's not the case for Kemper County. Like that is a stronger thunderstorm, moving toward you. That's the reason why, of course, you have that severe thunderstorm warning in place. So for folks going, okay, but what about, are we done? The reality is unfortunately the answer is no. I think the best way to show that here is if I'm going to clear off all of the precipitation, all the radar returns here for a moment. I'm just going to take them all off. And I'm going to take off I'm going to leave the warnings on. I'm going to take off all of those. So the best way to describe the fact that we still unfortunately have a severe weather threat is to go back an hour, right? See how there are two, and I might have to move it a little bit over here for you to see it. We had two areas where the National Weather Service, both Jackson down here, I believe that's Jackson counties down there, and Memphis, had chosen to remove locations from the tornado watch because things had died down. They hadn't removed everybody, but where the storms had died down, they'd removed it. And then about 25 minutes ago, both offices had to go and add those locations back in to the tornado watch. And that's what these blue counties are here. So yeah, if we're looking Amory, we're looking at all these other folks, yeah, the tornado watches are in place for you. And we do expect there's a greater potential to probably see active weather next few hours, but no guarantees that we're going to be talking about tornadoes. But those odds, there's still a pretty decent chance we're going to have some issues going forward. Our meteorologist, Gabe Manor, again, back in the studio, monitoring things. Gabe?
New tornado warning coming out for Ashley County, Arkansas. And why that's important to us is because that's on the southern fringe of that boundary. That's not too far outside of Greenville. And so that's showing that there's still some tornadic potential even further south. And that's why we, of course, need to stay weather aware. That's why the watch is in place. So as we look behind the scenes here, that is where we're seeing that new tornado warning being issued. I'll be honest, the rotation on that is a bit more impressive. I want to zoom in on this one and then we'll go back up there towards the north and west. But it is still a bit of a ways away. But if we're looking at that rotation, we're getting those brighter returns of at least some of that inflow, that outflow, that RFD trying to at least wrap itself around. So I'm watching this storm in a little bit more detail because as that continues towards Hamburg, Mist, Montrose, and Portland, that's not far away from us here in North Mississippi. Again, as we track that out, we measured it out earlier with our northwest storm. We're going right at the heart of that rotation. We're about 48 miles, which here, I would say that's in the next hour or so, at least trying to make its way there to Greenville, potentially Arcola, Hollandale. Here, I'll let you take over. But that's one to pay attention to. Even this one back behind it. I know it's still a little bit higher aloft, but that's one where we need to keep eyes on for sure. So let's do a longer track on this. We're going to focus it in the heart of that rotation and kind of press that all the way into North Mississippi, or should I say Central Mississippi at that point. And as we kind of bring down some of those towns a bit, you can see Montrose 9:03. So current time 8:27. We're still a bit of a ways away from this entering all the way into North Mississippi, and a lot can change. Hopefully it does. Portland 9:03, Lake Village 9:19, Eudora 9:25. That's where we're getting close to the state line. Arcola 9:50, Hollandale, we're eventually right there along Highway 61, 9:53. And then closer to Yazoo City, getting further into the night by 10:35. So Matt, that's one to pay attention to for sure, as that looks a little bit more impressive because it has a direct inflow to it. It's not cluttered with storms like up there towards the north and west. And so I'd be keeping eyes on that. And we should have a visual on it here in the next probably half hour as that moves closer to Greenville to maybe see some of the structure on it, see some of the cloud to ground strikes that we have with it. So definitely keeping eyes on that cell as well as the one up there towards the north and west.
Okay, I'm gonna let you keep tracking those on the BAM for a minute here. I need to check a couple of things behind the scenes on the computer that's at the monitor at the wall for a second. All right.
Okay. Perfect. So let's go ahead and bring it back here. And one thing that I'm going to do is jump back up to this cell up there towards the north and west because that is a little bit closer and has a potential, as we saw a few scans ago, unfortunately, to touch down and do some damage there. So a brief tornado touchdown earlier on, still seeing some of that rotation. You're getting that view there on reflectivity. Curious how that lines up. Yeah, I mean, you're still getting that wind. So we're looking basically, if we want to annotate right here, we'd be looking right here for that rotation, putting that back on. Oh, is it not going to let me double dose it? Will it? I don't think it will. So no, unfortunately it will not. But at least we can see it on our wind mode right here, and that shear marker now lining up with it. So we have that to at least mark it, and we can go back to reflectivity mode and track that into the DeSoto County area because it does look like it's at least getting towards Pinckney, Walls, and South Haven here.
Hold on a second. We need to stop here. We need to look at Tunica for just a second. Give me a moment. Because that return caught my eye.
Yes.
While we were looking at that a second ago, and we need to know what that is. Now that is something. Let's see how many scans that's been there. It's been there a couple of scans. Let's see if the location line. Well, let's just take a look at it. I don't want to judge it until because notice how that is not on there. So I don't want to overinflate what that is at this point. But it's interesting for sure. I don't know if it's more impressive or not because it might sound weird to say that because I don't know if that's all the way even in the storm itself, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like if you're looking, let's circle the whole area there and put like a line right through the middle of it. We look at the rainfall there. That's most of that rotation's outside of the storm. Let me check something here behind the scenes. Okay, Weather Service obviously is still just they're watching it. I think one of the things that they're looking at, and I think the same thing that I'm looking at here, is there's almost no return on the wind showing up there, which is interesting. Almost no precipitation return. Sorry, let me think for a second here. There are days where I can think and talk at the same time, and I think I might have used up a lot of my think and talk for a moment. So let me make sure we're looking at the right spot here. There's still, it's rotating. That might be side lobe contamination. I'm going to see if I can pull up a camera from up there for you here in a minute. So, let's get a track on that east. Let's zoom about the 40 miles per hour. Let's double check the angle, make sure that we have that correct, just in case something weird happens with that. That's almost directly east. We're going to assume it's still about the same 40 that it's been going. And they cancel the tornado warning up north because that circulation has fallen apart. But there's a track on this one here closer to Tunica. Again, no official warning on this here. But an area of circulation that bears monitoring. It's, all things considered, a relatively weak return, pretty much just east of Tunica. I'm going to check some cameras up there here in a second. I'll have more information for you here in just a minute. We might be able to see that using our camera up there in Senatobia, or not in Senatobia, but we have a camera. It's in the rainfall. Here in a minute, their Crenshaw camera might be good for this. So anyway, there's a track in the short term. More updates on that here in a minute. So go ahead, Gabe.
Perfect. Well, let's go ahead and track that out for you guys here in the Room to Room Weather Center. We're seeing Little Texas there by 8:37, Dooley by 8:40, Pritchard 8:41, Savage 8:41 as well, Evansville 8:42, Cottonville 8:44, Strayhorn by 8:48, Arcabutla by 8:50, Eliphaz same time frame 8:50, Kelly's Crossing 8:52, and Crockett by 8:53. This is again that area of rotation that our Chief Meteorologist Matt Laupon was mentioning just a moment ago, about some of that rotation that's been showing up the last couple of scans, and you kind of see that progress. Let's go over that 30-minute loop and so you can get a visual on this. But, as it's gone through the area, getting those brighter returns right there started to intensify just a bit, and we're continuing to get that even on the latest scans. So one good note is the fact that we've seen this tornado warning be lifted towards the eastern Arkansas area. So while we could still be getting those damaging winds, fortunately the rotation is not as impressive there as it moves closer to DeSoto County there on those latest scans. So hopefully that continues to be the case. I do still see some strong wind returns, so that potential is still there. So definitely one to pay attention to, that is for sure. I do see behind the scenes, let me make sure I have this pulled up. This was hail in the Chester area. This was submitted by one of our weather watchers there out in the field from Amy, and this is of some of the hail that we've been getting there across the area. So you can see over there in Chester, definitely getting about, I would say that's dime to nickel sized hail there. I'm trying to, judge the base of the boards, but appreciate that report, Amy, and just letting us have those eyes on the ground of those hailstones that continue to fall here across the North Mississippi area. So looking at the latest there, we still have the broad rotation. And so if you're in any of these areas, I would say continue to be steps away from that safe place just in case. Can't be too cautious in a nocturnal setup like what we have here in North Mississippi tonight, as that unstable air mass still continues to be overhead. Now let's line this up with reflectivity once again. So I will have to mark this real quick. I want to make sure that we keep that circulation circled and that we swap this over to our reflectivity mode. That's lining up better with at least some stronger DVZs. Yeah, we need to be paying attention to that. Moving through Tunica, hopefully getting a view on that here shortly. And of course, that's an area where we've seen some decent rotation. As of the latest, I want to make sure I'm not missing anything in the chat. They're going to reassess the ongoing storm. So they're taking a look at that a little bit more as that continues to move through the southern fringes there of Tunica County. So let's go out there towards Shelby. A new severe thunderstorm warning being issued for Shelby, the Mound Bayou, Cleveland, Drew. And we actually do have a view there out of Cleveland that we should be able to get a view on this storm with. Hopefully oriented the right way. We'll be looking towards the north to get a visual on that storm. We're for sure looking the right way. 73 degrees, 70-degree dew points, and that is in effect until 9:30 this evening. Current time 8:35, and this is for Bolivar County as well as all across Shelby and Cleveland there. So this is in place due to the strong winds, Matt, as these are moving on through. So we're paying attention to that. I want to make sure I have all the details there with the latest on this warning. But yes, due to those strong gusty winds that we've been getting with this setup, you can see the amount of lightning showing up that this is still a pretty intense storm. And as we look out to the west as well, we are also keeping an eye on that Ashley County storm that does have some of that broad rotation. They're talking golf ball sized hail possible. So more hail expected with that setup on top of the potential severe on top of the potential tornado as well. So that's out there towards Arkansas, but eventually moving closer to North Mississippi. This is a look out of Cleveland, getting a good visual there. I would assume, is this looking to the north, Matt, if you want to jump in here? I assume so.
I'll have to check. That's one of those. Do you have has cams pulled up on that?
I can do
monitor
it. I didn't know
there?
if you were doing it behind the scenes.
No. Most of the time, I'm going to pop up a camera, and then I'm working on a few other things as well. On that,
so this is looking west. So
okay, that's probably the direction we want to keep that, because there's a. Did you just do that, or Dave do that?
I did that. My bad.
Okay. Yeah. You'll probably want it still kind of looking back toward the west, because there's storms both west and north there of the Cleveland area. So I'll let you take that here for a minute, and let's get some storm tracks on it. Okay. And let's kind of bounce around a little bit more and get some storm tracks on the different ones. You're going to want to also change probably to a different radar site to have a better look at that.
Okay. Yes. So let's go ahead and change it over to. We'll go Jackson radar right there. And I might actually need to toss it over to the Chroma real quick, because I will need to do a different storm track. So bear with me. We're going to swap it over to a different camera view. And let's go ahead and do a storm track on this. We're going to keep that 40-mile-an-hour motion with this cell as it moves on through. So as we look here, right there, I'm going to go right along that leading edge. I want to make sure I get the motion right on this as it moves over the last hour. So that looks to continue to move. You know, the warning was drawn up. I'm curious if the warning was drawn up for more of the southern fringes of the cell, because that looks like it's going directly east at that point. So let's go ahead and draw that out. And I'm going to go to the latest scan. I'm going to draw out the leading edge right there and continue that towards the about 40 miles an hour. And then we're getting a look at the Renova area, 838, Cleveland Crossing, 839. So we're right in that time frame right now. And Dwiggins by 839, Minot 842, Parchman 842. We're in Rome 842, the Laughlin area 846, Cleveland by that same time frame 846, Skeen 849, and Longshot by 852. So we're approaching the 9 o'clock hour with this storm, and that warning is in effect until 9:30. So honestly, we might need to redo the storm speed on this one. So let me do that real quick with this one cell real quick. So that way we do have at least an updated speed on these. I think that'll be really important with assessing some of these chances further into the night. So, you know, it still keeps it about 40 miles an hour. So all things considered, we're around that same time frame. So maybe moving out of that warning a little bit earlier, but we're paying attention to this general area right here in southeast Arkansas and western Mississippi for some of those stronger storms moving in. Let's go back here towards the Noxubee County storm, because this continues to be one that stands out as a hail producer, has been for several scans now, all the way back there towards Louisville, where we were getting about 1.5-inch stones as well. So as that moves closer to Sugarlock, let's go ahead and do a storm track on that whole leading edge. And this is moving out of the warning, but I do foresee them at least extending another warning, because we are still getting some of those darker DBZ returns, meaning large hail is still a realistic possibility. So as that goes towards the south and east, these have been moving at about 35 miles an hour. So going to be a little bit slower than the ones out to the west. And we're seeing Scuba there, 844, Binsville, 845, Millington, 845, Giles, 851, Panola around that same time frame, Warsaw, 858, Hamner, 906, where Lizzieville closer to 922, Fowler, 925, Miller, 925, and Allison by 926. So watching those areas in particular for some large hail development, but it's been a hail producer throughout the entirety of our night. In fact, we do have a view there in Macon. Let's take a look there at our Macon camera to see if we get a visual on this storm. And this one may have to be moved as well. This is looking towards the south and west. So this would be looking right there. I would assume so. That's 224. So that's, I think that's exactly towards the south and west. So there's your severe thunderstorm warning. Let me see. I'm going to move this behind the scenes over to more of a southerly direction to make sure that we get a direct shot on this storm. Macon there, and we are going to go south, so just a little bit more. Yeah, so there we should get a visual. So let's hold it here for a moment. And we should be getting a high lightning production right there looking south, because if you look at the orientation of the storms, they're directly south of that Macon camera, and there's lightning that's expected with it. You're getting some of the city lights there in Macon as well, and down there towards this would be towards Shuqualak, as we just tracked a moment ago, and that's going to continue to move south and east further into southwest Alabama, actually. So that warning in effect until 8:45. That continues for the next 4 minutes or so, but I think they'll draw a new one up to at least accommodate for some of those, some of that hail threat moving forward into.
I think that they're going to actually let that one. I was going to try to get in before you said it. I think they're going to go ahead and let that one expire because of the downtrend on it. I know there's still a lot of heavy rainfall and there's probably some hail, but there have not been a lot of reports, unless people are just not sending them in. There have not been a lot of reports out on it for the last little bit here. And looking 3D on it, it's not quite as tall as it was. And I think that combination there, if we slice on it, I think is the reason they'll probably go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and get a slice right across it. Yeah. See, most of so while you have the really heavy returns, they're down sub 10,000 feet. Whereas, a little bit ago, let me see if I can back that up a little bit. A little bit ago they were a little higher than that, but they've been down there at that level for a while. So that's typically when the storms are more likely to be producing just really, really heavy rainfall and a lot of small hail as opposed to big hail.
That makes sense. So, well, there you go. That's good news.
Yeah.
So as we assess, so we can, we just tracked that one out. So let's go ahead and jump to our next weather maker, which unfortunately is going to be out west again. And these are trending across an unstable atmosphere here in North Mississippi. So we got to go through the environment once again. That's why we've said that we're not done with the threat tonight. It will continue, or this afternoon, it will continue into the evening as well. And I did see someone in the chat saying they have school tomorrow. You guys have school tomorrow. That's not going to change. So make sure to get some sleep. Get some sleep with Weather Call. One of the things that we've not talked about in quite a while. Let's actually discuss that here for a moment, and then I will jump on these storms out there towards Arkansas. So one of the things that we partner with here at Mississippi Live Weather is Weather Call. It is something that can keep your family safe, not only safe, but it could save their lives, because it calls you for tornadoes. It calls you for severe weather. It calls you for a confirmed tornado touchdown. So it's calling you twice for a tornado warning if needed. And that's going to make sure to wake you up. One thing behind the scenes, I know that if I get a phone call, I'm immediately jumping to my watch, I'm immediately jumping to my phone to figure out what it is. If I get a text or the notification, I'm going to hold that off until after we're live, so that way I'm able to, stick around with you guys and keep you guys informed. So, calls do matter. Calls have a little bit more of an importance in our lives, and that's why Weather Call is such a beneficial thing. $15 a year. Scan the QR code there on the bottom of your screen, and you'll be able to not only help your family, but potentially save their life in the future. $15 a year is less than, or a little bit more than $1 a month. And I know I spend way too much money on things that don't matter in my life that are more than $1, and that's possibly every day. So I know that I could spare a little over $1, and I'm sure that a lot of families could as well. So it's definitely worth the investment, that is for sure. So let's go ahead and go back over here towards the Hamburg storm over there towards Arkansas. And one of the big things with this is the fact that we have seen a tornado warning on this storm, and that is issued until 9:30. Now, as we look out of our Jackson radar site, I want to make sure I swap this over to wind mode, because earlier on it was having some impressive returns. That is broader rotation. Let me put this on a loop and we can look at this over the last 30 minutes. You can see those brighter greens, when those were showing up, that's where the concern was kind of increasing on this storm. We're still getting some broad rotation. That's still a decent rotation, a decent couplet right there, but overall, it is still broad, and have not gotten any confirmation out of that storm just yet, but we are continuing to watch that as it moves towards southeast Arkansas, and will eventually get closer to the Hollandale and Rolling Fork area. We can track out the latest on that scan, and this one we're going to keep at about 40 miles an hour, and that does look to be trending towards the south and east. That might be too far south and east. I'm trying to make sure I get the angle on this. They've been east, they've been northeast, they've been southeast, they've been everything possible. So there you go. There's a look at the storm track, and we're going to change this over to, we'll go at about 70 miles away, so that we can get well into North Mississippi. And let me narrow these towns down. There we go. So getting a look at some of those times where Eudora 936, Arcola 1006, Hollandale 1009, and then Anguilla, I believe is how you say that, 1017. And that's going to be moving close to the Rolling Fork area as well. So this is that broad rotation. So far has not produced anything, but that is kind of a cell isolated by itself that could potentially produce later on. Hopefully not, but just saying that potential is there. I want to take it back to our Monroe County site because I want to continue to assess things here in North Mississippi, as I know a lot of you guys are wondering, well, what's it doing in my area? Well, let's go ahead and look at what's taking place. This one towards Hickory Flat stands out. Let's put lightning back on. I want to see if this is a high lightning producer. This is out there towards Myrtle, the New Albany area, Hickory Flat. Oh wait, I changed radar sites. Let me change it back. So that one could have some small hail with it. I'm curious if it has, yeah, some of that hail swath is showing up. So let's take this back over the last couple of scans because I think this is one that may be strengthening as it moves closer to the northeast side of Lafayette County and now into, it's following a very similar track to the one yesterday, as a matter of fact. So that's one to pay attention to. I'm not sure how much it'll be able to strengthen, but some small hail not impossible there towards Myrtle and the Hickory Flat area, areas where they received hail yesterday. So hopefully not the case, but that is one to pay attention to. Let's track that out, and I'm going to go right there in that core as it moves there towards the east. And as we track this out, we are going to take this. I need to do a new speed on this because it is going to be, you know, with a different cluster, and with a different cluster comes a different speed. So there we go. If we track that out. Yeah, see, that's way down. I was about to say that is a slow mover. So we will go at about 25 on that as it moves more towards the east. And there's a look at some time. So we're Myrtle by 8:49. If that does continue with a more of a southern track, I do expect it to kind of remain along the county line. 901 towards Pumpkin Center, Cotton Plant 905, Concord 907, Bluff 912, and Pleasant Hill by around 913. No warning on this, but I think some small hail is possible as that does move on through. I'm sorry, that tornado warning was up there because of the storm we just tracked a moment ago. Let's take it back to our warning in the area. This is the one out there towards Cleveland. I think we're going to have to go out of our Jackson radar site to get the best visual. It's kind of in between a bunch of radar sites, so we're using all three to kind of intersect this point. And that severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 9:30 this evening. How this has trended, let's go ahead and track that. So some small hail possible. Hail swath has not been immense. And as we look at the wind, hang on a second. That's something to watch. That's broad rotation. And it looks like it's within that Shelby area. Matt, do we have a look out of Shelby? I'm pretty sure we do. I might have to take a step off screen. I'm going to go look into the right way to look the north to see the area where we were talking about. That does have some of that broad rotation. I mean, with the lightning, I know it's far away, but I mean, the storm's ahead right now. And it looks like where we might have some broad rotation. So this is actually oriented towards the.
Hey, let's go ahead and not move it. If we like, I know that sometimes what we try to do is kind of get a time lapse at a direction. If we really need to move it, we can. But which way is it going?
It's going west.
Okay, that's still potentially the right direction if we, depending on exactly where this camera is. I mean, we might flip it around to the east there, but I can't remember if this is the one where we hit the water tower and we go flip that around.
Do you want me to chance it?
I mean, so I would manually move it. Don't do the click move, but like use the little joystick to move it.
Okay, and go to the east.
And go ahead and go around to the north and then to the east. Take your time, so that we can give it a chance to see if there's something else there as we're going. Especially at night, we always want to kind of take the time when we're doing it. Unfortunately, that looks like that really rolls the resolution down, the more pixels that we're doing. So we're going to have to kind of move it and then stop and give it a little bit of time there. Yeah, we need to go backing up. Let me see if I'm still on your computer. There. Yeah, bam, computer. Give me a moment here. Go up a little bit more. Make sure we've got as good a shot as possible. Again, you're watching Mississippi Live Weather. We're a 24/7 weather streaming service based out of the Tupelo, Mississippi area, covering North Mississippi during severe weather, breaking weather, looking toward nearly nonstop lightning on a severe thunderstorm warning there near the Shelby community in western Mississippi there, as you can see, in Bolivar County. A storm that's going to be crossing into Sunflower County here soon. It looks like within the next few minutes here as well. So a lot of lightning with that storm, and we're just kind of sort of watching as we're looking into that thunderstorm, looking kind of northwestish still. I'm going to take that to the right based on what I just saw a moment ago. So give me just a moment here. I'll hold it right about there. See, oh man, okay, it overdid it. That might not be the wrong, that still might not be the wrong angle looking through that tower there. Let's go and hold it right there for a moment. We're looking kind of northeast. You can see some of the low clouds there. It's going to take some time just kind of watching this. There you can see kind of an inflow cloud. I don't know if I'd have to pop that behind me. Yeah, I think that's what that looked like. Inflow into the storm there. I don't know if that's necessarily what we have in the foreground in the upper right-hand corner. I'm going to give this back to you. I'm going to send you back to the wall. We're going to look, pull up a few things. There's another radar site I need to look at, so I'm going to send it back to you back in the studio.
Okay, and while you're doing that, we can, of course, keep eyes on this behind the scenes, but I also want to make note that we have a new severe thunderstorm warning towards northwest Mississippi. This storm that produced a brief tornado over there towards eastern Arkansas, now producing a severe thunderstorm warning for DeSoto County. So this is the exact area that we were tracking a moment ago, lining up well with our time here in northwest Mississippi. Now, I know the question, do we have any rotation with it? Because earlier on we did. Let's track that out. With that being said, Norfolk is an area where I would be paying attention, because as you look right there, you see that S shape that we begin to have, that little appendage that tries to go out. That's where it could potentially be an RFD trying to get a little bit out ahead of it. Some of those stronger winds as well being seen with that. So Norfolk, let's track that out, because that's an area where we are seeing potentially some of that broad rotation. And this will be, they have it more of a southeasterly path. Let me put a track on this. Let me put this on a loop. So I want to make sure we have this in the right direction. That's right. Okay. So over there towards Norfolk, an area where I would be paying attention because there is some broad rotation on that one. We're seeing Walls by 859, the Lakeview area 901, South Haven 902, Lynchburg 904, Barnesville 904, Horn Lake 909, South Haven 911, and Plum Point by about 916, Pleasant Hill by 921 as well. Now, this is an area where there is some broad rotation. Let's stop the loop real quick, and I want to zoom in on this one, because you see it on our, was my audio okay? I think my IFB is dying as we speak, because we've been live for a good while. So thank you for staying with us here tonight. But right here, where you get that little RFD trying to jut out potentially.
Is good.
It is good? Okay.
Your mic is good. And you're right, that spot where it kind of juts out there is one that we have to watch. And honestly, what we also need to do while we're talking about this, we probably need to switch out your microphone before it dies as well. Put mic 1 on the charger, get mic 2 off of there.
Okay. And I'm going to swap my batteries too. So if you want to take over for like 2 minutes, I'll get that done.
Yeah, no, I'm take over for a few minutes
that here. Looks more impressive.
I think it does look more impressive than it did before. So bring it back in here again. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. You've been hearing our meteorologist Gabe Mainers. We're assessing some storms. See how, and he is correct here in spotting this. The way this is jutting out is what that kind of looks like when one of these tries to spin up a tornado. So I would say, Gabe was asking a little bit ago about, do we need to do a push notification? I would say we could probably do one up here for locations there. Horn Lake, South Haven, say rotation increasing on a thunderstorm for some of those spots there. We'll check our radar with the at the Memphis airport. Definitely shows that trying really hard to do something. So Gabe, let's get a push out for folks up there, letting them know that this could pop up, could potentially try to wrap up and produce a tornado. I think we still have a little time, maybe a few minutes before that happens there, but I'd rather just get a push saying that rotation is increasing on a storm in northern DeSoto County. That would be the angle I would take on it. I would take that. You can get all of DeSoto County for that. I would take it over there to northern sections of Marshall County, and obviously South Tennessee for some of those spots there. Those would be the spots I'd be looking at kind of. And yeah, you can take a wider shot if you need to on that. So where you see this missing data on there is where the radar is going, hold on, that doesn't look right. That doesn't look right is the exact thing that we look for here when we're looking at this, because there is a spot right there, again, east of Norfolk, west of Walls, where that circulation has gotten a little bit stronger. I'm going to check our shear rate from the Memphis from the Memphis Weather Service radar, starting to show again some of the stronger winds. And here's the thing that gets me is even from that longer distance away, it sees that spot there where it's like, hey, stronger wind. That's when we're starting to see wind shear of around 58 miles per hour. That would have been a scan or two ago, and we have a better position here looking at the radar site from the airport there. We might have a small tornado there near Norfolk at this instant. So I'm going to circle this. We're going to get a storm track on this as well. So right here is the spot that we are concentrating on there. Hold on. Let's go ahead and clear that off. I think there we go, right there. And so let's go ahead and loop this a couple times here, leave this a 30-minute loop, and we will get the exact angle on this as well. I'm going to still assume that this is probably moving about 40 miles per hour or so, go 40, 45 miles per hour toward the south and east. But this is, at this point, I would say, enough evidence to say this is probably a damaging portion of this thunderstorm. You can see some of the locations there on the screen. I think we've overdone it on the number of locations. It's really kind of the center track of this in particular that we're looking at an area of circulation that could potentially be a tornado in the development phases up here in DeSoto County, Mississippi. There's our tornado warning. So again, Gabe will do a general push for everybody, let them know tornado warning have been issued for DeSoto County, Mississippi. The area that Gabe was identifying just a moment ago has spiked up, and that rotation has strengthened to the point where a tornado has potentially touched down up here. So we need to make sure that if you live up here in DeSoto County, that we are in our tornado safe place. That's going to be the sturdy structure or a middle of a lowest floor of a sturdy structure up there, a place where we can wrap up in blankets and pillows, put on a helmet to protect ourselves from debris, and stay there until we can give you the all clear. I'm going to change my cone here. We're going to do a track on this. And then what I'm going to do is we're going to refine that track a little bit more. These are not going to be long-lived tornadoes, and it's entirely possible that whatever tornado we spotted a second ago could lift very, very shortly if it's even still on the ground. Let's go ahead and we're going to shrink that cone in. I think I should be able to do that just a little bit. Yes, I want to refine where we're looking at because we do have a fairly high confidence level. We're going to shrink the beginning width of it a little bit to make sure that we're kind of as precise as possible on where this is going. But this will be crossing Highway 61 within about the next 25 to 30 seconds or so up here for locations near 302, Mrs. Highway 302 and US Highway 61 up here. We need to make sure we are in our tornado safe place. We need to make sure that we are not in an unsafe place. And sometimes that's the best we can do, is not in an unsafe place. That's going to be a small windowless room, is where obviously we want to be. So we don't want to be in cars, trucks, manufactured homes, large open rooms, upper floors, and rooms with windows. These are the places we want to try to avoid if at all possible. This is a tornado warning issued a moment ago there, from the National Weather Service. Their description there, likely be a quick spin-up tornado if it produces a tornado, and I agree. That means that it is entirely possible that, and sometimes in this case, that by the time we can say, hey, I think that's a tornado, it might have already lifted. That's why we build our armor, because we don't always have a whole lot of time. So we want to think about multiple ways to find out if we're in the danger zone. The Mississippi Live Weather app should be in that arsenal. Weather call should be in that arsenal. But whether it's Code Red, National Weather Service, weather radio, we need multiple layers to protect ourselves, because whatever the circulation is probably pretty close to Mississippi Highway 302 and its intersection there with Highway 61 up in DeSoto County. So again, reminder on that safe place, we want to be in a small windowless room there. So wider shot here for a moment. This is west of Horn Lake. You can see I have Horn Lake on there at 9:10, the time frame for arrival time for you. Walls, of course, it's over top of you now. It is highly likely that whatever tornado happens in this situation is there for maybe 2 or 3 minutes, we might already have seen it lift. That's how short-lived some of these circulations are. And part of the reason I think that might be the case, and I think if you're ahead of this, if you're any of the towns that I have on there, don't go off of my kind of maybe, hopefully. I think this, I'm a smart guy, but I'm not perfect. But here is my thought process on this as I kind of advance this forward. We're getting 1 minute data here from the airport radar at the Memphis airport. And the leading edge of our strong wind is now east again of 61, but it's a spot right back there where I think we briefly had our spin up. If you go back a couple of scans here when it was a little bit west of Walls, again, we're looking at 1 minute data here from the Memphis airport. Right there, when you have kind of this sort of hole in the data, that's what we sometimes look at. See how that wraps in? There's a place where the wind was able to wrap in and around on that, produce a tornado. That tornado was probably circulation, whatever circulation it was, is now back inside of the rainfall there. And that leading edge of strong winds is the biggest impact. So again, it's entirely possible that we could have little spin-ups like this that form up and down this line as it moves eastward. So tornado warning does continue again for DeSoto County. I can't guarantee that that's going to stay in effect a super long period of time. And one thing that's critical to know about this particular warning, we're really close to a radar. We've got spectacular view of this. There are going to be times tonight where we don't. I'm talking about you guys in Union County, Tippah County, Alcorn County. You know who I'm talking about, and all the way down the Delta where we just don't have a great view of these storms because we don't have close radars. One like this is the kind that's going to make the National Weather Service pull on additional tornado warnings, even if they sniff something. And I don't blame them. That's probably the right way to handle it. But that is to say, because of what we see here, the likelihood of us seeing more tornado warnings tonight, I think, greatly increases. And it could be a night where we have some false alarms. We're not going to know until after the fact if it's a false alarm. But we need to prepare accordingly, assuming that things are as bad as they could be, and then hoping for the best, right? You always prepare for the worst and hope for the best. So tornado warning continues here for DeSoto County. Right where I'm putting that little white line is where we expect that rotation, if it is occurring, if that circulation is occurring, that it most likely is. As I'm checking our radar here, we're looking, again, this is blockier because we're looking from farther away there back to the northwest out there at the Memphis National Weather Service office. Up this from Millington, Tennessee is where this radar image is initiating from. And you can see there's definitely still shear at that same spot. And looking from that radar site at the area of circulation, this is going to be the problem we run into. It was very clear cut on the airport radar. That looks like we could have something, right? I think this is about the time here, about 8:57. If we go back and look at the radar, yeah, where we probably had a tornado right there. And notice if you look from the Weather Service radar, that is not that far away at that point, doesn't show up. So that's going to be the problem we have tonight, is that by the time it's obvious on the Weather Service radar, we're far, it's possible that it touches down and lifts up before that point in time. So brief tornadoes are going to be what we see, brief tornado warnings. And unfortunately, there's not going to be a ton of lead time that goes with these kind of storms. I would say our tornado has lifted by this point here. I believe our tornado will have almost certainly lifted out here in DeSoto County. But along the leading edge of this area here of greens is where we have our strongest wind gusts. I'm going to track it close to 40, 45 miles per hour. We'll double check to see if that is the adjusted speed on this. Give me just a moment to read through something here. They're going 35 miles per hour. So I'm going maybe a little fast on my track, assuming that maybe this picks up a little bit of speed. So as we look ahead on this here, you can see some times there, extending that out. And I'm going to change the cities so we can go a little farther ahead on this. So this can shrink the number of cities a little bit, but Horn Lake 906, this is going to be a wall of wind. I think it's probable the tornado risk, the tornado is probably lifted. Again, I'm not perfect, radar's not perfect, and we're always looking at something that's at least a couple minutes old. But South Haven 906, I think I would still recommend that you are in those tornado safe places if you're in these locations here, because the spin-ups are going to occur on the leading edge of kind of this wind, and anytime it kind of curls back in, it's going to be one of those times where that's a possibility of what we see. And we have spectacular look at this because we're just so close. The airport radar is right there. If you've driven along I-55 there, in DeSoto County, and there's kind of a big golf ball looking thing next to the road. That's the radar. Looks for turbulence for planes going in and out of the Memphis airport there. And so what it does a spectacular job is looking at wind and these sorts of things, shear, so that, you know, all those planes can get in and out without there being any problems. But we're just really, really close to it, so we have a spectacular look at it. Unfortunately, pretty soon, we're going to be too far away to have that same kind of look. So we're going to have to start making guesses more on some of those storms, like this one near Senatobia. I mean, I show a little bit of shear on that. Let's check the rotation on here. Again, it's fairly broad on this, but that's one that once you see it one place, you start worrying of whether or not there's some other ones there that you might be missing. So let's get a storm track on this, and we'll come back up to our tornado warning, which I do believe will probably be canceled before the conclusion of that warning there. So we're looking Senatobia 9/11 there. This is just some gusty winds. This is a strengthening storm, and hopefully remains below severe limits. Hopefully it doesn't do anything crazy, but here are some times, as you can see, toward Luxoma at 9:22, and eventually Wyatt there about 9:34. If for one reason or another this one decides to do something crazy like that. Let's go wide, make sure we're not missing anything here for a moment. Most of the storms farther south are a bit weaker. We're going to come back here to our radar site out of Monroe County. We're going to look up there toward Union County in 2 seconds. I want to just see we're far enough back west on those storms back out there toward Arkansas that we're okay for the time being. So let's come up here and let's look at this storm up here in Union County, and we'll come back to northwest Mississippi. So no official warning up here. You're under a tornado watch in Union County. And checking out the wind mode here on Mama Justice Doppler radar, I don't see anything that's overly concerning at this moment. So we're not going to spend a bunch of time on this here. That just was a little brighter than most. It was worth a look over. But where we continue to have a potential for a damaging storm, whether it's from damaging straight line winds or a damaging tornado, is up here near Aidens, Horde Lake, and the Yago community there. As we show the wind, we're looking from a long, long distance away. Yeah, there's broad rotation. Looking from a little bit closer at the Memphis radar, it's picking up what we call a shear marker, an area that's designed to look for wind shear, the change in wind direction, and get my attention and say, hey, are you paying attention? So let's pay attention to the closest radar site. That's the one from the Memphis airport. And I do not see the same kind of intense circulation that we had on this just a few minutes ago. So going back here, I do believe it's probable that whatever tornado we had has probably lifted. In saying that, it still could be a damaging storm. But certainly we always want to approach one of these with as much caution as possible. Let's talk about, again, why this was issued for a moment here. Doppler radar detected rotation that very well could have developed into a tornado on a thunderstorm producing, as you can see the lines here, that's all lightning strikes. So just an absolute massive amount of lightning. We got, 1,700 strikes here. So I know this is a scenario where if you're out ahead of this, out here for Olive Branch or Cedar View or Lewisburg or Bright there, as it eventually crosses the 269 loop there. This is going to go through some spots over the next little bit. You might be thinking ahead. Well, what should we do now? I would recommend this is the time in advance in case this does something again for you, where we need to be kind of getting to the sturdy place. So this is kind of how we evaluate where we're at. The potential that we could have a storm try to rotate and spin up a tornado. Obviously, our concern here. But at this time, things do look a little bit better on Mama Justice Doppler radar. Gabe behind the scenes is getting us up a couple of Mississippi Department of Transportation cameras there in along that area that he's going to show for us here in a second. So we'll hopefully check in with him here in a couple minutes on that as he is doing that. But again, mainly straight line wind, in my opinion, here versus where we were even just about 10 minutes ago. Let's reset here things for a second. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. We're a 24/7 streaming service based out of North Mississippi here, tracking a tornado warning that's been issued here for DeSoto County. The point at which we possibly had a tornado touchdown, we have to go back here a few minutes, probably about 8:57. And considering the current time is about 9:09 here, this is only about 10 minutes ago, but we get great radar data from about 15 minutes ago, I should say. Whatever that circulation is deep within the rainfall now. In saying that, it does not take a whole lot of time for one of these to kink up again. and where we sometimes get these to kind of jut ahead, gives an opportunity for wind to then impinge in here and try to then wrap back into one of these. So this is already moving through Horn Lake with strong and potentially damaging wind gusts there. And then all along the leading edge here, I'd say 60-mile-per-hour winds a possibility with this. Our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, again, behind the scenes, he is tracking the latest on.
Yeah, Matt, as we take a look out there in the DeSoto County area, this is over there towards Horn Lake. And one of the things that you can see is, of course, the camera bouncing there with a strong wind gust, but you also get a visual of the sheets of rain that's blowing across the screen. Now, this is looking towards the west, so you can see this just getting more and more intense. Flashers already coming on because of the heavy rainfall and gusty winds, making it nearly impossible to see and drive. So please, if you're in DeSoto County, do not get out in this. This is a tornado warning, and if all else fails, it is still gusty winds, whether it's rotating or straight line.
And tornadoes will likely be short-lived in this situation. If you have one there that's, right along 55, there north of 69. Let's try to see some of those here in a minute, and maybe look along 269 as well, because I think this is about to get organized again. It's typically fairly short-lived, but look, Gabe, at where we're at with this here. We have this once again going a little more vertical here, a little more north and south. As that happens, that's the sign that this is possibly kicking out, and then you get the winds come in here, try to pinch off. So that is what is probably happening here. It's happening pretty close to the radar side. If it's going to produce another one of these brief ones, it's south of the Yago area, north of Nesbit, probably east of Nesbit there, where it's trying once again to get rotation to strengthen a bit more here on Mama Justice Doppler radar. So if you're up here in DeSoto County, we need to be in that tornado safe place. This is at this point primarily south of South Haven, south of Olive Branch, north of Nesbit, north of Hernando, and a fairly concentrated area here where we have the greatest concern that this could try to produce something. We're going to keep it, we'll say 35 to 40 miles per hour. And there's our storm track looking ahead on this. Gabe, I'm going to let you list off, I'm going to let you show that camera, and then I'm going to let you list off the names. I'm going to check a different radar here for just a moment. Our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, back in our studios. Gabe?
Yeah, Matt, so directly at the intersection there, 55 and 269 is where we'll get a view here in just a moment. But first, actually, let's get it right now. So this is looking north up there towards 55. You can see the cars already stopping in advance of this storm because they don't want to drive into the tornado warning up there. But you're getting that high output of lightning because that storm, as you saw, it had that northeast to southwest orientation. So the lightning going to be showing up all across that sky as that goes right across 55, more north towards Horn Lake, where we were getting a visual just a moment ago, some of those winds jutting into the storm. So keeping eyes up there to pretty much that part of your screen right there, or if there's anything on the horizon. So I'll keep eyes on that here behind the scenes. Let's go ahead and toss it back to our track real quick to make sure we give folks a heads up. And you can see Lewisburg 928, Fairhaven 931, Stonewall 935, and Byhalia, if this is to reproduce, potentially by 941, Matt, as that kind of tries to cycle its way on back.
Absolutely. I have a different version of Mama Justice Doppler radar that we're going to show you here. I've been looking at a couple of different radar sites up here. This is the one I want to kind of focus on, the one that we have looking at the precipitation mode here. New tornado warning coming out because, again, I think this possibly trying to spin up near Nesbit. There's one spot there. There's another spot just a little bit north as well. So, again, this is going to be fast moving as we watch for these little spin ups along the leading edge of this here, where we previously, again, had probably a tornado spin up a few minutes ago. Could be talked about another one attempting to do the same thing once again as well. So a new tornado warning now issued for locations east of the original one in DeSoto County until 10 p.m. here. That also extends, I believe, into Marshall County as well. But we're looking right there, right in the middle, pretty much right over top of the radar site there at the Memphis, of course, the radar site that's along 55 and near the Memphis airport where we're looking at this. You can see if you go back here where our circulation was, again, more obvious on the precipitation mode here, where you just have this kind of area where it's curled back around. And that's the spot there where that has kind of maintained an area where it's still trying to produce a tornado. So new tornado warning issued there for locations pretty much just east of I-55 up here in DeSoto County, north of 269 at this time. We need to be in our tornado safe place if we're in these locations. I'll bring it back to our standard Mama Justice Doppler radar on the same track that we've had up there with the new warning until 10 p.m. And we'll bring up again those tornado safety rules for you. That does mean we need to be in that tornado safe place, and pull down that logo there. Appreciate Mama Justice and Room to Room and all of our sponsors. But we need to get your safe place information there. So find that sturdy safe place. If you're up here, this is just probably northeast of Nesbitt, south of Jago there, and just north of 269, moving toward Lewisburg, moving toward the intersection there between 269 and 22. Let's go ahead and take this back to 2D mode to make sure we've got it perfect. And get a lot of lightning. This is not one you're going to probably want to run out and mess with, but it is one you just have to deal with. Looking at our 1 minute scans here, again, coming in from this. So I show the latest position. I think the wind mode here doing a little better job of that. So let's stick to the wind mode. And even then, I think we might have to stick with the uglier version of Mama Justice Doppler on this. Gabe, we'll look at some other cameras if we can, continue to try to kind of get some cameras there. I'm going to flop back and forth with you on that. But I'm going to go back to kind of the uglier version of Mama Justice Doppler radar here for a moment. So make sure we're in that tornado safe place if we are there in DeSoto County. This does not look as intense, basically because at this moment here, it's right over top of the radar site, and because this is the Doppler radar there at the airport, I don't have every single road, unfortunately, on this particular one, but we do know it's obviously north of 269 at this time, and working its way toward the east and southeast. So Lewisburg, we need to be in our tornado safe place just in case, as this moves toward the east at about, let me double check the speed now because we've kind of done this a few times. It should be able to 31 knots, so 35 miles per hour, which is what they went. It's pretty good speed on that there. Gabe, any shots that you're getting from any of the cameras up there in DeSoto County?
Yeah, Matt, one thing that I'm working on here real quick is right along Highway 78, US 78, looking towards the west. So this will be looking close to that 269 area that we were tracking just a moment ago. And you can see that all that lightning production there in the distance right there on the horizon is where we're looking. And that storm continuing to move a little bit there towards the east, almost southeast motion. So honestly, this camera might be in the direct path of that storm. You can see how it's pretty calm out ahead of it, but those winds definitely going to pick up like what we saw in Horn Lake just a few moments ago.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So, I mean, that's the thing, really kind of wrapped up as that kind of moved through I-55 just a little bit ago. Again, this tornado warning until 10 p.m. Let's do a wider shot here, a longer track, an overall assessment of way things are, so we can kind of, I know some folks obviously ahead of this, we've talked a lot about severe weather, we've talked a lot about tornadoes. We've been fortunate enough we haven't had a lot of that so far today and the last couple of days, but still depicting one of those shear markers with the circulation, the rotation there with this storm now east of 55, very near 269 in DeSoto County. It has prompted a tornado warning, does extend into Marshall County, does not yet include Holly Springs. It's possible at some point it could be necessary to see an extension there to the Holly Springs area. So this is going to be a little wider track than necessary, about 35, 37 miles per hour. We're going to extend this out just a little farther so that we go a little deeper in time here for you. So let's just say we're going to go way too far for a moment here, just in case this kind of holds together for a while, which remains a possibility. So you can see in the short term here, Pleasant Hill at 924, 929 Cedar View. We're looking at Lewisburg at 929 there, Stonewall 935, Ingram Mill 936 Byhalia. Again, you're pretty much in the path of this there at 942. And then working toward Victoria 949, Red Banks 954, Holly Springs, if that holds together, close to around 10:06. So the National Weather Service have to make a choice by then whether or not they want to go ahead and extend this warning even further to the east by that point and time. Back here on the wind mode, that's kind of our best bet on looking to try to find it here. Because we now have a wet radome, sometimes the velocity is not the greatest once we get kind of on the other side of having the rain. So it looks perfect there for a minute, and now it's a lot more difficult to really pick it out. And we're doing a little more guessing, unfortunately, on this. I can see the camera behind there, Gabe, where we're looking at as of 9:20.
So this would be just east of Hernando, looking north into the storm. So our rotation honestly should be right there at the center of your screen where all of the lightning is coming in from. So I'm looking at the horizon right there to see if we get anything, any funnel that's trying to form, any of that rotation. And as each strike comes in, we're able to get somewhat of a visual. Unfortunately, some of the headlights not doing us any favors, but that's what I'm trying to look for right here, is any confirmation of anything there on the horizon. Just difficult to see with the headlights and just the sheer amount of lightning that we're dealing with. So the energetic part of the storm showing us that this is still a very mature and strong storm moving through DeSoto County, and definitely trying to hold itself together right there. That's the strike that we need, the one that shines right there on the horizon, that gives us a little bit of an illuminated view. Yeah, right there, I didn't see anything that stands out, so hopefully that means that this thing is still lifted, but man, I mean, it's definitely trying, definitely the one that's most trying here in North Mississippi as we've gone through this evening.
Absolutely. Our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor. Okay, did get some street level mapping in this while we were talking to you a moment ago there. I'm going to go back to another version of our Mama Justice Doppler. It keeps pulling up a different radar site that I'm watching farther south. And Gabe, if we have some eyes on the storms farther south, we need to take a look at those here for a moment. So this is how kind of wrapped up this is here. So I-55, where my pointer is right there, we're, about how far away are we at this point here? Place marker there. We're sitting about 4 miles to the maybe 3.5 to 4 miles to the west of the Cedar View area. And at this point, the part of I-22 that this will probably cross, and it doesn't look super impressive on this, and that's just because the radar we're looking at the airport there is designed to find turbulence, so it does much better in the wind mode than in the other modes. But once the radome gets a little wet, then even it struggles a little bit on that as well. On the precip mode, you can definitely see it wrap back around, like we have the winds where they're clearly kind of wrapping back in and around there. So I would place it pretty much right there about the cross. Let's see, that would be Pleasant Hill Road within the next minute or two. We got about another 3 or 4 minutes before, 2 to 3 minutes before it crosses. Let's see what road we got there. Craft Road, right where my pointer is would be Craft Road, as it kind of moves in the direction of Cedar View there. We cannot guarantee that this is a tornado on the ground or producing damage, but I can clearly see where the winds are wrapping into this storm. And Gabe is showing again on the ground what this looks like as of the 9:22 time period.
Yeah, so if you ever wanted a video of an inflow into a potentially tornadic system right here, you see those winds going into the storm there from the north. Trucks, semi-trucks almost unable to drive with just the strong wind absorbing all of that moisture and putting it right into this storm. So it's basically a bumper-to-bumper type night out there on 269 and parts of I-55 as well, but you can see the inflow, just those sheets of rain going right along the roadway directly into the storm that's still over there on the horizon. You can see with the lightning, so definitely paying attention to this general region for any of that potential development, because it's definitely absorbing all of the energy that it needs here in North Mississippi, and you're getting a good visual of that there on the road, unfortunately.
Okay, one thing we need to really, really emphasize here for a second, and this is where you at home can make the difference here for a moment. We need to be stopping people from traveling there along I-22 up there, if 269 as well. If for one reason or another you know somebody in this region that might be traveling, this stretch of I-22 between Olive Branch and Holly Springs, we don't need to have people traveling on that in the next few minutes, because this area here is where that area circulation is going to pass, and it's going to be paralleling I-22 for a little while there. So you can help by either calling friends and family in the path that you know are up there, taking a picture of what we're showing here and the track that I'm going to put on a second, and sending that to friends and family. You can send pictures of what's going on at the end, but sometimes you do have to nag mom and dad. You typically rarely have to nag mom, but sometimes you have to nag those folks about husbands. We are what we are, about convincing them that, hey, take something like this seriously. We do not expect to have strong tornadoes tonight, let me be clear, but it's possible we could have brief tornadoes, and brief tornadoes still can have 80, 90 mile per hour winds and a wind shift that you don't want to mess with if you're in a vehicle. So this is on a path that will take it again toward Byhalia and Victoria. We show Byhalia, we're looking at about 9:43 for you. Victoria 9:51. But at 9:30 and within 5 minutes here, we're looking at that for you in the Cedar View area. That's, again, very near I-22, and this should cross pretty close to the I-22 and 269 interchange if it kind of continues at the angle it is. Got another shot down there from Gabe, our meteorologist Gabe Maynor. Let's check what he is showing us as of a 9:25 as we continue to track a tornado warning for DeSoto and Marshall County in northwest Mississippi. Gabe, what are we looking at?
This is I-22 in Byhalia, looking over there towards the west. And one big thing to take from this is we're talking about those high-profile vehicles. Those flashers right there at the bottom, that is actually one of those high-profile vehicles, a semi-truck pulled off to the side of the road, understanding that it is a gusty system that's moving in. The one thing about it is this is still kind of in that general path. As if this is work to produce and he's clearing out of the way, honestly, I would as well to go ahead and get away from this setup. But stay off the roads completely if you can. Just if you're in Byhalia, this is headed closer your direction, and that's where that tornado track kind of takes it. So if this is were to produce a brief spin up, this would be an area that we're looking at that potential to form. So right along 22, there are still unfortunately some cars traveling. So get to where you need to go, let this storm pass, and hopefully no one is affected and all of our structures stay sound tonight, Matt. But of course, getting eyes on that as it tracks across the northwest part of our area. Our MDOT traffic cam is doing a great job of giving us a visual on the ground.
You know, one thing I think I don't want to miss here, because sometimes even you can need me a little too close. Let's look here at what we're viewing from our shot in up at the Memphis National Weather Service. We bring it into the digital room-to-room weather center here for a moment. There are two areas, two shear markers here, two areas of circulation that's detecting. And I think the one there right along 269 is pretty interesting as well. And Gabe, I don't know if we can find a camera there along 269 near Lewisburg, about 2 miles, maybe 3 miles to the west of the 22 and 269 interchange. I'd be looking right about that spot if we can find that there, because it looks like we might have something trying to spin up about that spot. That would still be in our tornado warning here. That would still pretty much be including some of the same folks. And with that in mind, I'm going back in and looking at the radar from down at the airport, and I just don't see it as pronounced there, but looking a little higher up, and it's not that much higher up, but if we are looking a little higher up, we're looking about 1,700 feet off of the ground here. So that's still, all things considered, fairly low. So we're gonna keep it on you, Gabe, for a second. We're gonna check some of these cameras. We're gonna go camera by camera through some of these. Work your way east on these, Gabe, as we kind of check and see what's going on there.
Yeah, so this is along 269 there towards Lewisburg. Again, getting a shot there on the horizon. So this would be, you know, as you were tracking a little bit north of 269 as well, between Hernando and Byhalia. So you're getting a look there. Again, that inflow showing up with some of those winds just whipping the rain along parts of 269 as well. And again, you're getting a shot there on the horizon. So let's go through this. We can go a little bit east there of Lewisburg. Unfortunately, you kind of hit or miss with these cameras, but we are getting a few shots looking towards the north, so we can at least get a somewhat of a visual there on the horizon. This one, so we're looking off there, basically right where those lights are on the distance. This is, again, looking to the north. This would be east of Louisville, close to 269 and 305. And you can see where that lightning is concentrated right there on the horizon. Any vehicles that are traveling right now, driving real slow to accommodate for those that rainfall and those heavy winds, Matt. That's seen all across 269, no matter which of these cameras you use. But I will continue to try to get a view of that as it continues to move east.
Okay, give me that north one there. And what was the north one, the first one you clicked on that?
All of them have been the north one. They've just been different spots. So I did west of Lewisburg,
pull up that
east,
camera,
and right
the camera you've got there. Pull that up.
Okay.
Or is that red? Hold on. Which? Oh, this is Red Banks. Okay.
Red Banks.
Okay, got it. Man, you know, you can see some of the lowerings on some of those lightning flashes there as well. We're probably not going to have a very good visual on this tonight. Unfortunately, it's just going to be, you know, hope we can see this. The big concern though is that we are really close to a radar site that's very accurate. It's the only way these things have been picked up. There's going to be a lot of guessing that goes on later tonight because of this, unfortunately. Gabe, keep on working on those looks. Check the chat with the storm chasers. Make sure there's not something going on there. and we'll talk more about that here in a minute. Appreciate that. That's our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, as we bring it back in here. Current time is 9:30. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. You can see an update on the continuation here of, hold on.
So new tornado warning issued for parts of Greenville. That's a new issue from the storms back in Arkansas that we were looking at throughout the evening.
Okay, let me get a track on this east, and we'll hit that one real quick here. So appreciate that, Gabe. So there's a couple things we're balancing. First off, this I'm going to look at just what we call the shear rate on here. I think based on that, I think that has a pretty good location. I'm going to track just a little bit ahead of that. We'll get a storm track on this, and then we're going to go south where Gabe was mentioning a moment ago there, new tornado warning issued down close to the Greenville area for storms that direction. So Miller in the path of this at 9:33. If you're in any of the locations on here, I highly recommend that you find your safe place. This is that picture to take a picture of. If you know some folks that live in Victoria or Red Banks or Mac, this is heading a direction. We'll take it toward Holly Springs. And these tracks are never perfect. So this is at an angle. It's generally heading toward right through the middle of this warning there. So prepare accordingly. A small windowless room where you can wrap up in blankets and pillows, put on a helmet, protect yourself from debris, and stay there until we can give you the all clear. A tornado warning there for Marshall and DeSoto County until 10 p.m. There's a couple other things we're going to discuss with this here in a minute. One of the fact is that this tornado watch, which is for almost everybody, is in effect until 10 p.m. Weather Service is going to have to figure out how they choose to handle that because there's going to probably be need to be at least localized extension of that for some folks as we've gone through this whole watch without anything. And now here we go. So we're going to look at the shear rate, the rotation here from down in the Jackson area. Let me pull that up here for you. Again, looking at the way the rotation, we're looking a long ways away. That's not showing up very well because we're so far away. And so this is what we're talking about with that lack of good data because we're so far away from the radar site here. We don't have great data. You have to make certain guesstimations on this. And this is nothing new. If you live in these areas, you know that this is something that we talk about every single time we have active and severe weather. Let's make sure we have the right angle on that for a moment. I need to adjust that a little bit. Give me just a moment here to adjust that just a little bit more so we can get a more precise time for folks downstream of this. But this is a tornado warning issued because of the potential. Doppler radar shows that we could be seeing a rotation that at some point in the future could lead to the development of a tornado. We're going to extend this out 70 miles, which is probably too far, but that at least gives you a list of people still in advance at this. So looking eastward there, as you can see, continuing to show all the locations there in advance and make sure that you are in that safe place, a sturdy structure, a small windowless room where you can wrap up in blankets, pillows, and protect yourself from debris. Gabe, I'm going to trade you places here for a moment. I'm going to have you track this over in Chroma for a moment. I need to take care of something behind the scenes here for a second as we're checking another close by radar to see if we have a better look at this. Our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, tracking this storm and then bouncing up to DeSoto County and Marshall County on that thunderstorm there. Gabe?
Yeah, so this tornado was first warned out there towards Ashley, Arkansas, and as it's continued to move in this southeast direction, we do at least have a view there out of our Greenville camera. We'll take a look there in a second, then bounce back towards the north. But first, let's talk about the storm track. Bowman, 9:54, the Yellow Bayou by 9:58, Chanticleer by about 10 o'clock, continuing towards Leland, 10:07, Sunnyside, 10:07, Refuge, 10:10, Swiftwater, 10:15, Wayside, 10:19. You need to get to your tornado safe place, wrap up in blankets and pillows, and stay safe through this warning. And of course, make sure to have your mobile device so you can at least listen to us here on Mississippi Live Weather to stay up to date with this storm. Now, as we get a look there in Greenville, I won't spend a ton of time on it, but worth taking a view out there to see if we at least have a shot of this storm as it moves through Dermott, Arkansas. And this is looking directly to the west. We're seeing the area of cloud cover out there. I'm waiting to see if there's any lightning strikes. We're still a ways away from that camera out there, but we're at least getting some of those showers mixing in. We'll keep an eye on this behind the scenes, but yeah, there's some of the lightning already starting to move into Greenville just a bit more. So let's bounce back up to the north because we do still have a few scans before this does move into North Mississippi. And as we look back at this storm towards the Lewisburg area now, we're going to change radar sites up to our Memphis radar site. and we are still getting that area of rotation. One thing that I do want to take a look at is going to be that that wind mode real quick. And as we look at that motion, we are still getting that rotation right there towards Stonewall and Ingram's Mill. So I have a view right now where I'm looking at Lewisburg behind the scenes, and I can see a very energetic environment with those gusty winds picking up, and that's as this system moves through. Now, this is not a confirmed tornado so far, at least not now, was earlier, but as it moves through Stonewall, we are still getting those gusty winds. So let's go ahead and track this out. We're going to track out this specific area of rotation that has prompted this tornado warning. And as that moves towards the south and east, we're working our way right along I-22, and we're going to keep it at about 35 miles an hour there. We're seeing Ingram's Mill by 9:36, Stonewall 9:37, Warsaw 9:43, Watson 9:45, Victoria 9:49, Red Banks 9:55, Mahone 10 o'clock, and Mac by 10:03. Let's go ahead and
get that shot you were talking about. Let's go. You go ahead and go over there and get the shot, and we'll get that Lewisburg shot up. If that's you mentioned you had it, so we'll go ahead and get that up and go from there. Sound good? So I'll pick it up here again. Still the rotation showing up. What I've been kind of digging into, there are some alternate radars that we can look at for some of these storms. Believe it or not, as ridiculous as this sounds, not every radar can we show on TV or not TV, whatever you want to call this. But looking at some of those just for some of the rotation on a different thunderstorm that we have there. This one, I think we've got about as good a shot as we're going to look at it there. And that rotation closer to Ingram's Mill on the latest scan, it's going to kind of flop back and forth. You can see on our shear here how the red blobs, we always talk about those rotation tracks. That's essentially what this shows up as. And closer to Ingram's Mill, where it's showing a little bit stronger on here as well. But we're a little ways away from the radar site there up at the airport. I would still say Stonewall up here is pretty much right at it. Gabe's got another shot there back in this. Gabe, what are we looking at with that one?
So this would be directly into that outflow. So this would be that where that would be that RFD surge that we'd see on the southern side of the storm. So this would be closer to Lewisburg.
So RFD is basically think the hook echo, what the surge of the air coming around that's trying to rotate through. In this case, I might just call a gust. You almost get like an inflow pinch more than even an RFD surge on these to a certain extent.
Well, so
it's RFD surge kind of inflow. Yeah.
Well,
anyway,
it's gusty for sure. That's the thing about it.
Yeah.
And so we're getting that along with the heavy rainfall. What's kind of sticking out to me and making me a little bit upset is the fact that we're still having cars out on the road in the middle of this rotating storm. And that's where we are just really recommending folks in DeSoto County get to where you need to go. These are going to be brief, and if you need to get to a location, let this pass on through and you'll be good to go. It'll potentially save your life in the process, because even if it's not a tornado, it's gusty winds, it's heavy rainfall, and that could result in some hazardous conditions, will result in hazardous conditions to where there could be wrecks and things like that. We just want you guys to stay safe.
Absolutely. Our meteorologist Gabe May there. Appreciate you for that. And let's talk about a couple things. Let's give some all clears here for a moment. We've mentioned a few locations. If you live west of Lewis, geez, that looks a lot. That does look like an RFD surge on that there, because you can see the full on hook on this one there, where the air is rotating in. And if it gets pinched off anywhere along the edge there where that's possible, and that's going to go right over again that 22-269 interchange. So a tornado warning continuing up here for DeSoto and Marshall counties. That in effect until 10 p.m. here. Let's give some all clears. If you are west of Lewisburg, west of Cedar View, back here in the bright Horn Lake, obviously, and back out toward Dean's Corner and Hernando, we're all in the clear from this rotation, this tornado. If you're ahead of this, though, Byhalia, we need to be in that tornado safe place. That is a small windowless room where you can wrap up in blankets, pillows, put on a helmet to protect yourself from debris, and stay there till we can give you the all clear. Here is the thing. Take a picture of this, send it to somebody, make sure that they know. And we all need to be building our armor, making sure there's multiple ways we can find out if we're in danger. We do expect that tonight we are going to have more tornado warnings overnight. We are so close to this radar site. We have an excellent view. That will not be the case once these storms get down to Tippah County, into Union County, kind of there's a no man's land, for lack of a better way to put it, between radar sites here. We have radar sites, and this is important. That's why I'm going to take a second here to discuss this for a moment. But, you have a radar site down in Jackson, radar site back in Little Rock, radar site up here north of Memphis, and luckily we have one south of Memphis that we're using at this point. One back out here into Monroe County, and then back here a little south of Birmingham. So if you're in the middle of this zone here, and you know this is not the first time you've watched us, we don't have a great look at these, right? As bands like this move in that we know have rotation up here, if they look strong at all, we're going to probably have more tornado warnings on this just because we don't know for sure what's going on at the surface. If it looks like there's any rotation, that's what's going to happen. It's kind of like what we have back here out toward Arkansas right now. And so there will be more warnings overnight because of that once we get into kind of that zone in between where we're just looking too high up. So expect that tonight that you are going to need multiple ways to find out if you're in danger to kind of wake you up in the worst case scenario. Byhalia, though, we have to be in that tornado safe place right now. We need to not be in these unsafe places, cars, trucks, and mobile homes, because this is, again, cars and trucks. We're talking right along I-22 there. Obviously that new interchange with 269, that is where the rotation is the strongest at this point here. Looking at the rotation, I probably have enough there that might qualify as a tornado. Just honestly looking from that far away at the radar site at the up from the National Weather Service. We look kind of closer in. This is from the radar site at the Memphis airport. And that one, I think that image looks a couple minutes old. I'm going to look at a different version of the radar here to see if the positioning, see if we've got positioning. That's pretty close. I think the positioning is actually probably a little bit better visible from the farther distance away here. So Byhalia, we need to be again in that tornado safe place. And so if you do know some folks here, let's just make sure to let them know this. If you are ahead of this, we do have a storm shelter list on our website of storm shelters across a large portion of North Mississippi here. That is something that you can get more information on our website, in the Mississippi Live Weather app. If you're ahead of this and you're like, I need to know where to go, we have this list. It's not perfect. It's not 100%, but we have a lot from most counties here across North Mississippi. Check that out. And we appreciate our friends at Lee's Storm Shelters for partnering with us to be able to bring you that list. As we show you again, this is a situation where tornado warning has been issued because Doppler radar indicated rotation, and that potential still remains there. I want to query some of these other counties here, because one thing has happened in the last couple minutes, and that is a new tornado watch has been issued. Watch is a situation where ingredients are in place that could lead to the development of something. New tornado watch has been issued for all of North Mississippi until 4 o'clock in the morning. Now, I don't know that it will go all the way through for that, but I think simply put, because of what we're seeing up there with very good data in DeSoto County, folks back in Norman, the folks at the Weather Service like, we're not messing with this. Let's put another tornado watch on it. We might not have long-lived tornadoes. We might not have strong tornadoes, but there remains a possibility that we could have tornadoes. And so they're going to put a tornado watch that extends until 4 a.m. And so the question everyone always asks is, when can I go to bed? And unfortunately, my answer for you is, if you're in the blue, not yet. Tornado warning continues. Byhalia, we need to be sheltering in place at the best location possible. That'd be the lowest floor of a sturdy structure, a small windowless room where we can wrap up in blankets and pillows in case we get hit by debris. Obviously, that is a scary situation, not the situation we want. But the circulation I put pretty much over top of Byhalia now, maybe just slightly north of I-22. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynor has been watching a number of the cameras there back in and around the Memphis area, northwest Mississippi. Gabe, where are we looking at with that one?
The intersection of 269 and I-22, an area where you said this was headed at a couple minutes ago, and looks to be right there.
Yeah, it's right over top. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is it. Well, basically, yeah, I mean, you're seeing the high output of lightning as well as, the brief moment. I don't think you're going to get a visual on necessarily the rotating part of the storm because we're in it at this point, but you're at least seeing what it looks like inside the storm, at least as each lightning strike comes into play. So not exactly where you want to be at this moment. And I've been happy to see that it's been dark, meaning that there's fewer cars on the road. So hopefully they're heeding our advice.
Hopefully people are staying out of it, right?
Exactly. But that's just energetic.
Okay, I appreciate that, Gabe. Let's keep looking down the road there at some other locations as we keep kind of tracking ahead. Current time is 9:44, 9:45 now. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynard. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. We're a 24/7 streaming service based out of North Mississippi, and you need to be making sure, if you know somebody who lives up here in Byhalia, that they are in their tornado safe place. This is a storm looking at the monitor here beside Gabe a second ago, we'll pop it up. I'm just going to show it, but I'm going to keep talking about this, Gabe. So I'm just going to show what you have on the monitor there for a second instead. And again, we are emphasizing that this could be a tornado in the generation phase. There's a couple spots you could see where the flow is into this there. So this is I-22, and this is tracking near and along I-22 as it moves toward the southeast. Victoria, you're in the path, but Byhalia, you are in the heart of whatever this is. And hopefully this isn't anything more than a rotation. Let's check out a couple things. One of the things I want to check on this here for a moment is I want to check the what we call debris track on this for a moment, just to kind of check and see if this is producing some debris. I don't think that that's what I have here ahead. We would expect to have maybe a stronger return than this here. Let's go back a couple of scans for a moment. Let's see if perhaps I don't see anything that looks like debris down here. Let's double check whatever this is back up here farther northwest based on when that would have been going through there. Reflectivity, I don't think that would have been anything back there. No, that would have been clear. So we would be looking right here, kind of in this area right here over Byhalia, and I'm not seeing a debris signature on this at this point in time. That's not to say that maybe at some point it doesn't take that next step, but this little return you see out here in front is just a little too far ahead, I think, kind of looking at what we're looking at there. I think that's still in the clear air in advance. We use the debris tracker to try to find that, and I don't think that is something that we have at this moment, hopefully. One good thing I can tell you is one of evolution that has happened is as this is closing in, we hope that means it's cutting off the inflow channel and cutting off its ability to produce tornadoes. But Victoria, Red Banks, Mahon, Mac, and let's just say Holly Springs, generally all in the path of this circulation as it moves toward the east and southeast at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. So I'm going to keep Holly Springs in that track there based on that. Let's make this a short loop. This will be only a 30-minute loop here. As you've seen multiple areas where we've had the rotation on this. That's just kind of closing up a second ago there. Let's double check my angle. My angle I have on my track here a little too far south, maybe. It's on more the north side of this, more Victoria and Mac. So let's adjust the angle on that slightly. Let's do a track edit to adjust that up northward just a little bit more so we have a better angle on that. And there we go. So I would still say, again, Holly Springs, we need to be in that tornado safe place or at least within steps of that. But one thing that has changed on this over the last few minutes is this is not quite as north-south. We look for one of these storms when they go north-south like this, right? That's when their things get a little squirrely. See how that kind of opens up and wraps up there? So that's something that is certainly an area that we have to watch. And I think still certainly could be a circulation where this is attempting to produce a tornado. Going back to the wind mode from the Memphis airport, yeah, this is basically, you can see how this is just wrapped up there, very near Byhalia. There's a couple spots here where this could be attempting to spin something up more on the side of our track there. So just near Victoria and Red Banks, we need to be in that tornado safe place here. It's the lowest floor of a sturdy structure, a small windowless room where you can wrap up in blankets and pillows and protect yourself from debris and stay there until we can give you the all clear. If you do have something to send us, you can use the Mississippi Live Weather app to do so. But I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to ask a favor of you. Let's not go outside and try to take a picture of whatever this is. You're probably not going to see anything. You've seen the 10 million cameras that Gabe's been popping up. How many of them had something truly useful on them? The couple of them, there was one or two where you saw the wind really moving in there, but most of them were dark with lightning, with rainfall. You're not going to see anything. And so don't risk it by going outside. Stay inside. Stay in that tornado safe place, the middle of that lowest floor of a sturdy structure. And we'll give you small clears when we're there. And in saying that, out here in DeSoto County in particular, folks that live here in Stonewall, everybody from Ingram's Mill there west, we can come out of that tornado safe place. Give me, if you're right here on the county line, give me a couple minutes there on very near, if you're just, within a mile or so of the county line there in DeSoto County. Otherwise, I think we can give folks the all clear for locations just a little bit back behind that there as well. I've been looking at that. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynard kind of looking at some other things on this. We'll check the debris on this. And, from time to time, we've had some things that have looked a little suspicious. Let's take a look here right over Victoria, I think is the thing that he is looking at. We're looking at precipitation. It's still in the clear air there. So it's still ahead of where the precipitation is there. So in order for it to be a debris signature, we would not just expect to see the circulation, we would expect to see it back in the precipitation. So in this case, that's still running a little ahead. Appreciate him for taking a look at that there. I think our circulation is kind of back in here, just a little bit deeper into it. So Red Bank's 956, less than 6 minutes away from you. Might pass just a little bit north. Of course, I know a lot of folks know I get off on Red Banks Road when I'm going to head up and around there sometimes to go actually do different things at the National Weather Service in Memphis there. So I know a lot of folks travel Red Banks Road. This is not far from Red Banks Road, within no more than about, I'd put a mile and a half. I showed 2 miles where it's at on radar at this moment, but we expect it's probably, whatever circulation is probably a little bit east of that at this point in time. Back here to the wind mode. Again, a few spots here where this is trying to spin up. Radar is not perfect, and it's always at least a couple minutes old. In Victoria, we've already had kind of a big burst of wind coming through there. That's what's heading to Red Banks within about the next 2 minutes or so. So this leading edge here where you see the red, that is all strong wind, maybe 60, 65 mile per hour winds shooting toward you. Any tornado is going to be on the top part here where this kind of tries to wrap back around. So on the north edge here. So I would say our tornado, our circulation, most likely location. Again, there's some spots here. All where you see the red versus the green here are locations where something could spin up. That little hole there in the data, we show east of Byhalia. Hold on a second here. Let's look at precipitation. That's not going to tell me anything because we're not. It's that little hole in the data. Give me a moment to look at wind there. If I'm looking here on the radar from up there at the Weather Service, I'd have it just a little east of Victoria. So I still think that's probably the most likely location there for the tornado to be at this time. So again, for folks there that live near Red Banks and Victoria and Byhalia, we need to remain in that tornado safe place for a few more minutes here as this storm moves east. We have another little inflow area where the wind can get back in there. And we are looking higher up here. We're looking at about 2,000 feet above the surface on this radar versus the radar from the Memphis airport there that we're looking closer to 800 feet. And that extra 1,200 feet can make a difference on where the rotation is. And there's still a couple spots in here that I see that rotation, even as far back here as I-22 at the Byhalia exit. There are spots here where this is trying to rotate back in and curl back around here. So we need to, again, along the leading edge, but also slightly behind it, remain in our tornado safe place because of certainly the uncertainty that we have in this situation here. So give me a little bit longer. If you're in DeSoto County, we can come out of that tornado safe place. All of our folks there in DeSoto County can come out of our tornado safe place. Let's go ahead and go wide here for a brief second. As we're checking out this, again, we have a tornado warning for the Greenville area. We've been monitoring that storm as well behind the scenes here. We still have a little bit of time in the rotation, probably a little bit back to the west. My estimation would be probably closer here to the Lake Village, Arkansas areas where we're more likely to have some of that as well. We're just looking very high up in this storm, looking at the wind there. Again, it's pretty broad rotation. We have, the main circulation up here toward McMillan. This would be an anticyclonic rotation if that were the case there, because that's clockwise, again, away from the radar, toward the radar, the wrong directions. But certainly if you're here in Greenville, we need to make sure that we are in that tornado safe place there as well. Let's pull up our camera there in Greenville. Again, tornado warning there for folks in and around the Greenville area until 10:30 p.m. in Washington County. Again, it's nearly nonstop lightning here on our camera there. We'll put the tornado warning information up the top on this one here. We'll give it a moment as we're looking at some of the lightning strikes with this. We go from a completely opposite situation. In DeSoto County, we have excellent radar data. In Washington County, we have absolutely garbage radar data. We're just way too high up. If I could have one thing, if money weren't an option, I could have one thing, we would have a tornado much, much closer to you in Washington County because you live in what meteorologists refer to as a radar hole, where we do our best educated guess. Let's be crystal clear, because the radar data at this distance away is just so high. So we need to be in that tornado safe place. If you are there in the Greenville area, that is, of course, issued because of Doppler radar showing the rotation that could potentially develop into a tornado. But whereas we were looking at highest 2,000 feet up, I'm looking 9,100 feet above the surface. That's the closest I can get, is basically 2 miles above the surface. So I'd love to say that I will ever have a great idea what a tornado looks like for you. And if I ever do, it's because something went really, really bad. So we need to, again, if you live here in the Greenville area, be in our safe place with the strongest portion of this sliding a little bit to your south. Let's go ahead and get a storm track on this here. Again, tracking this, we'll say about 40. I'm looking for a nod out of Gabe Maynor over there. About 40 miles per hour. We're still going on this one here. So again, at about 40 miles per hour, and I'll pull down our Skycam network there with North Mississippi Storm Chasers. So again, the tornado warning does continue here for Washington County until 10:30 p.m. Lake Village, again, now we wait till this gets closer to Leland there at about 10:01. Greenville, we show 10:07, so about 10 minutes away. You're kind of on the northeast side. Hopefully that means you're out of position on the rotation on this. This is just tons of lightning, 3,400 strikes. Possibility that this could try to produce a tornado. We shelter in place the best we can, make the best of what we have. Take a screenshot of this. If you know somebody lives out here, make sure that they're aware that a tornado could potentially form out of this storm. We do not have confirmation of that in our discussion back and forth with the National Weather Service, but certainly any confirmation we have, unfortunately, happens after the fact. So we'll have to keep monitoring this here. But one of the things that they do mention is a big hail, 2+ inches, and a wind signature of 75 miles per hour or greater out of this. So one way or another, this is some big, bad, ugly wind. That's what that brightest green there is. And if we kind of loop this over the last 30 minutes to show you that, to make sure we have the angle right on that, that's what's going to be heading more toward Avon and Wayside there. That could be 75, 80 mile per hour wind. Again, that's one of the concerns that we've talked about all night long. Looking back northward, again, where we do have and have had potentially brief spin-ups up here toward DeSoto County. I'm going to change this back over on Mama Justice Doppler radar to our radar site out of the Memphis area. And we'll look at this storm up here that once again has an area where it's kind of still showing some rotation. By Haley, I think you're past the worst of this. Let's bring it back in here to 1 minute data to show how, again, you've had those areas of circulation that was kind of spun up on this. And then now I would say our spot is just a little north of Red Banks there along Red Banks Road, where our area of circulation is at this moment. In our discussion back and forth with the National Weather Service, this tornado warning in effect until 10 p.m. here, making a decision on what to do with the tornado warned storm. As they mentioned, as we've talked about here, the rotation still present. It's not quite as impressive as it was a little bit ago. There's spots in here. Listen, there's spots in here where something could spin up, but I don't have an obvious area of that's it circulation like what we had earlier on. They're going to go ahead, I think, and drop the tornado warning as of 10 p.m. And allow, I think, the wind, the severe thunderstorm warning that's around it to handle it's in effect until 10:15. So at 10 p.m. they're going to go ahead and drop the tornado warning up here for Marshall County. And I'll be clear, there's still some spots there where we have that circulation, where we have that inflow, and it's kind of northeast again here of Victoria. north of Red Bank, moving toward Mack and Atway there. Let's get you a longer track on that. We have not had a lot of reports, have not had any reports of damage. I'll check in with Gabe on that here in a minute. We are also going to look at some of the power outages that we've had up here as well. That sometimes is another one of those signs of what could be going on. But if we do a slightly longer track on this, you can see some of the times there on your screen as this moves eastward at about, still moving eastward at close to about 40 miles per hour. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. We are a 24/7 streaming service based out of Tupelo, Mississippi area, and you're watching Mississippi Live Weather at 10. We begin where we were just 2 seconds ago, which is tracking 2 storms with the potential to produce rotation and 2 storms with the potential to produce damage. The tornado warning that has been in effect for locations up here in and around Holly Springs and Byhalia has been allowed to expire at 10 p.m. It is now being superseded and finished off by a severe thunderstorm warning. Nothing has really changed in the last 20 minutes on this storm. It still potentially has the opportunity here to produce rotation. A tornado is not impossible out of this. And as we extend this track eastward, it's possible that at some point in the future, this again could try to spin up a tornado. Ashland, we're still showing about 1037 for you, but in the next 9 minutes or so, 8 minutes, we're looking at this approaching Mack, Atway, Hudsonville, and Snow Lake shores in the northern portion there of Marshall County. Looking at the wind here, we look at that a couple of different ways. You're looking at the velocity of the wind there one way, another way, again, from the different radar sites around. So we'll certainly have to continue to monitor this here. I do want to go wide here for a second. I know that we have some folks that tune in at these benchmark moments. Let's talk about a couple of things. We have not just a tornado, previously had a tornado warning up there into Marshall County and DeSoto County, where we think we might have briefly had something spin up. We have another one down here for Washington County in 10:30. We will be in there in mere moments, and we will track that. We're going to spend some in-depth time on that with you. Give me just about 2 minutes here to get there, okay? I promise we will be there, damaging winds 70-plus possible. But what about all the rest of this? This is all just rain. This is thunderstorms. This is occasional gusty winds. And if I go in and dig deep and really try to find something, I'm sure that there's a few areas here where we do have maybe a little bit of a change in wind direction there. But if I look in particular from the radar site down in Monroe County, there's not a lot of areas. I'll say it's not impossible that we could have something spin up in these lead storms here. It's much, much more likely to come from what's back here in the northwest, what's back out into Arkansas, than to spin something up here. But because it's, again, not impossible, that's the reason why a new tornado watch has been issued that does include all of our locations here in North Mississippi until 4 o'clock in the morning, really central Mississippi as well. It's kind of a large watch going all the way down there south to Jackson. The only location that can watch us anywhere, our Max South viewers in Smith County, not under that. Everybody else on the Mississippi side here under our tornado watch until 4 o'clock in the morning. This will gradually be canceled from west to east as these storms gradually move from west to east. It's going to take a little time for that to happen. We're going to probably have to be monitoring things. And I know for the about 15,000 of you watching specifically on the app and the another 6,000 or so watching on all social media, that means we're going to be talking about this into the night. The next question is, do you need to stay up all night watching and worrying about this? And I would say brief tornadoes, the more likely scenario, what we have here for tonight. So as long as you have ways to wake you up and you are in a sturdy structure, I think that there's a possibility that in many cases we can go to bed and be okay. But we need to make sure we have something that can wake us up and that we can get within steps of that storm shelter. That is what Weather Call is for. It is for late at night. It's $15 a year because making phone calls make a cost money. But Weather Call is so that tonight you get that alert, it wakes you up, you wake your family up, you go to your shelter, your interior room, your lowest floor, you go to that place there. If you have Weather Call, that's what you do. Otherwise, we're going to be up tracking this for a while, unfortunately. So sign up for Weather Call. It's kind of that insurance policy so that you can sleep better and not have an excuse tomorrow as to what's going on. Okay, we referenced this a moment ago. Let's go look down here toward our tornado warning that's in place that does include the Greenville area, because they're again the northwest Mississippi and out here toward Greenville, where we do have a potential for something to possibly cause some issues. And again, the tornado warning here does include Washington County. Jenny, we're looking at 1006 for you, Sunnyside 1007, Refuge 1007. This is a big hail producer. This is probably producing 70-mile-per-hour winds as well. Let's look at the wind mode there, where we have the brightest green kind of toward the middle there, just near Lake Village. That's estimations at least 58 to 70 miles per hour, depending on which pixel you're clicking there. And that one on the north there is getting pretty close to Greenville. We have a camera in Greenville to give us an idea of what this looks like there in Washington County, where you're under a tornado warning until 10:30. And looking there in Greenville, it's a lot of lightning as this storm comes in. I do not know that we're going to have any kind of, well, I was going to say I don't know if we're going to have any visual. That could be wrong. That lightning flash, I'm kind of standing in front of it. We're going to adjust this camera just a little bit back to the left there, because we might be able to see something. I did not think we'd have enough lightning for that. Let's look here. So we're looking in Greenville, and we are looking back toward the west. I'm going to adjust this. Again, a lot of lightning on this shot here on our North Mississippi Storm Chaser network. But we're going to look right in here. This is going to be the most interesting part of the storm, looking kind of west-southwest. Let me get this lined up perfectly. That's at the very least a shelf cloud. Man, let's see if we can get that to focus. Nearly nonstop lightning out of this. So this is a tornado warning for you in Washington County, in the Greenville area, where we need to be in that tornado safe place. That's the lowest floor of a sturdy structure, a small windowless room where you can wrap up in blankets and pillows. I don't like sitting on cameras, but I'll tell you the reason why we're just going to sit here and we're just going to watch this one is because the radar data is just so far away that this is easily the most important tool we have to possibly spot a tornado out of this storm. So what I'm going to do is I'm kind of looking at things out of the corner of my eye, and everything, this hits about a second before that hits, a second before that, so I can see it kind of in the corner of my eye and get a second look here as the lightning flashes. So if you're going to see me look from one position to the next, I'm watching it as a lightning flash hits each of these in the right spot. I really hope that didn't just lock up, because I saw a flash there in the distance, and then we lost that image. There it goes. Camera there in Greenville just went down. Hopefully we can get that back. So that might be a power outage. That might be something else. But there is damaging wind with this at the very least. And right there in the middle, that was pretty interesting. That's the spot there where we could have potentially seen a tornado. That camera's down. We'll see if it resets and comes back up, unfortunately. So appreciate our partners at North Mississippi Storm Chasers for putting up this camera network. It's critical to saving lives, in my opinion, here in West Mississippi and the Mississippi Delta in particular, where, again, a very heavy thunderstorm is moving through right now in the Greenville area, the largest tail just a little bit south. There is rotation. And again, as you saw, pretty sharp lowering there with that storm. And I do not know if there's a way to reset that there. Diagnosing issues and working on solutions. Main box is online, weather sensors reporting data, problems isolated to the camera. Well, hopefully that comes back. We'll give that a minute here, and maybe we're lucky enough that will come back on, unfortunately. So for folks there, again, in the Greenville area, we need to be in that tornado safe place, the lowest floor of a sturdy structure, a small windowless room. We can wrap up with blankets and pillows, put on a helmet to protect ourselves from debris. If this were to be something that required that, I'll give this here and I'll get that safe place back up there for folks to be able to get to. Again, that sturdy structure, a small windowless room, where we want to be with that right now. As we've talked about the last few days here in the Room to Room Weather Center, damaging wind, also a huge issue with that. And so whether it's tornado with straight line wind or whether it is the rotation, we need to be getting to a tornado safe place, a safe location in an interior room because of this storm back here in the Greenville area. So I'll keep monitoring that camera here in a second. Hold on. This says that it's online. We need, if that's online, I got to give it a chance to come back up. Give me just a moment here. Yes, we're back online. Okay, we're going to wait this one out here in a minute, but you can see that is really rocking back and forth there in the Greenville area. So again, tornado warning for you in Washington County in place. I do not know how much longer we're going to be lucky enough to have this camera. My specific shot here where I control it, I don't have video on that. So the only video we have is actually on the output. A lot of wind with this as it moves in through there. I'm going to look to the left here. Maybe we'll have a last second chance to be able to kind of catch some kind of feature with this, but it's nearly nonstop lightning with this storm, very electric. So it's only a matter of time before we lose power at this location there because of both the combination of the strong gusty winds and the nearly nonstop lightning with this severe thunderstorm moving through and nearing through the Greenville area. At this point in time, I'm gonna toss it over to Gabe. Gabe, I'm gonna have you on the monitor. I'm gonna have you watch this. I need to look at something behind the scenes here for a moment as we make sure people are taking this as seriously as possible. Gabe.
Yeah, Matt, so continuing to look out there in Greenville, it is just a very unstable environment. I mean, one of the things that I'm looking at is 72 degrees. That is still very much a primed atmosphere despite dealing with showers all evening and all afternoon long. So we are not in the clear just yet. And that's indicated by the tornado warning that in place until 10:30. It is currently 10:11. And you can see the nonstop lightning that's over there in Greenville out there towards Washington County. And this view, of course, brought to you by the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. A big appreciation for them for partnering with us to allow us these visuals, because while in the sky, on radar, oh man, that strike right there. While on radar, you're able to see it. In person, you're actually able to see it. And so you're getting the nonstop lightning, and that energy, of course, shows that this is still a strengthening storm, a very strong storm. That's why we have that tornado warning, but it's also why we have some of that 70-mile-an-hour wind potential, 2+ inch hail potential, and it's going to be a strong thunderstorm and potentially a tornadic thunderstorm as well. Now, we are looking on the horizon to see if we have any visual of a lowering potential. As of right now, I'm not seeing anything that catches my eye other than the lightning. But I'm talking about like a funnel or anything that's dipping down. Let me see any specific area here. Oh, word, that is blinding.
Hey, so I'm gonna pull up something from the Storm Chasers here as they're sending in some stuff here. So I'm gonna get some of those shots in here from that. Their live streams, unfortunately, are not working at the moment. Because we obviously cell phone signal, a big issue out there, but some good shots. Timothy, one of the Storm Chasers with these shots here. Looks like they have the drone up on this in the last couple of minutes. Let's get this popped up for you here. So here's a shot. Again, we're looking there of kind of the mothership sort of look, showing this sheer right there in the middle. You can see kind of the lowering one of the shots there. We'll see if the next picture does a better job of what looks like some kind of, I mean, obviously it's either a very notchy wall cloud there, or that's some kind of finger funnel there trying to show, at the very least, this is a very organized storm as it moves there through Washington County. And to give you a perspective on, let me see if I can find the right one of these. I'm going to be looking where there's not going to be a radar data on here as I go west to kind of show it, but I can show you the positioning here of our folks with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. Our Adrian Roncanhone is out there near Leland, and Timothy Curran is down here south. So he has a perfect kind of angle up into this. So he would be looking along that part of the thunderstorm with all the lightning there in the Greenville area. And I imagine he's going to backtrack southward just a little bit as he does. But a tornado warning continuing for Washington County, nearly nonstop lightning with this thunderstorm there. That warning in effect until 10:30 p.m. For tonight. Let's go ahead and look up here a little farther north on this line as we kind of assess things here for a moment, make sure we're not missing anything in between. We've had some tornado warnings up here closer to the, again, Holly Springs area, but back out there into DeSoto County a little bit earlier on as we change things over to our radar site out of the Memphis Weather Service there. Kind of looking at that batch there, the only one that catches my eye is the lead one out here north of Holly Springs. Still has a one where we have the inflow kind of wrapping into it. We have not had a lot of reports. And Gabe, I don't know if you've been in our chat here. You know, it's a nearly nonstop conversation of people asking about specific things. And unfortunately, you know, sometimes the chat gets a little little wobbly there. But let us know your reports here if you can. A lot of folks want to know something going to happen here, something going to happen there. If you are under a tornado watch, and if you open up the app, it'll tell you right at the top there if you're under a tornado watch, there still remains the possibility that something definitely could happen. So, we'll look at, I guess the big take, someone's like, well, check back to ECRU. I'm going to show you right now in ECRU, and I don't even have heavy rainfall for you right now at this point. This storm, that whole storm there, when we look back in to check, some of the winds on that from the Memphis airport or from the Memphis site, not really showing much. And even here, when we kind of look a little closer, there's some ripples of wind going on aloft. That's what we see here. But I don't see a well-defined area of any sort of circulation or organized circulation on any of this stuff here. So if you're wanting to know why we're not really talking about this stuff, it is electric. It's probably causing power outages that way. It's disruptive. And I know everyone's like, when can I go to sleep? And the answer is, I wish it were right now. And you could, if you have a way to wake you up, and if you have a storm shelter at your house, then yeah. But at this moment, we're still watching some of these thunderstorms out here. And so we're not, unfortunately, at that point yet. North of Holly Springs, one of those spots where, again, we have that rotation showing up here. Again, we've had probably mainly straight line winds with this. That's what we depict this here. That's what all this red is. That's winds going away from the radar up there to the north. And so all kind of shooting southeastward here like this. So strong straight line winds where we have little rotation or little interactions up here north between Holly Springs and the Atway along Highway 7, where that is showing up most pronounced at this time. Looking at, again, both the radar site there out of the Memphis airport and the other one that we have up farther away at the Memphis Weather Service, both kind of show that spot. Both show areas where there's some circulation, but in neither case is that circulation as tight as maybe it could be. And so hopefully it continues that trend. But we have had no reports on this. I think that's the reason Weather Service letting that warning expire there as of 10:15 there. Sliding southward, another improvement to the overall situation, but still one that we have to look out for. Down here on our storm that is coming out to and through the Greenville area, Weather Service in Jackson issuing a severe thunderstorm warning to replace the tornado warning. But this is not good news. This is with the destructive tag. Basically a high-end severe thunderstorm warning to basically say this could be potentially producing extremely strong wind gusts. In their discussion, their specific warning, they mentioned tornado possible, but 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. An 80-mile-per-hour wind, that's going to be basically an EF0 tornado. And so this is possibly, tornado strength winds possible out of this line as it moves in there. Something we're looking at on Mama Justice Doppler. And that's the reason why, if you're ahead, now is the time to be knowing where your storm shelters are. Belzona back there toward Chula. We do have a list of storm shelters across portions of North Mississippi on our website, msliveweather.com, or in the app. You just look for that logo. Oh, man, one of these days I'll get the direction right. Look for that logo right there where it says Lee Storm Shelters. It's a list of public shelters that we have across the northern half of Mississippi. It's not perfect, but it's better than nothing, and certainly recommend that you take seriously this storm. The part that moved through Greenville, I mean, right there where we show that green on there, the estimations on Mama Justice Doppler radar, 60, 70-ish miles per hour. I found a few pixels in there of 70-plus mile per hour winds. So right there where I put that little dot, that's more than 70 mile per hour winds potentially on this, 74, the peak amount. So that's what's kind of moving eastward with this. And so destructive, the tag, because it could obviously destroy things. And so as we kind of clear off the number there for a moment, let's get into storm track on this, assuming a forward motion still of, I'm going to go 50, and Gabe's going to double check me behind the scenes. I'll double check myself here in a second, but that is a strong enough storm. We need an accurate time on this. So let me go back. We have a 30-minute loop here, so we'll do the times 2 rule. Over the last 30 minutes, that has moved about, there we are, see, 60 miles per hour. So that's 56 miles per hour or so. So we go between 56 and 60 miles per hour for that speed. So we're going to adjust that time, bring it back to now, and get you a more accurate speed. We knew that we'd have one of these very well advertised on our projections that would eventually hit the gas pedal and really start to go. And it looks like we've got that one. So I'm going to expand this downstream a little farther. We're going to take it, we'll say, I'm going to go 80 miles, which is probably farther than we need to, but most indications have been that whenever this storm did this, that it would go and keep going for a while. So this severe thunderstorm warning, again, we're Sunflower County, Washington County, Humphreys County, Holmes County, I think LaFleur County as well, all part of that, though it's south of Greenwood there in LaFleur County. So you can see kind of the list there of locations over the next few minutes with destructive winds moving through over the next 10 minutes or so from Newtown back to Bourbon, Osceola there, Aldridge, and of course Hayes, Burnett, and Jones Chapel. It's over top of you right now. We're going to make it to where we see some larger cities that are in advance of this here. Eventually, Kosciuszko, we're looking at about 11:39 for you potentially. This is that well-advertised, strong, fast-moving line of storms that we've been tracking the last couple of days. And so when this moves into your area, we need to be thinking about being within our safe place as well for this. 80 mile per hour or greater winds possible. So Chula, 11:01 for you. Belzona, 10:46. We're looking Lexington, 11:12. Goodman, 11:23. Durant, 11:24. And Kosciuszko, 11:39. Destructive winds in excess of 80 miles per hour possible out of this high-end tornado-like damage from this severe thunderstorm moving through locations there to the east and southeast of the Greenville area. Our camera there in Greenville still showing quite a bit of lightning on this thunderstorm as it moves through that area there. I'm checking in the latest on that. Hold on, double-clicked it. Let's get it back on here. Again, this warning in effect until 11. And a 60 mile per hour forward motion is significant there. And it looks like we lost it. So we'll check in with Gabe on those power outages coming up here in a minute. But a destructive severe thunderstorm warning obviously causing some issues there in the Greenville area already. As we come back here and look kind of on the wide shot here across North Mississippi for a moment, let's go ahead and address all the people that are like whatabouts for just a moment because I think we can take a second here. We've been really in depth on that, on both of these kind of other storms to look at what these the main storms we have across North Mississippi are capable of here. So let's start north up here toward Ripley for a moment. Take a lightning concentration as your guide. See here how we have lightning, the little dots there, that represents lightning. See where your eyes are guided to on that. The cluster we're looking at back here north of Grenada to Oxford's going to be one of the heavier ones we'll watch. The one up here west of Hernando back into extreme eastern Arkansas where we have a greater cluster. And then right down here where we have our destructive, you can't really see it because I'm in front of it there, but our destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Those are the three main clusters where things are stronger. We've had more warnings up north and south. Let's guide our way here to Yalobusha, Calhoun County, where, again, the lightning quantity is the greatest, to make sure there's not something else that we're missing out here for Coffeyville, for locations there in Yalobusha County. This also does have a bit more of a wind signature with it. Let's go ahead and look at the evolution over the last hour. Yeah, perhaps a little bit more of a wind signature with this one that's moved through Coffeyville, a little bit more of one of those bow echoes. Let's go ahead and slow down that loop and put in all the data we can. So we'll put in that every 2-minute data here. Yeah, so that one, I'm going to take down that destructive at the top. That is not in reference to this here. This does not officially have a warning. When we look, though, on our wind mode, and we're still going to be looking extremely high up, we do show some really strong winds with this, but we're looking at this point here more than a mile up in the air near Gore Springs and Coffeyville. So not impossible that some of this is mixing down to the ground for you near Grenada or Coffeyville. If you do have that information, if you do have that kind of report, let us know in the chat. That is the kind of thing that we are looking for here. If you can tell us, hey, in Calhoun here, you know, I see that James says that being in Calhoun County, the lightning is impressive. Appreciate that, that information. That is something that we can use. If you're getting storm damage from this, please let us know there. And if you see somebody that mentions that, go ahead and mention that a few times in there, so to make sure that we can catch that there as well. And of course, we have from time to time some whats that do what they do in there. So I appreciate all the legitimate reports coming in there, and from folks that have helped us out with that. We're back here on Mama Justice Doppler radar. Let's check out the rest of this line up here. Let's get a storm track on that portion of it that does have a little bit stronger winds potentially on it, from Pine Valley to Bentwood to Choctaw there, moving eastward. Again, under tornado watch, no official warnings on this. I'm going to track this closer to, say, 40, 45 miles per hour, and there are thunderstorms ahead of this. But Partee now, Schoona, we're looking at 1027 for you. Choctaw community about 1030. We're looking toward Retreat, 1035. Pittsburgh, 1038. And closer there to Calhoun City by about 1047. Speaking of Pittsburgh, we do have a camera there that's kind of in the midst of this, and we can do the shake rule to figure out how much it's shaking around there. And while I'm waiting for that camera to pop up, I'm going to do a look at my own trees outside to hear how those are kind of going around there, and definitely moving and shaking a bit outside the house here on the north side of Tupelo. So some gusty winds out of these storms as well. The lightning not quite as nonstop as it was down there in the Greenville area a little bit earlier on. We'll see if we can adjust the camera view on this just a little bit. So this is in Pittsburgh. I don't know that we're going to have a great shot because we're just so out in the country there. This isn't in Pittsburgh. This is kind of southwest of Pittsburgh a little way. So we're in the country, as my Moorville friends used to say. So it's country dark out there, which is actually good in this situation, because then the only thing we'd have to worry about, hold on, I'm interested, that popped up. Looks like we have a severe thunderstorm warning that issued up for Tippah County. We'll look at here in just a second. But in Pittsburgh there, still kind of waiting for that storm to move in from the west. The lightning not quite as nonstop as some other thunderstorms there, 68. And again, that wind speed expected to pick up a lot more going forward. New severe thunderstorm warning issued for the same area that's had the rotation up here close to Ashland and Holly Springs. This is the same storm that we have been watching for a while. National Weather Service there in Memphis issuing a severe thunderstorm warning on this within the last couple of minutes here. By the way, just a report from down in Greenville, 51 mile per hour wind gust. That wasn't even in the heart of that strongest storm, strongest part of that storm that moved through the Greenville area there. The airport wasn't really in the heart of that, but our camera there, I believe, in Greenville is at the airport. So about 50 mile per hour plus winds at the surface level, obviously aloft. Those wind gusts still probably a little bit stronger. So this warning coming out as of 10:25, a severe thunderstorm warning that does include parts of Marshall, Benton, Tippah, Union, Prentiss, and Alcorn counties in effect until 11:15. The tag on this, 60 mile per hour winds, 3/4 inch size hail, and tornado possible. This is kind of that in between. We don't have enough to go off and say tornado warning, but there's clearly a spot. You could see the circle there. You don't have to be a meteorologist to see where that circle was showing that there is shear here, there is rotation. And as we talked about earlier, remember we said, hey, at some point it's going to be Tippah and Union County. We're not going to have that good look at it. Welcome to the present time, where looking at this from the Memphis airport, we're still, even on that radar, looking about, that's only 1,800 feet above the surface. So that's still not too terribly bad there. But the rotation there right along Mississippi Highway 4 near between Holly Springs and Ashland, about halfway between those two locations, looking from farther away at the other radar site at the Memphis Weather Service. And that's just kind of a mess to sort through here. Let's get a loop on that. That's we're going to have to watch all along this line. There's going to be spots where things do try to, from time to time, spin up along this there. So multiple spots there where this could get a little tricky. I want to see a little wider. Yeah, see, even on the west side of this, at some point, we're going to have to watch these storms. So this is going to be kind of the main final hurrah, where if we're talking about a potential for tornadoes to spin up out of in our area, this is where some of the threat's going to come, is from this line as this moves through over the next few hours here. Let's look again. I'll go with the wind mode, and I'm probably going to choose the Columbus Air Force Base radar site, which is a little farther away, but I think has a cleaner shot at it, and does show again that rotation right where that dot is there between Ashland and Holly Springs, where that is showing up at this point here. Did show up a scan or two ago. Again, we had some of those, that one of those rotation circles showing up on there where that shear rate, where that rotation was a little more significant. Never mind. Apparently it is cleaner from the opposite direction, looking in from the backside on this. So let's keep that then. So that bow, that little arch that you see there, that is an area of circulation of shear where we do see these little spots where the red is on there, where the rotation. It's something here on the rotation thread on Mississippi Live Weather allows us to see our wind shear, and those are the spots we're going to track from at this point, where if a tornado were to pop up on this, on one of these bow echoes, this would be one of the spots where that would be the case. So let's track this. I'm going to go 40 miles per hour. I'm going to take it more toward Boonville. I'm going to double check the storm speed on this. Go 45 miles per hour. So I might have been a little slow. We'll adjust that up here to 45 miles per hour. There we go. And so Boonville, in the path, this would be about 1122 for you. That's why you locations there in Prentiss and Alcorn County are under this severe thunderstorm warning. Some rotation on this line possible there. We show, again, Gravestown, 1041. We're looking at Blue Mountain and Ripley, somewhere around 1051 to 1052. So still about 20 minutes or so for you there. Ashland, I would be in a safer location for your spot as this kind of moves in as well. One of a number of areas that we're watching, but eventually Boonville, about 1122, Blackland, about 1118. This is Doppler radar indicated rotation that could at some point develop into a tornado. I'm going to bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor here, who's been kind of watching things behind the scene. Before we do that, let's see if digital Matt Lawpon has something to say. Hello?
This is Mississippi Live Weather Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. The National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for your location for a storm capable of producing damaging winds or large hail. We recommend seeking shelter in a sturdy building and staying away from windows. Repeating, you are in the path of a severe thunderstorm. This message comes from Weather Call Next Gen.
If you'd like to hear this message again, please press 1. Otherwise,
two important things with that. Number one, before I ever had a chance to tell you there was a severe thunderstorm warning for Lee County, I got my warning. Number two, I always say this, and it is wild to me how accurate this is. I'm not going to tell you exactly where I'm at on this map, but let me just say I'm in it by about 6 inches. That's about as far into this warning as I am. I got the warning. If I were a mile back to the west, 300 feet back to the west, I wouldn't have got a weather call. That's how close to not in this warning I was. So weather call, it's accuracy, and you saw speed there. That's why I talk about it. You can be doing something else. Maybe that something else is tracking storms, and it'll say, hey, pay attention to me. So new severe thunderstorm warning there for Lee, for Chickasaw, Pontotoc, Monroe, and Itawamba counties for storms there with the potential to show strong wind gusts. Again, there is a little bit of rotation in some of these thunderstorms, not much, but certainly something to watch on a night like this. As we talked about before, we only really have good looks at this when it's close to the radar. Once this batch here gets closer to that radar there in Monroe County, we will have a better look. It's not that Monroe County necessarily has more tornadoes than every other place around the area, but it is that we have a better look at the potential for tornadoes there than almost any other location around the area. That's part of the reason why, you know, it sometimes just seems like that. So again, kind of a large track here. Go ahead and narrow down the locations here for a moment. Gabe, hopefully we've sent another push alert behind the scenes here for that and done a screenshot for that warning there as well, kind of letting people know what we're dealing with here. I'm going to go ahead and change the sides of the locations, you know, in this here. So Shannon, we're looking at about 1035 for you. If you're in Tupelo, though you would have got your weather call there in Tupelo based on the way the National Weather Service drew this, I'd say the severe weather threat is south of you in the Tupelo area at this point in time. And there are other alert systems, and this is why we layer it. That was my code red coming in, so not quite as fast as my weather call. That's the reason I push weather calls. instantaneous on when you end up getting those alerts. Anyway, regardless of whether it's weather call or something else, we want to build those layers of armor. So we want those multiple things to let you know. Like my app pushed and told me, hey, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning here as well. So all those different things end up layering up there to make sure that you know that you're in the danger zone. So download the Mississippi Live Weather app, weather call, code red, layer up as many of those as you can so you know when you're in the danger zone. Let's look specifically at rotation on these thunderstorms. Again, there's some broad sort of rotation at a few spots along this line. I'd say damaging winds, the more likely impact that we see out of this here. But certainly it's a batch of thunderstorms that we're going to have to continue to watch. I'm not going to dwell too long on it, basically because if we look right kind of in the heart, we should be able to look at the heart of one of these storms from our Houston camera, be able to come back there and get a shot the opposite direction from our Tupelo camera, and then possibly another one there from our Amory camera. So Chickasaw County here, we're looking at some of the thunderstorms, nearly not quite the lightning we've had in some other locations with these storms. This is again in Houston, one of our newest cameras added in our partnership with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. Double checking exactly the angle that we have on this as it's loading in kind of the radar data. I'm going to look a little bit more to the right here, which will kind of pan me a little bit more toward the northwest and looking into this storm. Again, it's not going to be a lot of good visibility on this here because it's a lot of heavy rainfall that's basically approaching right now. But this is something Gabe's going to pull up behind the scenes on this camera here and continue to have an eye on this. There is one little area right where that dot is where I'm showing this. And I'm going to zoom in the camera here for a moment so you can kind of see the radar on there at the same time. The reason I'm looking toward the northwest is there's one little area. See how this is changing the angle a little bit here in Chickasaw County? It's a little more north-south. I don't know that this is an issue for Houston, but once it gets out here closer to Okolona, it's possible that this could start showing more signs of rotation. So it's in a zone where things are getting a little bit more organized, and this camera is going to be able to help us have an idea of how that plays out over the next little bit here. And appreciate our partners with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. For those of you out there that would like to partner with us, you can sponsor these cameras. It's one of the ways in which we keep lights on here at Mississippi Live Weather, is with folks choosing to do that. I mentioned weather call a moment ago here. You can get your weather call using Mississippi Live Weather. I'm going to go ahead while I'm looking at a couple cameras here and talk about weather call. It calls you for severe thunderstorm warnings, as you heard a minute ago there, damaging winds, and the potential to produce large hail. It'll call you for tornado warnings, and most importantly, it'll call you back if a tornado is possibly moving toward your area. In Amory, no issues with that at the moment. You are under that severe thunderstorm warning in Monroe County till 11:15. Those storms still to your west and still intensifying and still be a little time. So use that QR code if you'd like more information or to sign up to Weather Call. As we bring it back in here into the digital room-to-room weather center, here's that Amory camera starting to rock back and forth. Our camera up in the Tupelo area, looking down southward. Again, Tupelo proper officially in the warning, but I would say that the city limits of Tupelo were past the worst of this at this point in time. The worst is probably just a little bit down to your south. We'll check our camera there. I'm going to flip this toward the southeast. Got these great cameras. One of the hard things is keeping them all pointed the right direction. There's so many of them. We'll look southeast. Isn't that just, bragging about, oh, my hair is just, I have too much hair in my head. I'm lucky to have hair at my age, and so in this case, we're very, very blessed to have so many cameras and views to show you, but we're in the heavy rainfall, nearly nonstop lightning. The strongest portion of this, just a little bit south of the Tupelo area. Still gusty winds in Tupelo with this, but any sort of significant rotation, if that were to be a thing, would be ahead of that. And appreciate our partners at Mitchell Cunningham Bowling for sponsoring our Tupelo Tower Cam there. As we check out, again, the wind, this is all in a direction that is not showing rotation with this at this point in time. When I look at a couple different ways, inbound toward the radar site there in Monroe County, a few little areas of circulation that we're looking at on the leading edge there here in just a moment. Well, I want to give me a second here to go back a couple scans. That one near Good Food is not, I don't know that that was, that's on the backside. Okay. See, sometimes you get weird little rotation looking things on the backside of this line. Richmond, maybe. Parkersburg out here. This is that one we were looking at a moment ago. Checking the rotation on that one there. That is still, any kind of rotation is very, very broad at this time. We're going to come back to you in a minute. I promise. We'll be back to you in just a second. We got to hit a couple other storms because we now have 3 different areas of intense storms here across North Mississippi that we are tracking. We're going to start south, work our way northward as we go through each of these storms and what they're capable of individually. Current time is 10:40 p.m. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynor. We're going to look at the storm down here in Greenville a couple of different ways. It's not in Greenville anymore. It's east of Inverness and near Belzona. We're going to look at this from our radar site down in the Jackson area as those inbound winds remain extremely strong along the edges of it, at least some rotation. But near Highway 7, Mississippi Highway 7, on a direction that will take it toward Kosciuszko, is the advertised storm. We talked for the last probably 48 hours and said, there's probably going to be this one storm. This is that storm that has the potential for destructive winds in excess of 80 miles per hour. Let me say that again. This has the potential for destructive winds in excess of 70 to 80 miles per hour on this. That is tornado-like damage out of straight line winds. And there's still some rotation on the north side of this as well. So if you know somebody that lives in some of these communities like Brooklyn or Belzona, or it's over top Belzona now, but we don't have a lot of time here for some of these other spots, but Old Dominion or Silver City at 1047. And make sure that they're awake and in the middle part of a sturdy structure, because I think even in this case, we need to be thinking about where our safest location is in whatever structure that we are dealing with here. I'm going to refresh our camera network behind the scenes here for a moment, just in case there's a very obvious shot there of one of these storms that we need to be seeing at the moment. Because again, we do have a lot of different locations that we're kind of looking at here at this point in time. We'll be looking at a few others here in a minute. South side of this, one spot there. I just want to check that one little pixel just to make sure. Down here near Golden Lake, south of Belzona, north of Silver City, heads up. I'm going to get up our tornado safety rules here for a moment and look at this, because I want you in your tornado safe place if you're there near the Golden Lake community down here in Silver City, near Silver City, near 149 there. Because looking at the wind mode here, I do have this one spot on the south side, right there. Go ahead and leave that right there. If we go back to the precipitation mode, it's right at the leading edge. Maybe that's just a little bit in front. Hopefully that is, but that looks like a fairly strong return and could be an area that's possibly trying to rotate and may at some point try to produce a tornado if it continues. We're only about 4 or 5 minutes there away from Silver City. So if you know someone there, take a picture, let them know that there's a potential for damaging winds and possibly a tornado out of this storm with destructive wind moving through parts, again, of Humphreys, Sunflower, LaFleur, and Holmes counties. Let's get the storm track on the leading edge of this, and we got to go up north. It's been a few minutes since we have hit that storm that's moving toward, again, Ripley and Boonville and some spots like that. We're going 60 mile per hour forward motion on this. That should give us a time there eventually to Kosciuszko. We're going to thin down some of the locations here just a little bit as we expect, again, strong and damaging winds. 1133 for you in Kosciuszko. Goodman, we're looking at about 1124 there. Silver City, this shows 1050 on kind of this latest time there, assuming 58 miles per hour. We need to probably assume it's going a little faster than that. I'll bring Gabe in here for a moment, who's been monitoring things here behind the scenes. Gabe, what you got?
Clarksdale starting to rotate a little bit more, worth taking a look at.
Okay, we'll take a look at that here in a second. I'm going to double check this motion. I'm going to take this up to 65 miles per hour. I'll slice off a little time. That gives you about 1128 there. Kosciuszko, Belzona now, Silver City, 1049. Strong damaging winds that could be in excess of 70 to 80 miles per hour. That is significant. That could be damaging and certainly needs to be taken very, very seriously. Let's go up there and look at Clarksdale, where Gabe was referencing just a moment ago there. Gabe, also checking all of your reports. If you have hail to report, if you have damaging wind to report, if you have something else to report, let us know. Use the Mississippi Live Weather app. There available for all of the different devices that we have there. That's certainly probably the easiest way to do that. We're looking at here toward Clarksdale. We do show, again, some rotation on that storm there. The one south there of north of Clarksdale, the one we're watching most closely. We do have a camera where Crenshaw is. We see my mouse on the screen there. We do have a camera there. We have a camera also in Clarksdale. Let's look from the Clarksdale camera right there, north into it. Actually, I think this is the Shelby camera. Man, that'd be right on. I'm sorry, I was too far south on that. Clarksdale's the next dot up. So Shelby, plenty of lightning on that as well with big storms both north and south. Here's our Clarksdale camera. And again, Coahoma County under a severe thunderstorm warning until 11:30. If I just look at the corner here, the picture, right where that dot is there, again, is where a little bit of that rotation is. So as long as we are looking north out of this, we have a pretty good shot of where we are looking on that storm as well. So Clarksdale, as we check that camera, initializing map, double checking the angle on this. And we show that looking kind of northwest. I'm going to change it. We're going to leave that, actually. I'm going to move where it says Coahoma County over here. So we kind of have everything there, so we don't have a big line going across the screen in this case. We're waiting on some lightning strikes, rotation a little bit, increasing somewhat more on this storm that will stay north of the Clarksdale area. Some damaging wind, a possibility out of this if it continues at this speed. Some penny-size hail, and again, rotation. Something that we're monitoring. Severe thunderstorm warning, Coahoma. This does move. This does include locations out closer to Lafayette County, eventually in the path of this thunderstorm, with at least broad rotation on it. The lightning not nearly as nonstop as other spots, but you can see that's the part near Birdie that's moving toward Batesville. Gabe behind the scenes, make sure Batesville is looking back toward the west, so we can revisit that here in a minute. I'm going to go 48 miles per hour. The speed on that storm there. I'm going to double check, make sure that is how fast they have it. They're all moving a slightly different speed. 50 miles per hour is what Weather Service Memphis going on this. Let's go ahead and then update that speed here to 50 miles per hour as it moves toward the Batesville area. Again, time to Batesville, we're looking about 11:15 for you. And again, if you're ahead of this, this is kind of a unified thought. How should we be approaching things? I would highly recommend that if you're ahead of any of these storms, that we are at least within steps of our tornado safe place. That would be the lowest floor of a sturdy structure. We have not had, again, official tornado touchdowns on this, and it's interesting that I look up just north of this toward Como, and I see another little area of interaction that we're going to have to watch. There's just so many little areas of spin. As we talked about earlier, this was really simple when we were up there in DeSoto County. We had a great look at it. We saw rotation, tornado warning, right? Simple stuff, straightforward. This is no longer simple. Now we have a lot of little areas of spin. And as we talked about earlier, we're probably going to have a number of warnings that may or may not verify. But this one here, one that's moving there toward Batesville, we're looking for you at Batesville about 11:15. If this continues, about 50 miles per hour, some broad rotation with this as well. I'm going to track the storm just north, and I might just start leaving some storm tracks on here just because we're going to have to pop back and forth quite a bit. So looking here for Tyre, for locations there near Abbeville, this with some at least broad rotation with this storm there as well. You can see kind of the inflow area. If you're in the track of this, no official warning, I would be treating this like a storm that has rotation. I would be in my safe place as this line comes through. Again, as we look up here toward Potts Camp and Hickory Flat in particular, see how this is jutting out a little bit more right there? Let's check the rotation mode on that storm as well. Rotation picking up. I'm a little more concerned with that and the storm up toward Gravestown than I am many of the other storms that we are tracking here at this moment as well. The shear is definitely increasing on those storms. And that Hickory Flat, the fact that that is jutting out a little farther in advance, that's one right along I-22 I think we have to be concerned with, could potentially try to produce a tornado. Let's put this into a loop that does just the last 30 minutes so we can watch the evolution of this for a moment here. Hickory Flat, and we got a lot of viewers up there in Hickory Flat. Yeah, we need to be in our safe place there. That, Gabe, I'm going to get to you in a minute, but we got some things to track here. We've got rotations. We're going to come to you unless you've got a tornado on the ground. Do you have one, yes or no? Okay, then it's going to be a few minutes till we get to you there. We got to get in, get some of these tracks on all these areas because we're kind of reaching that time where for one reason or another, whether it's the low-level jet kicking up, this is the point where we're now starting to see a bunch of these little rotations kind of all kicking up at about the same time here. So Hickory Flat over top of you right now, I would have you in your tornado safe place. Now, you have a severe thunderstorm warning with a tag tornado possible on it. This is where, again, we don't expect to have a lot of lead time before a tornado pops up. This is what it looks like if it's going to do it about 3 to 5 minutes before it produces a tornado. It looks like this in a line of storms like this. So Hickory Flat, we're within that really time zone here. The next 3 to 5 minutes, we need to be in that tornado safe place up here in southern Benton County for the potential that could try to produce a tornado. Up here toward Wittentown and Gravestown, we have an area of circulation there as well. Let's again track this about 50 miles per hour. This one moving a little bit more east and toward Ripley. Again, same warning, same advisory here. There's some rotation on this. This is the storm that probably briefly produced that spin up there in DeSoto County. Same part of the thunderstorm we watched there close to Holly Springs. So moving toward you and under your severe thunderstorm warning there in Tippah County now. For Wittentown, right now, Ripley at about 10:58. We're looking at 11:02, Walnut Creek, Collinstown at around 11:12 there, Crow at 11:15, Jumpertown by 11:17. That is moving in a direction that it will eventually make its way toward Boonville, and we're close enough to some populated areas there. I do need to extend that track just a little bit farther east, so give me a moment to, I'm going to end up disengaging this and re-engaging this to make sure we get that track on there. And let's take it a little farther. Let's go. Instead, let's go 50 miles so we have that on there. In Boonville, we have that time for you at 11:24. Hey, listen, this is not producing a tornado right now. It might not ever produce one, but as we talked about, the uncertainty level kind of reaches its peak once we get a little east there, and I don't see any other areas of rotation on the north side of that to pay attention to. Let's come south here toward our Belzona storm. Actually, no, we have to hit the storms here in Lee, Monroe, Chickasaw, and Itawamba counties for a moment to kind of check some of these because it's been the longest amount of time since we have seen some of these. Looking at this here, I mean, I might see some broad rotation. I'm throwing a bunch of stuff up there at once. I'll choose one thing and explain it in a second, but I would just want to poke and prod this a million different ways. I don't see any significant rotation out of this. No, I don't see any significant rotation. We've got enough thunderstorms with that on it that I'm not going to be able to spend a whole lot of time on this storm here. We'll track the whole leading edge of this thunderstorm, south and east. We'll go 45 to 50 miles per hour. I think we're going to adopt 50 as our new speed. That might be a little bit fast. You can see some of the locations on there. But this thunderstorm has produced at least some reports of damage. Gabe, are you in the chat there with the storm chasers so you can give that report? Okay, so let's bring Gabe in here for a second. I'm going to bring you double box, and I'm going to keep working on this track here for a second. Gabe, what do you got?
Lee County E911 Communications reporting that there is a tree on a house off of Shannon Avenue in Shannon. That's going to be southern Lee County. Entrapment, but luckily no injuries. And on County Road 300, there was another tree that fell onto a house and unknown injuries there as well. So hopefully everyone is okay, but as of right now, that's 2 homes being affected close to Shannon in southern Lee County.
Okay, so that's certainly a situation we've got to watch very closely. Will you check out for a second here? Actually, we'll come back to that here in just a moment. Let's go south on this and let's kind of pick up where we're at there. Appreciate that. Our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor. We might try to touch and see if we can talk to someone there in Shannon about that, get an update on that here in about 10 to 15 minutes. Give them a chance to kind of get there to find out, what the situation is with people there. Sound good?
Sounds good.
Okay, actually, Gabe, I'm gonna have to ask you for a second. I need to a reboot of one thing here behind the scenes. So I'm gonna give it to you. I'm gonna change this over to your site out of Jackson, and I'll put a storm track on it. Let you kind of work through what we have on this storm producing potentially destructive winds down here, moving in the direction of Kosciuszko. So we're I think still going about 65 miles per hour. We'll say on this thunderstorm there. And there's some times on your screen, and we won't clear off any of the tracks. So don't use the clear button on this, and I wouldn't query it as well so that we can go back and hit the tracks about where they're at, and so we can do it more quickly. All right?
Sounds good.
Okay.
So continuing to look at, as Matt was mentioning, that potentially destructive storm over there towards Belzona. Due to the strong wind gusts, we're tracking that towards the south and east, and Kosciuszko is going to be in that path. we're seeing there towards Adair by 10:55, Atuma by 10:55 as well, Blissdale 10:56, Howard around that same time, Tollerville 10:57, Jones Crossing 10:58, Oregon 10:58, Acona by 10:59, Lebanon 10:59, Eulogii by 11 o'clock, Pine Grove 11:01, the Black Hawk Community by 11:02, Lexington same time frame, Brosville by 11:07, Bowling Green 11:07, Franklin by 11:08, and McMillan by 11:08 as well. These are those damaging winds that we were talking about, upwards of 60 plus, potentially 70 plus miles an hour, and that's why they have extended this severe thunderstorm warning to include parts there of Chula, Kruger, and honestly expecting that to continue right along this track as well. This severe thunderstorm warning going to be continuing until, actually we need to do one for this one, Matt, if you want to click that right there to make sure we have the right severe thunderstorm warning. So there we go, 11 o'clock, and that's for Holmes County, expiring by 11. It is 10:56. I need to make sure that they probably are going to extend that. I want to make sure that I'm keeping that up in the chat in case they do extend that. But Matt, I'll continue to watch that into Attala County.
Yeah, go ahead and double check that for us behind the scenes. I appreciate that. Our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, again, juggling about 17 different jobs, one of which is including going through and looking through some of your reports that we have. Let's come up here to our storm that's approaching the Batesville area. Severe thunderstorm warning for Panola County in effect until 11:30. You'll have to stick with us as we kind of switch between about 17 different radars here. That rotation still showing up again west of the Batesville area. I know Gabe had moved that camera back to the west a little bit ago. I'm going to check the Memphis radar, see if it's a little bit better on that. Not showing up as pronounced. Some broad rotation there still near the Darling area. Showing up on here, again, very high rainfall rates, but right there along Mississippi Highway 3, it's right behind me, so I apologize, I'm standing in front of it there. Right where that dot is there, in Quitman County is where that rotation is. We'll check out our camera there in the Batesville area. You can see the times on the screen there as that, again, moving toward Batesville by 11:15 based on its current movement there. Our camera there in Batesville, looking back toward the west, we actually should, out of all the cameras, have a decent visual on this storm. Waiting between lightning strikes on kind of the lowering there. Put that all the way down there on the bottom. Again, looking back toward the north and west, our Mississippi live camera here with the Mississippi Storm Chasers, North Mississippi Storm Chasers. Watching the base there. We just need the right lightning bolt at the right time. I don't want to wait on this camera a long period because we have enough areas of circulation out there to monitor. Gabe, keep an eye on it. If you wave me down, if you do end up seeing something a little more pronounced on that there, but that's still a little west of town as a severe thunderstorm warning, Panola County. A couple of those actually overlapping for Panola County because in the time we went and looked at all of the other storms out there, the National Weather Service kind of filling in the gap between these warnings where we were talking earlier on for folks there close to Glenville and Techville, now severe thunderstorm warning for those folks. They're in effect until 10:45. For that kind of area circulation, broad circulation at least, that was showing up in between those two spots near Free Springs there on the northwest side of Sardis Lake, where that is at this moment. And looking at the wind mode here, some broad rotation. I don't see anything too terribly strong, too terribly obvious. Maybe right there near Glenville I have some. But again, using all of our different tools here, there's some maybe broad rotation there. You can see the times. I'm sorry, I need to adjust that. There's the times for that area of rotation there as it moves toward Abbeville. We're looking at about 11:09 for you, still about 10 minutes away before that crosses into your area. I'd say that's a sub-severe storm. I'm sorry, I don't think that's high-end rotation, I should say. I'm not going to say it's sub-severe. It's definitely potential for some severe weather on this. Looking at the wind here for our Hickory Flat storm, the one that probably had the most likely chance of trying to produce a tornado last time we looked at it there. When it was just east of Hickory Flat, definitely wrapped up a bit there. I don't know that fully got to the point that it was producing a tornado, but certainly Cotton Plant, Bluff, Cownville, all in the path of this area of at least somewhat broad rotation. Severe thunderstorm warning for you there again in Union County, southern Tippah County. That's where we're watching this in effect there until 11:15. In all of these cases, with all these storms, while a lot of times we refer to this as your tornado safe place, I would just say safe place is good enough. that I would still be in a safer location from these thunderstorms there. Let's come up here where we have a couple of different shear markers, an indication here on a Mount Justice Doppler radar that there is rotation at multiple levels showing up, whether it's from down in Monroe County, from up there northwest from the Memphis Weather Service radar site. Hail showing up on our hail swaths out of this. We haven't talked a lot about that, our True Shield hail roofing hail swaths. If you get large hail in excess of an inch, send us those pictures in. They actually opportunity to win a $100 gift card there. But I think more than hail on this, it's still some wind. We show that pretty much on the edge there of Wittentown and Ripley, kind of moving into Ripley. So we expect that time there on that one, 10:58, so maybe 4 minutes before this makes it into the Ripley area, an area of rotation moving into and through your area there. And then our line of storms farther south, let's just check that shear rate. Let's leave it on just shear rate here for a minute. Some spots where we at least have some broad shear on those storms. Obviously, I have the Chula storm, Batesville maybe a little bit, the ones north of Oxford not as much. You have Hickory Flat, and you have up here these two that we have approaching the Ripley area. You have the main circulations there, but then right in between, there's a spot as well. So we're going to clear this off, and we're going to lose all our tracks. I think it's probably worthwhile to kind of make some adjustments here. But Blue Mountain, again, some rotation kind of moving over top of you right now. Checking our severe threats, the strongest wind threat. It still shows wrapping around some strong wind threat on this. That could be up in excess of 70 miles per hour potentially there. I believe that's what that is indicating. Give me a moment to bring that in. It says Ashland. Maybe near 80 mile per hour winds possible out of that. I think that's probably overdoing it just a little bit, but the takeaway should be some very strong winds at the very least possible out of this thunderstorm. And that is when you start talking about 70 or 80 mile per hour winds, that's going to cause some tornado-like damage here. That's on the backside. I don't necessarily buy the positioning. I don't think, again, radar is never perfect. I don't know how strongly I feel about that there. But I would say that entire line has some notches to it that need to be tracked, need to be watched, and need to be where we are in our safest possible location. So I'm going to track the whole line there, southeast about 50 miles per hour. And so it becomes a pretty long list of locations that are under these various severe thunderstorm warnings, one until 11:15, another until 11:45, and yet another until 11:30. Either way, if you're in a yellow box, we need to be assuming that we could have some wind damage potential out of these thunderstorms. Current time is 10:54. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather as we are tracking a line of severe thunderstorms. Damaging winds, the main factor. Brief tornadoes, not impossible. Once this batches through, dear God, once this batches through, I think we're mostly done. Have more thunderstorms developing out there into Arkansas once again. Don't shoot the messenger. Let's look south here. And let's look back toward Chula. Again, Weather Service there in Jackson really dragging their feet on extending this warning. This is what Gabe was looking at a minute ago there. Reports back out when this is in Lake Village, Arkansas, of large trees uprooted, some issues there. New severe thunderstorm warning. It looks issued for Holmes and Humphreys County with this coming up here in the next few minutes. I need to make sure I'm not on the latest scan. And I apologize. That's the reason it wasn't showing up with the new one there, because I wasn't on the latest scan on that. So there's our new warning there until 11:45 for Holmes, Attala counties involved in that one there as well. I think a little sliver there of Humphreys County, but mainly Holmes and Attala counties. They've backed it off from the 80 mile per hour winds, still more 60 to 70 mile per hour winds possible with this thunderstorm for all those locations that we're going to show you in a storm track here in just a second. I'm going to pop that up, and I'm going to bring up our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, who's again watching things behind the scenes here. About 50 mile per hour forward motion on that. There's our track and all the locations. Gabe, what you got as of now 11:03? I apologize. I listed off the wrong time because I had my radar on the wrong time.
It's all good. Hey, it's a lot of storms to track.
It's not all good when your storm tracks are based on a specific time. Anyway.
Well, there's a lot to track. And the big reason why they've extended that as well, because one of the responses was like, well, duh, we're going to extend this because it is still a very strong storm. But if you look at the number of power outages that we're seeing out of Greenville and just extending exactly where that storm is tracking on through now towards Holmes and eventually Attala County, we have hundreds, if not thousands of outages already taking place, including some additional outages from storms earlier on up there towards Cleveland. We have some towards Grenada and Winona. Entergy going to be very active tonight in layman's terms. But even as we get out here towards Chickasaw County, these severe thunderstorms moving through the Houston area and closer to the we even got it here in Tupelo, that same line, that same complex, as it continues to move off there towards the east. We're seeing about 200 outages there just on the west side of Chickasaw County and extending even south there into Calhoun and Webster County with a few outages as well. So lots of power outages. If we look at the overall poweroutage.us map, we can see that where that severe thunderstorm went through, that damaging severe thunderstorm went through, a lot of power outages associated with it. Currently, the count here in North Mississippi is at about 1,600. You can see over there on the top left. So 1,600 customers are out, and a lot of that is due to that one thunderstorm moving through that southwest portion of our viewing area, including parts of Greenville, eventually towards Tula, and now making its way towards eastern Holmes County. Matt.
And just judging by the comments, I think we're underdoing some of the power outages a little bit. We expect those numbers to probably go up a lot of locations.
For sure.
Appreciate that, Gabe. Keep watching that chat there. Let me know what the storm chasers are seeing and doing, and we'll keep talking back and forth here. I appreciate that. Outside in Aberdeen, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. There is some rotation in that storm, whether it's down there in Aberdeen. Again, it's just at this point heavy rainfall that's visible there. Same thing if we go kind of upstream there into the Amory area, just a lot of heavy rainfall. You're more deeply back into the rain. So again, not a ton of visibility with this. I say that. Maybe we're still kind of in a bit of a clear slot there in Amory. We will check that here in just a moment. Check one thing on that. I want to go up the Smithville. There's the lightning with it. And then there's the heavier rainfall in the Smithville area. We mentioned earlier that the radar site that we had in the Memphis area certainly helped us out to have a better idea of what would happen. Now that we're closer to the radar site down in Monroe County, we have a better idea as well. What I can tell you is looking at the rainfall mode, I have a couple areas that look suspicious. Near Abbott here and the Strong community, along 45 alternate there, south of Prairie, north of West Point. A little bit of an interesting area back toward Gibson as well. Another one of those spots. Another one against east of Amory there. I think we were in the clear slot from that one. I say suspicious. The reality is when we look at the wind mode there, yeah, maybe there's some broad rotation in any of those cases, but I don't see anything that just screams, Matt, this is about to drop a big one. Now, weird things happen in highly sheared, high precipitation environments, which is the way I would describe what we have out there today. But hopefully not, right? I think the one up there closer to Gibson, again, looking at a couple different versions of the radar up here east of Egypt. Let's double check and see if that's the right spot there. That one may be the most interesting of the three. So I'm going to give you, there's just a lot of shear. That's why this is such a wobbly line here. So this has gotten more active in the last 30 minutes or so. Let's get you kind of a storm track on the whole conglomeration there from near Hamilton, Alabama to east of Amory to Aberdeen to West Point to Starkville there. Some of the spots, again, a real notchy line, and sometimes those have little things that try to spin up. So I'll pull down that Skycam network list there. And we're going to, again, for a lot of these folks on the north side here, Columbus, I have you in the track just because I'm tracking what's west of you. But the reality is the severe thunderstorm warning is really the north half of this and most of those locations. Lamar County under the warning until 11:45. It's 11:15 there for Monroe County. And again, that's northern Lamar County, and I think in Marion County under that severe thunderstorm warning. So let's kind of thin down the locations here for a moment and knock it back to some larger spots because we are having to do some broader brush tracking on this there. So Starkville on the south side, we're looking at 11:14 for you. What do we need to tell, kids there in Starkville? You've got 4 minutes to tell the kids to do whatever they're going to need to do. I would just have them in a safer location. If they're not in a car, we're in a good, safe spot. Sometimes just telling the kids avoid these places is the best thing to do. And so that's maybe the best recommendation that we have for you there. So we want to be in a safe place if we can be, and that would be a small windowless room where we can wrap up in blankets and pillows if this does wrap up and try to produce a tornado. Protect yourself from debris. That's the thing. Tornadoes don't Wizard of Oz you away. Instead, certainly the kinds we're talking about here don't. If we're going to see a tornado, it's going to cause issues where a tree hits the house and now you've got a problem, or where something from the outside tries to come in. And so as long as we put more layers between you and the outside, or at least as many as possible, you're typically going to be in a better shape as far as that is concerned. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that's going to replace this for Itawamba and Monroe County. It's going to take that. If you look closely here, you can kind of see that inner yellow box. That's going to be the one that replaces the warning there, as you can see, until midnight, waiting for this line to kind of exit Monroe County there. Let's clear that off. Let's check our storms up here northwest, stretching from Ripley all the way back there toward New Albany. I mean, you don't have to be a meteorologist to see the curl here, how that's curled all the way up and back around. Now, these kind of rotations don't always produce tornadoes, but they can from time to time. And so that's one of them that we're watching because of that potential here. I'm going to track the leading edge of this whole thing here, east and southeast. And then we'll go in and look more intimately at specific spots in this line. So I'm going to go east, southeast. We're going to go 50 miles per hour on that. Again, there are some times as this moves eastward there. Severe thunderstorm warnings, we're talking about you in Prentiss County, as well as parts of Union County there. Union's until 11:45 on the severe thunderstorm warning. The northern part of Union and Prentiss and Tippah and Alcorn counties are until 11:15. This point here, still looking for information, as to whether or not Weather Service is going to go ahead and continue that. They've got a lot of different storms that they are watching at this point in time as well. So it's kind of, again, unfortunately, I have to go in here. Wish there was a way to automate this. Go in here and change the size of the cities there. The number of cities involved. So Jumpertown, we show you 11:15, Boonville 11:22, Rienzi 11:27, Burnsville 11:40. You'll cross out of the severe thunderstorm warning by the time it makes it to some of these locations here, but still could potentially be strong to severe at those times as well. So that's until 11:15 for most of that warning there. Now let's dig into what the storms are actually doing. Some embedded areas of kind of rotation there showing up. This one near Mitchell's really interesting, east of Ripley on Highway 4. And there's another one south. Now, that's kind of back behind. That's real interesting here. I don't know that this is going to produce a tornado, but I think this is enough there that is some wind damage with this. So I would treat this again to the place, if you're up here where I am in a storm shelter up here, if I live near Mitchell, north of Dumas, along Highway 4 and Highway 2 up there in parts of Tippah County. Digital Matt Lawpon again here with his weather call. Hello?
This is Mississippi Live Weather Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. The National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for your location for a storm capable of producing damaging winds or large hail. We recommend seeking shelter in a sturdy building and staying away from windows. Repeating, you are in the path of a severe thunderstorm. This message comes from Weather Call Next Gen.
If you'd like to hear this message again,
Okay, so that was, my weather call coming in. That's what it sounds like, and that's how fast it is. Have I either time beat the weather call showing you on the air? No. And my wife's in the other room. I think I'd like to tell her, but her phone goes off as well. So, because she can't rely on the weathermen to call her, but she can rely on Digital Matt Lawpon to do that. So that's where weather call comes in here. And that's for this new severe thunderstorm warning that's been issued. Does include Lee, Prentiss, parts of Union County there. This is kind of basically the replacement warning, goes all the way to Tishmingo and parts of Itawamba County until 12:15. There are a couple spots in here where we have rotation, one of which is up here near Locum, where you see that circle, another that is over top of the New Albany area. Let's take a look at this here a little closer. I don't, on my radar site from Monroe County, have a good lock on those spots. But any tornado we see in this scenario tends to be fairly short-lived if we see it. So I know this is bobbing around to a bunch of different things. I'm looking really hard to double check. I think this is the most interesting thing to me. My straight line winds on this. And again, we are looking up there about 3,000 feet, but I have 60, 70, almost mile per hour winds there, straight line winds with this, and some rotation along that leading edge there. And then maybe up farther north, a spot or two where there's a little bit more rotation with this as well. So some interesting returns there on this storm, stretching from east of Ripley down to east of New Albany. And New Albany, again, it's going to be some strong straight line winds for a little while here as this approaches the area. And clearly that circle, one of those other spots that we are watching with that shear. Looking at that rotation, this entire kind of part here from Locum south there toward east of New Albany, approaching Blue Springs, one of the spots that I'm watching pretty closely. So while digital Matt Lawpon just called my wife, actual Matt Lawpon's going to mention something so that she checks back in with me here in a few minutes about the kids who sit in an upstairs room. So for about 30 seconds here real quick, Gabe, I'm going to send it back to you real quick there in the room-to-room weather center.
Yeah, so right now, as we continue to assess this line as it moves on through, we are seeing that rotation, a part of that leading edge, and that's where we continue to get those severe thunderstorm warnings, but I think that is compensating for some of that tornado potential as well. So as that contends towards the south and east, I know my home is also in this track, my wife getting to her safe place as we speak, just to be on the safe side with this entire setup. We see Graham 1118, Reese 1119, Ellistown 1120, Alpine 1121, Blue Springs 1122, Jericho 1122. We're seeing Lebanon 1122, the Graves community by 1124, Bethany 1124, Corona by 1125, and then continuing there towards Baldwin 1130, Guntown 1132. So Matt, I need to make a phone call here behind the scenes. So
you do you. I took care of mine, and my wife has said, of course they have state testing tomorrow. Yeah, that's we're not waking ours up yet, but we're also paying attention to this list here, and going off that list, I'll let her know about how long that we've got. We do have a storm shelter here at the house, and so there's a scenario, Gabe, where you end up taking over as this gets a little bit closer. Now, she's good. She's at a good location, so she's fine there. I'm going to change the size of the cities here just a little bit to make sure. We show Saltillo at about 11:35, about 20 minutes away from Saltillo, which would mean from Casa de Lobondo, I would say we're probably about 15. Got to make the call in about 12 minutes. So set a timer for 12 minutes, and then we'll make that call. Okay, let's go ahead and check out some other storms out there as well, and see kind of where we're at here. Storms. Let's go back south here for a moment, work our way back to the north. So as we're down here for locations around Kosciuszko, this storm not looking quite as impressive on this radar site as it was earlier. Let's check out from the Jackson radar. Maybe this thing's finally winding down. It does not look as menacing as it did a little bit ago. That wind, we're also not quite as perfectly aimed toward the radar site in Jackson, so sometimes that changes it, but I don't think that this is probably producing 80 mile per hour winds anymore, 70 mile per hour winds. This is probably more borderline severe, so whether it's prayers or just the luck of having had 17,000 storms come through here today, this one is starting to whittle down in intensity a little bit more from west down to Bowling Green there as it moves toward Kosciuszko and Dodds, and some of the spots have just seen about 3 or 4 different rounds here. I'm going to still move it about, we'll say 54 miles per hour there. And so you can see sometimes as it moves toward the south and east, speed on that storm there as it moves toward Bolotusha. We show eventually there. Kosciuszko, we'll look at about 11:35 for you there in Bolotusha. But in near-term south, about 11:27, 11:21 Aberdeen Junction there. Hoffman, 11:19 basically on top of you at this point in time. Durant, obviously in the path of this as well. Isn't it funny when I go looking through here for a specific city, my eyes just jump right past it. I don't see Durant in that list. That's right at the top. How many hours have we been on today, Gabe? 11:20 for you there in Durant. Strong straight line winds, the main factor on that. I do not believe that capable of producing a tornado at this moment and time. It's just what you wanted to know, by the way, for folks there at home. We have more severe thunderstorm warnings back out there for Pine Bluff, Arkansas. So there's that. Let's go back here to Monroe County and check out some of these storms that are won by Monroe County. As you can see from Jackson, clearly Aberdeen stands out as the only one of significance there. From closer in, it's a little bit more difficult to figure that out. And we want to use closer in radar sites, especially with these where we're looking for spin-up style sort of tornadoes. I see obviously the wind shift there from Starkville back up close to West Point. I'm going to check out that camera in West Point. You're not under a severe thunderstorm warning in West Point, but this should be whipping through there pretty much as we speak. There's the lowering with that. Again, you can see the severe thunderstorm warning just to your north in Monroe County. And you can see that our thunderstorm here in the Aberdeen area has virtually no lightning compared to what some of the other ones are. There's some low-hanging stuff there. There's going to be some gusty winds as this kind of moves towards you as it moves in the next couple of minutes here, moving right toward our camera lens there. But that is, again, below severe limits. I mentioned from a long distance away, Aberdeen looked like it was about as rough as any place else. And I mean, I guess that shot there verifies that. A lot of heavy rainfall showing up as we look toward the south and west. Speed on this storm coming in at about maybe some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts on that as well. So Monroe County under severe thunderstorm warning until midnight because of this thunderstorm that's overhead. Again, a lot more lightning with that shot there as well. Moving up the road there to Amory. Again, some gusty winds with this as well. I could actually see some scan lines going through that. It's been a while since we've seen that. Again, a lot of lightning with these storms there in Monroe County area. And same shot there up in Amory, as we also have in Smithville. Again, the nearly nonstop lightning, heavy rainfall for you, Smithville, under a severe thunderstorm warning there, Monroe County, all these spots until midnight. Come back here to Mama Justice Doppler radar. And as we track up this line, I do not see really any spots here that I'm super concerned about rotation all the way up this line. Sometimes it can be difficult to get a really great look when you're so close to the radar, unless it's super strong. I would say, honestly, near the strong community is as interesting as any of these look. That is such a thin storm. That would be difficult. That's a wind shift. That'd be difficult for that to be anything more than that at this point in time. We'll track that whole kind of line there toward the east and southeast, get you a storm track on that, and then give you an update kind of on some information coming in here behind the scenes in the last few minutes from the Shannon area, where, again, numerous trees are reported down in the Shannon area because of the thunderstorms that have moved through there. Severe thunderstorm warning, we mentioned Monroe County until midnight, Itawamba County as well, midnight. Lamar County until 11:45 p.m. And you can see, again, that line of storms and where that's moving through some of those locations there at this time. So numerous trees reported down along County Road 506 in the Shannon area, according to Lee County E911 folks there. Looking back in here at County Road 506, on County Road 506, this about 10 minutes ago while we were looking at some other stuff, report of a tree that fell down on some propane tanks. Fire department en route there, that in the Shannon area. And on County Road 300, we mentioned a minute ago, one of those where we had some entrapments and had a house hit by a tree. That might be two different instances here, but on County Road 300, we had 5 people that were in a house that was hit. One had a minor head injury. All folks are accounted for at this point in time. So we have had, obviously, some reports of damage, some other issues out there this evening out of these storms, and we still have a ways to go here as well. I'm going to bring on our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, here, kind of pointing behind the scenes. Gabe, what you looking at? Talk to me.
Just tighter rotation up there towards Union County, and there's 2 notches that I'm paying attention to, but some with some brighter returns. It's going to be that top notch right there, but you can see where one of it is trying to hook around enough to where you've been tracking it all night, but just watching it behind the scenes, the wind's getting a little bit more impressive.
Yeah, I think on that north one there, while it's showing rotation, I think that is showing rotation there, that Halltown one. Of course, I know why you're paying such close attention to that one up there. That one is going to be a close-ish call for you. Let's double check the bottom one as well. Let's look back and get Bald Hill in the shot. So we're looking eastern Union County, southern Prentiss County, northern Lee County for winds, again, continuing to increase, and the shear there, some strong shear, and a potential that we could see that try to produce a rotation and maybe even try to spin up a tornado. That spot there in Alpine near Corona, where, again, that's estimations. Where you see it kind of change color there, it goes brighter white. That's when it goes in excess of 58 miles per hour, would qualify as severe sort of winds. That is strong straight line winds. This part here near Fairfield, near Jug Fork, near the Birmingham Ridge Baptist Church area, that's one that's more likely to more likely to maybe have a little bit of more rotation with it as well. Both of these, I don't know that I can say for sure that they're going to produce tornadoes, but they're both areas of circulation of significance there. So I would say that it's reasonable that we need to make sure that we are in our safe place for some folks in these locations up here as well. And Gabe, next time you need to call somebody, you go ahead and just wave me on that so you can make that call when the time comes. So let me do some analysis for my personal self here for a moment and make sure I'm going to be just a little bit south of this here because my 10-minute alarm will be going off any second here. Let me triple check that real quick. Let's get a line on where this is going. So we'll put dot number 1 here. Oops. This is where my circulation is right there. I don't know why it's doing that. Stop that. Right there. So that's about where my circulation is. And let's go back a few minutes and play connect the dots. And then we're going to draw like the most precise, the don't trust this, it's too precise arrow that we can get. Ready, set, ignore the times, ignore the everythings. This is me just double checking for my own personal household here. That's awfully close. Okay, so yeah, golly, it's gonna be a mess in the morning. We are always a show of some sorts. It's a little weaker, this scan. Is God trying to hand me low-hanging fruit on this? Give me one more scan because I know you can get them up pretty quickly. So we'll wait a minute here. Up toward Bethany, that circulation's a little bit stronger up there. And on the wider shot, there's some odd little areas up a little farther north there along that line that I'm watching as well. Let's get kind of a storm track along the leading edge of kind of each of these sort of areas of circulation. We've got one again right there over top of Bethany. And tracking that again close to about 50 miles per hour. So that one there moving more toward again Pratt's. We show at 11:35 for you, Baldwin. We're at 11:31. I'd be in my tornado safe place if I'm in these spots here just to make sure we're in good shape there. Kirkville at 11:41. Sandy Springs 11:48. Morris Mill 11:51. Fairview at 11:53. That southern area circulation looks a little less impressive in the last couple minutes here. I'm showing that again about 50-ish miles per hour. And so I go there. We got Frog Island there at about 11:30. Birmingham Ridge Baptist Church 11:28. We'd see Indian Hills there at about 11:36. Northwood Drive about 11:36 as well. So I would say, yeah, I got about 3 minutes to make a choice here on this. If it continues on this level 3 minutes from now, we're going to leave them up there. I think we'll be okay. So we'll revisit that here in a minute. I say that, set some kind of alarm. I got to go check out some other storms. Let's go down here to Monroe County. And I don't like this having to worry about the kids thing during severe weather. That's not something I usually do. I usually just let Emily make the smartest choice possible. And that's what I ask anybody at home to do as well, by the way, is just make the smartest choice possible for your family. But I'm also the guy that occasionally drives a convertible and gets caught with the top down and rained on, and I'm a meteorologist because I'm like, I can make it. Not always. Okay, so Aberdeen was wanting to know, what about Aberdeen? What about Amory? What about some of our folks here in Monroe County? The strongest winds are a little bit east of you in Aberdeen at this point. So if we're talking some go-to-sleeps here, Smithville, Aberdeen, Amory, the answer is probably, but we have to be clear here about something, and this is for everybody. We have more storms that have developed again back out here into Arkansas because this day, Tuesday, is making up for the fact that we had virtually no storms yesterday. So we've got more back to the west there eventually. So at least have that in mind that those storms are going to be potentially an issue at some point in the future. It's come all the way north here to Corinth. We have not really talked about this section of the thunderstorms here for a while. Checking the precipitation mode up here, looks like more strong straight line winds than anything else. Looking at the wind there, some wind gusts, maybe 60 miles per hour or greater possible on that there. Let's get a storm track there into the Corinth area related to that. So tracking that again, Cypress, Collegiate in the path of that. And we're going to go about 45 miles per hour to 48 miles per hour on that batch there. We show Collegiate now, looking at Theo 1147. Again, this is Doppler radar indicated strong straight line winds, primarily that this batch of thunderstorms is producing as of this point in time as it moves there toward Winnesoga at 1142. Again, Corinth, we're looking around 1148. Okay, I need to slide southward here. And I apologize that I've left that Lee County warning on the top there the whole time. Let's come back, look out of our Columbus radar site, and let's look at the precipitation mode there. Go ahead and bring them down. And we'll check out the rotation. I don't really have strong rotation on it. I do have just a little bit of an indentation on that near Frog Island on the south one. The Guntown one might be a little bit stronger. And certainly let's look back to west to make sure there's not something else back behind it that bears more looking, and there isn't. I'd say our Guntown circulation is the more likely one to cause some issues at this point in time up there. We have a little bit closer interaction between the red and the green going on with that there again. Right there along 45, moving eastward. Let's check out again the precipitation mode on Mama Justice Doppler radar. Let's get a track. Again, that is the one moving toward Pratt's there, moving east at right around 50 miles per hour or so. I don't have anything on velocities, but I got the littlest hook. I think they're fine. Guntown here, we're looking at that for you at about 1132, so basically over top of you now. I would be in my safer location, Kirksville, Guntown, Marietta 1144 there, Sandy Springs, Moores Mill, and Fairview, all kind of a part of that. As we look back toward the west here, I want to check out again, we've had these storms kind of moving into and through Oxford for a little while. We've had multiple rounds of that. Checking the wind on these, I don't see anything overly impressive on this batch here. I think we're largely good. Again, this is a different storm, so we need to make sure we're querying this till 1145 here. Lafayette, that part of Union, that part of Marshall County, with this kind of batch of thunderstorms, I'd say largely below severe limits, some gusty winds, some broad rotation. As we talked about earlier, a lot of these warnings coming out because there's just a lot of questions as to what the atmosphere is still capable of. It's night. We don't have a great view. That's part of the reason for that. Looking south here toward Kosciuszko. Again, we've been watching this thunderstorm moving toward you for a while. You can see still tons of lightning on it, which tells me that I'll bet if we get down here and look at it from Jackson, it still is a little more intense, but that also looks a lot less like a big wind producer. Notice how the thunderstorm here had a little bit more of it was bowed back like that, more curvature back west, and now it is flattened out more. That's a sign that the winds are weakening on that storm as well. So I would say less and less likely to be producing damaging winds on that. We'll get you a track there again through Kosciuszko, and then we need to hit Lowndes County, which has been added to a severe thunderstorm warning. Give me a moment. That track is not a good one. Let me give you a better track. Let's bring it to the current time. Get that storm track on there. Advance that again toward, Noxapater, kind of in the path of that. Louisville, I know you're just getting through some storms there. But if we're talking back here for Attala County, we're looking for you until 1145, about the next 12, 13 minutes or so. A Doppler radar indicated strong winds that could be 50 to 60 miles per hour. This is not 70, 80 like we had earlier. At 1142, 10 minutes there into the Kosciuszko area. As we slide back up to the north and east, a severe thunderstorm warning has now been issued for locations there in Lowndes County. Already had a flash flood warning for some spots there in and around Lowndes County. And when we check out the wind mode on a Mama Justice Doppler radar in and around the Starkville area, a few little interesting things near, Bethedon there, Oktok, few little interesting things. We're not at the point where we have to worry about that. But again, we do have some little areas of rotation on those little spots there on what are largely just awful looking storms. They don't look like anything, but that's also because we do have heavy rainfall right over the radar site. That's what's causing that. We have too much too much rainfall over the radar site, so it's not going to look as intense. So a little bit of broad rotation on some of these thunderstorms here east of 25. Again, moving generally kind of toward the Columbus area there as well. In Columbus, starting to see again some gusty winds picking up there for folks in Lowndes County. Again, We might put out a push alert for those folks there in Lowndes County. Target those if you could, Gabe. Actually, they would have already just got the warning a second ago, so that should take care of things there. As we're watching for you in Lowndes County, as winds will start picking up a little bit more. Still kind of ahead of the main potential where we could still possibly see some rotation there. We're going to go back in the northeast portion of the county where our camera is showing up in the Caledonia area. Caledonia, one of those spots again, they're under that severe thunderstorm warning until 12:15. Also includes Clay County locations back there toward West Point under that as well. This camera there provided by North Mississippi Storm Chasers and our partnership with them. And then the reason everything's kind of flopping around, that's, of course, just the rainfall. Luckily, it's not nonstop lightning like some other thunderstorms there. That's part of the reason we're going to disengage from that. If lightning were more prevalent, well, you can look right here and just see the lines. As we've said over and over again, follow the lightning to where the concerns need to be. And so up here near Guntown, one of those spots, in Aberdeen there, and Kosciuszko, the ones that look the most interesting to me. Got to go up here to Guntown, though, and then we'll look at Boonville and Jumpertown as well. Check the wind mode here on Mama Justice Doppler radar. A couple spots there up near Boonville with this curled back around. Again, we're looking still about exactly how high up are we? 2,200 feet, about half a mile above the surface. So we don't have good low-level lock up here. Baldwin back toward Guntown, but some areas of rotation here in these thunderstorms. Right there where I'm putting that line, another one putting the line up there. Some spots that kind of instantly show up to me as well, where it's kind of trying to wrap back around. I'm wondering if I get the shot up here toward Jumpertown, if a little more convinced on that. Now, still a little high on that. We'll try to catch the camera shot on that here in a minute. But again, checking how this is placing out. Hey, Gabe, I'm going to hand this to you for 2 seconds here behind the scenes. Go to Chroma if you can. I don't know if you're there. I want to double check this here. I'm going to hand this to you for 2 seconds. I want to go outside and take a look here for just a moment based on what I'm seeing here. So give me... No, I'm not. I'm not going to do that. You know what I was about to do? I was about to do the guy thing. I'm like, well, that looks like that could be the thing. I want to go look and see if there's something bad outside. And I'm about went to the porch. I did the thing. I was about to do the thing I tell you not to do. So I'm going to resist that urge. I'm going to send it to Gabe anyway. But I promise you, I'm going to stand right here and check a different radar shot. Promise, Gabe. Promise.
Well, Matt, I want to go over to the BAM real quick, so I'm going to toss it over there because there is something that I want to go over when we're talking about some of that potential impact moving in later this evening. So we'll track these here in just a moment. Real quick, I just want to touch on that mesoscale discussion because these new storms developing out here towards Pine Bluff, Arkansas, moving there towards Cleveland and Greenville, still having the potential to be some large hail producers, and that's what we're watching. And yes, that time frame, valid until 1:30. Are we still live? Is it back?
Yeah, I think we're still live. I think we're still good. So you had a power flash there. I had a power flash here. Here's the question: are the top lights on there in the studio?
Yes.
Okay. So y'all are good. We had a power disruption here at the house as well. That's what I was kind of checking on there. So that means number of power outages probably increased as that kind of went through there. But hopefully that circuit reconnected. I'll double check here. Hey, would you check the front lights just to make sure real quick that we have power?
And I'll check Tom Bigby EPA to make sure their outages, because that should be coming in here shortly. But basically what I was trying to say is more storms are forming, and that threat does continue until 1:30 for the National Weather Service, and that's what they're monitoring. So it's going to be a late night.
Yeah. Yes, it is. Let's look up here toward Boonville. Appreciate that, Gabe, on the latest here on Mama Justice Doppler radar. You know, this north part here earlier had some more significant rotation on it. Kind of looking at it now, I don't have strong rotation. I do have something there a little west of Boonville. I want to check and see if that kind of matches. Okay, let's be clear about something. Like, I'm not going to have great locks on things, but I do have just about the right spot, something here that we need to watch up here closer to Boonville. I do have some shear with that as well. So if I'm in the Boonville area, I would say it's probably a smart decision to make my way to my tornado safe place or my safe place. And we've said that hopefully multiple times for a lot of folks up here. But right about there where I put my pointer, let's see if it's there on the same scan, just east of 45. I think that's right along College there. I have, again, I'm being too precise on exact locations there, but I do have a spot right there where we have some rotation that is kind of pixel to pixel, and we've had some spots up here that kind of looked like that. That's in a location. I just want to make sure that we're doing extra due diligence, and in either case, because of these severe storms, we should still be in our safest possible location either way. But a little bit of rotation right there in Boonville, kind of moving through town as we speak. So just some extra precautions there, an extra couple walls, just in case. So what I would send it around for my folks there. So of course, right over top of you in Boonville at this incident, Lake City at about 11:41. We show Sunflower there at 11:41, Hills Chapel 11:48, altitude 11:49, New Hope up there in near the Alcorn and near the Prentiss Tishomingo County line. We're looking at that for that New Hope, not the New Hope in Lowndes County, 11:52, 11:56 Burton, Tishomingo 12:04, and Carter Branch at 12:08. Let's clear that off. Let's go wide. Let's leave it on sheer here, our rotation product, and let's go through the whole viewing area here for a moment and make sure we want to reset. And I instantly see Lowndes County looking more interesting than it did. So let's come down on our shear product and check out Lowndes County here. Stretching into Lamar County, right there on kind of the north side of the Columbus area. Multiple spots here where we do have some wind shear. Of course, that wind shear largely, again, the change in wind direction right on the front end of this. So do we need to be in your safe place here in Lowndes County? I don't know that I have a spot there where I would say that there's a tornado, though right here near Koala Springs, just kind of southwest of Caledonia, that is a little bit more organized. I have a little ripple going through this here. What we have is a little ripple kind of running through the green here, and I have a little interaction right there just to the east of 45 there in Lowndes County, just east of the Air Force Base. Probably no more than about 2,000 feet east of the Air Force Base where I have that at this point. We're going to watch this here in the next couple moments, see if that translates up. Let's get an angle on that there. But if you're in Caledonia, if you're down here in this northern part of Lowndes County, I would be in my safe place. I'd say it's heading more toward Woodlawn if it continues at that rate. Let's go ahead and get a track on this, and we're going to change our camera in Caledonia while we still have an angle on this. I'm going to translate that at 45 miles per hour. We'll say 47 miles per hour. And again, I'm going to see if I can turn on every possible thing on this track, whereas we've been turning it down from time to time. I think we've got most things that are going to show up on there turned on. Yes, we do. So severe thunderstorm warning for you. Right where I put my dot on radar here is where we're concerned with this in Lowndes County, east of US 45, approaching Aldridge Road there, Wright Road, east of Ridge Road, near Anderson Grove Road, an area of a little bit of circulation starting to show up there as well on a Mama Justice Doppler radar. This is the Monroe-Lowndes County line. This is Mississippi Highway. I think that's Highway 12, right? Yeah, Highway 12 there, approaching Woodlawn. That's where this is kind of moving in that direction there, generally closer to the Woodlawn and Steens area. So I would be in my safer location. No guarantees this fully spins up and does something, but this one spot here is just kind of in the last moment or two looking, this sort of jumped off the map in my mind, kind of looking at that spot there. There are a few other locations where there's, again, some rotation sort of interactions along that line, but the spot there, right there where I have that dot is the one I'm kind of the most concerned. We're going to flip our Caledonia camera around, make sure that we have that facing the right direction. I think it might already be facing the right direction there. I don't know if we have a lot of time before the rainfall hits up in Caledonia. We might be just getting into the rainfall, and that might kill our view somewhat on this. This is our Caledonia camera there, trying to get a shot into this. I think we might be too deep in the rainfall here. Not a ton of lightning to work off of. That's the problem at night. Waiting for those lightning bolts to be at just the right spot here. Unfortunately, not a lot of lightning. Caledonia, I would say, if obviously some of the strongest winds are moving through right now. Additional strong winds could be possible a little later on, but severe thunderstorm warning for you in Caledonia, Lowndes County until 12:15. Hopefully we're getting past the worst of it kind of as we speak down there in Caledonia. I clicked on the wrong thing there. That was looking at some of the rotation tracks, which, as you saw, pretty well accurate based on some of the latest data. Isn't it nice? The models actually finally decided to do something right. Okay, a little broader on our rotation. Back a couple of scans ago there, it was just east of 45 there. That was fairly tight. Has broadened a little bit. Still enough there that this could potentially try to spin something up by the time it gets down here closer to locations along Highway 12. How far away are we from that? That's a great question that let's answer here. So we're assuming this is moving about 50 miles per hour. So assuming that, and we're looking at this getting down to Highway 12 in right about 2 miles and 3 minutes there to cross Highway 12 and near the Nelson Road area. Clear that off for a moment. So that's kind of where this is headed down in Lowndes County. We will see if that takes that next step and attempts to spin that up. Let's put it back on that rotation track, that shear rate, and kind of widen things back out. See if there's something else that jumps off the map. That worked pretty well a second ago near the Lee-Itawamba County line where we've had kind of that area circulation we've multiple times before. That storm in Kosciuszko still looks to be kind of weakening a bit more. Let's come up here to check out these two storms up here in Lee and Prentiss counties, Centerville, Mantachie, east of Saltillo, one of the spots that we are looking there north of Mantachie. At the wind here, again, most of the wind still pretty broad, all things considered on here. And looking back how things have played out over the last 10, 15 minutes or so, some of the rotation that looked a little stronger up there toward Guntown has unwound a bit more as it's moved eastward. Does look less impressive on this. Still a severe thunderstorm warning for Itawamba County, locations there in Itawamba County in effect there until 12:15. Looking northward up here toward Boonville, locations north. That little area of rotation we're looking at a minute ago does not look as impressive as it did. Let's go back about 10, 15 minutes there. Show that little rotation we briefly had kind of on the west side of town. I don't show that anymore. That's kind of fallen apart there. So hopefully it was nothing to begin with. Probably some sporadic wind damage possibility there. The reason, I think that some of these are some issues is bring Gabe Maynor in. He's been watching some of the reports around the region of power outages. He's got the map from Tom Bigby up, and unfortunately, Gabe, there's quite a few folks with some issues there, right?
Yeah, poweroutage.us definitely underdoing those total outages. And as we look just in the Tom Bigby coverage area, which is mostly just Itawamba and Lee County, we can see 2 or 3 large outages up there just north of Saltillo with 1,223 outages. And then right here towards the northwest Itawamba County, 428. We go down towards the south and right there in East Tupelo, where we are here in the downtown Tupelo area, that's where we were about to take a power hit. We were fortunate to keep our power going, but East Tupelo towards the Auburn area, about 124 outages. And down south, we keep going down Highway 45. This is going to be closer to Shannon, 1,385 outages. Also, where we're getting the vast number of reports of trees down. Now, what's also coming in is some of the reports. This is from, I have to make sure I have the name on this correct because I don't want to give the wrong credit. So James over there, James showing that he did have trees down in his front yard, 2 actually large, what looks to be oak trees up there. And that was from the storms that moved through earlier today. Another example of that there on the side of the house, just lucky that it never fell towards the house. That definitely could have been a much worse situation. So we never want to see damage, but fortunately the trees not falling into homes. A lot of times when I do school visits, I say, when the wind damage does happen and knocks down trees, it's not really the wind necessarily that you have to worry about. It's really the trees too, as those could fall into your home. And fortunate for James and his family, they stayed safe. But wind, not the only thing tonight. Lightning. This was an insane picture captured there. I need to make sure I have the right name on this too. It's just been a minute since this was submitted. This from earlier today, about 10:28. I said been a minute. It was only an hour ago. And this was by Matthew. And you can see the rain camera just blown out there by the lightning strike. And yeah, definitely grateful that everyone is okay in the house. No one was close to that Ring camera because you can see just what a fuse it started out there. So definitely grateful that everyone is okay. That's the most important thing with all of these reports, is that everyone is telling me that they are okay, still in one piece. And for those trees that fell on the homes down in Shannon, so far have not heard of injury or loss of life, which is again what you look for with this type of situation. And if you want a positive picture from tonight, Safe Place selfie. And it is two of the little ones out there. Let me make sure I have the name on this one correct too. But submitted to us. We'll always take a Safe Place selfie picture. And this was earlier on when that rotation started to happen up there towards northwest Mississippi. Mackenzie sending us that picture. So it's a heartwarming photo right there, Matt. And a lot of people need to follow these little guys there and get to their safe place whenever we tell them there's a tornado warning and not drive into it.
Well, and y'all also need to do a good job of downloading the Mississippi Live Weather app. The folks watching us now absolutely have. Problem is, apparently at some point in the last little bit here, Facebook went down. What I think happened is there's kind of a limit on time, on the amount of time you can be live on Facebook. I think we probably hit, I think it's like an 8-hour limit. And so then it kind of cuts you off. And I think we probably hit the cutoff there. So for the folks on Facebook, the reason it cut you off is we hit our maximum time limit you could do a Facebook live stream for. And so I apologize for that. You might think I'm just like, well, why do you want us to download the app? That's why we say download the app, because Facebook does dumb things and we can stream on this thing as long as we want to. So God bless Mark Zuckerberg. Hey, at least we're able to reach you some of the time on there, but God bless him. Anyway.
I'm just shocked. Are you sure we've been live for 8 hours, Matt? I mean, what?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure. It's been a long one for sure there. Okay, let's go again back out here to Mama Justice Doppler radar wide shot, kind of assess how things all are set up. And okay, so couple things that instantly kind of drop off the map here. First off, those thunderstorms expanded, still continued back out here toward Oxford. We have more back out into Arkansas, and it remains a very real possibility we could have another round of severe weather moving here, Clarksdale, back out here towards Shelby and Cleveland, continuing overnight. We have other thunderstorms farther east that have, within the last 20, 30 minutes, still had some severe weather rotation sort of things with them, including down in Lowndes County. And that's where we're going to go back to here for a moment. Need to make sure we're looking at Lowndes, Lamar, Marion counties for the potential for these storms to try to produce some rotation from time to time here. Looking at the shear rate on these, continue to show at least kind of a long line there where we do have some rotation for these folks down here near Haitagi, south of Caledonia, in the Lowndes County there, and then again back at Fayette and Marion counties, all under those severe thunderstorm warnings with the tag in pretty much each case rotation possible. Looking specifically at that rotation, that wind, the strong wind here, looking a couple different ways at this. And kind of poking and prodding this to see if something spins up. This looks primarily straight line at the moment. Bring it here. We'll make it a shorter loop. We'll make it a 15-minute loop here. Then we have that brief area where something did try to spin up just east of the Columbus Air Force Base. Watch this loop again there just for maybe the briefest moment. Now kind of looking at all along there. The only spot that even looks a little bit suspicious is near Haitagi. Haitogi. We both know I will learn to pronounce Haitogi my last day on the air. And I'll say this, there are different pronunciations of it. Anyway, it's the only city in the viewing area I fear every time I have to say, because everybody's got an opinion on it. Either way, strong wind, I don't see really any rotation along that line, looking at the latest scan here. So let's track this eastward. We're going to do about 50, we'll say 50 miles per hour. I think these are probably slowed down a little bit more. So we'll double check the speed here in just a moment. So I'm going to have the track up there for you. Now let's double check the speed to make sure that we've got that accurate, because we can make that adjustment. Yeah, these have slowed down. No way. Oh, it's 15 minutes. Got to take that times 4. Okay, that's 16, that's 32. Yeah, they're down to 32 miles per hour. So these have slowed down a bit more in the last little bit. So let's change the speed of that track down to 30. Let's go 35 miles per hour. So that does, again, alter the speeds just a little bit there. Showing Haitogi right now, Steens 11:55. This is some gusty wind. This is not much in the way of rotation at this moment. Our shear rate kind of does a great job, again, showing that line of, the wind change as this moves in. And not impossible to see something spin up on this, but we look for it to have more of an S shape, like what we see there for Vernon when we're going to see it. But we expect that also to be on the leading edge if we're going to see this produce some rotation that could produce a tornado on one of these. And so that's not really the angle exactly. Saying that, I'm still going to look up here toward Vernon and just double check this here. We'll keep monitoring that. That's gotten a little bit more north-south. So again, I would say, again, Blooming Grove there, Mansfield, kind of all spots that need to kind of watch that as that moves eastward. Again, severe thunderstorm warnings, Lowndes back into Lamar County with that batch of storms there. Let's come up here to Itawamba and southern Tishmingo County. Again, we've been kind of watching these storms as they move from Boonville into Tishmingo and Itawamba counties. Bring it back in and checking out the rotation here. Not seeing much of significance. Back on our shear track, again, the rotation tracks on that there, that's not looking terribly impressive either as well. So those are both improved significantly in the last 20 minutes or so. And just kind of checking out the threat here. Only threats that's kind of showing up on the peak threat there, maybe some hail. I'll say that near Abney, I still see this little notch, and this is the one we've been watching for a while. But I see also part of the reason it has not produced to this point here. Check behind the scenes, make sure we're good with everything. Okay. See how you have this kind of green line here in advance right here? This is our outflow boundary, and our little area of circulation slightly behind it. That means we're not tapping in to the most unstable air. That means it's difficult in that scenario to produce a tornado. So while that little notch has been something that I've been watching, it's been keeping my eye on, that explains a little bit why it hasn't produced, as it is probably elevated above the boundary layer and in a scenario where we're not ingesting the most unstable air. So that's a good sign there. And so a couple reasons. Again, we're in the heavy rainfall at the radar site, or at least were earlier on, and that's why these storms didn't look quite as impressive there. Back up to Tishmingo County, but I'd say the heaviest part kind of moving out of Tishmingo County, and most of what we show there on the winds is just kind of broad, sort of mid-level rotation, and really not even as much lightning as what we had earlier on. Really a flash flooding threat as well. I don't want to undersell that. It doesn't show up because I have the tornado watch on there, kind of the pop up instead. But if I only had warnings on that, and we could tweak it to say that, we have in the purple counties here, flash flood warnings, Lee, Chickasaw, Monroe, Oktibbeha, Lowndes County, back up toward Benton, Marshall, and DeSoto counties under flash flood warnings, and then a lot of other folks as well. So we've had some, flash flooding potential, and unfortunately, we have more storms back out there into Arkansas, trying to organize and trying to move in for another round. So what Gabe is checking behind the scenes here is he's kind of looking on a couple different radar sources and some projections as to how strong we think those could end up becoming as well. But I want to check these storms that stretch back from Verona and Tupelo back toward Pontotoc. Again, kind of in the heart of what one of these looks like. We're looking out in the Tupelo area on our camera there. Again, we are under a tornado watch in the Lee County area. The far northeast portion of the county is still technically under that severe thunderstorm warning. But at this point, I think the severe weather has exited the Lee County area on that. And so it's just mainly just heavy rainfall showing up on our Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling camera on the south side of town. Not great visibility on that because it's, again, in that heavy rainfall and a direction where we're not seeing the individual drops right there. Still kind of in heavy rainfall, but the part of the exiting portion there in Pontotoc, dew point still 66. So our winds have gone north and west with some of the rain-cooled air moving in, but we just haven't moved in quite enough yet to start eliminating those rain chances. We're looking at the wind portion here on Mama Justice Doppler. I don't see quite the interactions that we had earlier. I'm not concerned with this batch here on any sort of tornado threat from Pontotoc and Ecru back toward Oxford. individual storms back into West Mississippi toward Clarksdale. And now let's look back a little farther west, south of Star City and near Gillette, Arkansas, and DeWitt. Do we really have to keep doing this? That's pretty much the only question I have from meteorologist Gabe Maynor here, as he's kind of looking at stuff, and I'll keep tracking this at the same time. Well, do we really have to keep doing this? I mean, we're going to keep doing this, but I'm meaning the collective we. Is Mother Nature going to make us keep doing this? Are these going to make it?
They are going to make it. Unfortunately, I think that mean? Well, I think they're going to sustain themselves into North Mississippi and kind of keep those warnings going. We're moving out of the Little Rock coverage area and into Memphis, so that's going to be their decision at that point. But I do think that they'll continue it due to some of those gusty winds.
Broad rotation. In either case, at least broad rotation there.
And with that comes some hail threat as well, and that's what the mesoscale discussion talked about, as we discussed a moment ago. And, looking at some of the soundings here behind the scenes, there is still, enough unstable air. The thing is with this cold front, it never fully moves out that unstable air fully from North Mississippi. So we're going to continue that overnight. And as those storms are kind of forced into North Mississippi, they have a decent atmosphere to kind of soak up some of that fuel as well. Not saying like what it's been so far tonight. I think it'll be more chill in the grand scheme of things, but I do expect a few warnings trying to pop up through the night.
Hold on. I'm going to go back here to kind of our surface map on Mama Justice Doppler radar, where we kind of put it all in. So those are back on the cold front itself, where those are. So this is kind of the broader look at the overall picture here over the last, this would be 6 hours or so. I'm going to make it 12 hours for a moment. We'll get that 12-hour loop going there. And remember yesterday we didn't have any storms. Okay, so this is kind of the second round, third round, sort of to speak, and is this round 4-ish, I think, looking at that. So, yeah, we're going to continue having some thunderstorms with kind of that next batch there as well. But you can see how the models have been fairly correct on trying to produce these individual kind of bow sort of echoes. And on the latest scan here, everything good? Got a hail alert from the app. Did I get it? Did you get it there too?
Over by our house.
All right. Oh, hail approaching my current location at 55 after there. I guess that would have been some of the hail that it was detecting on here. Went a little bit south of us there, so that's probably what that was. There we go. That's one of those kind of early warnings that sometimes happens. I think maybe a little overdone on that one there. But I say count 1, 2, 3-ish, maybe arguably 4 bow echoes there showing up at this point. So, and then another batch of thunderstorms back into Arkansas. So there you go. So let's go ahead here for a moment. I'm gonna toss it back to you on the chroma wall here for a second to kind of track those storms from Arkansas and get kind of an easterly look at where those exactly are going. So I'll send that over to you here in just a second. So kind of resetting things here for a moment. It's midnight, and well, we got more storms out west. I know the question that I don't know, about 20,000 of you want to know is, can I go to sleep? And the answer is, I don't think we're talking high-end tornadoes. Let's just say that right here, right now. Strong tornadoes off the table. That's not what we're seeing tonight. So if that's what you're waiting up worrying about, I don't think that's happening. Now, a brief tornado, 70, 80 mile per hour winds, where it knocks down some trees and then causes you some problems if you're on the outside of a house. Yeah, that could happen tonight, but it might not even take a tornado. Like, for example, if I come up here to Guntown, a report from when that storm came in just a couple minutes ago through the Guntown area there. I guess I only have this on a 15-minute loop. I need to go 45 minutes. When the storm was up there, moving through Guntown a little bit ago, according to Jason Nichols with Lee County E911, tree on a house there on County Road 417 in the Guntown area because of this storm. So clearly, and that was some rotation, and it's still probable that was straight line winds, but again, there was some rotation there. So brief tornadoes can happen below the resolution of our ability to really detect them on radar from time to time, and that could be one of those scenarios. It was rotating. We didn't see the pixel to pixel. We didn't see the damage report, but that remains a possibility. So could you have that tonight? Absolutely, that remains a possibility. But looking at these storms, Gabe, as I pass this over to you, our resident Alabama resident from the Department of Redundancy Department. Let's track these storms back out there to the east a little bit. That's interesting. Do you see how behind you that's still? Oh, I know what happened when you had the power hit. Hold on, give me a second here.
Or did it disconnect?
What happened is links got disconnected. Hold on, I'm gonna have to click refresh on that. We're lucky we didn't lose your mic on that. Give that a second, and that should come back here. There you are. Okay, that's how long it's been since we've had you on radar. Okay, take it, Mr. Maynor.
Well, yes. So as we track that out, it's moving through Lamar County, Alabama. As well. And this is again due to the, did you see that?
Yeah, that was really weird. Hold on. Let's try that one more time.
Do I become Matt? Magic. It's midnight magic. So as we track this out, it's going to be the winds that we're watching. So let's go ahead and pull those up, and still getting some of those stronger turns out there towards Millport, Alabama, Melbourne, Alabama, and up there towards Bobo as well, as that continues towards Fayette County. So what I want to do, I don't know why I clicked that off. What I want to do real quick is draw out that warning. And Matt, if you want to chime in there behind the scenes, the speed that you've been tracking this, I've been working to collect damage reports, and I didn't hear your latest speed on this.
35.
35, okay. So 35 miles an hour. There's a look at some of those in the track. And as you can see, Fayette, town that we mentioned just a moment ago, towards 12:08 a.m., or Jerusalem community closer to 12:15, Shaw 12:16, the Bankston area 12:24, Cleveland 12:25. My favorite location in Alabama, Kansas, Alabama 12:26, Carbon Hill 12:28, and then working our way towards Palmetto there by 12:30. And no, this is not Palmetto, Mississippi. This is moving more into the Alabama area. And I know that my folks are going to be up watching this, as I told them to. And that is going to end up affecting them as it continues to make its way out there towards the east. But still getting decent wind returns there. I mean, just looking at some of these aloft, we're 30 to 40 miles an hour. So still decent, and probably mixing down to the surface at about 40, 50, potentially 60 miles an hour as well. So we're looking at that, and I see a lot of folks talking about power outages. You know, we talked about that Tom Bigby EPA, those outages. Let's see what those numbers are currently sitting at. And as you can see, we are seeing a lot of outages here in the North Mississippi area, even up there towards Memphis. Memphis coming in with about, let me make sure I can get a visual, 7,500 outages towards the Memphis area. And just looking at a few of our locations here, those brighter spots, 1,500 toward Chickasaw County, 2,000 Greenville. That was that storm that moved through earlier today. Let me move it over there so you can get a better visual. 2,000 out there towards Greenville. Even here in Tupelo, like we tracked a moment ago, 1,000. That's probably underdoing it too. Some of the local power cooperatives at least giving us a better estimate of that number. Either way, it's thousands tonight, and that's what winds can do. So that's why we're seeing those outages take place. And as more storms are moving through, those outages, unfortunately, will continue to climb as we continue through the rest of our evening. So one thing to note, let me put this on a loop over the last 45 minutes. So we had these storms out here towards Arkansas. Those have begun to move east, getting closer there to the state line. And as we've gotten in the last couple of scans, I want to see if these are just moving towards the south. So that one cell right there is what they're paying attention to over there towards Memphis. But, we were basically concealing those to about one warning compared to the 4 that we saw just a moment ago. So fingers crossed that they don't take advantage of the atmosphere. Either way, we're going to be here monitoring it just to make sure. Especially with the severe thunderstorm warnings that are still in place. And it does look like this one up there towards the Boonville and Iuka area will work to clear out by 12:15. Might expire that a little bit early because it does look like the storms have since moved a little bit more towards the south. But down there towards Smithville, let me just make sure. down on Okolona. We're not seeing anything. Okay, we are not. Sorry, whenever you see that appendage, it's something that we've been looking at, it just stands out, and so I wanted to make sure that wasn't anything to note. So let's go back to this storm there in Monroe County, southern Itawamba County, and you can track that out. It's going to be moving closer to the Carolina community in just a moment, and we're going to keep that going at about 35 miles an hour, and I'm going to go all the way up into these storms and continue south and east. And there's a good look there. This one kind of bowing out, so that's why we're taking it more with that southeast direction right there. So let's go ahead and look at those towns. We're the Turon community right there by 1210, Scottsville 1211, Smithville 1212, that's here in the next 3 minutes or so. The Bexar community 1215, Parham 1225, Barnesville 1225, Weston 1226, Detroit 1228, Hamilton, Alabama. Ooh. That's what we started with, actually, whenever we came in this afternoon, was the Hamilton, Alabama storm. So full circle moment there. 1231, and then Splunge 1233, Fulton Bridge by 1234. So
you with.
I said it, and it's like, I'm going to say this afternoon because I know you guys were busy this morning.
I've been wearing the suit for a little while today. That's why my face was greasy, and I rubbed my. Hey, you need to go northern Fayette County.
Okay.
Northern Fayette there, south of Brilliant. That's bowed out.
All right, let's go ahead and track that out. And I want to look first at winds. And yeah, you're exactly right. Kind of seeing that area jut out there towards Bazemore.
I did it without my glasses on. Go ahead.
You're young, Matt. So
no, I'm not.
So this area right here, I think is that a radar glitch? Yes. Yeah, there we go. There's that latest scan. But still, either way, we're starting to get that to bow out up top and right there towards the Fowler's Crossroads. But we're going to pay attention more towards Bazemore because you're getting those brighter returns, and even up there towards Texas, you're getting that kind of wrap around that little area that's jutting out. So let's go ahead and do a storm track on that as that continues to move off there towards the east. I mean, yeah, you're seeing that pretty defined there on reflectivity. So as that kind of makes that S shape, that's where we look for that north-south orientation and kind of wrapping around, and there's your inflow. So let's go ahead and put that storm track there, moving at about 35 to 40 miles an hour. We're seeing Texas right over the top right now, about 1213, Eldridge 1219, Howard 1222, Clark 1223, Spring Hill 1223 as well, Kansas 1225, the Flatwood area 1229, Holly Grove 1235, Townley 1235, and closer to Hilliard by 1240. Now that's that area of rotation that we're talking about. This is going to extend well close to Birmingham, honestly. This is a road that my wife and I take to go see my family right along I-22 there towards Jasper. So very, very populated area. So hopefully this doesn't produce into anything more than that. But definitely at least getting some of those stronger wind returns within that notch of rotation right over the Bazemore area as we're moving through northern Fayette County, right along that severe thunderstorm warning that is still in place until 12:15. Very well could extend that into parts of Jasper and areas out in West Birmingham. So that's going to be up to the National Weather Service there in Birmingham as we've kind of handed that off to the next station there with a busy night all the way across the Twin States. So go ahead and screenshot those times. If you know anyone out there that is a little bit outside of our coverage area but still wanted to give a heads up to folks out there that potentially will see this storm, and let them know that they do have a stronger thunderstorm headed your direction. So as we zoom things out once again, I want to make sure I'm not missing anything back towards the west. And Smithville storm still looks a little bit more intense. Potential for some hail right there towards northwest Monroe County. Yeah, we've been getting those possible hail returns on a lot of these. Not like the large hail that what we saw earlier this evening down south, but nonetheless, they are still getting some of those returns, so potentially some small hailstones perhaps being reported as we head further into the night. Just looking around the region, and specifically, I'm not going to jinx it. All I'll say. But there is still a high amount of lightning, and it's entering in a favorable environment. I do want to check dew points here. Those have come down pretty significantly. And we were seeing mid to upper 60s yesterday. That wasn't enough to push these storms over the edge. The 70s today have been enough to push them over the edge to become severe and strong and perhaps tornadic. But these storms right here entering a less favorable environment. Those dew points out there into the Birmingham area, more in the low 60s. That's definitely going to see these storms hopefully come down, and they should come down. And here in North Mississippi, we're still seeing upper 60s, which is enough, but it's not as impressive as the low 70s like what we had earlier to really get these storms up and going. So we're going to keep watching it for sure, but that is a hopeful sign moving forward. So as we were just talking about West Birmingham towards the Jasper area, this getting extended. That severe thunderstorm warning is going to extend into the Jasper area, and that area still is an area to pay attention to, getting that S shape once again right along that Bazemore storm towards Texas. You're getting that stronger wind along that leading edge, and there you're getting kind of that, it's not necessarily an outflow, but you are starting to get that wrap around of that moisture, those winds jetting into it, and that inflow going directly into that Texas storm, or that Texas area. So what you're looking for right here is that north-south orientation. We got that with this storm. So it's not going to be that it's facing southeast like what we've seen with a lot of these that are beginning to bow out. So the fact we do have that set up and the inflows going in, and we're getting that notch there on the bottom to potentially produce one of those brief spin-ups, we're going to track this out. And we do have a severe thunderstorm warning nonetheless for this area. But as we track out that specific area of rotation, where Texas 1216, Eldridge 1220, Clark 1224, Kansas 1226, Howard 1227, Carbon Hill 1229, Flatwood 1232, Pocahontas 1234, Prospect by 1237, Holly Grove closer to about 1240, 1245. So that's continuing to push right along I-22. And I know this is a very busy roadway, and even this late at night, because it's a major interstate here between Alabama and Mississippi, all the way from Birmingham to Memphis. So a lot of folks traveling. You don't have to travel. I wouldn't. My parents were coming right now to go see if we were perhaps going into labor right now. I would tell them, go ahead and wait, let this pass over before you come see us. But that would be my opinion to them, in a very significant moment. I would say that you need to recommend that to your folks as well, because that area of rotation is moving right through I-22 between that Hamilton area and Jasper. There's not a ton of rest stops here. There's a couple of gas stations, but if that does continue more to Jasper, that's where we are going to see a pretty populated area potentially dealing with a rough situation with if a tornado were to briefly be produced. A lot of folks are going to be affected out towards the east. So watching that specific area, we have a good bit of shear right along that leading edge from Millport in Lamar County, Alabama, all the way up there towards Fayette, Alabama, and towards the Lynn area that we just looked at a moment ago. Now, tornado watch still in effect out here in Alabama. They don't have a tornado watch, and the reason why, we just saw it's just not as favorable of an environment. But here in North Mississippi, it has been. We've seen perhaps a tornado touchdown. I'm sure they're going to do some surveys based off of the damage heading into tomorrow. So we'll have those updates coming up for you for Mississippi Live Weather on your Wednesday, hopefully. But we're still in the event right now as we head into the 12-16.
Oops, sorry, didn't mean to do that. Meant to go on this one here.
I became mad again.
Now, I don't know if we've had tornado touchdowns. I want to be clear on that. Like up in Northwest Mississippi, we might have briefly had a spin up. I don't know that I'm willing to yet say tornado damage on Guntown. Was there rotation? Yes. Was there strong wind? Yes. Yeah, we will see on that. You know, it's just because you had rotation doesn't. I want to make sure we're clear that we're going to wait for the Weather Service to make that distinction on what we had. So anyway, I just want to be clear on that real quick for a second. Don't want to jump the gun.
No, and that's not what I was trying to do. I was just basically saying that we'll get those surveys out tomorrow and they'll be able to make that final call. But we've had rotating areas and definitely have had damage as well. So they'll be out there tomorrow and we'll have those answers hopefully heading into tomorrow evening's broadcast, if not as soon as they're available. Ooh, lost my voice there.
Absolutely. Yeah, do you need to get some water? Do I need to take over for a minute so you can get some water and then I'll trade you back?
I'll take a brief sip, and then I'll join back.
Okay, that sounds good. Current time is now 12:17 a.m. I know there's only one question that if I were to ask people at home that people are going to want to know. By the way, I see somebody trying to advertise their roofing company there. There's a way to do that. And I'm not trying to be rude here, but in the chat, during severe weather coverage is not that way, Mackenzie there. So we're gonna kind of knock you out of that one for today. But if I'll let you get away with that one. If I see that name in there again, we're not doing that. If you'd like to support us, these are the people that are using their hard-earned money to advertise on Mississippi Live Weather to make sure that we can pay for all of this, which paying Gabe's salary costs money. Keeping the lights on here, paying for this to stream for 12 hours straight, all that costs a lot of money. So if you would like to advertise Mackenzie, just send us an email there to info@msliveweather.com. I look forward to seeing your email in there tomorrow. But in the near term, we do have folks that have chosen to step up and do that. And as we talk about hail, one of those that has done that are the folks at True Shield Roofing that have sponsored our hail graphic here that allows us to kind of track where hail is most likely at this point in time. We don't really have any spots there that we're really seeing much that's of major significance at this point. Most of what I'm seeing here, we see these ripples over and over again. That tends to end up be a situation where it's probably more very, very small hail or extremely heavy rainfall that we end up getting out of that there. So I would say more than hail, largely we're probably looking at as our peak threat. Again, the gusty winds, some rotation, a few areas where, again, that rotation is more significant than others. Let's look here on the wind mode. I'm looking right near the Alabama-Mississippi state line. We've had a couple of notches on this batch here. This one that we're looking at there south of Bexar doesn't look as impressive as it did a minute ago here. Look at north at Hatley. Let's check this. Let's make this lapse over the last 30 minutes. Can I check out that? Nope. I don't think there's anything there to worry about. I think that's just something that looks a little worse than it is. Another one of those bark greater than bite situations. Our camera in Amory there looking from Central Grove and Bigby. We're actually looking from the south side of Amory, kind of back into some of those storms. Bounce around a little bit there. Amory kind of on the edge there of that severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Monroe County until 12:45 p.m. Our camera not showing nearly the quantity of lightning strikes that some of them showed a little bit earlier on. And again, kind of past the peak of it back out here in Lee County as the severe weather threat is primarily south of the Tupelo area. Again, appreciate Mitchell Cunningham and Bowling for sponsoring our Tupelo Tower Cam here. But head back again farther to north and west. We've had these thunderstorms continuing for hours back out toward the Oxford area. Still a lot of low-hanging clouds there on our Phoenix Building Solutions camera back that direction there. And if we kind of go back beyond that, unfortunately, more storms that we are looking at back out in the Mississippi Delta, all kind of around all different directions from the Clarksdale area. And again, appreciate our friends at the North Mississippi Storm Chasers for kind of partnering with us on these cameras here across North Mississippi. I want to show you a couple of camera shots here from Adrian with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers in one of our strongest storms of the night, which was out there in Greenville. The Adrian with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers sending in this shot. That is a power flash. Basically, when either power lines slap together and arc and produce that flash. That's an instance where you would see that. Sometimes it's also when wind is knocking down power poles, things like that. It's one of the shots we had there. See if I can. There we go. Here's a couple of shots where you can kind of see the edge of the wall cloud there. Imagine this is probably his drone up there getting that shot as that strong thunderstorm moved into the Greenville area. And then the real ragged bottom of that low-hanging stuff on that big wall of 70-plus mile-per-hour winds that moved through Washington County and caused the power outage situation that Gabe was kind of referencing a minute ago, where we had some significant power outages earlier on. Now, that storm was still ongoing down there south of Louisville. That's actually the same thunderstorm that we were tracking all the way back toward the Greenville area on Mama Justice Doppler radar there, continuing to show that thunderstorm stretching from around May Springs there south of Macon back toward Noxapater. That has gone through a substantial weakening phase, no longer a severe thunderstorm warning with it. Some spots of broad rotation, but nothing that's overly significant here that we can see at this point in time. Just the question is how many of these storms back into Arkansas, can they maintain strength? Latest scans, we don't show any of these as severe any longer. Hallelujah, praise the Lord. And man, hopefully that continues. Let's look at this. God, we're really worked over. And the fact that we even had those storms redevelop is somewhere between annoying and annoying. Because I love what we do, but I know that you and I are both ready for me to be quiet. You know, that one's probably going to produce some damaging wind from time to time. Not a whole lot of reports of that, but I think that still remains possible. Let's get the motion over the last hour on this. So about 40 miles per hour. Let's see how long it's going to take to do its thing. Oops, I don't want that 100 miles per hour. I want that, what do we say, about 40-ish miles per hour? Okay, and so let's do the far too long track on this, and we'll adjust it up just a little bit more. Okay, let's take that out. 200 miles, because why not? There we go. And let's increase the size of the location just a little bit for maybe the kind of final hurrah time on some of these. So that would be almost 4 a.m. there for Brooksville by the time it made it there, if it continues about 40 miles per hour and doesn't pick up any more pace. So are folks outside of this in the clear? Not necessarily. But I would say that I become less and less and less confident with each passing moment that we're going to see tornadoes out of what we have tonight. I think the odds are very good that we do not see tornadoes going forward. But zero? Nope. And unfortunately, that's why this tornado watch remains in effect for so many locations. So there's some times kind of for a hopeful end on this final last batch before, by the way, tomorrow there's a limited chance that we could see some severe weather for the southern portion of the area. I'm going to leave that up for a second. We're going to go over to this graphic here, which looks at future rotation. Okay, we're going to go back and forth between where radar has some stuff right now. I'm going to move that track behind me over on that side. I'll step, oh, wrong way. I'll step like this so that track is still up when it needs to be here in a minute. Nope, I'm going to cover it. Oh, that's right, because I can just click it off. Man, still learning to use the system. There we go. Okay, so this is where storms are now. Now let's see how much we agree with or disagree with the model. And actually got to change that back to the radar at Monroe County. Get a better look. Okay, so there's where all our storms are. Now let's see where the models have it. Meh, not that bad. I'm looking kind of this zone here, those storms, see if those are positioned right. Yeah, those are pretty good. Okay, I'll buy it. Granted, it should be pretty good initialization. So let's see here where we go from here. More storms in this zone. Yay. Heavy rainfall main factor. Some reef rotation possible. So again, that's why I can't drop you to 0 tornado chance on this. But largely, that looks like a lot of multi-cluster stuff. And then one dumb one. Okay, what's this? Hold on. I'm going to change this time where it's a shorter time scale so I can be a little more refined with this. Give me a moment. It's going to change that a little bit. Hold on. Did that change it to 18 hours? 1 hour to 18 hours. Okay. Hold on. Okay. 7 p.m. is actually 18 hours from now. Okay. That's fun. Okay, so here the storms kind of reforming overnight. Kind of same spots pretty much all night long. And then one that gets silly. Let's look at this. It's about the spot I would anticipate it would. Notice how it gets kind of off by itself, gets strong by itself. A lot of the thunderstorms die out. And then, oh, look, that's just enough to kick out a fairly strong rotation track there. So I think even tomorrow morning, we could still have at least a limited chance to see some rotation out of the storms. Maggie will be on at latest at 6:30 a.m. Dear God, hopefully we're off before that point. But we'll see. We're probably off before that point there, but Maggie will be on at the latest 6:37 and 7:30 a.m. She'll probably be on earlier than that. Gabe and I'll make that call, and we'll probably have her on helping us out a little earlier than that as we transition coverage overnight. But 6:37, 7:30 a.m. meteorologist Maggie McCauley again. Monday through Friday, you can find her here on Mississippi Live Weather. So, yeah, that still says that during that time, there should be a couple of stronger thunderstorms, and then everything is largely south. What I want to see is how much of this kind of redevelops for tomorrow afternoon. There we see some thunderstorms, most of those just a little bit to our south. I still think these Greenville storms could potentially kind of build and still catch folks south of Greenwood, Kosciuszko. I think most locations north, certainly north of US 82, are more likely to, miss out on everything tomorrow. And then maybe some better chances again later this week as well. So that's kind of the analysis update of sort of where things stand right now. So on the long term, seems very reasonable that, yeah, this could hold together a large chunk of the overnight hours here. And so this track is reasonable that you pour at 2:40 in the morning, Ackerman 3 a.m., West Point 3:30, Brooksville, Columbus area somewhere around 4 a.m. or so. Some lightning, some heavy rainfall. From time to time, some strong gusty winds and a non-zero tornado threat for some of those spots there. Speaking of severe weather threat, really only 2 storms here prompting severe thunderstorm warnings at this point. And one of the most interesting ones is not under a warning there in northern Lamar County. Still the rotation a bit broad on this one here in northern Lamar County. But no doubting that's an interesting look on that appendage, but I think we could be, again, somewhat elevated where it's harder to get that rotation down to the surface. But near the Hayes Ford area east of Detroit, near Hinton Springs, that one's an interesting look for sure. Let's make this a 30-minute loop just over the last 30 minutes, get an idea. See how that's kind of sticking out. Anytime we get that little hand kind of cupping out there in advance, we're watching closely for some of these folks. So Guin, kind of in the path of that. No guarantees that this ends up, wrapping up. I do want to go back here and look at this storm to the east in a minute. I want to see what that did, because what it's happened sometimes dictates and it gives us an idea of what is capable. So let's say 35 miles per hour. So Guin, we're looking at that for you about 1245. Winfield about 1256. No guarantees that spikes up and does anything. But that is kind of what sometimes it looks like before something more significant happens. Let's see if that one ever end up, these out here exiting Fayette County. We'll get in there closer to, say, Walker County, Alabama, and of course, eastern Fayette County, if those ever took that next step. Let's look at the wind mode there. Well, we got really close if we didn't. Boy, near Eldridge, it got really close there near Blazemore and Eldridge to doing something nasty. Hopefully it did not cross that threshold and do it. But got real close there for just a moment. Let's watch that again. Yeah, we might have got away with that one. And if we got away with that one, the odds are pretty good that we're going to get away with the rest of them overnight. Because that one would be one I'd be much more concerned with. Gabe, let's come on back on. I'll have you talk for a minute. I'm going to look at a few things behind the scenes here for a moment. Before we do, I'll reference the fact that the National Weather Service has canceled now the warning for Itawamba and Monroe counties. So again, a positive movement in the right direction there. And with that, I think we are out of severe thunderstorm warnings in Mississippi for the first time in somewhere around 9 or 10 hours. So don't tell me prayers don't work. Let's bring Gabe in here for a moment. Oop, I have you on the wrong one. Let's go back over here. So now it looks like Pickens County, Alabama is the only official severe thunderstorm warning we have. I'm look at Sugar Lock down here just a moment just to make sure. Yep, we have Northeast Pickens County. Gabe, turn it over to you for a moment.
Yeah, so what we're looking at there in Pickens County continues to be the stronger winds that are beginning to kind of bow out there that we were tracking just a moment ago. So let's actually bring it over to our wind mode. This will be north of Highway 82 towards the Lubbock area, Palmetto, like we tracked just a moment ago. And that will eventually move closer to Fairview. I think we stayed just east of the Gordo community. And I know that we have a few viewers down there towards Gordo from coverage that we've been able to do in the past. So Just continue to monitor this as we head into the overnight hours. I'm actually going to do kind of a focus track right here for specifically Pickens County right there. And I'm going to have to expand things out, and then I'll bring it right back in. So there's a look at the track. And you can see how that goes kind of into that southeast direction out there towards not just the Pickens County area, but Tuscaloosa County as well. So you can see some of those times. Wiley, 1242. Montgomery Lakes, 1244. Brownville, 1246. Wyndham Springs, 1249. Searcy Farms, 1250. North Riviera by 1254. North Haven by 1 o'clock. And High Cliff by 101. So this is that storm that we're watching. Should stay north of Gordo. Again, we're tracking it towards that southeast direction. So that's what we're looking for, staying basically just north of Highway 82 as well. So Matt, that's definitely a positive with this setup, and hopefully that continues to be the case, and hopefully it just continues to move on out, not come back.
Yeah, so here's what I need you to do. I'm going to send you over to the other spot there. We're going to look at some weather pictures. We're going to, I think, draw on the map.
I'm about to head over there.
Yeah, go there. Go, you take it. We're gonna kind of look, and let's start talking. Go to sleep for some folks out there here for a moment. So let's kind of bring it back into radar mode on Mama Justice Doppler. Let's start shutting this thing down for some folks. So if I clear down the radar, we'll clear off all the radar stuff. You can just see primarily just warnings and then all the lightning. The lightning over the last even 30 minutes. You can see how that has come down for a lot of spots, becoming more sparse. We do have that one severe thunderstorm warning for Pickens and Fayette County, Alabama. You'll notice that we have seen the National Weather Service in Memphis up here north, Hernando, Senatobia, Union County, Marshall, Benton, Tippah, Alcorn, Prentiss, Tishomingo counties, Tunica counties, all removed now from the tornado watch. I would start saying, again, all those folks, we are 100% go to sleep. So I'll draw that on here. We are completely, everything back here, everything north is Gabe Maynard telestrate time, as I'll change that monitor behind you so you can effectively do that there. It's going to write the go to sleep, but leave me a space at the side on it, because I'm going to put the 100% on there. Or have you put 100%? And then put 100% next to it. There we go. Look at his handwriting. He does the curved percent symbol. Okay. Now let's put the radar data back on here for a moment. So now if we're looking at this, what about locations south of that? We'll do purple for this color here. So I'm going to say this area here. Just put GTS, so you don't have to write go to sleep again. Just put kind of GTS. %. That sound reasonable, Gabe? Okay. Okay, now the next section here. Let's do yellow. Maybe yellow is the wrong choice here. Okay, put GTS. And I'm going to bring Gabe in for this one. I'm going to make him actually give me an opinion on this one here. Okay, what percent do we put on this? Well, it's down there low on the graphic. What do you think, 90%?
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to get feeling back in my knees.
93%. Put 93%, like most statistics made up on the spot. Okay. The only interesting thing we have with anything left here is the fact that, and I'm going to bring it back to me for a second, then we'll come back and then talk together. The only interesting thing I have left here on this is the fact that, we do have these storms out here that have produced quite a bit of lightning back towards Shelby and Clarksdale. And that's why I'm not 100% for you Again, there's a non-zero chance that one of these tries to spin something up. But if those don't do it there, they're not going to probably do it down here. And so then if you're down here south toward Macon, I need about another 30 minutes before, hey, I definitely chance it. And locations out here, in Alabama, obviously, you still have warnings, and we still have a little longer for that. But for the, I don't know, between 10 and 15,000 of you guys still watching live right now, for most of us, we are go to sleep. All right? Y'all have a good night. Now listen, something weird could still happen. Probably not. I feel pretty good about where we sit here. I feel like we're pretty used up. But if you didn't hear it the 2 times, if you did hear it the 2 times, you know exactly why I pitch weather call over and over again. Because I'm pretty good. I'm pretty fast. And Digital Matt Lawpon beat me both times on warnings for my wife and my family at my house. So it's that fast. It's that accurate. And as I've talked about over and over again, so many alerts here that I'm just straight missing on my phone. Didn't miss those phone calls, did I? So a phone call's disruptive. A phone call will wake you up as long as you put it in do not disturb. If you put it into your favorites, you're good to go. So highly recommend Mississippi Live Weather Call. If you have that, you're in good shape. And I see we got all the whatabouts, still asking what about. So here's the quick answer on the whatabouts. Hopefully the graphic tells it for you. For most of us, we'll go to sleep. And I know there's some people out there that won't go to sleep until we get to 100. I've still got storms out there. You're not going to get me to 100. Gabe and I aren't going to sleep. We're going to keep monitoring things. We'll do more updates as necessary here. But we are probably past the worst for sure. And I think it would be a major uphill battle for one of these thunderstorms to produce tornadoes at this point here in any of the spots that we've kind of highlighted here. Maybe we're not quite that 93% up here out there in northern Lamar County, but I'd say we're probably 80% on that. So we probably were a little aggressive on that one spot there. Everything else, I think we're pretty in agreement on the go to sleep. And then everything, again, south of the yellow here, still going to be some time where we could potentially have some issues there for some of those spots as well. But what I'm looking around the graphic, and I'm not going to delete it here because I know that this is something that folks always ask about. And so I'm going to end up, I'm sure, having to show it again here in a minute. So just ignore all the pink lines. That's our telestration on there for a moment. Look at a Memphis on this. Look at precipitation. These storms look a little bit stronger there on that. But even on that shot, when I look at wind and rotation, anything is pretty broad. I think we're largely in pretty good shape. So back to the wide shot here for a moment. I think the graphic holds true. I think that for most of us, again, we've reached go to sleep time. And appreciate every one of you for your support. And for your willingness to support all the sponsors you see in the corner here, the advertisers, whether it's Traceway Retirement Community, a great place. I've got the opportunity to tour over the last a few times over the course of the last couple of months here since they've become a sponsor. True Shield Roofing. But again, if you have the largest hailstones, send in those pictures, and they give away a $100 gift card for the largest hail. We've had some larger than 1-inch hailstones today. So yeah, that's one of the things that they do to kind of sponsor us. Tupelo Smiles have been with us since the beginning, just like Absolute and many other sponsors that we have here. And Vibe, one of our newest, Vibe Aesthetics in the Tupelo area. So support those folks that have chosen to spend their money to support us here on Mississippi Live. And it's the only way we can kind of keep doing this. With your support and you're supporting them, we can keep the lights on. So we appreciate you guys for your willingness to do that there. So with that in mind, Gabe, let's bring our meteorologist Gabe Maynard back in. Let's take a look at some of those pictures that he was kind of working up there behind the scenes a little bit ago. And Gabe, I know you've kind of looked through some of what folks have sent in over the last little bit. What do you have as of 12:42? That's a safe place selfie. I like that one. That's a helmet.
That's golden.
Right?
And that was That was waking up the kids to go to their safe place when the tornado warning was moving through northwest Mississippi. And so I want to give shout out to the names, because for those that are following the rules, they definitely need a shout out. Laura up there in South Haven saw the warning, was watching us live, and she not only woke the kids up, but she got them ready for baseball practice in the process, and they looked great doing it, staying safe. That's what we always encourage, because not only are we talking about, staying safe for no reason, we're saying stay safe for a reason. As we look out there, this is towards Shannon, and this is actually picture evidence of the tree reports we were getting just a moment ago. Alan submitting these photos, and you can see the tree on the backside of the home. Fortunately, it doesn't look like it broke into the home too much, but I'm sure some of those branches penetrated the roof right there. And more shots out of Shannon just coming in more and more. You can see the roof damage right there, as well as what looks to be that utility line there on the back of the house knocked off. So saying a prayer for folks up there. And this is another one. That's a pretty large tree, because that looks like a 2-story house, and it's able to drape over the top. I mean, those are some towering trees up there. But those are the reports that we were getting out of Shannon. And so it looks like that it was those strong gusts that knocked over those trees down there. And there was reports of entrapment in some circumstances, but no injuries to confirm so far. And that's always a positive with this setup. So hopefully that trend continues to hold true. And so far it has. When we're talking about the largest hailstone, this is the highlight in the hail department tonight. That is easily 2.5, 3-inch hailstone. The only unfortunate thing is it's a hand. So I know that my hand and this viewer's hands, let me see whose hand that is. This would be Austin submitting this. Me and Austin probably don't have the same size hands. So me holding this hailstone, and I'm thinking, that'll cover about there, maybe about 2.5, 3 inches. It might be different for Austin. So that's why we say add something to the picture. That's a universal item that we'd be able to know and kind of get a size for. But I can guarantee you that's easily 2.5, 3 inches, just based off of looking at that report right there. That's a very large hailstone. So we've seen wind damage, we've seen large hailstones, we've seen safe place selfies. Matt, it's been all that and then some tonight here in North Mississippi. But after a calm yesterday, I guess that's just what happens. So yeah, and then we also got some pictures of lightning. I do want to show those off as well. I think these are from different viewers. So this was from Kenny, and this one was also from Kenny. So I think these are all from Kenny, based off what I'm looking at. But look at the lightning just branching across the sky. We were getting a ton of strikes earlier on. I believe over 10,000 strikes at one point here across North Mississippi. And those just continue to branch there in the sky. A lot of this cloud-to-cloud strikes, but we for sure did get some cloud-to-ground strikes, as we are currently sitting with, how many currently without power? Let me go back to right here to overall Mississippi. So currently 10,600. And I do still think that's underdone in regards to the amount of outages that we have here in North Mississippi. So adding up to quite a bit. And we actually did get some damage pictures out there in Blair. It's a sideways picture. So there's your propane tank, there's the fence, and there it does look like some of those smaller trees have fallen over. I do think that fence got, or no, that would be the walkway right there. Sorry, I'm trying to get my orientation right. So there's your walkway. So it does look like that's the driveway. So these trees falling over. This was on their patio area. So thank you for submitting that damage picture. But I do hope that everything is okay. That's Tammy over there in Blair, Mississippi. Did have some SLC, some scary looking clouds. This was from earlier on this evening towards Ingomar. One of those rotating storms, but those are just going to be some of those lowerings there in the sky, but definitely still a ways away from producing. So that was a positive with this pattern. And we also got, let me go ahead and get these uploaded and ready to go so we don't have to keep going back and forth as we go back and forth. This was a tree damage. This was in the front yard in East Tupelo, and you can see just the large, I believe those are oak trees. There's still lightning here. I believe these are oak trees that were fallen over. A lot of these, actually, let me tell you how I believe some of these broke. You have the strong winds, but you have a very wet ground as well. So when that softens up the soil, the roots are able to get uprooted, and that's where the trees get more uprooted rather than snapped. Now this one here looks like it may have been snapped at the base, but that could have been from the weight of the trunk. No, that stump still looks there in the ground. So a few of these uprooted, others snapped at the base. Either way, showing that strong wind. And of course, that's one thing that we warned you guys about, and those trees were fortunate that it didn't hit any of the houses. So Matt, that's a positive, but it did unfortunately hit the houses there in Shannon, but just glad that everyone did come out of that okay.
Let's do some, and again, I'm going to show Go to Sleep one more time for the folks that are kind of still sticking with us right now, just to kind of give the overview on that real quick. So give me a moment to kind of make that go full screen here for a second. Nope, I double clicked it, so it went to something else before it changed. So here's kind of the headline here. I put almost everybody in the Go to Sleep at this point here. So we're pretty much done with what we have. There are still going to be some thunderstorms. We have some there, Shelby back toward Water Valley. But I would say for most of us, certainly if you have weather call, we're at that point where you can go to sleep. Let's kind of clear it off there. So hopefully you saw it. Take your pictures if you need to. Here's our confidence level on Go to Sleep. Pretty high in a lot of locations there. Let's see if I can put that logo back on there. There we are. Again, appreciate Room to Room, one of our main sponsors here from basically the very beginning on Mississippi Live Weather. Appreciate them for stepping up and being with us. They have put some real time and money into what we've done here, and we're very thankful to be partnering with them on Mississippi Live. That's why we mention their name so often. We couldn't do it without them. So looking here at these storms, I don't see any significant severe threats at all out of them. So I would say, again, most of us, we are at true go to sleep time frame. Gabe's going to look at some power outages here in a moment. I'm going to show you kind of the wide shot here. I'll turn off all of our warnings to make it show up. But that's a lot of folks here across North Mississippi where we've had some power outages. And this tends to underdo things a little bit from Kosciuszko. About 14% of people there in Attala County without power at this time. I'm going to kind of try to click a slightly better spot so we can kind of highlight a few of those. Up to 16% in Chickasaw County without power at this time. And again, a lot of other decent, fairly high percentages for some spots there. I'm bringing totals about 2,500 there in Fayette County, Alabama, about 1,500 there in Marion County, about 1,000, Lee County, about 600 there in Toowoomba County, sitting about 200 in down in Monroe County, about 1,000 in Washington County. So some of the amounts have been, high in some locations. That brings our statewide total outages here. It's going to say the same number a billion times. But as you can see, about 900 power outages right now for folks here in Mississippi. 9,000, I should say. About 9,000 back in Arkansas, about 6,000 in Tennessee, and already about 10,000 in Alabama. And again, some of the local power cooperatives, when Gabe's kind of looking at those individual maps, they show some concentrations where we've seen more. Does not look like we've had a lot in some spots, but Gabe, what are we looking at in some of those power outages as of now 12:51?
Well, one of the big areas I need to mention is just the amount of sporadic outages out there in the West Mississippi area. This will be west of I-55, and just look at each of these red dots. Each of these red dots is a report. That is a ton of power outages, and this large contributor to those outages was actually the storm that had that destructive tag to it, those 70+ mile an hour winds. As that moved through Greenville, we saw those power outages just climb, and I'll use the general summary from poweroutage.us, but we're currently at 1,300 outages, but it just says 50+ there. And Entergy is going to be very busy heading through this evening, all things considered. So make sure to thank your local power cooperative. They're going to be working extra hard tonight, even harder than Matt and I this evening, getting out in the rain to restore power in your areas. So as we look out there towards Greenwood, even there towards Holmes County, we're getting even more of those outages, just this extending this swath of strong wind all the way through the parts of Highway 82 and eventually moving closer to the Louisville or the Winston and Noxubee County lines as well, all the way up I-55 as well, seeing those outages pop up. And this does extend more into Arkansas. So just a vast number of outages. But a big one as well tonight is Tombigbee. Tombigbee Electric having, make sure you can see that number there at the bottom. In a 2-county area, 3,590 current outages. That is a lot of folks that are currently in the dark tonight due to the strong gusts, and they were sending in videos of just the sheer number of lightning, the strong winds moving through the area, and that's enough to knock out 3,000 folks of power. Some specific areas that we're watching is north of Saltillo, 1,219. That does extend more. It looks like it's going to be towards Highway 348, moving closer to the Alpine area in northeastern Union County. And then as we look up there towards the Fulton area, that'd be closer to Mantachie. It might just be on the outskirts of Mantachie. That's 468 outages. Southern Itawamba County, that's going to be south of Fulton, moving closer to Smithville, right along Highway 25, 109 outages. And then as we look at those outages that extend even into Chickasaw County for 1,379, and that's where the reports came in of the damage reports out of Shannon. So some strong winds moved through southern Lee County tonight. That's still something that we'll see once daylight comes in of just how many reports there are, but we've already seen several trees down, and unfortunately 1,400 folks there in just the Shannon and Okolona area that are currently sitting without power tonight. I do want to look at some other of our locations. I believe that's what I was trying to look up behind the scenes was Central Electric Power Association's chart right there. We also have a Northeast Mississippi EPA. Let me work to pull that up behind the scenes. And there we go. And we'll go outage map. So as we pull that up, one of the things, this was one of our stronger storms that moved through earlier on this evening that actually did have that tornado warning tagged to it. And you can see up there towards the Marshall County area still having about 174. Oh, let me make sure this is on target. You can see 344 members that are currently affected with power outages. As I bring it more focused on that Marshall County area, 174 currently without power in Malone. Some sporadic outages northeast of Malone. Same thing there towards Waterford. As we move closer to Bethlehem, right there between Bethlehem and Potts Camp, 91 outages as well. And those numbers hopefully are plateauing at this point. But I know crews are out there working no matter what cooperative that they are with. I'm sure we'll see the Tom Bigby trucks over by the Manor household tonight. So just praying for them. Hopefully they'll stay safe. Hopefully the lightning remains minimal and the rainfall remains minimal as well. But there was definitely some damage tonight. There's definitely a lot of folks picking up the pieces, and that includes some of our power crews as well. So Matt, a busy night for all of North Mississippi, whether you were up watching the weather or now dealing with the weather. And even at the Manor household, we have some of our, we're talking about the garbage can meter. Ours was down. Ours was full. Ours was down. So that was a very fun experience for my bride. So I got to get her a gift on the way home for all that hard work.
She did not pick that up for you.
Not for me. I didn't have a say in this. She told me I picked it up. I didn't know it was down. Ladies and gentlemen, she is 39 weeks pregnant. So she does not need to be doing that. And if I would have known about it, would not have let that happen.
Doesn't mean you're not in the doghouse from it.
Oh, 1,000,000%. But let me say this, there's no one like Miss Manor.
That is. Hear, hear. Okay, Gabe, I think we're going to go ahead and kind of wrap things up here. The question that people ask over and over and over and over again is, can we go to sleep? I would say now is the time that I would say most of us probably should be heading that direction. Gabe and I are not. We're going to have to keep kind of watching things here for a while longer. For those of you that would like to pick up the Mississippi Live Weather app, the easiest way to do that, subscribe, follow, like, download all the things. You can do that by picking up our app there for Android and iOS devices. It is free, it is available, and make sure to download it. Roku, Apple TV, Fire TV, available for all of those different ways as well. As of now, we've reached just about 1 o'clock in the morning. I think we'll wrap things up right at 1 o'clock. Let's kind of give you an overview of where things stand, where things go, and then we'll send you all on your way and say goodnight. So again, back here on Mama Justice Doppler radar, we are showing the last of the severe thunderstorm warnings being clipped out for Pickens County, Alabama. I saw someone asking a minute ago in the chat, they're like, not again in Water Valley. Well, yes, again, we have more storms. This is not as impressive as the storms earlier were. We check our True Shield Roofing hail swath on this, where we kind of look at the hail threat. Don't really show much of a hail threat on that from really either of the sites. So I think we're past any of that with the previous threats. That's where we've had our tracks earlier for some of the hail producing thunderstorms. Looking at the rainfall mode Again, that does show the heavy rainfall in some spots. Some lightning, definitely still going to be some loud thunderstorms. That will produce the power disruptions. But kind of looking at the overall threat here, just not impressed by what we're seeing. So I think it's time that we can be winding things down. But the thing to keep in mind is if you know how to layer those different alerts here, you're going to be in good shape. So Mississippi Live weather call, again, that is something that you heard multiple times today. It's the reason I don't worry when I'm not home about my family, whether they're here or my family up in Kansas, is I know they're going to get their weather call. And if they know, hey, when we get the weather call, we got to get to our safe place. You do that, you're in good shape. That's how weather call works. And thankfully for us, as you saw kind of in real time on multiple occasions today, just how fast that is. So it'll call you for severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings. I talk about it a lot, and I talk about it a lot because I think it is worth talking about. So sign up for more information at msliveweather.com/weathercall, or honestly, the easiest way is just to use that QR code you see below me here to sign up for weather call and stay ahead of bad weather. And go to sleep, honestly. Sleep calmly and safely through the night, and you should be in good shape. And the other thing we say to that is, build your armor. Be thinking about the multiple ways in which you can make sure to find out. So Weather Call is one of those. Mississippi Live Weather app, Code Red, and Weather Radio, all different ways in which you can do that. Our next live broadcast is going to be tomorrow morning if we don't have to come on sooner. And I would say that the odds of us coming on sooner continue to be low, but again, non-zero. But next live broadcast scheduled to be at 6:30 a.m. Our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley, will be in. Any issues we've had overnight, she'll be tracking those as we continue to do that here in the Room to Room Weather Center. The expectation, though, is that while there are chances for maybe a few storms later on this week, this hopefully was the peak of that threat. And thankfully, the damage was not worse related to that. But we'll be updating 6:37 and 7:30 a.m. from our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley. Keep it here for the latest, and we will see you coming up tomorrow for Mississippi Live Weather. For our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, and all the meteorologists here on Mississippi Live Weather, we hope you have a safe evening, a good night, and we will see you going forward tomorrow, and hopefully in the next few days. Please, if you can, try to check us out for all of our broadcasts so we can kind of keep you ahead of the storm when active weather happens, and hopefully when clear weather does as well. So see y'all tomorrow on Mississippi Live Weather.
At First Choice Bank, we know you can't always make it before the bank closes. With our integrated teller, you can talk to a live person as late as 7 p.m. on weekdays and noon on Saturdays. It's not just an ATM, it's an ITM. First Choice Bank, your choice for banking.
When C.K. Little opened his doors in downtown Corinth nearly 80 years ago, his plan was simple: deliver excellent service and exceed expectations. That's why we say a little gift goes a long way.
Game day brings its ups and downs, celebration and disappointment, anxiety and relief, friends and enemies. You can always argue over who should have won, but everyone can agree on great food. Appetizers, entrees, drinks, party platters, or even the taste of sweet victory. There's something for every season at Eat With Us restaurants.